Welcome to the age of dungeons, where gates swarming with monsters are popping up all over the planet. Naturally, the universe gave humanity the juice they need to fight back against those creeps. But there are still some dungeons out there that nobody can seem to clear. Specifically, there are 7 absolute nightmares that humanity still hasn't tamed. The 7 Great Dungeons. The most infamous one, the Ancient Core. It's got 3 different entrances and each one is guarded by a boss. The red path on the left is watched over by a tiny powerhouse named Rine. The blue path right in the middle is guarded by a straight-up dead man named Patrick. And the black path on the right? Man, that's the nastiest, grimmiest route of them all. It's crawling with an insane amount of tentacles, and the freak ruling this fortress is a monster that's been around for over 1,000 years. First page of the Imperial Mythos, baby. It's got a fancy schmancy name, Devourer. That's all the public knows about the Ancient Core, thanks to some book. But they have no freaking clue that the Dungeon Master and his 2 lackeys literally planted that info themselves. Their whole game plan is to lure adventurers in just to get them slaughtered, keeping the dungeon alive and kicking. I mean, if a dungeon is too mysterious, nobody's gonna go near it, right? You gotta feed them just enough bait to make them think they know the score. That way they'll come flying in like moths to a flame, totally clueless that more than half of what they read is pure BS. And honestly, ever since that book hit the streets, 74 adventurers have wandered in. And surprise, surprise, not a single one of them made it out alive. Too bad most of their gear got chewed up and spat out by the 116 tentacles on the 3rd path, making it totally useless. If it were Rine, she could handle them without breaking a sweat or damaging the loot. Rine is pretty salty about it. I mean, the whole reason they drag these people in is to score some decent gear, not to have the 3rd path tentacles wreck all the merchandise. Devourer had been rocking his monster form this whole time, but hearing his maid complain, his body started shifting until he was back in human shape. Devourer reached out and patted Rine on the head to cheer her up. Yeah, I'm sure you could done it better. Sorry to interrupt, but are we here for a meeting or just to mess around? That voice belongs to Patrick, the guardian of the 2nd gate. The weird vibe whenever you two are close is enough to make my teeth fall out. And not just my teeth, it's messing with my skull too. Patrick's joke was so dry, not a single person cracked a smile. Rine steered them back to the main topic. Today's meeting was about how the 116 tentacles on the right path took some serious damage. Devourer let out a long yawn, looking totally bored. Don't sweat it, their regeneration speed is top tier. If things get sketchy, we can keep an eye on them for a bit and find a replacement guard. Boss, can you find a replacement for me too? I need a break. Patrick was super hyped, but Devourer shut that down immediately. Patrick's locked into being Devourer's slave for life. There's no escaping that. The real issue is that while those 116 tentacles are healing, they need to shuffle their guard duty to cover all 3 paths. Word is going to get out fast that the 3rd path is almost cracked. It won't be long before humanity sends new strike teams to push through that route. Devourer thought for a second and laid out the plan. Rine, who was watching the left, is moving to the right. Meanwhile, Patrick will take her old spot. If humanity notices Rine switch places, they'll naturally start heading that way. That way we can handle 2 waves of attacks at once. Devourer clapped his hands, feeling pretty good about his own genius. Wait, boss, what happens if they walk through the middle path instead? After that, all 3 of them just went silent. Devourer suddenly felt super embarrassed that his plan had such a massive hole in it. Fine, if that happens, just let them walk straight to me. Patrick silently judged his boss's trash tier plan, while Rine was over there acting like it was pure perfection. Man, that girl is blinded by love. Alright, looks like we've got that handled. Now, what do we do about that sword? Sword? What sword? The one the leader of that strike team was using. It's one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. It's pretty famous among humans. Patrick rummaged through the pile of corpses and pulled out a sharp-looking blade. Turns out the sword Rine uses is also one of those 36 masterpieces. Devourer gave it a look. The humans actually scored a decent weapon this time. Patrick wasn't sure what to do with it. If they leave it with the low-level monsters near the entrance, humans will just snatch it back. And letting humans walk away with high-tier gear like that is a total disaster. So Patrick cautiously held the sword out toward Devourer. You should take it, sir. Patrick, don't you use a sword? Just take it. Wait, what? Patrick thought he misheard him. He had to ask 2 more times just to be sure. Once he realized Devourer was actually giving it to him, he was grinning like he just won the lottery. Haha! One of the 36 masterpieces is mine! Is there anything better than this in life? Now that I've given you the sword, go ahead and shred that resignation letter you've been hiding in your ribcage. Ever since Patrick got that sword, even a literal skeleton like him seemed to have a new lease on life. Besides the fancy sword, there was a bunch of other loot too. As usual, Devourer told Rine to keep the good stuff. The rest of the junk gear gets recycled to bait the next wave of humans. But there was one thing bugging Rine. The monsters in the dungeon don't really have a use for the magic gear they swipe from humans. So she suggested to Devourer that they should pull the mana stones off the gear and sell them. They could make a killing that way. Oh, has it been that long already? Should I head over to the human village? Rine and Patrick both slammed the table and let out a huge shout. See, Devourer is absolutely garbage at disguising himself as a human. Even right now, he was totally letting his tail show, yet he's always itching to pay a visit to the human village. So as always, the job of playing human to make the trade went to Rine. But her day didn't start off so great. Every shopkeeper she went to refused to buy the mana stones she brought in. What gives? Rine gritted her teeth, totally pissed off. The shopkeeper pulled out a B-rank stone to show her what was up. It was way smaller than the ones Rine brought, but the quality difference between the two was night and day. Those stones you brought in? They're useless unless you're at least a royal mage or a high-ranking sorcerer from the magic tower. The shopkeeper thought for a moment before adding, or, some jewelers who are under contract with the Imperial Palace or certain magic tower branches. They might be able to deal with this. Rine did some quick math. The Imperial Palace in the capital was way too far, and she had zero interest in stepping foot in the magic tower. But for the sake of her master, Devourer, she'd dive headfirst into anything. So she scooped up the mana stones from the table and turned to leave. "Take care of yourself, kid," the shopkeeper started to say, then noticed a huge mana stone she left behind. He called out, "Hey, you missed a stone. That's money." "Thanks for the info, human." By the time Rine was out the door, the shopkeeper was still staring after her. What a weird kid. She's human too, isn't she? Rine headed straight for the nearest magic tower branch. Once the guards realized she was there to sell mana stones, they escorted her straight to the top floor. That's where the branch head worked, a female mage named Romus Armor. The second she saw her, Rine felt an absolutely massive, overwhelming surge of mana. After some brief, stiff pleasantries, Rine introduced herself under the fake name Jen. "I was gonna blow you off since you're just a kid, but the guards said you showed up with a stash of stones. I assume you know the reputation of the magic tower, right? So I hope what you brought is high-grade enough to be worth our time." Romus Armor's point was crystal clear. She wasn't wasting her energy on low-level trash. Rine opened her bag and dumped the pile of stones out. "See for yourself." The shimmering glow from the mana stones left Romus completely stunned. It didn't take a genius to see these were all A-grade or higher, and not just one, a whole mountain of them. Where on earth would a kid like Rine get this much? Taking a closer look at her, Romus noticed her silver hair. Coincidentally, that was the signature trait of one of the 8 great noble families in the Empire. Romus immediately assumed Rine was a runaway noble daughter who'd stolen the stones. She did a total 180, dropping her arrogant attitude instantly and begging to buy the whole lot. Romus offered 50 gold pieces per stone, and for the special ones, she even went up to 80. Rine remembered what the shopkeeper said earlier. A commoner would have to save for 10 years just to buy one of these. And in the Empire, the average commoner family only saves about 10 gold pieces a year. So 10 years would be 100 gold. Romus was clearly trying to rip her off. "Listen here, human, you mess with me, and you're dead." Romus was rattled by the chilling look in Rine's eyes. She started recalculating. It seemed this kid was way sharper than she'd let on. Romus quickly apologized. "Actually, our branch doesn't have enough liquid gold to buy all these at once." "Fine, just buy as much as you can." Romus's guard brought out a chest filled with 2,000 gold pieces. But Romus still wanted every last stone, so she started haggling, offering to trade high-value items to cover the rest of the balance. "Are you sure those items are actually worth it?" Rine asked, skeptical. The woman in front of her seemed pretty shifty, and besides, the stuff had to be easy to sell. "You have nothing to worry about. Follow me. I'll show you the vault." Romus led Rine to the storage vault. It was truly packed with countless treasures. But nothing caught Rine's eye until Romus stopped in front of a glowing heart-shaped red gemstone. It snatched Rine's attention instantly. "What is this?" "Ah, that's called the Heart of Love. They say it's a treasure that can make any love come true." When she heard "make love come true," Rine's eyes lit up. Romus explained that if you poured your mana into the stone in front of the person you love, the spirit inside the gem would grant you eternal love. Rine didn't even hesitate. She decided right there that she was taking it, but now Romus was the one hesitating. She cradled the Heart of Love in her hands like a holy relic. "I'm not sure about the others, but this is going to be tough to part with. It's a priceless artifact, strong enough to steal even an emperor's heart." Rine didn't care. She had to have it. She gritted her teeth and pulled something from her bag that made Romus look even more shocked than she had at the A-grade mana stones. "How did you get your hands on this?" Romus was panicking, and honestly, who could blame her? The thing Rine just pulled out was the legendary sword she always carried, one of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. After Rine left, one of Romus's guards rushed over to her, looking totally frantic. "Guildmaster, did you really trade away the Heart of Love? So what? Are you serious? Do you have any idea what that item does? If you just let that girl go, she's definitely going to die." That naive little noble brat traded her very life for the item she wanted. "Don't worry about it. That poor girl is going to be dead the moment the curse is lifted anyway. The person she likes will be gone too, so there won't be any evidence left behind." As expected, a pro shark like Romus was way more vicious than she looked. Rine was currently walking away, clutching the Heart of Love, completely oblivious to the danger closing in on her. Her next stop was Castle Spet. It was one of the 7 great dungeons, and Rine's only goal there was to get a haircut. "Sorry for showing up without calling ahead. I owe you a lot, you're always helping me out." "Oh, please, neighbors look out for each other, right? Besides, I love looking at that cute face of yours." The woman cutting Rine's hair was drop-dead gorgeous. She was the final boss of the Spet Castle dungeon, known by the lovely name Spet. As Spet styled Rine's hair, she couldn't stop gushing over how beautiful she was. That was the one thing Spet was most jealous of when it came to humans. A face that never ages. Spet was beautiful and youthful too, but to stay that way, she had to bathe in blood, drink blood, and use all sorts of macabre beauty products. That's why Spet's villa looked absolutely terrifying. Miss Spet, how do I look? Obviously, you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I guarantee no one could ever say no to you looking like this. By the way, what's with the getup? Going on a date or something? Spet was just joking, but she accidentally hit the nail right on the head. Rine gripped the heart of love tight and flashed a radiant spring sunshine kind of smile. Yeah, I'm going to confess. Spet froze solid for a few seconds. Rine had come here to get doled up plenty of times, but this was the first time she'd ever mentioned having a crush, let alone wanting to confess. So who is it? Master Devourer. Spet froze up all over again, her whole body starting to tremble. Is this kid kidding me? How can she be so serious while saying something so crazy? But Rine was adamant that she was dead serious. At this point, Spet was beyond confused. Because in her mind, Devourer is just this massive pitch-black monster with way too many eyes, and let's be real, he's ugly as hell. It's wild how a sweet, cute girl like Rine is so obsessed with a guy like that. I love so many things about him. He's strong, you know? Strong? Yeah, I honestly think he's the strongest guy in the whole world. But his laziness just ruins everything. Rine didn't even try to deny it. Devourer is terrifyingly huge, eats like a damn squad, sleeps all day long, snores like a chainsaw, has zero manners, and lately he's even putting on some weight. Good grief, but you still love him, don't you? Yeah, I'm absolutely crazy about him. Bed realized this girl was beyond saving when it came to her bad taste in men, so she quit trying to talk sense into her. She just genuinely hoped things would work out, since Rine deserves way better than a guy like Devourer. If he turns you down, come find me and we'll talk trash about him. Thanks, I appreciate that. Lady Rine clutched her pink gemstone, feeling totally hyped about what was coming next. I'm definitely going to make this happen! Meanwhile, at the royal palace in the capital, the Dungeon Raid Alliance was holding a meeting. The main agenda was deciding the fate of the raid team led by the hero Hanta, who was carrying one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces now currently in Patrick's possession. One guy claimed that Hanta and his entire team were toast, but others were dead set on arguing against it. Didn't you say they could wipe out those guardians like nothing? We haven't even found their bodies yet, so how can you be so sure they're dead? Hero Hanta would never lose to those bottom-tier monsters. But honestly, the Ancient Core dungeon isn't as complicated as everyone thinks. Clearing it could take a day or two, or any adventurer who steps in could get shredded in about the same amount of time. It's been 2 days since the last time they heard from Hanta. As much as they hate to admit it, it's pretty much a done deal. Hanta is dead. What about his sword, though? One of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. The communication magic went dark the second they got close to the center of the Ancient Core. So unless they can crawl their way back out of there, getting that sword back is a pipe dream. The whole room went dead silent. Two sides emerged. One side wanted to call off the raid to save what's left of their forces. The others refused to give up, especially since Hanta fought like a demon to get to the center. The boss must be hurt by now. Exactly, he's the hero Hanta after all. The boss has got to be wounded and the dungeon layout must be resetting, just like we talked about. Shouldn't we regroup and hit it again before it heals up? But it's not that simple. The Dungeon Raid Alliance has already lost one of the strongest heroes in the kingdom, plus that priceless sword. If they just sit on their hands, the royals are going to come for their heads. But if they send a second team and they fail too, the higher-ups are definitely getting fired. Plus, there's zero proof that Hanta actually landed a hit on the dungeon boss. If that first team didn't even scratch the place, what's the point of sending a second one? Finally, the head of the alliance had to face the music. Clearing the Ancient Core is impossible. Suddenly, a snarky laugh echoed from behind him. That's cute. What makes you think that? Personally, I think clearing that dungeon is a piece of cake. The guy who showed up was from the Royal Magic Research Association, which meant the royals were already sticking their noses into this. Once these guys walked in, the tension in the room went through the roof. Obviously, they weren't there for a friendly chat. The young guy didn't hold back, using the harshest words to drag the alliance through the mud, calling them idiots for letting a great hero die and losing a king's prized masterpiece to the enemy. But if we killed all of you right here, who would work with the Empire's other raid teams? So His Majesty has a deal to keep you alive. Go back in there and clear the Ancient Core again. Sounds easy enough, but everyone here is light years behind Hanta. If he couldn't do it, how are they supposed to? The young guy smirked and dropped a single term that had everyone buzzing, NFM. What the hell is NFM? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that just a buggy experimental solution? It's not a bug, it's a massive success. Was Hanta and his team weak, or were they just careless? Obviously the answer is neither. So why did they die? Nobody had a clue. The room was deathly quiet, because there's one thing Hanta and his team were missing. Nephrim. Open your eyes and watch just how successful this next raid is going to be. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Devourer sneezed so hard he felt like his soul was leaving his body. Suddenly, he got a bad gut feeling, like a massive storm was about to hit. Devourer sneezed again, instantly morphing from his human form back to his true self. Are you kidding me? Am I catching a damn cold? Devourer really just wanted to flop over and take a nap, but humans could storm the dungeon at any second. He had to go check the entrance. If he slacked off, Patrick would definitely chew him a new one. Even though Devourer is the actual master of this place, he still gets terrified whenever Patrick loses it. First, Devourer checked on the tentacles that the raid team had roughed up. Sure enough, they were looking pretty banged up. But even as the dungeon lord, Devourer couldn't exactly heal them himself. He drifted over to another room. That's where the core body was, the heart and brain for all those tentacles. Even if they get beaten to a pulp, as long as the core is intact, they can just bounce back if they get enough nutrients. Seeing the core was still in decent shape, Devourer finally let out a sigh of relief. Now they just had to wait for them to heal up on their own. So, the only real issue was entrance number 3. The spot where the tentacles got wrecked was currently left unguarded. Devourer planned on heading back to report to Patrick, then hitting the hay so he could sleep off this cold. He'd probably get bitched at, but whatever, he was used to it. Right as he turned around, a dagger whistled through the air from behind him, grazing his shoulder and slamming into the wall. "You trashy human! If you've made it this far, I'm gonna make sure you never walk out of here alive." Devourer's tail whipped out. He was clearly ready to throw down. But then the owner of that voice spoke up again. "Oh, it's you, my lord. I thought some sneaky human had survived and crawled their way in here. Turns out it's just you, Rine. I was wondering who that was." She was falling over herself to apologize, but what really grabbed Devourer's attention was how different she looked from her usual self. He narrowed his eyes at her, suspicious as hell. "Rine, you're actually dolled up today, aren't you? You noticed? I'm so happy you did, my lord. How do I look? Look. She's acting like she's dressing up for some big deal event." Cold sweat started pouring down Devourer's face. Rine was always super low-key, usually just rocking her maid uniform. If she's putting in this much effort, don't tell me she's planning on retiring before even Patrick does. No way. If she leaves, Devourer would be left holding down the dungeon all by his lonesome. That'd be a death sentence. A big deal event, you say? You could call it that. Rine twirled a long lock of her hair around her thumb, acting all coy and shy. Devourer just got even more tense. "My lord, could you spare a moment for me?" Devourer was screaming on the inside. "Anything, I'll do anything. Just don't quit." Rine led the lord to a private spot where a table and chairs were already set up. She invited him to sit and served him some hot tea. Devourer didn't have a clue about Rine's delicate feelings. He only had one thing on his mind. Don't quit, please, for the love of everything. Don't quit. This used to be a place only I knew about, but now, it'll be a secret between the two of us, my lord. Let's see. It's been 80 years since you took me in, right? Do you remember? Oh, hell no. This is textbook, I'm quitting talk." The teacup halfway to Devourer's mouth froze in midair. He started flashing back to the first time they met, 80 years ago, back when thousands of dungeons were getting wrecked during the Great Dungeon Conquest craze. Back then, swarms of people were trying to break into the ancient core. That was also when Rine earned her title and started climbing the rankings. "You're right. You've been through so much. Hey, is your right eye feeling any better?" He still remembers her eyes. Of course he never forgot. "I've been so happy to be by your side, protecting you all this time." Hearing that, Devourer totally locked up. "So happy? What does that even mean? Isn't that what people usually say when they're about to say goodbye? Does that mean she's not happy anymore? Is she trying to quit?" Devourer was chanting frantically in his head like a broken record. "Don't quit! Don't quit! Don't quit!" But what Rine said next caught him completely off guard. "My lord, I love you." "Wait, what? I love you." Rine said it again, steady as a rock. She'd been waiting 80 years for this exact moment. Devourer's tail was wagging like crazy. Not out of joy, but pure, unadulterated panic. It was the first time anyone had ever confessed to him, and it was his loyal guard of 80 years, no less. What kind of messed up situation is this? Devourer scratched his head, feeling totally awkward. He had no idea how to even start. Rine, thanks for telling me you like me. But we're always walking on the edge of life and death. We never know when we're going to get hurt or end up dead. Neither of us wants the other to end up alone, right?" That was clearly a polite way of shutting her down. Rine gripped the fabric of her dress tight. She'd totally expected this answer, but the feelings she'd been nurturing for 80 years were too deep to just keep bottled up inside. Still, hearing the rejection from Devourer's own lips was more than she could take, but she'd made up her mind today. She was going to make the Lord love her, no matter what it took. The pink heart gem was already in her hand. Rine kicked the tea table over, shocking Devourer. She was done bowing down. Now, Rine, let's just calm down. With this, my wish will come true. My lord, just pour your mana into this, and our love will last forever." The gem in Rine's hand started glowing with a pretty pink light, but the second Devourer saw it, his face went pale. In an instant, the atmosphere between them shifted. Devourer started morphing into his true form, a raw, ugly monster. His blind rage swallowed the girl standing in front of him. "Rine, were you trying to kill me just now?" The pink heart gem fell from her hand, shattering just like her heart. By the time Devourer came back to his senses, Patrick was laughing right in his face. Things had gotten so chaotic he'd completely lost his marbles. Devourer only remembered Rine losing her cool first, and with that weird-looking gem, he'd jumped to the conclusion that she was trying to hurt him. Devourer's body had gone half human, half demon, scaring Rine enough to drop the stone. She was kneeling in front of the Lord, her eyes glued to the stone she'd traded her own weapons for, now smashed to pieces. That was when Patrick finally showed up, but both Rine and Devourer were already out of control. With no other choice, he had to draw his sword and knock her back. Keeping some distance was the only way to protect Rine from the Lord in his current clouded state. "Patrick, are you trying to kill me too?" Devourer roared in a blind fury. The flashback ends here. Devourer was clutching his head, looking miserable. He couldn't remember a thing, and he had no idea why he'd acted like that. What is he supposed to do now? He rejected her so coldly. Rine's got to be furious with him. So I guess I have to go apologize, right? You really need to ask me something that obvious? You can't deny Devourer is one of the strongest monsters out there, but when it comes to people's skills, he's worse than trash. Even after hurting Rine so bad, just the thought of facing her to apologize made him want to bolt. You know how important she is to this dungeon. Patrick wasn't wrong. From prepping the boss's meals and managing the diet of every monster in the dungeon, to cleaning, repairs, setting traps, recruiting more monsters, handling complaints, selling supplies, and managing the budget, Rine and Patrick did everything. Honestly, losing Rine would be worse than the whole dungeon getting wiped out. Yeah, I know that. So go find her before it's too late, even if you have to grovel at her feet or kiss her boots. Bring her back here. Devourer's hands had been stained with blood 1,000 times over, but he'd never faced a challenge like this. Still, he couldn't just keep avoiding Rine. Patrick handed him a bracelet called Demira. This thing helps stabilize your mana. You don't need the details, just know it's insanely expensive. Patrick's basically saying, don't you dare break it, because the mana flow in Devourer's body is just too wild. If he can't control it, he's going to end up in that same ugly state as before. Even though Patrick didn't actually know if this thing would even work on Devourer, well, better than nothing, right? You were prepared for this the whole time? It's like you knew this was going to happen from the start. Gross, where'd you even get this ring? I picked it up off the floor. Happy? The two of them went back and forth, bickering. Patrick kept hammering home the point. Devourer only had 5 days for the round trip. Humans were going to swarm back here soon, and without Devourer and Rine, Patrick would have a hell of a time stopping those intruders. I have no clue what'll happen if humans actually reach that place, boss. 5 days. I can guarantee the place stays locked down for at least 5 days. You better remember that. All right, I'll be back with Rine in 5 days. Once Devourer dipped, Patrick let out a heavy sigh. Things were looking way messier than he'd imagined. Patrick pulled a crumpled newspaper out of his ribcage and had info on a round blade called the Head Chopper. It was one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces up for auction. Looks like Rine sold it somewhere and bought back that ruby containing a trapped demon. That thing was what made Devourer lose his cool, but he couldn't let him know Rine got played. Patrick could already picture how Devourer would lose his mind if he found out. It'd be the literal end of the world. Patrick flipped the paper over and saw a notice that made his blood run cold. The Dungeon Conquest Union was confident they'd reach the core of the ruins in 3 days. Oh crap, didn't I just promise the boss I'd hold this place for at least 5 days? Patrick felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Damn it, I'm screwed. Meanwhile, Devourer was exhausted, sprawled out on the ground. This was his second random teleport, and he kept ending up in the middle of nowhere. Whatever, let's try this again. Devourer pictured the place where Rine went to sell the Mana Stone. Hastontown, the scenery shifted. Humans, these pathetic losers actually made it this far? I should probably grant you lowlifes a favor. How about a glorious death? Funny guy, Devourer muttered. Demons getting cocky, huh? We're the 32nd ranked elite mercenary squad in the kingdom, the pride of the Tiger God Legion. Remember that name? We're going to be legendary across the continent. Seemed like a squad of mercenaries was raiding an ancient castle owned by a pretty female demon. She was the 17th descendant of the demon king Asmodeus, Melanphagria. Facing these humans trying to act tough, Agria was running out of patience. You've got the honor of knowing my name, now go die. The squad leader didn't even flinch at her intimidation. He drew his weapon and charged head-on. Agria spun her weapon, creating a shield that blocked every single strike. Another guy from the squad jumped in to help. The sight of these weak-ass mercenaries trying to provoke her made Agria sick. You humans don't know your place. I'm going to turn you all into dust. A massive burst of purple mana, radiating Agria's power, flooded the room. It was like a wildfire that swallowed the mercenaries in a heartbeat. Screams echoed, leaving only the leader standing. Agria raised her scepter to cast another spell. A blast of ice shot straight for the leader, but he was quick, dodging it in a flash. You think you're getting away with this? You witch! He grabbed a floor tile and hurled it at her. It wasn't magic, so it barely scratched Agria. She cursed him for an idiot and fired another volley of ice bullets. She thought it was over. But suddenly a shield popped up over his head. Agria was shocked. Didn't she already take out the mage with her mana blast? The leader rushed forward. The mage wasn't actually dead, though he was looking pretty rough. Agria was getting annoyed. She wanted to crush these bugs. She clenched her fist, and both she and the leader launched at each other like 2 missiles at top speed. A massive shockwave rocked the room, causing the walls to crumble and debris to fly everywhere. Both the leader and the demoness were knocked back, but they both realized the power that hit them didn't come from each other. Agria realized there was a third party involved. The leader was just as confused. He hadn't heard anything about another squad coming here. Agria forced herself up, looking genuinely worried now. If this new bunch was stronger and human, they were in deep trouble. They'd breached the Demon King's fortress for sure. Who the hell just dropped out of the sky? A tall, slender shadow emerged from the dust. Hey, you guys know which way to Hastontown? Both Agria and the mercenaries were stunned. The hell? Some random guy just falls from the sky, hits us, and then asks that, what the hell is this? Devourer lazily scratched his head. Look, I'm just trying to ask for directions. His eyes landed on Agria. Bring as many people as you want, you still aren't taking me down. Hot-headed for someone so pretty. Devourer realized the demoness, no, the succubus, in front of him was a demon king. But Agria gave him a totally different vibe from the demon kings he'd met before. Devourer sighed. Is this a generation gap thing? Have I really gotten that old? While he was spacing out, the yelling started up again. You bastard, you're gonna pay for wrecking my castle. Ha! Let me show you a real taste of pain. Just then, reinforcements arrived. Buffed up and fueled by rage, the leader ordered an attack and Agrea jumped right back into the fray. Soon enough, they were back at each other's throats. Devourer stood to the side, completely invisible to them. Hey, wait a minute, guys! Nobody paid him any mind seriously, not a soul. Watch this, your magic isn't doing squat to us. Humans talk a big game, don't they? We got backup, don't be scared, get him! You low-life pests! Devourer wasn't giving up. Can anyone just tell me the way to Haston Town? Still, nobody gave a damn. Rocks were raining down like hail, and Devourer was getting pretty ticked off sitting in the middle of this mess. He had to find Rine, or Patrick was going to chew his head off. But Devourer forgot he had zero sense of direction. Even after teleporting a bunch of times, he still couldn't find that town. Those mooks busy beating the hell out of each other aren't going to give me any answers, that's for sure. Devourer stood up, feeling sluggish and ready to bounce, but some merc piped up with a nasty attitude. Hey, you piece of trash! Get over here and give us a hand. Devourer was already itching for a fight, and that comment was the straw that broke the camel's back. He straight up snapped. Shut your trap! His body started morphing into that monster form, unleashing a massive wave of mana. Devourer's mana was suffocating, heavy as lead, like an abyss swallowing those mercs in the room whole. Things went south real fast. The only thing stuck in Agria's mind was the sound of them screaming for mercy. By the time she snapped out of it, that whole crew of dozens was already wiped off the map by Devourer. He even let out a massive burp. That's wicked! You're insane! You might even be stronger than me! Agria's eyes were sparkling as she started trying to cozy up to him. I'm super interested in you. I want to know everything. Before Devourer could even get a word in, Agria went on a full-blown verbal rampage. What's your deal? What was that huge black thing earlier? Where'd you stash it? Oh, and what's the secret to getting that strong? Devourer shot her a look of pure disgust. The generation gap is real, and it's a pain in the ass. He hated kids, especially this pink-haired brat with butterfly wings fluttering in front of his face. Agria realized she was being a bit extra. She reeled it back in and muttered, "My bad, Devourer." Then she went all out with a theatrics to introduce herself again. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the famous and glorious Demon King, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus Melanphagria. This flashy display just made Devourer dislike her even more, but he figured he should at least be polite and return the favor. Devourer tried to spit out his name, but he realized that was a bad move. If his identity leaked now, word that the master of the ancient core had left the dungeon would spread like wildfire. Patrick would never let that slide. Devourer didn't want to get his head chewed off by the old man, so he decided to feed her a fake name. I'm Swando Runier. In his head, Devourer pictured some dude with a blinding, cheesy grin named Swando Runier, 32 and looking for love. God, even thinking about that name made him want to gag. Too bad his brain was totally fried and he couldn't come up with anything better. Can I call you Mr. Swando then? Do whatever you want. Sweet. Well then, Mr. Swando, thanks a million for saving me, even if it was kinda unnecessary. This kid was respectful enough, I guess, just a bit of a weirdo and way too chatty. Devourer waved her off, telling her to pipe down, but Agria's mouth just kept running at full speed. No. If you hadn't helped me, I hate to admit it, but I probably would have gotten smoked by those guys. So you saved me, but it's not like I actually needed you to save me. Note, 1,000 words of the little Demon King's speech have been cut for your sanity. Devourer was getting a headache, but finally she hit the main point. Agria said since he saved her, she owed him one. You need help with anything, Mr. Swando? Yeah. Devourer snatched at that lifeline like a drowning man. You know the way to Haston Town? Aha, Haston, huh? Seeing her reaction, Devourer's hopes started blooming like spring flowers. If she could point him toward that town, Rine could finally get back home. But life's a bitch. Agria dumped a bucket of ice water on him. Wait, what's a Haston? The smile vanished from Devourer's face. Damn it, this kid doesn't even know what Haston is, let alone where it's at. He wasted all that time for nothing. Devourer briefly considered just eating the brat, but decided against it. Fine, whatever. Where's the nearest human village? He didn't want to be a baby eater, so he let it slide. She was the future of the demon world, after all. She did know about the nearest city, though, Liege. Devourer was even more stunned. Had he really teleported all the way near the royal capital? The real kicker was that by carriage it would take 2 months to get from Haston to Liege. Something wrong, Mr. Swando? Is there a problem? It's too far. Devourer was officially done. Too far? Got it. So you want to go somewhere far. Why not use a teleportation wheel? The hell is that? You don't know? Devourer really didn't. Agria was stoked to finally know something Mr. Swando didn't, so she happily explained. A teleportation wheel is this human gizmo made with magic and alchemy. It can teleport people through space. From what I hear, there's one in the capital, Liege. Agria was so gung-ho, she actually led Devourer all the way to Liege. He wasn't sure if Rine had even made it to the capital, but any lead was better than nothing. Once Agria found out he was looking for a silver-haired girl, she promised to help with everything she had. But wait, wasn't she a demon king? What about your palace? Are you worried about me? Don't bother. Agria flashed a mischievous grin. I'm a demon king born in this ultimate body to rule. The palace isn't the point. Wherever I am, that is the demon realm, and every demon around is my soldier. Devourer thought about it for a sec. Basically, this kid could summon demons whenever she felt like it. That's some scary power. Yeah, I can summon them, but I haven't actually tried it yet. Figures, kids are kids, totally unreliable. Seeing the look of pure contempt on Devourer's face, Agrea started squawking that just because her dad could do it, she definitely could too. Plus, since Devourer had already smashed her palace to bits, it wasn't like she could stay there anyway, so it made perfect sense for her to tag along with him. Enough yapping. Agrea got back to the main point, gathering info on Rine for Devourer. Still, Devourer had a sinking feeling that hanging out with this brat was going to lead to nothing but trouble. But whatever. Cross that bridge when you get to it. The first place Agrea led Devourer to was a pub. Looking at the full beer mug in front of him, he realized his biggest trouble right now wasn't the demons, it was Agrea. Ugh, I've got a long road ahead of me, why are we wasting time here? Agrea just slammed her mug down the whole thing and let out a massive burp. Man, it's been forever since I've had a drop of booze. This feels amazing. You really don't get the human world, do you, Mr. Swando? The tavern is honestly the best spot to sniff out some real intel. Seeing Devourer eyeing her with that sketch look, Agrea kept trying to play it cool. Just look around and keep your ears open. Every conversation in here is gold. You won't find this kind of dirt anywhere else. Devourer scanned the room, seeing nothing but a bunch of drunks passing out. But Agrea was focused on something else. A bulletin board plastered with all kinds of notes. Devourer walked over to get a better look. The first thing that caught his eye was a list of raiding parties currently hitting the dungeons. It was basically a heads-up to stop too many crews from storming the same spot at once. You know, because that just messes with the loot split. Honestly, Agrea thought humans were idiots for that. She knew the bigger the party, the better the odds of actually making it out alive. But greed keeps them thinking small, like moths flying straight into a bonfire. Whatever, man, it works out for us. Wait, us? Why are you roping me into this? Agrea caught that slip up instantly. Are you some kind of dungeon demon too? Wait, no, that's not it. Devourer was sweating bullets, totally caught off guard. Since when did this kid get so damn sharp? Agrea kept pushing, but he wasn't about to spill his guts to some stranger, so he just brushed it off. Seeing he was playing it tight, Agrea let it slide. Devourer's eyes darted across the board again, and he froze. He saw the name of his own dungeon on a notice. Thank God, the list for his dungeon was totally empty. That meant they still had time to go find Rine. What you're looking at? Check it out yourself. Devourer handed her the paper. Her eyes lit up. She seemed obsessed with the ancient core. So you know about this place? He asked it casually, but he'd basically triggered a trap. Agrea went off on a total tangent about the ancient core, how it's one of the 7 great dungeons, the ultimate dream for every demon. She was talking about how the ruler of that place is a literal god-tier being, the protector of the divine, the guy who punishes those blinded by greed, the absolute boss of all demons in this realm. Agrea's eyes were sparkling like crazy, totally clueless that the guy she was worshipping was standing right next to her. You know, that dungeon is my biggest dream. I gotta get stronger, because if I do, maybe one day I can finally meet Master Devourer. Devourer was dying to tell her, hey, you're talking to the guy right now, but obviously he couldn't. He just mumbled something vague to play along with the kid. Then she started bragging about her dad, saying he was a total beast, a real demon king who deserved the throne. Too bad some human even stronger than Asmodeus took him out. Some young hotshot hero, what was his name, something Burn? Wait, that guy beat a demon king? I really hope I never run into him. Devourer just nodded along. Agrea would probably have a heart attack if she knew the guy sitting in front of her swallowed that hero whole like it was nothing. Agrea got all deep, saying she didn't want to spend her whole life stuck guarding a dungeon like her old man. Her real goal was to build a world where demonkind could make their own dungeons. That's what kept her grinding to get stronger. Well, isn't that wild? For the first time, Devourer didn't find her annoying. Man, being young is something else, always full of big dreams and crazy ambitions. He remembered being like her back in the day, just buzzing with energy and belief. Devourer used to lead a massive army, conquering everything in his path. He tried to master every bit of knowledge in the world, trying to outsmart everyone else. Devourer used to help people out too, whenever they tugged at his heartstrings. But he gave everything away so many times, only to realize it was all for nothing. Nowadays, Lord Devourer's only goal was to sleep all day. A dream to sleep all day? Same here, kid, we might actually have something in common. Agrea had been rambling so long that the booze finally kicked in, and she face-planted onto the table. A second later, she was out, snoring like a chainsaw. Man, whatever. Devourer just grabbed a room and lugged the kid upstairs. But because of that, he totally missed the guy who walked in to update the bulletin board. That notice should have gone up yesterday, but the tavern owner was a slacker. And the new notice? It was the exact nightmare Devourer didn't want to see, the 7 great dungeons, ancient core, raiding party Fjord Duel, 31 members, led by Captain Nufim. 72-hour clearance window starting from notice time. The next morning, Agrea woke up feeling like her head was being split open by an axe. Devourer was yawning his head off, too. When he looked at Agrea, he was so shocked he practically did a backflip. Hey, Swano, what the hell are you so jumpy about? My eyes are failing me, right? Why do you look like a kid? I'm not a kid. Okay, a teenager then. Agrea lost it and started throwing haymakers at Devourer's face. He didn't even fight back. He was just too stunned that she'd shrunk into a toddler overnight. She was punching, kicking, and pulling his hair, explaining that she hadn't shrunk. The adult version he saw yesterday was just a magic disguise. She only used it so humans wouldn't look down on her. This right here was her real form. It's a transformation spell. It lets me look like my future self for a while. Basically, when I grow up, I'll be just as gorgeous as you saw yesterday. She let out a cackle. Devourer was speechless. Great, she wasn't just high maintenance and moody, she was a total narcissist too. He sat down so he was eye level with her and started giving the kid a serious look. Got it yet, Mr. Swano? I'm not a kid. Yeah, sure. You don't sound like you mean it at all. Doesn't matter. What matters is we gotta get you some new clothes. Devourer was annoyed because right now she looked like a little girl drowning in a mountain of adult laundry. Meanwhile, back in the Hostin estate, the ancient core raiding party from Liege had finally arrived. They were demanding the Count open the gates for them right this second. That set the Count of Hastin off, and he was absolutely fuming. Usually, for anything above a B-rank dungeon, you need the local lord's permission to waltz in. But these guys just showed up unannounced and were acting like they owned the place. It was a total slap in the face, but most of them were tied to the Three Eyes organization. Since they were basically the royal guild, and this whole raid was an official royal order, there wasn't a damn thing the Count could do, no matter how pissed he was. You really think this crew can actually make it to the center of the ancient core? This guild's under the crown, and this whole expedition team is basically doing the royal bidding. So, no matter how pissed off the healer was, he couldn't do a damn thing about it. You really think this squad's got what it takes to reach the ancient core? The maid standing by just stayed silent and shook her head. Honestly, that's exactly what Wytak was thinking too. This expedition team only has 31 people, and it's led by some guy named Neem. Never heard of him. Wytak can't figure out what the Three-Eyed Clan and the royal family are planning, but he's worried that if they keep half-assing these ancient core expeditions, Hastin is going to hit rock bottom fast. He started wondering if he should request a stronger team, and his maid suggested the Wings Magic Tower. That's the same branch where Rine went to sell mana stones a while back. But how would an outsider like him know that? He just knew the Wings Magic Tower had been hoarding a ton of high-grade mana stones lately, and nobody knew where they were coming from. Even without knowing the full scoop, Wytak guessed they were laying the groundwork for a dungeon raid. I mean, Wings is an A-rank magic tower. With that much high-quality mana, they could totally pull off a core raid. With that in mind, Wytak made his move. Send a commission request to the Wings Magic Tower, tell them I'll hook them up with fat stacks of cash and fame, so they can raid that ancient core before those three-eyed freaks even get a chance. But it wasn't going to be that easy. The moment he thought that, his office door got kicked wide open. You the Lord Wytak? Who the hell are you? Nephrim. You wouldn't open the gate even after we knocked a dozen times, so I took the liberty of walking in. Neem didn't give a crap about respect, he just plopped down on the sofa nearby. When the Lord demanded to know why they showed up uninvited, he shot him the creepiest look imaginable. Didn't you get the royal documents? What? Is there some reason we aren't allowed to be here? Hey Nephrim, what's with that look? Smile, man. We're guests. By the way, I need something sweet, bring me some chocolate. The green-haired guy seemed a bit more chill, but he was really just barking orders at Wytak too. Wytak was fuming, but these guys were sent by the royal family, he couldn't touch them. Wytak swallowed his pride, told the maid to go get the snacks, and sat down across from the two of them. The papers only got here a day ago, you guys are fast. When are you heading out? We were gonna leave today, but something came up, so it'll be tomorrow. That cool? Wytak was trying to stall for time so he could send that commission to the Wings Magic Tower, so he kept playing games with Neem and his team. Why don't you stay a few days? Let yourself get rested and comfortable, but Neem shot that down hard. Nah, if you don't care about us, that's fine. We'll just swing by the Wings Magic Tower and then take off. Why are you going there? You got friends there or something? Not really, I'm just planning on wiping them out. The sheer savagery in Neem's expression made Wytak's skin crawl. He couldn't wrap his head around why he'd say that. Like he was reading the Lord's mind, Neem explained that Hassan's security is a total joke. In a dump like this, listening in on private conversations with magic is easier than breathing. Wytak's entire plan to hire the Wings Magic Tower to block the Three-Eyed Expedition team had been overheard by these guys. We're here on royal orders to secure the border. You think we're just going to sit back and let you block us? We're taking out anyone who gets in our way. I'm sorry, I won't request any more expedition teams. Go whenever the hell you want. Under the pressure from Neem, Lord Wytak folded. The scumbag was clearly human, but he was just as terrifying as a demon. Meanwhile, Patrick was in the dungeon, working on his hand-to-hand combat drills against some clay dummies. With the sharp instincts of an undead soldier, he knew the enemy was almost at the gates. Over on the other side, following Agria's lead, Devourer finally stumbled up to the city gate. He asked the guard about using the teleportation wheel, but the guy told him that was way too far off. To be exact, it was at the citadel right next to the royal palace. To get there, Devourer had to pass through 3 more layers of walls. How long does it take to get there? Devourer asked suspiciously. This is already starting to sound like bad news. Let's see. If you walk, it's probably going to take a week minimum. A week? Devourer nearly shouted, scaring the daylights out of the guard. This is bad. If things keep going like this, he's not just losing Rine, Patrick's probably going to bail too. Devourer was spiraling into despair. Agria suggested they use a flight spell, but that was a total no-go. Because if they used mana for magic, the humans would sniff them out instantly. Plus, the mana inside Devourer is massive. If he couldn't control that release, it would be a total disaster. Just as Devourer and Agria were losing their minds, a savior stepped in. You two looking a bit lost? Sorry for eavesdropping, but it sounds like you're trying to get to the teleportation gate, right? Yeah, but who are you? I'm a flying carriage driver. The old guy pointed to a carriage behind him. It was pulled by a weird-looking creature with wings on its back. He explained it was a 4th-gen discarded homunculus, a failed experiment from the Empire's artificial angel project. Even if it looked a bit gross, the thing was strong, obedient, and most importantly, it could fly. Too bad they scrapped it because it couldn't hit the target of destroying churches. So, human homunculus experiments are over then? Agrea asked. No way, this empire would never give up on that kind of power, but that's not what matters right now. Agrea looked the carriage over. It looked pretty solid. The old driver pitched the deal. If they took this ride, it'd only take 3 hours to reach the gate. Add an hour for clearance, and that's 4 hours total. And the price? 8 gold coins for the trip. Devourer's jaw dropped. 8 gold means 800 silver. They spent all of 8 silver to stay at the tavern last night. This was straight-up highway robbery. Sorry, pal, I don't have that kind of cash. Agrea looked stressed. You think I have that? Devourer started panicking again when he accidentally touched something in his bag. He opened it up and saw the note Patrick left. To the clumsy idiot, one day you're gonna have to thank me. Attached were some gold coins. Thanks to that, they were finally able to get moving. As they sat on the flying carriage, Agrea couldn't help but wonder who gave Devourer all that money. One of my subordinates back at the secret dungeon. Yeah, I guess you're right. I am a dungeon monster after all. So, why are you wandering around? I got kicked out, okay? Happy now? Devourer didn't want to spill too much, so he just made up some BS to get the brat off his back. So, your subordinate got the boot just like you? Yep, Devourer was getting ticked off. Damn, why is she asking so many questions? Honestly, I'm kinda jealous. Even after getting exiled, you've still got a loyal lackey sweating over you. I wish I had a partner like that. I want a life like yours. Having someone who actually cares about you and looking out for them in return. What else could you possibly want? Agrea dropped her act and got all serious, which actually got Devourer thinking. A few hours later, they reached the axle spot, but man, it was just one disaster after another. It's currently shut down for the auction's safety protocols and won't be back up until 8. If you're interested, you're welcome to join the auction. The receptionist handed Devourer a flyer detailing the auction. It was being held for a single item, the beheader, one of the 36 recently discovered virtuous masterpieces. Devourer felt like he'd been struck by lightning. That's Rine's weapon. No mistake about it. There's only one of those things in the whole world. So why the hell is it in human hands? Don't tell me something happened to Rine. This makes zero sense. Rine is a beast. Even the bosses of the other 7 dungeons have to watch their step around her. She didn't get the title Sword-Wielding Maid for nothing. How the hell could any human threaten her life and swipe the beheader? Devourer started flashing back to the last time he saw Rine. Her gear back then, she didn't have anywhere left to hide a weapon. Was she actually okay when she fought those humans? Rene's different from Patrick. He's fine even without his blade. Sure, Patrick's way deadlier with a sword, but Rine? She's a different story. If the sword-wielding maid loses her weapon, what's she even got left? The more Devourer thought about it, the more his head spun. Agrea was starting to freak out too. Probably because Swando's face looked absolutely terrifying right now. Devourer clenched his fists. His body started shifting, mana leaking everywhere, spiraling out of control. So, Rine, my subordinate, was murdered by those low-life, bottom-feeding humans? The pressure from Devourer's transformation sent the receptionist stumbling backward. The guy was shaking like a leaf, screaming, "Stay back, you monster!" But Devourer didn't give a crap. His last shreds of sanity weren't enough to contain his body and that surging mana anymore. He only had one thought rattling around in his brain. If Rine was really taken out by those pathetic humans, then slaughtering every single one of these bastards here is just justice. "Swando!" Agrea screamed, her tiny hands grabbing onto Devourer's arm. "Swando, chill out! Wake up! What the hell is going on? Talk to me!" Devourer turned his head and gave her a look that definitely didn't scream friendship. "I'm only saying this once. The beheader, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. There's only one in existence, right? As far as I know, yeah. But why are you asking me that out of the blue? Because I've been looking for it for a long, long time. It belongs to a friend of mine. I have to find it. You don't need to help me anymore. Thanks for everything up to this point." Devourer shoved Agrea away. The last bit of logic he had left told him not to hurt the kid. At least he knew the way to Haston now. Devourer genuinely advised Agrea to stay as far away from him as possible from now on. But Agrea wasn't the kind of kid who listened. "Swando, is that the friend you were talking about?" "A demon with the form of a silver-haired woman. A warrior who uses the beheader, the sword-wielding maid. Miss Rine, right?" Devourer didn't know why this brat was suddenly acting like a genius, but he didn't want Agrea digging any deeper into his business. But glaring or using that scary voice of his didn't work on her anymore, because Agrea knew who Devourer really was. I mean, Rine's reputation was huge, after all. If Devourer had basically confirmed that Rine was his friend, it wasn't hard for her to figure out he was the master of the ancient core. "Fine, you got me. I'm Devourer," he admitted. But that didn't even register for Agrea, so Swando is definitely a subordinate of the ancient core master, Devourer. Am I right? Damn, is this girl born stupid or does she practice? Devourer let out a long, frustrated sigh. He didn't even bother trying to argue or deny it anymore. "I don't know what crazy, suicidal crap you're planning, so I'm helping you, and you can't say no. Don't sweat it. You've got me on your side now." Devourer realized that aside from being a bit airheaded and weird, she was actually kind of reliable. So, the next day at the auction, Agrea showed up looking completely different. She even put in the effort to dress up and do her hair, trying to look like some fancy noble lady. Agreya and Devourer headed to the service entrance of the auction house. It was dead quiet, with only one guard stationed there. Probably because all the real guests were using the main entrance. Hey, can we get into the auction through here? Sure, this way. But first I need your IDs. What are your names? I'm Agreya of the Mel's family, and this here is Swando, my servant. The guard checked his guest list and didn't see her name. No surprise there. But Agreya didn't look bothered at all. She played dumb, asking Devourer if he brought the invitation. And while the guard was busy being confused about why no invitations were even sent out for this auction, Devourer served him a massive punch to the face. Here's your invitation. An invitation to the afterlife. After dealing with the guard, Devourer turned on Agreya. Seeing her acting like a little kid earlier, he really wasn't feeling this fancy, grown-up outfit she was rocking. You're just a kid. Stop dressing like that. I'm telling you for the last time, I am not a kid! Yeah, whatever, let's go. Take that back. Meanwhile, Rine, the one Devourer was working so hard to find, was hiding out in a different dungeon. And it was none other than the Stay Castle. She was lying flat on her bed, tears streaming down her face. Rine knew she couldn't go back to the ancient core anymore. Scenes from 80 years ago flooded back into her memory. That was when the Grabia forest was torched by humans. The area was protected by a spirit named Grabia. People called her the Witch of the Earth. The ancient core dungeon used that forest as its own natural fortress. Back then, Devourer had unleashed a brutal massacre on those forest burners just to make a good impression on Grapenia. That was also the first time he met Rine, back when humans had captured her and thrown her in a dungeon. Even though it had nothing to do with burning down the forest, he was still drawn to the little thing locked away in that dark hole. Rine was so tiny and pathetic back then. Given Devourer's temper, he should just wiped her out to make sure there weren't any witnesses left to the massacre. But for some reason that day, Devourer just used his power to smash the dungeon wide open. You're free now. Go wherever you want. But don't expect me to help you get out of here. If you want to die rotting in this place or find a way out, that's your call. Leo Lao. Rapina is looking for a maid named Leo Lao. Since there was nobody else around but Rine, Devourer just assumed she was the one. After breaking the cell door, he took off without another word. I guess that was as far as Devourer's curiosity-driven mercy went. Rine was just left there, sitting in a daze. Leo Lao is the name of a maid serving the head of the house, and it's also a title for the most talented maid. The Leo Lao Devourer was looking for is a head maid, while this tiny girl had never been called or known by that name. Being just a thing like her, she didn't have a name. But because of what happened that day, a little seed was planted in Rine's heart, one that started to take root and sprout over time. But the current Rine is still stuck in her own head, hiding and creeping around the Che Castle. Ebby really wants to talk some sense into her, but Rine is dead set on not going back to the Hellcore. Ebby doesn't want to force her either. She just knows that with how Devourer and Patrick are, they're definitely tearing the world apart looking for Rine. And if they find out she got played by humans and ended up like this, a bloodbath is inevitable. If you're just going to live like a ghost, then cover your tracks properly. It doesn't have to be perfect, just try not to be so clumsy. Patrick will get what you're up to and handle it. Ebbe also let it slip that the Nephrim expedition team is coming, so the ancient core is going to be swamped dealing with them for a few days. Hearing that, Rine instinctively balled her hands into fists. Miss B. Rine is planning to go somewhere far away just to breathe some fresh air. Ebbe wants to stop her because she noticed Rine's right eye is getting blurry and doesn't feel right letting her go alone. But Rine insists she's fine and just wants to grab her sword before she heads out. Meanwhile, after getting into the auction, Devourer is using force on the guards to shake them down for info on the head severing blade. He finds out the weapon was sent from the Twin Wings magic tower in Hostentown. After getting what he needed, Devourer leaves the guy half alive and heads out with Agreya. Damn it, that psycho almost killed me. I'm just a guard, what did I ever do? Go to hell, you bastard. The guard thought Devourer was long gone and started talking smack, but out of nowhere, he appeared right behind him like the Grim Reaper. You're right, you didn't do anything wrong, you just happened to annoy me. Devourer's body starts shifting and a terrifying mana aura starts leaking out. By the time the guy realized he was dealing with a monster, it was already too late. Devourer has always loathed humans. They love dressing up massacres with fancy words like expedition or conquest, then acting all righteous while storming dungeons to kill without ever feeling a shred of guilt for the innocent creatures they slaughter. Did they do anything to deserve being killed? No, neither did I, but you're human. You're my enemy. That's why I'm doing this. Everyone knows how that guard's story ends. At the same time, someone in the auction hall just dropped a bid of 35 billion gold, which quickly skyrocketed to 70 billion. Gwyn and Gazot are handling security for the auction, the commander and vice commander of the Black Lake Legion. Since everything's been running so smooth, they were just about to head out for a bite. But out of nowhere, hell breaks loose. The auctioneer was just about to reveal the third item and wrap things up when a bunch of tentacles burst out from behind and wrapped around him. Who said that? I'm the one ending this auction. Both Gwyn and Gazot were scared out of their wits by the sudden ambush. Up on the stage, Devourer appeared in his terrifying half-human, half-demon form. You're all here for the head-severing blade, right? Gwyn is one of the Empire's 3 heroes, along with B and another one. But after the first Hellcore expedition, B was killed in action. People were furious because it was clearly just a personal vendetta. That backlash put a ton of pressure on the remaining two heroes. Even so, Gwyn has always been dedicated to protecting the people and serving the country. So the second she saw Devourer kill that auctioneer, she was ready to throw down right then and there. Gazote is the level-headed one, so she quickly held Gwyn back. Gwyn might be too hot-headed to realize how dangerous the opponent is, but Gazote saw it clearly. The thing standing on that stage isn't just dangerous, it's pure walking destruction. If Gwyn charges in now, she's dead meat. Devourer closes in on the head-severing blade. He hates to admit it, but this thing reeks of its master. So it's definitely not a fake. Devourer is now 100% sure that Rine was attacked by humans and robbed of her weapon. Sorry, but this thing already has an owner, so I'm taking it back. He says sorry, but there isn't a drop of sincerity in his voice, just pure killing intent. The guests in the hall can definitely feel it. They're panicking, screaming for the guards to stop Devourer. I'll rip you all to shreds and bury you with this blade. Devourer growls the threat, and he's not just talking. He really is planning to bury this whole room along with it. Rine, you think I'm gonna let you do that? Launching himself through the crowd, Gwyn moves at top speed, heading straight for Devourer. He thinks to himself, fast little brat, ain't she? Her form is slick and her gear is top tier, but sadly, she just doesn't have that elite talent. Evidence, Devourer didn't even move and Gwyn still couldn't land a clean hit. On top of that, she's got no weapons besides those gloves. A twisted thought crossed Devourer's mind. In that case, I should just rip those hands off and crush them into tiny pieces. Though, to be fair, Devourer is actually pretty impressed by her. At the very least, she's not a step behind B when it comes to power. Gwyn unleashes her crusher technique, dumping every ounce of strength into a punch. Devourer just catches it with his bare hand. The result? When my hand just brushed against those stiff gloves, I got sent flying. The whole place went to hell, rocks and rubble exploding everywhere. Gwyn was on edge, waiting, but damn, Devourer didn't even drop. Ha! So you ain't just some regular human, huh? The second he spoke, the hair on the back of Gwyn's neck stood straight up. That crushing move she pulled? It's a finishing blow that usually wipes out dungeon bosses without leaving a single scrap of DNA behind. Even the Apocalypse clone, which is supposed to tank 3 full-on hits, got erased in one shot by that skill. Yet Devourer is still standing there, looking fresh? Gwyn stared him down. His face was pure malice, eyes sprouting from his cheeks, and that black mist just swirling all around his body. There was no way that was human. She had her suspicions from the jump, but now it finally hit her. Devourer wasn't just some run-of-the-mill monster. What kind of freaky entity was this guy? Gwyn was wound tight as a spring, eyes glued to his every move. Devourer hauled himself up, grinding his teeth. Then the 2 eyes on his left side flared up and he cracked a grin. Vicious, absolutely savage. Total bummer. Dark energy was suffocating the room. Gwyn stood there like a statue, not because she didn't get what was going down, but because the pressure Devourer was putting out was so insane, she was frozen, straight up not knowing what the hell to do. Just then, Gazote came sprinting out of nowhere like a maniac, eyes full of pure desperation. Damn it, don't come any closer. Get back. The place went dead silent. Sir Swando, are you all right? Agria's voice snapped Devourer back to reality. The kid was freaking out, thinking Devourer didn't make it. After Gwyn's hit, the whole scene was a total wreck. Even I didn't get how I was still in one piece. That move of hers wasn't something any human could just toss out. It felt like it was trying to punch a hole straight through my heart. It was strong enough to almost force me into my true form. That's the absolute worst-case scenario. Just picturing Patrick's face if he found out I'd been exposed was giving me a stress headache from hell. Thank God that didn't happen. Before, I was only focused on taking Gwyn out and didn't even notice Gazote. She was the one who cleared out all the guests in the auditorium. And at the last second, Gazote cast a bunch of protection spells on Gwyn, barely dragging her out of the attack I was about to drop. I'm never forgetting those 2 faces. I let out a mocking laugh. You two are actually kind of fun. Gazote used teleportation to haul Gwyn out of there. They hit the middle of the street with a landing that definitely wasn't easy on the backside. People on the street saw Gwyn and rushed over. She was banged up pretty bad, so they started screaming for a healer to get over there. Gwyn struggled to sit up with everyone helping out. She'd never felt so humiliated in her life. She's an Empire hero for crying out loud, and she got wiped by some no-name monster in one hit. If Gwyn knew the guy who smashed her was the master of the Hellcore, she probably wouldn't feel so triggered. But she didn't know. She just thought Devourer was some loser nobody, and that made it sting even more. Her head was throbbing like a drum, and her first thought was, is everyone at the auction still safe? And Gazote? Gazote? Are you? Gwyn looked around, panicked, like I could hear her whispering from all the way over here. Gwyn thanked the heavens. Gazote was safe, appearing right in front of her. If it weren't for Gazote, this time next year would be Gwyn's memorial service. But real quick, Gwyn noticed something was wrong. If you look close, Gazote's entire right arm was gone, bandaged up, but the blood wouldn't stop soaking through. Gazote, your arm. Don't worry, it's not going to kill me. Gwyn hugged her comrade and just started sobbing. In that moment, she felt like the biggest failure of a hero. Couldn't stop the monster and got her teammate crippled to boot. Gazote, I'm so sorry. Gwyn kept apologizing, couldn't stop the choking sobs. Ginastoria. Gazote, sharp as ever, snapped her commander back to reality. Get a grip, you're an Empire hero. What kind of hero bawls their eyes out like this? People expect more from you. Then Gazote softened her voice like she was talking to a kid and used her remaining hand to wipe the tears off Gwyn's face. Gwyn might not have realized it, but Gazote did. The thing they just went up against? That was Devourer, the ancient core dungeon master. Huh? What are you talking about? Stop messing around. There's no way a monster like that would show up here. Gwyn felt like she just heard the most lame, ridiculous joke on the planet. I don't know why, but I'm certain it's him, that vile black disaster. That's Devourer's monster. Gazelle could be sure because during the fight she saw the marks left on the opponent by the hero, Bihan. Plus the marks were fresh, maybe less than a month old. And the only monster who ever took a hit from Bihan and lived to talk about it was Devourer. This is way heavier than we thought, Gwyn. If this keeps up, the Empire is going to fall. If it really is Devourer, shouldn't we be stopping him? This is human territory, we've got the upper hand here. But Gazelle wasn't buying it. Devourer was a power level way outside human limits. This wasn't something Gwyn or Gazelle could just solve with raw strength. Hell, both of them together wouldn't even make a dent. Like just now, Gazelle knew they couldn't take him. So the only play was to head back to the Demon Suppression Alliance, get back up and report it to the Royals. So I'm gonna move out alone first. But in this state, I can't teleport both of us. So Gwyn, you stay put. Gazelle finished using her healing magic to take the edge off Gwyn's wounds. It wasn't a full heal though. Before vanishing, she made sure to tell Gwyn one more time. Don't go wandering off, stay right here. As for Devourer, I was still weighing two options. Option 1, let the two escapees go and head straight for him. Option 2, hunt them down and erase them to make sure my identity stays locked down. I was pacing back and forth with such a headache. Agrea looked totally confused. But after thinking it over, I made the final call. I was safe for now anyway, and I'd already retrieved my weapon, the Head Cruncher. The main goal of this trip is still to find Rine, so we can't afford to waste any more time. Even though he doesn't know her current condition, Devourer is determined that even if she's been killed, he has to find her body at all costs. Get ready. Understood. What's wrong with you? Devourer notices Agrea looks a bit restless. Oh, nothing. Lord Swando, even though I witnessed your power at the Demon King's castle, you seem way stronger than I imagined after this little stunt. Even though you said you were friends with Lady Rine, you seem even stronger than her. Who the hell are you exactly? Just when I thought I knew, you proved me wrong. Even Gazos managed to guess Devourer's identity, yet Agrea, who's been glued to his side for days, has no clue. Devourer flicks Agrea on the forehead. This brat is seriously annoying. He promises to tell her the whole truth once everything is finished. Now, let's get this over with. Show them the power of a demon king. Agrea nods, then shifts back into that form from earlier with her butterfly wings and demonic horns. Agrea holds her glowing staff. With a chant, she raises it high and a blast of purple light surges upward, carrying a massive wave of mana into the sky. Then a massive explosion rocks the area. The shockwave ripples across the whole city, smoke and fire filling the sky, leaving the townspeople panicking and clueless about what just went down. This commotion draws Gwyn's attention too. She quickly realizes the explosion came from the direction of the auction house. Damn it, attacking right in the middle of the capital? Do those damn monsters even care how many people are in the capital? Gwyn stumbles to her feet, wanting to do something, but she suddenly remembers Gazot's warning. Don't wander off no matter what happens and wait for him to return. Gwyn is torn, her heart racing, when suddenly a small hand grabs her arm. Gwyn looks down to see a kid. Miss, my dad is that way. Gwyn grinds her teeth. In that moment, her mind is made up. She is the hero Gwyn Astoria, and she won't hide from a monster like that no matter the price she has to pay. Back at the scene, Devourer struggles out of the rubble. Damn it. He told Agrea to erase their tracks at the auction house. Instead, she went and used wide-scale restructuring magic. That high-level spell caused a massive explosion, collapsing the ground and burying everything. Everything is settled now, right? Everything is basically gone now. Agrea says with a bright grin. Hey, you really shouldn't use magic like that here. Can you stop interfering with how I do things? Getting the job done is all that matters. I finished them all off. Everything ended neatly and thoroughly. What more do you want from me now? Devourer is speechless. It was thorough, all right, but the shockwave it left behind is way too huge. He wanted a clean getaway, but Agrea made as much noise as a neon sign. It was definitely a mistake to trust this kid with something so important. But whatever, it's done, and now a whole new pile of trouble is coming their way. Do you even remember the way to the Warp Gate hub now? Oh yeah, I got it. Devourer is itching to get to Hostin immediately, but it's too late. Those heroes or guards or whatever are bound to come swarming in any second. Even in the heat of the moment, Agrea starts asking random questions. From the start, she knew Devourer wanted to go to Hostin, but even now, she has no idea where Hostin actually is. Don't you know where the ancient core is? Oh, right. I know, it's one of the 7 great dungeons I'm a fan of. The town is right next to it. Devourer gives Agrea a mission. Head to the Warp Gate and defend it first. Once he handles everything here, he'll meet her there. Because a bunch of humans have already gathered to block his path, led by the Blue Crane Subjugation Squad, one of the 9 pillar families of the Empire. The leader is a guy with an eye patch. After announcing who he is, he demands Devourer state his name. Devourer looks at them with his tired, sleepy eyes. So many of them. Humans always have to work in groups. He doesn't get why they're so obsessed with that, but when humans pack together like this, they're a real pain. Especially since they've all been trained to have the skills for monster subjugation. It's a good thing there aren't any heroes like Baun or Gwyn here. Devourer thinks to himself with these small fry, it shouldn't take him too long to mop them up. You want to know who I am? Let me think if I should even bother telling you. Devourer flips his right wrist, and mana starts flowing out like a spring. I am your enemy. At the same time, at the ancient core, the subjugation squad led by Nephrim starts moving in. Sivia, Nephrim's aide, notices something weird. When the team entered the first room, it was full of disgusting, dirty monster corpses. But the second room they've entered is way too clean, like someone already tidied it up. What do you guys make of this? The other team members start wondering too. They all feel it's pretty bizarre. There's no way Bound's army would bother cleaning up while they're busy fighting. And normal monsters aren't smart enough to do that. Hey, could it be a high-intelligence monster that did this? Wait a minute. Wasn't Bound's army supposed to have cleared up to the 5th room on the 3rd path? That means only the boss room is left? There's no way a monster would clean all of this up. What are you talking about? If it cleaned this place, why didn't it clean the 1st room? Nephrim snaps, realizing his subordinates are starting to panic. This isn't a trap, it's just a distraction to mess with our heads. He waves his hand in the air, shouting like he's losing it. Monsters, quit playing games. Are you trying to trick us? Nephrim's voice echoes endlessly through the cave. After a long while, a new voice chimes in. You guys are way too loud. You're exhausting me, and my bones are aching even more. I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I just cleaned this place because it looked so messy. I knew people would come to conquer the dungeon, but you're even noisier than I imagined. How annoying. A pair of glowing eyes appears at the end of the path. Nephrim immediately goes on high alert, ordering Sivia to cast a spell. She raises her hand and a bright fireball flies toward the end of the tunnel. Finally, they can see clearly what the creature is. Too bright, you idiots. Why do you keep throwing your lives away coming here? Nephrim grinds his teeth. He immediately recognizes the opponent as the knight Patrick. He'd actually prepped a whole grand introduction for them, but I guess Patrick's rep precedes him, seeing as these humans clocked him the second they locked eyes. With a chill, sarcastic tone, Patrick started barking orders. Take a chill pill, will ya? Stop acting all tense, drop the weapons, and let's actually talk. And you, little mage, cut the stance. Also, you lot in the back, back off, I don't dig crowds. Patrick hadn't even finished his sentence before the wind started howling. It was Nephrim, coming in hot with his daggers, tearing through the air to strike him down. Patrick just raised a hand, looking annoyed. How rude, not even a hello before you start swinging. Whatever, just drop dead. Nephrim let out a roar, unleashing an ice spell that sent a massive wave crashing straight toward Patrick. It was on. Patrick sighed as he started fighting back. He'd been dealing with intruders like this for centuries. It was all so routine, so boring. Didn't matter who showed up, Patrick was always going to win anyway. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as Nephrim took on Patrick with his twin rapiers. A moment later, his weapons were knocked aside. Nephrim was gasping for air. Those last few moves had drained him completely, while Patrick just let out a bored grunt at seeing his opponent disarmed. Huh, you actually pack a different kind of punch than the rest of these losers, don't ya? Without missing a beat, Nephrim immediately burned through a bunch of buffs, strength boosts, precognition, light steps, silent moves, you name it. Patrick finally got why the kid was so strong. I mean, with that much magical support, it'd be weird if he wasn't. Still, those effects never last long. He did the math in his head. Probably only got about a minute left. Just as Patrick went to lift his sword, his whole body seized up and he crashed hard to the ground. It was a paralysis spell. Patrick cursed under his breath. This cheap-ass trick again? Nephrim just flashed a cocky, winning grin. So who's the winner now? You prick. I can't believe you were actually strong enough to push me this far. Patrick tilted his head towards Sylvia. That shy little girl actually has some decent magic. To think she managed to lock me down for a sec. Oh, so I guess I should have dealt with the mage first, huh? Nephrim didn't waste time, rudely stomping his boot onto Patrick's chest. Just die! He gripped his rapiers with both hands, channeled every ounce of strength he had left, and shoved them straight down toward Patrick's skull. He thought he'd won, but a split second later, Nephrim's blood ran cold. Patrick had caught the tips of his blades with just 2 fingers, stopping them inches from his head. A twisted, mocking smirk spread across his skeletal face. Ooh la la, how was my acting? Nephrim went pale. Patrick's fingers clamped onto the blades like a vice, and Nephrim couldn't even budge them. It's been ages since an adventurer actually beat me, so I was getting bored. Mind if I played along just to feel the sting of defeat for a bit? Pretty sweet feeling, right? Thinking you had victory in the bag? Hope you enjoyed it while it lasted. Patrick's eyes went dead cold, the sarcasm vanishing, replaced by pure raw bloodlust. Thanks for the entertainment, you guys. Ah, that scream of pure terror came from Nephrim. He just snapped out of a short blackout, but Patrick was still sitting there, stone still like a statue. Back with us? I could probably sum up everything that happened while you were out in a few seconds. But hey, it's always better to see for yourself. Following Patrick's gaze, Nephrim saw the mountains of corpses piled up behind him. The title Knight Patrick wasn't just for show. The proof was right there. Not a single person who'd ever crossed him had lived to tell the tale. This time was no exception. Patrick thought Nephrim was a total idiot for ever thinking he stood a chance. I figured you'd know that nobody survives an encounter with me, but I guess all you really knew was my name and nothing else. Then Patrick tossed a body right in front of Nephrim. He didn't even need to look at the face to know who it was. That familiar blue hair gave it away. It was Sylvia. Using holy magic? Just thinking about it makes my bones itch. But hey, Nephrim, that mage of yours, she was calling your name until the very end. She sounded so desperate. Nephrim stared at Sylvia's body, speechless, his face betraying no emotion at all. This really killed the mood for Patrick. He'd been hoping for a breakdown, maybe some screaming, but Nephrim's reaction was just pathetic. Nephrim, you're so cold-hearted. All right, time for a little Q&A with the last man standing. Patrick wasn't just some mindless hitman. He was smart enough to realize something smelled fishy about this whole raid. Even if the higher-ups were idiots, they wouldn't have sent only 30 guys, especially when an army of 70 had already gotten their asses handed to them. Plus, Nephrim's lackeys were honestly just trashed here. Patrick didn't bother being polite. He shoved his sword right against Nephrim's neck. Tell me what you're hiding. When Nephrim didn't react, Patrick lost his patience and gave him a choice. Raise your right hand if you want to talk voluntarily. Raise your left if you want a quick, easy death. Within 3 seconds, Nephrim raised his right hand. Patrick looked pleased. Oh, aren't you a smart one? Now spill everything you know, and I'll grant you. Patrick didn't even get to finish before Nephrim curled all his fingers down, leaving only his middle finger sticking up. That really pissed him off. Such a disrespectful move to pull on a death knight like Patrick. Man, I can't believe I'm getting disrespected like this. Patrick raised his sword. Fine, I'll respect your choice. Die slow. The ice-cold blade pierced right through Nephrim's chest. He slumped over, his hot blood dripping down onto Sylvia's face. Patrick walked off, feeling sluggish at the thought of having to clean up all these bodies later. But the second it was quiet, Nephrim's eyes snapped open. Under normal circumstances, nobody should have survived that. But Nephrim was different. He took one last look at Sylvia's face in his arms, feeling a mess of emotions, then leaned down and whispered, Sylvia, I'm sorry, but I have to survive. The next second, Nephrim opened his mouth wide and started devouring the remains of his fallen comrade. Sylvia, I'm sorry, but I gotta survive. The next second, NF opened his mouth wide and started eating the corpse of his fallen comrade. The scene was so messed up I can't even describe it, and yeah, Patrick saw the whole thing. He knew damn well there was something twisted going on with NFM, but he never pegged him for a cannibal. So eating bodies makes him stronger and heals his wounds. And that power just keeps scaling up with every meal. Patrick didn't have a clue, but the sound of flesh being torn apart was enough to make his skin crawl. His head was spinning. What the hell even is NFM? Where does his power come from? Alchemy? Some kind of dark magic? The answer's still a complete mystery. The dungeon's just piled high with bodies now. Patrick figured he'd use those bodies in some time to keep a real close eye on the knife frame. That's the only way he's going to get any real answers. He let out a long sigh. Besides the freak show eating bodies over there, Patrick had another headache, his boss. Who knows what Devourer's up to or where the hell he is? Patrick just prayed his boss wasn't doing something weird in some weird place. Keeping this dungeon under control was enough of a pain. He really didn't need any more drama. Meanwhile, Devourer was drowning the Crane army in a literal sea of fire. Just then, Gwyn showed up. Devourer threw her a glance that was barely a step above pure annoyance. What's this? You here to off yourself too? No, I'm Gin Astoria, a hero. Hearing that hero crap actually caught Devourer's interest for a second. Finally, Gwyn got a look that wasn't just pure disrespect. I never asked who you were. Heh, I like your spirit, kid, but you ain't beating me. Gwyn knew it too. That power gap had been obvious since the auction house. But even so, she had to stop Devourer for one reason and one reason only. She's a hero of this empire. She went all out again, putting every ounce of her speed and strength into that gauntlet and threw a straight shot right at Devourer. Too bad he caught that hit like it was nothing. Sorry, but you only get to use that move on me once. You know, lightning never strikes the same place twice. Devourer grabbed her hand and squeezed hard. You could hear the bones crunch. Before Gwyn could even react, he slammed her into the dirt. The hit was so brutal Gwyn was coughing up blood. Felt like everything inside her was shattered to pieces. She knew she couldn't take down this monster, but at least it looked like she'd bought some time. Devourer just kept pummeling her with blows. Gwyn was screaming in agony, but she didn't forget who she was, a hero, and her duty to protect the people in the Empire. A bit later, Gwyn was basically a rag doll. Devourer picked her up with one hand like he was inspecting some cheap goods at a market. Huh, that's all you got? He thought she was already checking out, but then this stubborn girl started repeating that same tired line again. I am the hero, Gin Astoria. Gwyn opened her eyes, her pale purple pupils losing focus, but she wasn't backing down. I can't fall here. I won't let you touch my people. Devourer was still holding her gauntlet arm tight, so she channeled everything she had left into her other hand. Her muscles were straining, desperate to land one last hit, but the spirit was willing and the body was just done. Her hand went limp right before it reached Devourer's chest. Even as her hand dropped, she kept reciting that line, robotic and annoying as hell. I am a hero, I must protect the innocent. Devourer dropped her, and she hit the ground hard. Gin Astoria, I'll remember your name. Probably won't matter for long, though. Out of respect for how brave you are, I'll give you a quick, painless death. Devourer raised his hand to finish her off, but someone sniped him from behind. By the time he turned around, Gwyn was gone. A whole army had shown up, and the girl was in the arms of the guy leading them. What are you guys, a pack of sausages? Why do you keep popping up one after another? Please forgive our rudeness. We had to use force to save Miss Gwyn. Devourer wasn't trying to hear any apologies. Who forgives a guy who just threw a rock at the back of their head? The guy holding Gwyn stood up and faced Devourer head-on. Allow me to introduce myself, if a bit late. I'm Boss Guvestan of the Black Crane Legion, honored to stand before the all-powerful Lord, the Master of the Core, the Great Devourer. You just called me Lord Devourer, didn't you? How'd you know? Let's just say I had some clues. That cocky smile really rubbed Devourer the wrong way. He couldn't stand humans who tried to act all smart and mysterious around him. Mana started leaking out of him, his form twisting into a terrifying half-demon, half-human hybrid. But the guy leading the army didn't make a move to attack. Instead, he acted all respectful and said they wanted to cut a deal. Devourer thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. A pathetic human wants to make a deal with the almighty lord? Especially since Rine was dead, he had nothing left to lose anyway. You better watch your mouth. If you insult me again, you won't get a clean death. Human. Facing this legendary monster of the Empire, the guy was sweating bullets, but he couldn't let Devourer see he was scared. This was a massive gamble, and the fall of the Empire was on the line. He couldn't afford a single slip-up. The original owner of the Decapitator is still alive. That line actually worked. Devourer paused, the mana swirling around him settled down. Seeing the opening, the guy kept pushing. I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to snag one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, right? So we're here to offer our help. And what if I said I don't need it? Devourer stepped in close, face to face. What happens if I just take back the Decapitator because I'm bored? And if my real goal is to wipe out humanity, what are you going to do then? The guy was sweating cold. Up this close, he could really feel Devourer's pure malice. Devourer wasn't joking, but now wasn't the time to fold. If you've already decided to destroy everything, then me making this offer won't change anything, will it? Fine, then go find the owner of this item right now. Knowing a deal was locked in, Devourer turned and called out to Gazote. See, Gazote's got this wicked magic that lets her sniff out anyone just by tracking the gear they've used. To track down that sword-wielding maid, Gazote hit up Devourer to borrow the Decapitator claw for a sec. He didn't even sweat it for a second. After all, no human, even with that claw, could ever hope to take him down. And if you try anything shady, it won't just be your arm you're losing. Yes, I understand, she replied. Gazote poured her mana into the claw for a good minute, then dropped the verdict. They're way too far out for me to get a precise lock on the location. But she's heading west, away from the capital city of Les. West means she's moving toward Haston. Just like Devourer figured, if Gazote says Rine is moving, she's got to be alive. Just hearing that much made Devourer feel a hell of a lot better. He let out a long breath, slowly pulling back that suffocating, massive aura, his body shifting back into a regular human look. That's enough intel for now. I owe you guys one. I'll keep both your names in mind. Devourer patted the guy's shoulder, then squeezed past them to head out. It's an absolute honor to be of service, my lord. Get going. And just like that, the capital of Le was saved from certain doom at the last second. Devourer made it to the teleportation hub, but Agrea was in rough shape. She'd been following Devourer's orders to hold the line, but humans are like a pack of never-ending sausages. One after another, they just kept swarming her. Lord Devourer, you're late, man. But check it, I kept my promise. I guarded the teleporter just like you said. Agrea flashed a mischievous, eager grin, like a kid who did a good job and was fishing for a treat. With this, I think it's plenty to say welcome back. You're home. Her voice trailed off until it went dead silent. Agrea had totally wiped herself out in the scrap and passed out, reverting to her kid form. Devourer rushed to catch her with his tentacles. The little one really put in the work today. He stepped toward the teleportation wheel to figure out the controls. Pretty straightforward. Just calibrate the coordinates to Haston and pump in his own mana to fire it up. But the crazy thing was, the second Devourer pushed his mana in, the machine started cracking like crazy. A second later, it shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Are you kidding me? The teleporter couldn't even handle a drop of my juice? Devourer stood there with a bunch of question marks popping up over his head. He thought he was doing a solid job of holding back too. Now the teleporter's busted, and the only play left is to use his own innate magic for a jump. But Devourer's sweating it. He knows if he does that, he'll revert to his true form. That's way too flashy, and Patrick would definitely have his head for it. Honestly, he's walked down a path with no turning back now. But he's out of options, and Devourer isn't the type to just quit. He unhooked the ring Patrick gave him to keep his mana on a leash. That insane power started pouring out like a massive waterfall. Sorry, Patrick, but I've got no choice here. With Devourer's transformation, the whole area turned into a chaotic wreck. The Lord had returned to his true form, locked onto the coordinates, and zoomed in on the Twin-Wing Magic Tower in Haston. Coincidentally, Rine was hitting that tower at the same time. The guards saw her coming and demanded her ID, origin, and the usual bureaucratic nonsense. Naturally, Rine wasn't having it. Our magic tower sees tons of people every day. You can't just walk in without verifying who you are. That clueless guard had no idea what kind of nightmare he was staring down. 1 second later, 3 blades sprouted from Rine's hand. Oh, well, I guess you guys aren't getting out of this one. Rine snuffed the guard out without wasting a single movement. She bolted into the tower like a lightning strike. First time here, and she already got the vibe that this place was built just like a dungeon. Now she was sure of it. Magic towers are just dungeons cooked up by humans. And humans? They're nothing but weak-ass monsters themselves. On her way up, anyone who crossed Rine got slaughtered in an instant. Real quick, every guard on the first floor was cut down. Rine marched straight to the top, where the person she hated most was hiding out. Oh my, I was wondering who my guest would be. So you aren't human, are you? Romus looked just as she did the first time they met, pretty but full of venom. Where's the Decapitator claw? Oh it's my property now. No reason I'd tell a thing like you. But I'm curious, how are you even still alive? Rine wasn't in the mood to jaw with this snake of a woman, so she tightened her grip on her 3 blades. Romus didn't even flinch. She just let out a mocking laugh. Oh my god, those weapons you're holding don't fit that cute little face of yours at all. What makes you think you can take on the master of the magic tower with those tiny little knives? Romus waved her hand, tossing up a massive magic shield. She was feeling real smug, right up until Rine shattered that shield into scrap metal with one single hit. Scared yet? Oh, you bet she was terrified. Rine's raw power was way past anything the witch could have planned for. But Romus tried to keep her cool. After all, this tower was built right on top of an infinite mana spring. If she could just tap into that bottomless well, she'd definitely come out on top. Where is the decapitator claw? Talk, you bitch! Rine was getting wilder with every strike, totally losing her composure. Her right pupil kept getting cloudier, while Romus went into a frantic defensive flurry. Too bad that item isn't here anymore. I already sent it off to the auction in Le. They were tearing the room to pieces, making it a total mess. Romus realized Rine was a straight-up monster, so she unleashed every ounce of her power to fight back. A barrage of skills hit all at once, all aimed right at Rine's throat. Boom! The top floor of the tower was pretty much trashed by the massive explosion. Romus's holy magic acted like invisible blades, slicing right through Rine's small frame. Rine coughed up a lung, while that mage was gloating like she'd already won. That's what happens when a monster like you tries to challenge us humans. Romus was full of herself. Those skills were top-tier magic, the kind only the strongest dungeon crawlers could even dream of surviving. But the witch had no idea that her opponent wasn't just some dungeon monster. She belonged to the most impossible-to-conquer dungeon in the world, Hell's Core. The tide turned in a heartbeat. Somehow, both of Romus's arms holding the staff were hacked to ribbons, and as the blood sprayed like a fountain, the sheer agony made her let out a blood-curdling scream. Why, this hurts so much. How could this be happening? These are just two hands, for God's sake. Rine stared at her opponent with eyes as cold as a blade, her face completely unreadable. Quit acting like you're dying already, you pathetic human. Romus finally felt the fear. She didn't want to die, so she scrambled to beg for her life. But play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Rine wasn't feeling merciful enough to forgive someone who'd played her like that. The woman's fate was sealed. She wanted the wretch to just linger in pain until she withered away. With that settled, Rine turned to leave. She was feeling so exhausted and drowsy, like she was floating on a cloud. But a piercing scream yanked her right back to reality. Leader! A guy with blue hair popped up out of nowhere, rushing to scoop up Romus, who was currently drowning in her own blood. Using her last ounce of strength, she barked an order for him to finish off Rine. The guy studied Romus for a second, then handed her a magic stone. It was pulsing with a dark curse, the exact same red stone Romus had used to scam Rine earlier. Seeing that thing made her stomach turn. But Romus was totally clueless about what was coming. The guy told her that since she'd lost so much blood, this stone would teleport her to safety. Romus didn't even blink. She grabbed it and shoved her mana inside. The curse triggered instantly, swallowing her whole. The guy let out a twisted, sinister smirk. Turns out he was a double agent all along. Romus's business practices were straight-up trash, and she'd pissed off way too many people over the years. So they sent him to take her out. Luckily for him, Rine showed up to get revenge today and saved him a ton of effort. After feeding Romus to that curse, he dipped out during the chaos. As for me, I'd been turned into a massive monster with insane power, but my sanity was long gone. Rine's vision was blurring. She couldn't really tell what the hell she was looking at, just that the monster's aura was heavy as hell, and she was in no shape to fight, but she wasn't scared. Hell, she was already half ready to just die clean and get it over with. All she wanted was for this to be over. If she could just check out right here and wipe the slate clean, that'd be perfect. But if she was going down fighting until her last breath. Especially since she wasn't about to let this piece of trash lay a hand on her precious Lord Devourer. With that thought, Rine launched herself, plunging her blade straight into the monster's eye. Romus shrieked in agony, swatting Rine aside like a fly. She felt her strength completely drain away and she closed her eyes, ready for the end. Just then, the magic tower rocked with another massive explosion. Rine felt that familiar mana signature again and a steady hand caught her before she hit the ground. The vibe was way too familiar, almost like the first time they met when Devourer saved her just like this. Back then, she had been totally tapped out. Rine had been at death's door and he'd shown up to save her just like he was doing now. Great Lord Devourer? Is that you? Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it. Why was Devourer here? Was this real or just the hallucinations of someone about to kick the bucket? After catching her, Devourer gently set her down in the corner. Wait here a sec. He turned to face Romus, who was still stuck in that monster form. That solid back of his made Rine feel safe for once. Devourer wasn't pulling any punches with Romus. He went full-on beast mode, shredding the thing before it could even blink. The way Devourer was tearing into Romus felt like he was unloading all the frustration from these past few days. After all, she was the root of all this drama. If it weren't for that cursed red stone, Rine wouldn't have run off. He wouldn't have had to bust his hump searching for her and dealing with all this nonsense. Devourer kept wailing on her, but Romus was like a cockroach. She just wouldn't die. He was losing his patience fast. The monster's blood-soaked, filthy hands were really grossing him out. I get it now. You won't die because you're tapped into that endless mana spring under the tower, aren't you? Not bad for a main character. He finally figured out the core of the problem. Change of plans then. This is simple enough. If I can't kill you, I'll just swallow you whole. With that, Devourer shifted his form, opened a mouth full of jagged teeth, and gulped Gromas down. Now just wait for digestion. Try coming back from that, lady. Ugh, hard to swallow. Tastes like garbage, Devourer muttered, looking disgusted. He walked back to Rine, who was slumped on the ground with her face buried in her hands. Devourer sat down and leaned his back against hers. He had a million things to say, mostly about how much of a pain in the ass his lost child rescue mission had been. But he knew Rine was a total mess right now, so he decided to play it soft first. Rine, that was my bad. I'm really sorry for everything I did. Tears welled up in Rine's eyes. She felt so small and hurt. You don't need to apologize to me. It was all my fault. She meant it. This wasn't just some act. Rine was drowning in shame and regret. Because of her own petty desires, she'd gotten played by a human and almost got both herself and Lord Devourer cursed to death. Don't say that. The Ancient Core always needs you, and you're really important to me, Rine. It wasn't overly cheesy, but it hit her right in the heart. For days, she'd been convinced that Devourer must be furious and hate her guts. But hearing him say otherwise actually made her tighten-up heart finally loosen. You don't hate me anymore, my lord? I never hated you. Besides, I've got something cool for you. Devourer stood up and pulled out the weapon she'd lost, holding it out to her. It had taken a lot of effort to get that back. Seeing her weapon, the emotions just spilled over and she started bawling. Rine hugged the blade tight, tears streaming down her face. She'd been so scared of losing him. You won't abandon me, right? Don't even talk like that. Devourer let his actions speak for him. He held out his hand to Rine, firm and inviting. Come on, let's go back to the Ancient Core. 80 years ago, the first time Devourer brought Rine back to the core, she was just this tiny, cute little thing. Patrick had looked her up and down, making snide comments about how she was just a dwarf. I found the kid during that fire in the Grappenia woods. Devourer let out a lazy yawn, but then I saw her in the lab, thought it was fate, so I just dragged her along with me. So, this little body is holding all the info and knowledge of the dwarven race? Devourer grunted, clearing things up for Patrick. Plus, he had high hopes for Rine. Because even though it was her first time in the world's nastiest dungeon, the Ancient Core, she stayed chill and obedient. It wasn't just because she was tough, you know. See, this place is a total monster den, soaked in thick, dark energy. So she's got to have the mental and physical grit to handle something like this. Boss, what are you planning to do with this kid? Since he'd already dragged Rine here, Devourer wasn't so cold-blooded that he'd just eat her. He saw potential in the kid, so he wanted to keep her here, live with her, and teach her how to throw hands. If she didn't pick it up, whatever, she could just live out her days here in peace. Besides, Rine was a servant before, right? If she can't fight, she can just handle the laundry and cooking. Wait, boss, are you actually serious about this? Who wants to teach her anything anyway? Patrick scoffed. Honestly, the thing he hated most was extra drama falling into his lap like this. You, who else? Come on, cheer up! No way, why me? Stop it, quit playing the cold-hearted act. Devourer knew Patrick was just acting all high and mighty, but he was actually dying of boredom with nothing to do. Having Rine around would be a blast, so he didn't need to be so petty. Patrick asked for her name. Devourer vaguely remembered something like Leo Lau, but Patrick trashed the name, saying it sounded weak and incomplete. Besides, since Devourer was basically adopting the kid, he figured she needed a new name to mark this fresh start. Devourer thought that made sense. He chewed on it for a second, then said, how about Rine? And just like that, Rine got her new name, Rine Leo Lau. Her whole life flipped to a new chapter. Patrick was pretty stoked about the kid, too. The first thing he taught her wasn't how to fight, but how to smile. It's been 80 years since those days, and now they're back at the Ancient Core together once again. Patrick greeted his lord with an attitude that was, let's just say, not very welcoming. Wow, you're really acting pretty laid back for someone in this mess, huh? What the hell were you doing in Haston that caused earthquakes we could feel all the way back at the Ancient Core? Facing Patrick's interrogation, Devourer didn't know what the hell to say. Would it sound legit if he lied and said he was just doing the cha-cha-cha in the middle of the street? Or should he just come clean about getting his identity blown, transforming back to his original form to teleport from Lys and accidentally smashing a human magic tower? Patrick, monster life always has its exceptions, right? By exception, you mean that? Patrick pointed at Agrea. She was still snoring away in Devourer's arms. She looked even smaller than Rine did when they first met. It's a long story, Devourer stammered. Patrick jumped. Did his boss really go out on a mission and just kidnap a kid on the way back? Devourer dumped Agrea on the floor. Swear to the heavens, I didn't want to bring this baggage home. And wait, where's Rine? That was the real thing Patrick was worried about. Devourer kept hemming and hawing, clearly not wanting to touch that subject. Patrick, I ran into Rine at a human village. She looked pretty worn out and beat down. I'm wondering if we've been getting in the way of her personal life all this time. Patrick just brushed it off. If she shot you down, just say it straight. Why all the sappy, long-winded talk? Devourer got called out and looked super embarrassed. To hide his shame, he told Patrick to take over Renee's old job, specifically wearing a maid outfit and managing the whole dungeon. Patrick immediately pulled out a resignation letter he'd kept hidden in his ribs. Boss, that's straight-up human rights abuse. So, what are you gonna do? Devourer didn't know. There wasn't much left to do in the dungeon anyway. But he'd wait. He figured that was the only move. He'd said his piece earlier. Now it was just up to Rine to have a change of heart and wander back on her own. Even though he didn't know how long it would take, Patrick felt pretty bummed. He took off first, thinking his boss probably wanted to be alone. But he'd only gone a few steps before he saw a familiar silhouette at the cave entrance. Long silver hair, a small frame, and that maid outfit. Boss, she's back. Who's back? Who else? The one you've been waiting for. Rine really had come back. She was flashing that same bright smile as before, asking what Devourer wanted to eat so she could get on it. But this time, Patrick felt like something was off. Looking closer, Rine's right eye had turned gold. Boss, did you seriously give her that? Are you out of your mind? Patrick gave Devourer a skeptical look. After taking down Gromus earlier, Rine's right eye had been completely wrecked. Devourer didn't even think twice. He just yanked out his own eye and handed it to her, along with a promise. If you've still got the heart for it and you're holding onto that stone, I don't care how long it takes. Think it over real good and bring me the stone of love next time. That was the reason Rine came back with that new golden pupil. She was even more devoted to her lord than before. Rine swore that from now on she'd stick by Devourer's side no matter what and never leave again. A while later, Agria finally woke up. The second she opened her eyes, she saw Patrick sitting nearby, sharpening his sword. Agria's soul basically left her body. What the? Am I dead? Is that guy the Grim Reaper? Is this hell? Sorry to break it to you, kid, this isn't the afterlife, it's the ancient core. As soon as she heard ancient core, Agria's eyes lit up like stars. She realized right away the guy in front of her wasn't Death, he was the Death Knight Patrick. Patrick gave a thumbs up, showing his approval. This kid's pretty sharp, huh? Seeing Agria was up, he kicked Devourer, who was still passed out nearby, to wake him up. He let out a long yawn, lazily eyeing Agria. Oh, you're up? Agria was completely blown away by his massive towering presence. Her jaw just dropped and stayed there. You are the master of the ancient core, the embodiment of creation, guardian of the gods, punisher of cowards, the supreme ancient monster. Lord Devourer! Agria knelt down and bowed her head, rattling off the speech like a pre-recorded machine. Devourer felt like he'd heard this before. Pretty sure she said the same thing praising Lord Devourer back in L. Before he could even get a word in, the Agria talkbox was running at full capacity again. Your Majesty, no wait. Forgive me, allow me to introduce myself. I am the 17th descendant of the Demon King, Asmodeus Melanphagria. Even the introduction was word for word identical. This kid was operating like a tape recorder. Yeah, I know already. Wait, how do you know my name? Agria was both shocked and honored. She thought Lord Swando must have introduced me to Lord Devourer, right? Come to think of it, where did Swando go? She only remembered the last time they met. Swando had absolutely wrecked those humans in the capital, Lys, and snagged the beheading blade back. Seeing how spacey this kid was, Devourer couldn't be bothered to hide his identity anymore. I'm Swando, all right? Agria's face went through a whole roller coaster, first blank, then stunned, jaw dropped, and finally pale as a ghost. Holy crap, Swando is Devourer and Devourer is Swando? That means the person she's been tagging along with this whole time is the legendary Lord Devourer himself. Agria felt like the world was ending. She'd accidentally been disrespectful to Lord Devourer. She was dead, so dead, totally toast. Boss Patrick cut in, breaking up their little moment. About what the Demon King mentioned earlier. The part where you wrecked those humans in Lee. Why didn't you fill me in on that? Great, now he's really gonna get it. Meanwhile, in the Grappenia forest on the edge of the Hostin territory, two commoners were sneaking into the forbidden woods to forage for herbs and mushrooms. Suddenly, one of them caught some movement nearby. A blonde dude, beat to hell and back, was lying there, groaning nonstop. Seeing the poor guy so busted up, the kind girl rushed to dig some herbs out of her bag. But out of nowhere, this dude went full-on rabid dog, lunging at her to bite. Who else would it be but Nefre? Blood splattered all over the lantern the girl was carrying. You don't need me to tell you how that ended for her. The scene shifted in a heartbeat. A tall, lanky figure wrapped in a shredded white cloak was stumbling along. He was headed straight for the barrier guarding the territory. I gotta get moving. Meanwhile, back at the ancient core dungeon, a war had broken out, but not between Devourer and the humans. It was between two girls, Rine and Agria. If you're supposed to be a real Demon King, try having some class. Rine had told her 1,000,000 times. During Lord Devourer's nap time, being quiet is rule number 1. Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm a free spirit. I don't let rules boss me around. Besides, I came to the ancient core to keep Lord Devourer company. The two of them were going at it, neither backing down. Rine wanted to look after Devourer's sleep because of their long history and her absolute worship of him. Agria just wanted to cling to him, also out of a deep-seated obsession since she was little. Don't know if she likes him like Rine does, but this girl was definitely a handful and wasn't about to lose to Rine, not even an inch. I'll stay by his side and keep him warm until Lord Devourer drifts off to sleep. Rine's way too conservative and passive for that. You're just a total prude, that's why the Lord doesn't like you. That jab went straight for Rine's throat. This rival from now here had waltzed in, stolen her spot as the only girl in the ancient core dungeon, and now she had the nerve to call her a prude. Rine's eyes turned blood red as she whipped out her weapon. Damn it, I'm gonna end you. Agria knew she couldn't take her, so she just cackled and took off running. Come and get me then. No, boo-boo. Patrick was over there biting his tongue, trying his hardest not to turn both those troublemakers into stew. Ever since Agria showed up, this place had been a living hell, not a single second of peace. Even Devourer, who sleeps 20 hours a day, was losing his mind. Rine and Agria were so noisy he couldn't get a wink of sleep. You don't get to complain about them being loud, sir. Who do you think invited this headache into our dungeon and turned it into a circus in the first place? Plus, the outside world is falling apart right now. Is it really that bad? Patrick knew Devourer never bothered to read the human newspapers he brought, so he had no clue what was happening out there. Ever since Devourer showed up in the capital, they'd been funneling troops in to beef up security in Liege. Because of that, villages along the border were getting wrecked by monsters left and right. And that's not all. For some reason, the Lord of Haston killed himself, so the territory is totally paralyzed. I've been checking every paper for 3 weeks, and there's barely a word about Haston. You know what that means? Nope. Patrick just wanted to smack Devourer. Seriously, other than eating, sleeping, and causing trouble, he was useless. He really wanted to hand in his resignation. So what do you think, Patrick? Patrick wasn't entirely sure himself. But I'm guessing Haston's been completely cut off from the outside world. Just recently, Devourer, in your monster form, you absolutely trashed the town of Haston. And yet, it didn't even make the news. That's super sketchy. The only reason I care about that place is because it's the closest human village to the ancient core. If we keep an eye on Haston, we can stay ahead of the game when it comes to those scouting parties, including their strength and when they might actually try to hit the ancient core. But now, if Haston's truly off the grid, then if any scouts show up there, we'd never hear about it in the papers. I think I need to head over to Haston and scout it out myself. If we leave it like this, who knows what'll happen. Fair point. Safe travels then. Don't go trying too hard and dying on me. Devourer thought to himself, please just go by yourself. Please, please just go. He'd just gotten back after working his butt off for days. He just wanted to eat and sleep. Then I'll get back as soon as I can, sir. Devourer's head popped up. Wait, is it that easy? Can Patrick actually go alone without dragging anyone else along? Well, that's fine. As long as he got to sleep, nothing else mattered. But 2 steps out the door, Patrick turned back and gave Devourer a look that was anything but friendly. Boss, don't you think it's going to be pretty rough for me to go alone? I feel like having at least one person to tag along would be better. Devourer nearly jumped out of his skin. What kind of world is this where the boss gets pushed around by his own employee like this? Devourer's eyes landed on the 2 troublemakers fighting it out. Option 1, Agria, but he wasn't really a fan of this one. Even if she was a demon king with decent magic, she was a total wild card. If you had to describe that kid's magic, it's basically nuke-it-all magic. If she went with Patrick and started using spells like that restructuring mess in the capital, the whole town of Haston would be wiped off the map. Devourer shook his head violently. No way was Agria the right pick. That brought him to candidate number 2, Rine. She knew Patrick well, but come to think of it, letting Rine go was even worse. Because compared to Agria, she was 1,000 times more dangerous. If the other kid had nuke magic, Rine was basically a super nuke waiting to go off. Especially now that she's in that phase of being super sensitive and hating on humans. Letting Rine into a human village right now is like walking around with a ticking time bomb. Just then, Patrick excitedly chimed in with his own idea. Since I don't know how long this trip is going to take, how about you come with me, my lord? Oh, hell no. You couldn't pay Devourer enough to set foot in a human village again. But let's be real, he's the best fit for this, though Devourer just wants to catch some Z's. A convenient excuse suddenly popped into his head. So I guess I'm the best choice for this mess, huh? Too bad I can't transform because I messed up and broke that Demira bracelet thingy. Devourer was beaming, thinking he was a straight-up genius. Now Patrick couldn't force him to tag along anymore. Oh, is that so? Yeah, if you don't have the bracelet, you really can't come with me. Wait, so if I had the bracelet, you'd make me go? Hold up, why is nothing going the way I planned? In the end, Devourer still got dragged out of the dungeon by the scruff of his neck. The whole way there, he didn't stop cursing Patrick, wishing he'd die in agony. But Patrick just laughed it off. Too bad, he was already dead anyway. And somehow he'd managed to snag another Demira bracelet. Just like that, Devourer's last escape route was blocked and he had to head to Hin with Patrick. His precious 20-hour nap was officially toast. Usually it's the boss forcing the employee to work overtime, but this is the first time I've ever seen an employee forced to go on a business trip by their boss. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived. The vibe in Haston was super gloomy and bleak. You could tell the second they hit the gate. Boss, you're in deep trouble. Patrick sighed, fed up. Normally, there are 4 ways to check if a village is thriving. First, check if the market's busy. But when they hit the evening market in town, it was deader than a graveyard. Second, look for smoke coming from the chimneys. But since it was past dinner time, that was a bust. What's the third way? Devourer was feeling like this was a total waste of time. The third way is checking the number of scouting parties on the mission board. But since Haston doesn't have one, forget it. Then what the hell are we even checking for at this hour? Let's just go home. Please, there's still one last way, the inns and taverns. As they were talking, they reached the door of the biggest tavern in town. Without waiting for Patrick to say a word, Devourer charged right in. Mention booze and he's suddenly full of energy. Before the owner could even ask if they wanted a room, Devourer was taken aback by the eerie silence. This wasn't off script for Patrick, though. The place was completely empty. This was the worst-case scenario. Haston wasn't just any town anymore. Not far from there, at the edge of Haston, bodies were piled high, all dead in the most gruesome way. Under the night rain, the scene was even more terrifying. Good work, everyone. Once we sweep Haston, we move to the capital. Liege is the enemy's heartland. Humanity is weaker than ever against the Black Calamity. Now is the perfect time to crush this empire. Wait, if you look closely, isn't that the weird, skinny dude from yesterday drifting outside the walls of Haston? The kicker is, his face is literally a skull. You don't need to be a genius to tell he's a monster. Patrick and Devourer scoped out the tavern for a bit. The situation was way worse than they'd imagined. Looks like Haston just got hammered by a brutal attack and is completely paralyzed now. "Who's there?" A trembling voice called out from the loft. "I'm the owner of this tavern. What are you people here for?" It was obvious he was stressed and terrified. To calm him down, Patrick introduced them as Knights of the Patarian Blackhound Scouting Unit from Nichan. "We're just passing through, looking for a quick bite and a place to crash for the night." Once he realized they were just customers, the owner relaxed a little. He came downstairs but said it was a shame they didn't have enough food left for a night. Actually, it wasn't just the tavern. Even if they tore the whole village apart, there wasn't enough food to be found anywhere. Is this because of that black calamity? So you know about that too. I'm sorry, but I don't have any rooms left. I hope you understand. Patrick stood there, thinking for a second. Looks like the food and drinks are going to cost more than the room at this point. But that's fine. What can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. Patrick generously tossed a shiny gold coin at the owner. His attitude flipped instantly, of course. Moving fast as a squirrel, the owner started leading Patrick upstairs. "Right this way, travelers?" As Patrick hit the stairs, the owner noticed the smaller guy trailing behind him. "And who might this be?" "Oh, he's my servant. I call him a servant, but he helps me out a ton. So one room will be fine." Devourer didn't look too happy about being called a servant by his subordinate in front of a stranger. But honestly, looking at their current get-ups, he did look like Patrick's servant. When they got to the room, Devourer was surprised the place was actually nicer than expected. At least it beat that 8 silver coin dump he and Agria stayed at in the capital. Devourer lazily flopped onto the bed and started griping at Patrick. "Hey, couldn't you have come up with a better cover story than calling me your servant?" "It's not that I couldn't think of one. It's just the only one that makes sense in this situation. Look at the outfit you're wearing that you think is comfortable. If you go out dressed like a bum, people are going to treat you like a beggar." Patrick paused after his long rant and added, "Actually, they'd probably treat you even worse than a beggar." Introducing Devourer as a servant was the most logical play. Even though slaves are low on the totem pole, just like beggars, at least people will look at the master and be too scared to mess with them. Seeing as Patrick looked so rough and claimed to be a knight, the owner definitely wouldn't dare give Devourer any trouble. "By the way, boss, why are you acting like you're on a vacation instead of a mission?" "What, why? If there's a next life, I'm definitely reincarnating as a rock." Okay, just get some rest then. I'm gonna head out for a bit." This was only their first day out. Devourer told Patrick not to overdo it, but Patrick didn't want to waste a second. Anyway, it's the middle of the night. Who's gonna know what he's up to? On this trip, Patrick had already picked up some intel. The reason the Black Calamity descended on most of Haston's territory was the royal family's blind rage in the face of disaster, and they definitely needed someone to take the fall for those failed Ancient Core scouting missions. However, before the royal family could even stick their noses in, Lord Haston had already kicked the bucket. His death is still a huge mystery to Patrick. Man, who even is the new Lord Haston? Been dying to know for days. It's clear the royal family keeps dropping the ball by obsessing over the Ancient Core. Instead of owning up to their mess, they're busy throwing the Empire's great houses under the bus. Patrick couldn't help but wonder, if he were a descendant of Ytak, could he be sitting on that lordship throne? With that thought, Patrick hopped onto the rooftops, quick as a flash, heading straight for Lord Haston's castle. Might as well get a look at this new lord. But this was way more of a headache than he expected. Even though the town was like a ghost town, the castle was crawling with guards. He started weighing the pros and cons of just knocking the whole lot of them out. Nah, that'd just bring a whole pile of trouble by morning. Slow and steady wins the race, right? Patrick hopped off the wall and decided to head back to the inn to crash. But on the way back, something stopped him dead in his tracks. The locals might not notice, but he smelled it clear as day, the heavy, thick stench of rotting corpses wafting from somewhere within this territory. Meanwhile, Devourer was busy sleeping like a log at the inn when a frantic banging at the door woke him up. "Sir Knight? Sir Knight, you in there?" Expecting some serious trouble, Devourer rushed to open the door. He bluffed, saying his boss was out for a late-night stroll. The innkeeper didn't buy it, but he didn't care. He just whipped up a midnight snack. Even though food was scarce, Patrick had tipped him a gold coin, so he wanted to show some gratitude. "Come to think of it, we haven't properly introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Novan Hecker, but just Novan is fine. And you?" "I'm Swando." "Sorry, Swando, I hope you're not disappointed with what I've got down there. The food supplies are so low, this is all I could throw together." Devourer had no idea things were this dire, to the point of starving. But to Novan, it was worse than a plague. Anyone who'd witnessed the Black Disaster had completely lost their marbles. And the Lord? He ended it all right after. And well, you've seen the rest. Haston has been completely cut off from the outside world. No one gets in, no one gets out. Once you cross those city walls, it's just stacks of bodies of people who starved to death. The innkeeper kindly warned Devourer and Patrick to scram while they still could. He didn't know what they were after, but even Novan was getting ready to bail. "I don't really want to leave Haston, but you know how it is. When people are pushed to the edge, they'll do anything to survive." Just then, a pair of dirty, mud-caked feet appeared on the windowsill. A kid crawled in with a wild, frizzy red mane and a face hollow with hunger. While Devourer was distracted, heading downstairs with the innkeeper, the kid's eyes darted around the room before hopping inside with a wicked grin. Jackpot. If they're choosing to stay in a dump like this, they've got to be outsiders. And it didn't take long to realize they were staying in the inn's priciest room, which meant they were loaded. The motive was clear as day. The kid wanted to swipe anything of value. It even had its eye on Devourer's rag-like clothes, planning to use them as a sack for all the loot. The brat marched over to a chest, but when it saw the thing was empty, its expression soured instantly. Damn it, don't tell me they cleaned the place out before leaving. But fueled by pure desperation, it scoured the whole room anyway. Finally, it found something in a drawer. I knew it. They couldn't have taken everything, right? Before it could even celebrate, a cold sweat broke out. Looks like it saw something it really wasn't supposed to. By midnight, Patrick returned from his tour of the castle. Devourer had stuffed his face and was already back to hogging the bed. Patrick had wanted to get a glimpse of the new lord, but the security was tighter than a drum. He'd returned empty-handed. "So, boss, find anything?" Patrick asked, though he didn't expect much from a lazy bum like his master. Devourer, obviously, had gathered nothing, other than the fact that Haston was basically locked down tight. Devourer had tried to squeeze info out of the innkeeper earlier, but the guy didn't know squat. To his surprise, Patrick looked like he'd been struck by lightning when he heard the news. He didn't think his boss could actually do anything useful. Even if it was just confirming what everyone already knew, Haston was completely isolated. "So, boss, let's head out tomorrow and dig deeper into why Haston's locked down." If Patrick had eyes, they'd be sparkling like a puppy's right now. But Devourer was feeling lazy as hell and didn't want to move an inch. Patrick absolutely hated this side of his lord. Clearly, they were supposed to be a team, but it felt like only one person was doing the legwork. Suddenly, Patrick noticed both windows were wide open. He'd only left them cracked when he stepped out, but now they were gaping wide like an open invitation for thieves. "Boss, do me a favor, keep the windows closed, will ya? We're gonna get robbed at this rate." Devourer looked confused. Since he walked in, he'd barely moved from the bed. Who the hell would touch the windows? "Haha, come on, boss, quit joking. Wind doesn't just pop a latch open. Or what, you think a ghost did it?" "Whatever ghost or thief. Someone else opened them, not me." Devourer startled himself just hearing those words. He sat up and started scrambling around. Damn, his cloak was actually gone. Rine had made that for him. If he went back without it, he was dead meat. Patrick's gear was gone too. He looked even more panicked than his master. "What did you lose, man?" Patrick turned around, looking absolutely miserable. My ribs." By now, the thief who stole Devourer's rags and Patrick's ribs was long gone. The kid, Rosalina, had barely gotten a block away from the inn before some guys cornered her. They didn't seem too happy to see her out and about in the middle of the night. She stood her ground, arguing she had a damn good reason. "I did it for everyone." But the man wasn't buying it. He just shouted right back in her face. "Is wasting your energy and starving yourself really for everyone?" "It wasn't a waste. Just look at this." Rosalina refused to fold. Another man's voice cut through their bickering. "Tot, take it easy on her." That guy Tot and Rosalina both spun around. The man who just showed up is who the kid calls the leader. He thinks Tot shouldn't be snapping at her, because thieves shouldn't be afraid of the dark. Rosalina's big mistake was taking off on her own without saying a word to anyone. Haston is a total mess right now. He figures her little stunt is going to bring a world of trouble down on everyone. "This place isn't like the old home that welcomed you with open arms, kid." Rosalina finally hangs her head. Mumbling an apology, she says, "Yeah, I'll be more careful, boss." The lecture done, the leader wants to know where she's been all night. The kid excitedly dumps the bundle off her shoulder onto the ground. When Tot sees what's inside, his expression goes south real quick. Meanwhile, Rosalina is still rambling on about how she swiped this from the most expensive room at the inn on the main street. She's convinced that the thing is some super valuable antique. The guy they call the leader stays quiet for a few seconds, but finally decides to lay the horrific truth about this antique on her. "Rosalina, that's a human rib." Rosalina's face goes ghost white instantly. She's freaking out. She had no clue it was human bone. Tot is skeptical, asking if she went grave robbing or something. Rosalina denies it hard. The leader picks up the bone to get a better look. He reckons this is either for some sicko's twisted hobby or it's for black magic. Normal people don't go around collecting human bones. They're all starting to get creeped out. If this belongs to someone who messes with necromancy or dark arts, they're in deep trouble. And that's not even mentioning the clothes Rosalina brought back. At a glance, they look like rags, but when the leader picks them up, he immediately recognizes the top-tier quality of the fabric. When he lifts them, he hears a clinking sound coming from the pockets. Inside is a handful of gold coins that makes their eyes pop out. Tot and Rosalina's eyes start sparkling, but the leader just gets stressed. "You idiots, this is not the time to be celebrating." "But boss, I put so much work into getting this." The leader is breaking out in a cold sweat. Guests staying at a luxury inn in a dumpy village? Something about this just doesn't sit right. Plus, the stolen goods are a human rib and high-end clothes stuffed with gold. He knows this little hellion just messed with the wrong people. Sure enough, the moment he thinks that, Devourer and Patrick show up. "Hey there, thieves. We're here to get our stuff back." Devourer looks at what the leader is holding, confirming his gear is safe. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. If that cloak was really gone, Rine would have him sleeping on the streets. Patrick feels a weight lift off his shoulders too. If Rine loses her temper again, he isn't even sure she won't blow up their whole dungeon. Even so, the leader of the thieves has some backbone. Facing this, even though he's terrified, he steps up to shield the kid and Tot. "How did you find us?" "No idea. Patrick shrugs. Looks like the gear was itching to get back to its owner. Devourer starts picking his nose and letting out massive yawns. He just wants to go home and sleep. Seeing his lord getting sleepy, Patrick wants to wrap this up fast. He tells the leader to hand the stuff over, and they'll call it even. But the leader is a cautious guy. He's worried that once they give the gear back, Devourer and Patrick won't keep their word and will just slaughter them anyway. His gut is screaming that these two are incredibly dangerous. Even if they tracked Rosalina, it was way too dark to find them this fast. Unless these two are demons, it's impossible. He scares himself just thinking it. Behind him, the clueless brat Rosalina is still clutching Patrick's rib bone tight. The leader reaches out, grabs the two bones and holds them out in front of him. These ribs are pretty important to you, huh? Oh, definitely. They're part of my body after all. As soon as Patrick confirms that, the leader hurls the bones high into the sky. Before they even hit the ground, he yells at Tot to get the others and scram. Patrick scrambles to catch his two bones, ending up sprawled out on the ground. Taking advantage, some guy jumps out from a dark alley and smacks him hard right on the head. But Patrick is totally fine, and the weapon in the attacker's hand just shatters into pieces. Devourer watches this, completely unimpressed, and lets out another lazy yawn. What was that? Did they just use a rock as a weapon? Why don't they have a decent weapon? Before Devourer can even finish that thought, another guy jumps out from behind with a sword, trying to stab him in the back. Well, be careful what you wish for. This guy actually has a real weapon. Devourer just snaps the blade in half with his bare hands, then gives the guy a free dental exam with a swift kick. Devourer lifts him up and turns to Patrick for his input. What should we do with this one, Master? Boss, stop the act, will ya? Calling me Master is going to take years off my life. How about we just knock them all out for now? You want to keep them alive? I didn't say that. I just mean we should get this over with quickly. Devourer and Patrick split up and start taking the trash out. With their strength, it's a breeze. But maybe because of her sharp intuition, Rine back home has been feeling restless the whole time. Rine, I'm sure Devourer and Patrick are doing just fine, okay? Agrea looks exhausted. Devourer's only been gone for half a day, and she's already asked about it a million times. Agrea tries to calm her down, but Rine keeps worrying. Devourer is a legendary monster and the wielder of the ancient core. Why is she constantly fretting that he'll go hungry or get bullied by humans? Meanwhile, Patrick and Devourer have finished cleaning up the gang. He sighs with relief again, seeing his cloak is still in one piece. And man, that leader was kind of impressive. Just a regular human, but he actually managed a sneak attack earlier. Patrick wanted to finish the job and wipe them out, but Devourer got his cloak back, laid down on the ground, and looks like he isn't moving another muscle. You should just lie down too, Patrick. It's comfier here than you'd think. Patrick honestly feels like putting a shovel to his lord's face and handing in his resignation again. Just then, Rosalina walks out of the alley, looking terrified. She stammers an apology to the two of them for the theft. I stole it. No one else had anything to do with this, so please spare them. The kid even drops to her knees to beg. Tot runs over, trying to drag Rosalina back up. Get up. You think doing that is going to make these bastards let us go? Not a chance. Devourer kicked back with his legs crossed, letting out a careless, lazy groan. Since Tot had already spilled the beans, he didn't mind ordering Patrick to make a move. Patrick took the order from his lord and started creeping toward the pair. Tot, terrified as hell, still whipped out a dagger to defend himself, pulling Rosalina behind him as a human shield. In a total panic, the kid didn't know what else to do but squeeze a cross in her hand and start praying. Patrick was locked in on that thing. He didn't throw a punch or a kick. He just blew right past Tot and stared that thing in the kid's hand down. Tell me, where'd you get that? This ain't just some random trinket. It's a phoenix cross, looks like an inverted cross, doesn't it? More than that, Patrick could feel mana leaking out of it. Supervisor mana. To think Supervisor mana is radiating from a total peasant. Patrick rushed back to Devourer. He figured someone was tracking the people of Haston. The proof was when the kid started praying with that cross. The Supervisor mana just flared up. That means the cross only kicks into gear under specific conditions. Hey boss, if we figure out those conditions, can't we find out what the person behind this cross is actually plotting? Devourer wasn't feeling it. Haston wasn't even a mage village anymore, but Pick was dead set on digging to the bottom of it, so he switched up the plan to team up with the humans. Honestly, teamwork with humans might be easier than teamwork with Devourer. Is it even worth all that trouble? How do you plan to handle this? Patrick struck a super arrogant pose, then tapped his finger against his head. Not that there was a brain left in that skull to think with anyway. Obviously, I've cooked up a genius plan, boss. And just like that, Patrick switched his attitude up. He put on a friendly face and apologized to the bandit crew. Then, with a straight face, he spun a lie about being part of the Shadow Knights, a secret org taking direct orders from the Rano Fog royal bloodline. He claimed he had a royal decree to wipe out anyone getting in his way. So the reason they got beat up earlier wasn't because they were thieves, but because they tried to steal from Patrick. With his massive frame and shiny armor, he looked the part, so Rosalina's crew bought it hook, line, and sinker. We ain't here to hurt you guys, so just chill out. Faced with that, they actually let their guard down. Why are you in Haston, Sir Knight? I'm here to save Haston. Continuing this fancy intro, Patrick claimed he was acting against royal orders, sparing their lives because he wanted to save the people of Haston. And to do that, he needed their intel. Patrick said he needed to scope out the situation to analyze it and send in reinforcements and supplies for Haston. Aren't we all working together to bring peace back to Haston? I need everyone's help. The bandit crew started buzzing with excitement. The idea that a royal knight actually showed up to save them was insane. Even if it wasn't the truth, they genuinely believed the Emperor hadn't given up on them. To get out of this life, they decided to shake hands with Patrick. Dealing with humans was way easier than Pick thought, but Devourer was still the same. He had zero interest in this. The only thing Devourer cared about was when they could get back to the ancient core. We just started, boss. I'm starting to see some weird stuff here. Devourer let out a massive bored yawn. Patrick was being super serious and busting his ass, but he felt like this whole mess was just getting more annoying by the second. And Devourer didn't want any part of this drama. He grabbed his head and flopped down in the middle of the road to throw a fit. Quit lying in the road. We're in too deep now, so stop being lazy and get to work. Devourer really wished Patrick would take a page out of his book and be lazy for once. Patrick started handing out assignments. He said he'd keep an eye on the bandit leader since he was the shadiest one. Devourer's job? Stay with the locals and try to make nice with them. Devourer's face soured instantly. He was the owner of the ancient core, the strongest demon alive, and Patrick wanted him to play nice with humans? Not to mention Devourer was half introvert and antisocial. But boss, I don't have a choice, do I? Between a knight in full plate armor and a guy who looks like a homeless beggar, who do you think is going to be easier to get along with? Devourer got super triggered being called a beggar by his own subordinate. But Patrick wasn't wrong. Patrick dropped a deadline on him to mingle with the humans before he got back, and of course to do it just like a normal person would. Devourer was totally lost. How was he supposed to know how normal people mingle? Devourer figured humans were just like him. I bet they spend all day sleeping. The ones who are awake are probably daydreaming or slacking off. Motivation's basically zero. Patrick was speechless. His lord was obviously projecting his own habits onto everyone else. Get serious, my lord. I need you to squeeze the intel out of those people. The faster we get this done, the sooner we go home and rest, right? Devourer felt so much pressure. It was like Patrick was the real boss in this dynamic. Patrick didn't forget to remind Devourer that making nice with humans isn't easy. If they get a bit rude, he had to keep his cool with everything he's got. Devourer wasn't thrilled about it, but he had no choice but to go along with it. But things went totally off script from what Patrick expected. Not only were the humans not rude, they were way too friendly with Devourer. They didn't care about his bum look. They thought he was just undercover, investigating. They kept calling him Sir Knight and hitting him with a million questions that made his head spin. The Lord of the Hellcore really just wanted to swallow all these humans whole. But Devourer remembered what Patrick said and swallowed his rage instead. Be friendly? Gotta be friendly, Devourer muttered. Then he turned to the brat tugging on his cloak. So, what are you curious about, kid? The kid's eyes lit up. She asked if Devourer had seen Lady Fee or Lady Gwyn in person yet. Gwyn was that feisty chick who had squared up against Devourer earlier. But he only recognized the name, he had zero memory of them. Nah, I don't even know who they are, Devourer snapped. Just then, Rosalina shyly walked over from a distance. She was super nervous but wanted to give a real apology for stealing Devourer's gear. He clicked his tongue and let it slide. He already got his stuff back anyway. Devourer didn't want to get petty with a kid. Tot finished shooing away the nosy villagers and stepped up to introduce himself to Devourer all over again. The gang leader put Tot in charge and told him to do whatever the guy asked. But little did Devourer know, Tot was just as much of a hype man as Patrick. The dude said if you really want to know what's going on in the village, you gotta see it for yourself instead of just taking someone's word for it. If you're down, I'll give you the grand tour right now. Devourer was screaming internally, like a billion times over, that he really didn't want to go. He couldn't wrap his head around where humans got all that energy and passion, but if he just sat there like a rock, he'd be stuck playing host to a million annoying questions. So he decided to roll with Tot. They hit up the first residential area, but the streets were dead quiet, which had Devourer feeling super sketched out. Tot led him to a wooden door and said once it opened, all his questions would be answered. Like, just spit it out already, why with the whole mysterious vibes thing? Devourer was annoyed, but he still did what Tot asked and nudged the door open. The first thing that hit him? A couple just slumped on the floor. It looked like they weren't breathing anymore. According to Tot, they'd starved to death. In this place, you couldn't even steal food from your neighbors because they didn't have anything to steal either. The locals lived every day not knowing if it was their turn to get dragged off by the Grim Reaper because of the hunger. This really had Devourer tripping. Usually when a village hits a famine like this, all that rage gets dumped on the Lord, and the people start a riot. But here in Haston, the people were just suffering in silence instead of throwing hands. It was like Tot could read Devourer's mind. He swung the window open and looked all deep and moody. The Black Plague had been wrecking Haston for over a month now. Why was the village so quiet, and why wasn't anyone fighting back? Curious, aren't you, Sir Knight? While Devourer was losing his mind in Haston, the two ladies back at the Hellcore weren't having a great time either. Agria was bored out of her skull. She wanted to head to Haston to hunt down her idol. Obviously, Rine wasn't going to let that slide. Someone as rigid as her wasn't about to bail on the job the Lord personally assigned to them. Sir Devourer put his full trust in us, you know. Rine tried to sweet-talk her, but inside she was laughing her head off. She knew damn well the Lord trusted her, not this brat. Agria was still just a kid, so she totally fell for Rine's smooth talk. Just thinking about her idol trusting her made her hyped up all over again. Rine sipped her tea, keeping it cool. She had to stay on high alert at all times because there was no telling when those humans would decide to raid the place. Agrea immediately triggered her magic, Observer's Eyes, to scan the perimeter of the dungeon. Rine was pretty stoked to have an extra pair of hands helping her out. She was about to start cleaning when Agra's expression suddenly shifted. The Observer's Eyes caught something. Looks like someone actually broke in. But the energy signature wasn't huge, so it was probably just a solo intruder. Get ready. Agrea and Rine stood up, tense. They're here. Agrea had barely unsheathed her weapon when a blinding flash of red light hit them. Along with it came the click-clack of heels on the floor and a woman's seductive laugh. Oh my, why so jumpy? A woman stepped out from the entrance, drop-dead gorgeous, pale skin and a smoking hot body to match. Who else but the one and only Lady Bathory, the owner of the castle dungeon? Her surprise visit totally caught Rine off guard. Since Devourer wasn't around, she hadn't prepped any fancy food to entertain a guest. Bathory waved it off, saying she wasn't that picky. But if Rine really wanted to serve something tasty, she could just spare a little bit of her own blood. You're joking, right? Rine laughed awkwardly. Bathory finally dropped the act. She turned to Agrea with an intrigued look. Who's this? A newbie. Before Rine could answer, Agrea stepped up, bragging right out of the gate. The kid was always super full of herself regarding her Demon King bloodline. Want to know who you're dealing with? I'm the Demon King, ruler of all demons, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus Melamagria. Bathory looked at Agria's dramatic little performance and found it pretty amusing. Kids these days, right? Once Rine explained exactly who that lady was, Agria stopped chirping immediately. She pulled Rine to the side and whispered, Hey Rine, if I keep living here, do you think I'll get to meet the bosses of all the other dungeons? Rine clearly wasn't feeling this whole freeloader vibe from Agria. Besides, as of right now, Devourer still hadn't officially cleared this brat to be a member of the Ancient Corps. Bathory lazily ordered a bat to go fetch her some tea. The bat flapped its wings and instantly morphed into a handsome dude to serve her. Mentioning Devourer reminded Bathory that she hadn't seen him or Patrick around. Rine honestly admitted they'd been gone for a while. Bathory's expression turned dark real quick. She couldn't believe they'd chosen now to go Amaya. Seeing the vampire lady look that stressed made Rine tense up too. And from Bathory's own mouth, she finally got the lowdown on what was happening out there. The villages near the castle had been wiped off the map. Humans were clearly toast. Everything's gone. But here's the weird part, not a single body to be found, just a whole ocean of blood. Bed's thinking this wasn't some human slaughter. The blood on the ground is all flowing in one direction, like it was carving out a path. And the end of that path? It's Haston. Agrea's never heard of anything this twisted before. If the bodies vanished, there's a good chance they've all been turned into the undead. Ebe isn't ruling that out either. But honestly, not many creeps have the juice to pull that off. Most undead are just mindless drones, and the ones that do have a brain, they get branded as elders or higher-level threats. If an army of undead is moving in a pack, it means someone is pulling the strings. As soon as that hit the table, one name popped into BT's head. The king of the undead, the immortal King Evos. He's the prime suspect, which is exactly why our vampire lady came hunting for the ancient core today. She wanted to tip off Devourer and work something out, but the dungeon is totally empty right now. Rine doesn't even have a single minion left that's capable of sending a message. BT is speechless. How could Rine trust a goofball like Devourer so blindly that she sent him out without any way to stay in touch? Agrea, who's been dead silent until now, suddenly pipes up, all hyped. Yo, isn't it finally time for the Great One? That's me to step in? Nothing else for it, I guess. Back to Haston. Devourer is still deep in TT's tragic backstory. According to him, the Black Blight was the root of everything. Shortly after it hit Haston, someone torched the fields. Since the fire spread so fast, the crops that were just about ready for harvest turned to ash in a heartbeat. Around that same time, a nasty rumor started floating through the village. People were saying that any food from the blighted zones was cursed, and eating it would bring nothing but suffering. Just like that, Haston became a cursed land. Then, when word got out that even the Emperor had bailed on them, everyone fell into total despair. But even in the darkest times, there was a tiny flicker of hope. A wealthy couple stepped up to help the villagers. The fire hadn't touched much of their crops. They opened up their storage, handing out food to everyone. A lot of people looked up to them and started helping each other out. Just when trust was starting to sprout again, they found the couple lying in a pool of blood inside their own home. Everyone figured some greedy jerk wanted to hoard more food and just snapped. And just like that, nobody could trust a soul anymore. Collaboration fell apart. People started fighting tooth and nail so their food wouldn't get snatched, and in the end, everyone just starved anyway. The only reason the slum rats like Tot survived was because of that rumor about the poisoned food. They were desperate enough to eat it anyway, and surprise, they're still fine. Even with his eyes closed, Devourer could tell some lowlife had spread that rumor on purpose. Tot led Devourer to the next stop. It was a graveyard, and the scene was enough to make your skin crawl, piles of bodies from people who starved. Since nobody wanted the flies and rot taking over the whole town, the survivors just dug a huge pit and tossed them all in. You guys aren't burying them? Devourer asked, puzzled. Among those who lost their families, a lot of them just couldn't bring themselves to do it. Or, if we're being real, nobody wanted to deal with that grim job. Tot dropped another bomb. The couple they were talking about earlier had a daughter. That kid is Rosalina. Devourer sighed, thinking about how she went from being a princess to a street urchin. That kid's had a rough life. He scanned the area and spotted 2 guards. Tot says they're running the show here. Seeing guards at the gates in this kind of mess, Devourer pegged them immediately as guys following the Lord's orders. The Lord of this land is super suspicious. He figured he'd have to get face to face to make a breakthrough. Playing it safe wasn't going to uncover what the guys behind the curtain were plotting. So Patrick came up with a plan. He stole some happy eggs. If the happies chased the egg, Devourer could smash them all and use that as an excuse to get an audience with the Lord. But he hadn't even seen the Lord yet, and there were so many happies coming for their eggs that his head was spinning. One second Patrick was calling himself a genius. The next he was feeling dizzy because he never expected that many of them to show up. Up at the castle, the Lord of Haston just woke up from a nightmare. Her name's Lainavi Itak, the newly minted lord. She stepped out onto the balcony to catch a breath of fresh air. She'd been in charge for a few weeks now, but she still couldn't get used to it. She still remembers the day her brother died like it was yesterday. The rest of her family grabbed the cash and bolted without giving a damn about fixing Haston. Now Lainavi is just gasping for air, drowning in anxiety. She knows the only way to survive is to rebuild Haston, but the only move she's got is trusting some stranger. He promised the Lord he'd save Haston, but looking at the state of the territory now, she couldn't keep her cool. Look at this, is this the salvation you were talking about? Facing the young lord's grilling, the masked man just stayed calm and told her he wasn't going to break his promise. It won't be long now before I handle all the trouble the people of Haston are facing, so you don't need to stress so much, my lady. Lainavi was beyond annoyed. This stranger never tells her what his actual plan is, but she's just a girl. She's got no strategy to deal with all this. For now, she's got no choice but to take his word for it. According to the guy, the plan to save Haston is going smooth as silk, but hidden under that hood is a crooked smile Lainavi can't see. Fine, I'll trust you and wait a bit longer. The young lord had no choice but to fold. Just then, her butler walked in with a report on the security situation in Haston. He relayed what the guards said. The territory got swarmed by a pack of happies, but some knight suddenly showed up and wiped them out with a single blow. Lainavi's jaw dropped. A single blow? Who is he? What order is he from? The butler said the guards tried to ask, but he wouldn't say a word. Lainavi couldn't wait. She had to talk to this mysterious knight herself. She was about to head to the castle's reception hall, where the butler had already set up the guests to wait. But the mysterious stranger blocked her path. He figured they couldn't rule out the possibility that the knight was just an assassin in disguise. But La couldn't just brush off the fact that the guy had helped Haston just because he looked suspicious. She felt that rewarding him for his service was exactly what the Lord of Haston should do. In the end, La decided to grant the knight an audience. Patrick was brought before her. He knelt down gracefully on one knee and introduced himself. La was genuinely moved by Patrick's protection of the territory, having no idea that this was all part of a scheme between him and Devourer. Patrick scanned the person in front of him. One look was all it took to know she wasn't cut out to be a lord. Judging by her age, Patrick could guess that La was the younger sister of the former lord. Which house does your knighthood belong to? Patrick was caught off guard, not sure how to answer. The atmosphere suddenly went deathly silent. La asked for his name again, but he just apologized, saying he couldn't reveal it either. You're hiding a lot of things, aren't you? If I asked you to take off your helmet, would you refuse that too? My face is covered in scars from battle. Half of my face was slashed to ribbons, but if you can handle it, my lady, I'll take it off. Sure enough, that talk did the trick. La didn't push for Patrick to remove his helm anymore. Still, she stuck to her plan of rewarding him. La asked if he needed anything. Patrick immediately replied that he wanted food. The most important thing in Haston right now was supplies. Through the Lord's response, he could gauge the current state of the castle. Fine, that's not hard at all. Go get it ready. La ordered her servants without a second thought. From that, Patrick could easily tell the castle wasn't lacking food at all. Then why was this lord leaving her own people to suffer in such misery? Plus, Patrick was keeping a close eye on that masked freak standing next to the girl. Since he was an undead, he could sense dark energy, and that guy made Patrick feel a weirdly familiar vibe. So Patrick took a risk and asked La a question. My lady, may I ask you one thing? What is it? Something's been bothering me. That guy over there, who is he? That question was pretty out of line and could have gotten Patrick in serious trouble. But he claimed he was just curious. So the young lord let it slide. And now Patrick was reporting the situation back to his lazy-ass master. You just let him go? If he felt familiar, isn't he undead? What, you want me to start a fight in there? Then again, Patrick wasn't even sure if it was an undead. Whoever gave off that aura could just as easily be a necromancer. Humans messing with dark magic could radiate that same undead energy. You spend too much time overthinking. If it were me, I would have dealt with him on the spot. Devourer sounded impatient. We're here to clean up the mess you caused, not to make more trouble. Patrick gritted out every word before giving Devourer a rough smack. If this lord kept acting like this, he'd be out of a job sooner or later. Devourer tried to change the subject by bringing up what he'd gathered today. It was about the food curse. Wherever the black disaster struck, a plague followed. And people were starving because they refused to eat that food. As for the kid, Rosalina, Devourer couldn't get anywhere near her. Every time he got close, she bolted. If only I had some mind control magic. Should have brought Agria along. Patrick sighed. Devourer gnashed his teeth. Why didn't you say that from the start? Dragging someone along who didn't want to come here in the first place. Because I didn't think the master would be this useless. Obviously, Patrick couldn't say that out loud. Still, there had to be a way to get on Rosalina's good side. He pulled out the bag of food he'd just received from the Lord. Devourer's eyes lit up. I'm starving. You want to finish eating before we talk business? Patrick was speechless. Obviously not. Let's use this to win Rosalina's trust. Devourer reluctantly followed Patrick's lead. He took the bag of food to find Rosalina, but the Hell Lord's naturally grumpy face still scared the hell out of the kid. Rosalina cowered against the wall, her skinny frame trembling like a leaf. Why are you looking for me, sir? What's with the surprise, kid? Do I look like I'm about to eat you? Exactly that, my lord. The moment Rosalina thought she was about to get smacked, Devourer pulled a piece of bread from the bag. Take it, let's share. The kid went from terrified to shocked, then from shocked to pure joy. Isn't this the holy bread from the priest? Rosalina grabbed Devourer's hand and shook it excitedly. It is the priest's bread. He was confused. This was the bread Patrick gave him. Where did this priest come from? To answer Devourer's questions, Rosalina led him to a cave near the village. She seemed super happy to have finally found someone who shared her faith. Nobody else around there would believe her. They stopped in front of a pitch-black cave, but as they walked in, torches lit up one by one. As they went deeper, they ran into the guy they called the priest, busy preaching away. The disaster that has befallen Haston is a test for mankind because of the evil deeds they have committed. And he is a powerful being capable of overcoming our current plight. As believers who have gained his trust, we should be proud to be the chosen ones. Rosalina found a spot for the two of them to sit. Devourer found it all a bit hard to stomach. The guy didn't look like anything special, though. Was he just a brainwasher, like those weird cult leaders? While he was lost in thought, the other followers all stood up at once. Rosalina was grinning ear to ear. She said it looked like they had come at just the right time. It was time for the Eucharist when the priest gave out holy bread to the believers. Devourer watched with his keen hawk eyes. That bread was exactly the same as what Patrick got from the Lord of Haston. So why would something like that be in the Lord's castle? Or in other words, was this guy getting that bread from inside the castle? Devourer hadn't found the answer, but suddenly Rosalina leaned over and whispered, Mr. Knight, I'll let you in on a little secret. When he came to save Haston, I heard that those who truly believe in him will have eternal happiness. Devourer thought it sounded like total nonsense, but Rosalina clutched her cross tightly, dreaming away about receiving that guy's blessing. Before the two of them could even finish their conversation, the priest was already right in their faces. You made it today too, Rosalina. This is today's blessing. Make sure you hold on to it tight, all right? Rosalina kept thanking him for the bread. Then the priest moseyed over to Devourer and handed him the same thing. But the second Devourer reached out to take it. He knew his gut wasn't lying to him. That piece of bread hit the dirt, crumbling into dust. Devourer's face went from 0 to 100, looking scarier than ever. He snatched the priest by the collar and whispered in his ear, You really trying to pull a fast one while standing right in front of me? Regular humans might not see that mana flow, but that weak-ass trick ain't gonna work on me. I don't care what you do to these humans, but keep your nose out of my business. You crossed the line. The priest looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That's when it hit him. The dude in front of him wasn't even human. Rosalina just stood there holding her bread, looking totally lost. Something wrong? Sir Knight Devourer let go of the priest, his face going back to his usual look. He told Rosalina he was just thanking the priest for handing out the food. Rosalina bought it hook, line, and sinker. The two headed back to the village as night fell, but once he said his goodbyes to the kid, Devourer's face soured up again. There were too many red flags now. He didn't even need hard evidence. The head of that cult was actually in Haston, a place that was supposed to be cut off from everything. The guy was using some shady, unknown mana to brainwash and keep tabs on the villagers. Plus, there was that weirdo giving off zombie vibes hanging around the Lord's place that Patrick saw earlier. They were definitely connected, and there was probably someone even bigger pulling the strings. Ooh, how'd you figure that out? Truly the great Lord Devourer. Agreya popped up out of nowhere with a total troll face. Turns out, Devourer had been so deep in thought he accidentally started talking to himself. And what the hell was this annoying brat doing in Haston? Devourer thought he was tripping, but now his headache just doubled. You said you already trashed the place, so I was wondering how bad it'd actually be. But looking at it from here, it ain't that bad, is it? Agreya was perched on the roof of a high-rise scanning the village. Devourer knew for a fact this troublemaker didn't come all this way just because she was bored. Agreya spilled the beans about Lady Battery stopping by the ancient core and everything she'd said, including how she'd tracked weird energy signatures heading straight for Haston, and how she was convinced Evos was the main suspect. Evos was definitely the #1 candidate, but for now it was all just a guess. Devourer sighed, annoyed. Actually, Agreya had been doing a lot of thinking about this on her way here. Haston was a dumpster fire. Even though no zombies were walking around yet, Agreya figured the scum behind this was manipulating the flow of mana. She jammed her staff into the roof and cast a low-level mana detection spell. Knew it. Exactly what I thought. The people in Haston couldn't even imagine that the priest they worshipped like a god was actually a walking corpse. And not just that he was a gravekeeper, the jailer of the dead. His real name is L. Simon Magus. Today, Magus was doing his usual report to the boss he served. And just like Lady Bat suspected, the big bad behind it all was Evos, the lord of all zombies. Magus knelt low at Evos' feet. This was his final report before Evos headed to Haston himself. Spit it out, what's the report? My lord, there's an unexpected intruder. Evos didn't seem surprised. Before Magus even opened his mouth, that mysterious Omo guy who's always glued to the Lord had already mentioned it. The guy you ran into, he was wearing white armor and reeked of death, right? Magus shook his head. The guy he met was Devourer, no armor, and he didn't smell like a corpse. Magus didn't know who he was, but he was certain the guy had ties to the deep, dark abyss. Evos went silent for 5 seconds, starting to second-guess who this person was. But even if Devourer or Patrick showed up, he was determined to seize Haston first. It was step 1 of taking over the Empire. That Omo guy had asked for reinforcements at the Lord's castle, so Evos sent a goon named Massam to the underground dungeon. He asked if Magus needed backup to deal with Devourer, but he turned it down. If I feel like I need it later, I'll send a request. Fine, it's your call, Evos replied, then vanished. Magus stood up slowly, watching the crows fly off with his lord. He thought to himself, soon the undead will run this whole world. No matter who shows up, there's no stopping them now. But Magus still had one fear, that a certain monster would show up and ruin everything. Whether that monster in his head is Devourer, well, we'll see. Back on the roof, Devourer was still lazing around, bossing Agria around. She was certain someone was messing with the mana in Haston, but she had no way of knowing who cast the spell. Still, for big-scale magic like this, the caster usually has to be close by to keep the mana flowing, or they're using a conduit to keep things stable. And a conduit powerful enough to cover the whole town of Haston would take a massive amount of mana. Agria guessed the perfect spot to hide a conduit like that was the Lord's castle. Devourer let out a long yawn. Agria's theory made total sense. Even if he didn't know what the hell they were planning, if he and his crew flipped the place upside down now, someone would come running to investigate. Since Patrick was nearby, Devourer decided to stop being lazy. Hey Agria, you're free, right? Let's hit the castle. The look in Devourer's eyes, his smile, his vibe, it totally freaked Agria out, no idea what he was cooking up. But according to Lord Devourer, it was time to replace one of those gravekeepers. At the same time, Patrick was tearing the castle apart. Just like he thought, the basement was the sketchiest part of the whole place. Patrick's nose was like a bloodhound. He caught the heavy, rotting stench rising from below. There was a useless dungeon under the castle, but Patrick heard something really suspicious. Sure enough, he broke in and found a massive monster hacking away at bone. That giant cleaver in his hand really impressed Patrick. It'd been a long time since he'd seen a weapon that savage. Seeing the guy was so locked in on his work, Pick spoke up first. My bad for crashing your grind, man. Who's your boss, anyway? The butcher dude panicked when he saw someone show up and swung that massive, insane-looking cleaver trying to take Patrick out. Since he was such a giant, that swing had a ton of power behind it, but to Pick, the guy was moving in slow motion. He snatched the huge blade out of the air with one hand easy. Having this kind of business going down in the castle dungeon, does that mean that Bastard and the Lady Lord are in on the same racket? Patrick used a little extra muscle and snapped that giant cleaver like a twig. The guy didn't even have time to process what went down before Patrick had him by the throat. Look, we've seen enough here, so get lost. It was clear this loser was no match for Patrick. He sliced the guy in two with one simple strike, but right after, the torches in the dungeon died out, then flared back up with magic fire. Patrick was on high alert, but a second later, his helmet still got knocked clean off. Patrick let out a dry chuckle. Damn, that's wild. Didn't expect a Dullahan to show up. What kind of plot are you guys cooking up? For those of you who don't know, a Dullahan is basically a headless knight, folks. Hey you, who gave you the order to guard this place? Patrick asked politely, but the guy wasn't trying to chat. Instead, he just rushed him, acting like a total psycho. While dodging, Patrick realized what kind of gear the guy was packing. That blade was a cursed sword. It can corrode any weapon it touches, so dealing with it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Even Patrick had to admit this guy wasn't some pushover. He wasn't your average headless knight. He was just another undead like the rest of them. How about we just sit down and talk this out? Patrick tried to talk some sense into him, but he already knew that offer was a complete joke. The Dullahan completely ignored the invite and charged straight at Pick again. This forced him to lean his massive frame back to dodge the blade. This trash was definitely an undead with some brains, but he refused to say a single word. Patrick swore he'd get to the bottom of why this guy was here, and he was sure the Lady Lord could answer his questions. Since that was the case, Pick wasn't about to waste any more time messing around. He unleashed a barrage of moves to overwhelm his opponent. That Dullahan might have been strong, but he wasn't on Pick's level. Even the cursed sword in his hand got swiped. Under Patrick's storm of strikes, the guy got chopped into pieces. Midnight, Lady La woke up feeling a sudden drop in the room's temperature. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a looming figure standing right by her bed, radiating a bone-chilling aura. The young lord immediately tensed up. How dare you break in here in the middle of the night? Isn't it obvious? I've got stuff to discuss with you. Your name is La 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 La, right? Patrick nonchalantly drew his sword, making the Lady Lord go from tense to straight up panicking. He gave her exactly 5 minutes to get O over there. Obviously, La didn't have the guts to go against what Pick said. So, that guy with his face all covered up was dragged out in the middle of the night. Sorry for the late wake-up call, everyone. But while I was out on a night stroll, I just happened to pick this up. Patrick tossed the thing in his hand onto the table with a thud. Lady La jumped out of her skin, terrified, but it didn't look like she even knew what it was. It was the helmet of a Dullahan. The literal head of the opponent Pick had just smoked earlier. He started grilling Lanevi, asking why she was teaming up with the undead. What are you talking about? What undead? Patrick thought she was still trying to fake it till she made it. Or maybe, if she wasn't faking it, she really had no clue what kind of people she was shaking hands with. That wouldn't even be surprising, because Patrick saw that La was just some incompetent lord who didn't know what was happening on her own land. "My lady, you don't have to listen to these baseless claims anymore." The guy finally spoke up, trying to order the guards to arrest Pick on the lady's behalf, but Patrick didn't even let him finish his sentence. "I personally took out that Dullahan in the dungeon under this castle." Hearing the words dungeon under the castle, La turned to look at the subordinate she'd never even seen the face of. It was clear he was sweating bullets. The proof was how fast he turned away when she looked at him. "That's right, your underground dungeon is crawling with corpses." Patrick coldly drew his sword again and pointed it straight at the guy. "Let me give you another hint. The guy standing right next to you? He's an undead too." Maybe because of the pressure, the Lady Lord's words and actions started to spiral. She chose not to believe Patrick, who hadn't been in the castle long, and instead trusted the guy next to her, a creep who always acted mysterious but promised to save Haston. La figured that if Patrick kept insisting the guy was undead, he was basically threatening the safety of all of Haston. Patrick let out a faint laugh. This lord was laughably stupid. Clearly deep down, she already suspected who the real threat to Haston actually was. Yet she was still acting all tough. At this point, Omo didn't even have the shame to back off. He took a few steps toward Pick and told him in La 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 to just chill out. "Sir Knight, you said earlier that this was a Dullahan's helmet, but Dullahans aren't exactly common, you know. You see it that way too?" I was pretty shocked myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. An elite undead like that just showing up here. Patrick put on a show, playing along with that bastard's act. Most of all, Patrick felt like that Dullahan was a little off. Rank-wise, they're basically the elders of the undead, so he should have the brains to talk. But during the whole fight, he didn't open his mouth once. The way he moved during the fight wasn't normal either. So after burning his soul, Patrick did a little digging. Turns out he found a mind control magic circle carved inside the armor. Next to it was the master's name. That Dullahan's name was Masam. This sounded like the name of the deputy leader of the raid squad, two brothers Masam and Hana. That squad was put together to take down a savage undead 30 years ago. Word is, he was a powerhouse of a knight, but after that raid was over, he vanished. Patrick turned back to La, who was still looking clueless, and asked her, "So what do you think? Who do you think that savage undead they were trying to kill actually was?" La, of course, had no clue. Patrick could tell what was coming, so the blade in his hand shifted again, pointing straight at the hooded bastard. "Alright, let's try a different question this time. Hope you can answer this one for me yourself. Where is that vicious undead freak Arovos?" "Well, speak up, you undead lackey." Hearing the name Arovos, Lord La looked even more confused. She had no idea why that brutal dungeon boss was involved in any of this. Meanwhile, the grave-robbing scum just started laughing like a maniac, completely ignoring the blade Patrick had pressed against his throat. That laughter hit the young lord like a wake-up call. She screamed at him in a frenzy, desperate to hold on to her last shred of hope. "Didn't you say you were going to save me in my territory?" "Oh sure, of course I did." That was the first time La really got a good look at this scumbag's face. The terrifying expression on his face made her too scared to say another word. Patrick's sudden arrival had completely trashed Ohm's plans. He didn't bother hiding his killing intent. He was too far gone to turn back now. With that thought, Ohm lunged at the young lord. But before he could even touch her, Patrick's lightning-fast blade sliced his hand off. "Both of you stay put," Patrick commanded. One of Ohm's arms was severed, yet not a single drop of blood hit the floor. La collapsed, shaking. This scene was the final proof that the man she'd trusted all this time was in fact undead. For the first time, Ohm pulled back his hood. He didn't mind revealing his true face or his plans, shattering La's world in the process. "I'm sending you and everyone in this territory to your graves. I'm turning this place into a land of the dead. A human like you actually getting a chance at salvation, you should feel honored." With every word he spat out, Ohm's form started to twist and change. Finally, he showed his true colors, a hideous undead monstrosity. This is just one small part of the undead lord's plan, the immortal King Arovos. Patrick stared at him, his mind racing. The undead were usually mindless, relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm their enemies. Basically, they just threw bodies at the problem until they won. But after hearing Ohm, Patrick was certain they had cooked up a cold, calculated strategy before they ever started this invasion. As for Ohm, he'd had his eye on Patrick since the first time they met and reported it straight to Arovos. It was just that Patrick blew his expectations out of the water by taking down Masam. That only made Ohm more curious about the guy standing in front of him. He couldn't wrap his head around why such a powerful undead would refuse to serve the undead King Arovos. Lord La was terrified out of her mind. Finding out Patrick was undead too just doubled her fear. Patrick let out a massive sigh. He'd finally been exposed by this clown Ohm. He never intended to hurt the Lord. They still needed her to cooperate and manage the territory. Now that his cover was blown, getting her to work with him was going to be a real headache. That just made Patrick hate this undead lackey even more. Ohm reached out with his long arm and razor-sharp claws, swinging at Patrick, but these two were on completely different levels. Patrick could have severed the other arm with his eyes closed. The cold tip of his sword rested against Ohm's chest. "You'd better do what I say." The guy was a stubborn mule. He laughed at Patrick's threats, finding them ridiculous. They didn't mean a thing to the undead. Of course, Patrick understood that too. Why would someone who already kicked the bucket a long time ago be afraid of dying again? So, Patrick switched to a different kind of threat, the kind that would actually make the freak sweat. If you've done your homework, you should know. The guy traveling with me is way stronger than you think. Strong enough to wreck your little plan without breaking a sweat. That's interesting. Doesn't matter, it's still gonna hurt the humans. Oh my bad, but we're on the human side. While trading barbs, Patrick didn't forget to butter up the Lord a little. Instead of wasting time, why don't you just spill the beans on everything? Naturally, what Patrick wanted to hear most was Arovos' grand plan. Thought about it for a long while, weighing his options, but eventually decided to drop some intel. First, he revealed how one becomes an elder. For a human or an undead to turn into an elder, they need a rare supernatural phenomenon or a level of hatred so massive it surpasses that power. They're called elders because each one packs enough heat to take on thousands of zombies solo. The undead Lord Arovos he worshipped was a powerhouse who could use magic to forge these elders. That was the whole reason they isolated Haston and built up a cult. They needed humans with living bodies and beating hearts, but spirits that were weak enough to break. It was the perfect breeding ground for the undead to gather and birth an elder. On the floor, La couldn't stop shivering as she listened to Ohm's plan. She felt like the biggest fool on the planet for ever trusting this piece of trash. And Arovos' goal wasn't just about isolating Haston. Above all, they wanted to churn out an army of elders from that sea of zombies in the dungeon and use them to go beyond the border and crush the Empire. Wow, you guys are nasty, Patrick commented flatly. If the Dietfong Empire and all its people turned into the undead, the ones with the real power would be the 7 dungeons. Ohm started laughing like a lunatic, then began chanting under his breath. A magic circle formed a high-level spell, expansion of the dark curse. La cowered in the corner, terrified, while Ohm grew even more smug. You think just because you chopped off my hands I can't cast spells? How stupid. Huh, not bad. Just need a voice to cast it, right? Patrick nodded and Ohm let out another roar of laughter. Invisible hands woven from the dark curse started wrapping around Patrick. Ohm thought he had this in the bag. No living thing could go toe-to-toe with his supreme lord Arovos. The only thing that could was an ancient monster. But Ohm figured that after the displacement, that monster had gone into a deep slumber. So there was no one left to stop their plan. You talk too much. It's annoying. Patrick slowly tapped into his own primordial strength to shatter the bindings of the dark curse. That sent Ohm into a panic all over again. How strong was this guy that he could just snap a forbidden spell with pure raw power? As for Patrick, after summing up Ohm's rambling, he'd figured out one important thing. No matter how grand Arovos' plan was, the second that ancient monster showed up, it was all going up in smoke. The castle ceiling suddenly exploded with a deafening boom and rocks came crashing down. Patrick let out another heavy sigh. This guy shows up and brings a whole load of drama with him. Seriously, your timing is just perfect, Lord Law. Coughing noise! She freaked out even more when 2 more people suddenly appeared in the Great Hall, and the way they showed up was way more earth-shattering than Pick. Devourer gave her a cold, empty stare for a few seconds before turning back to Pick. How much have you figured out? I've basically got the whole scoop, sir. While Devourer was just casually checking out the place, a blast of dark energy came flying at him. He didn't even bother looking. He just swiped his hand and sent that magic blast flying right back. That little flick of his wrist amplified the power of the attack tenfold. It turned into a swarm of spikes, piercing right through Omo's body. Omo was terrified. This power was totally off the charts. Pick grinned with pure satisfaction seeing that ugly look on the guy's face. Didn't I tell you? The people I'm with are way tougher than you think. Devourer looked at Omo like he was literal trash. What is this? Omo struggled to keep himself from shaking like a leaf. He'd already started to piece together who this guy was. It was highly likely that Devourer was that ancient monster, the only one his lord Arovos was actually afraid of. But there's no way any info about their plans could have leaked. So how on earth did Devourer track them down here? Plus, Omo couldn't even sense the energy from the stone at the top of the castle anymore. At the same time, he'd managed to probe the energy of the person standing next to Devourer, and he was pretty sure Agrea was a demon king. In this situation, Omo knew for a fact he couldn't win. He had to try and stall for as long as he could to get word to Arovos. Thinking that, Omo tried to force himself to calm down. Ancient monster, why are you here? I heard you vanished after the incident at. Before Omo could finish his sentence, a blinding light slammed into him. Then absolute chaos broke out. That jerk got smashed so hard he was flattened against the ground. Agrea couldn't stand the guy's big mouth anymore. She raised her staff, the magic swirling and constantly burning Omo's body. Devourer lazily kept yawning. It was wild that the bastard was still laughing like a freak even after getting wrecked like that. Maybe because he's an undead, his stubbornness is just on another level. Kneel before your master. Our lord has finally set foot on this land. Omo shrieked with what little strength he had left. Pick looked suspicious and warned Devourer. Devourer clicked his tongue. Just making an appearance, and this guy's already being extra as hell. The people of Haston started feeling like the sky looked a bit weird. Rosalina was currently running back from Jabet Square as fast as her legs could carry her. It was the place everyone abandoned because of the plague. Like always, she got caught by Tot. She thought she was going to get yelled at again. But today, Tot just let out a heavy sigh. The thieves had just held a meeting. Their leader and the others had made a call. Tomorrow night, they're all leaving Haston for good. Rosalina was stunned for a few seconds. Looks like their leader didn't trust Devourer and Pick, which is why he made that call. Follow me, I'll explain on the way. Tot took Rosalina to that mass grave. Her parents were buried deep at the bottom of that pit. They were about to leave and might never come back, so Tot wanted to take her there to say goodbye to her folks. Of course, they weren't forcing her to come along. It was her choice. Tot told her to do whatever she wanted. Rosalina stayed quiet for a long time. She didn't get why her leader wanted to ditch Haston. Uncle Tot, isn't Haston supposed to be saved? Can't we wait a little longer? Rosalina, I'm not going to try and convince you, since you've already chosen to believe in that cult. But you really want to wait for a salvation that might never come while your parents are stuck rotting in that dark place? Tot's words were pretty blunt, but super real. Rosalina was putting all her faith in that cult, but Tot didn't think the God she believed in was the only one who could offer salvation. What you're doing could actually bring peace to those miserable souls, you know. That sentence from Tot suddenly woke Rosalina up. She clenched her hands into fists, her eyes suddenly looking oddly sharp and clear. Tot was right. If she just let go of her stubbornness, her own actions could be a form of salvation. Thinking that, Rosalina reached out and took the torch from Tot. She took one long, hard look at the pile of corpses, then wanted to bring the torch down to set those poor bodies free. But a hand stopped her before she could. Oh my, I was just wondering who would be out here this late. Tot jumped out of his skin. His guard went straight to the maximum level. Is that you, Rosalina? Rosalina looked up. Right in front of her was the priest, the messenger of the gods she had trusted for so long. Obviously, Rosalina had no idea he was actually the dark necromancer Magus, the stooge responsible for turning Haston into this hellhole. Father, what are you doing? Rosalina started panicking as Magus's grip on her hand got tighter and tighter. Even when the flames from the torch spread to Magus's hand, he didn't even bother to put the fire out. Magus flicked his hand and Rosalina's small body went flying. Tot hurried to catch her, while the fire spread more and more, burning away Magus's robes. That revealed his true form and Undead's real face, which was definitely not a pretty sight. Rosalina was shocked. The priest she always trusted was actually an undead. Shut your mouths, you pathetic humans. Magus lost his patience. You should be staying quiet to welcome his arrival. Magus raised his hand. Following his move, the corpses in the pit started to stir. Rosalina was terrified. Everyone, including her parents, had turned into undead. Damn it, what are you just standing there for? Run! Tot's shout snapped her out of it. The two of them booked it as fast as they could. Behind them, a swarm of savage undead was chasing them like crazy. They ran into a house in town. Tot used everything he could find inside to barricade the door. This should be enough to stop them for now, even if it's just for a bit. Rosalina was totally spent from running. Her legs were shot. Tot told her to climb onto his back. Even though he was exhausted too, he carried her up to the second floor. Through the window, they could see the crowd of undead lurking in the streets. Tot was incredibly worried. He had no idea what their actual survival odds were. They climbed to the second floor. The smell up here was just as disgusting because there were corpses in this room too. Tot put Rosalina down in the corner of the room. It's just as dangerous in here as it is out there. If you want to survive, you need to stay on high alert, kid. After saying that, Tot walked over to the corpse and snatched the weapon from their hand. His eyes turned dead serious. Tot kept hold of the weapon and started closing in on Rosalina. The kid was shaking like a leaf. Tot, what the hell are you doing? Tot didn't even blink, he just swung the weapon forward. Rosalina thought she was a goner, but when she opened her eyes, she didn't have a scratch on her. All that deluded faith of hers had been grinding Tot's gears for a long time. At least give a girl a heads up, damn it. You scare the crap out of me, Rosalina shrieked. Right on cue, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. Both their hairs stood on end. The zombies had breached the door. Tot scrambled up, weapon in hand. Rosalina didn't want to be dead weight either. She scrambled around looking for something to use as a weapon, but Tot didn't give her the chance. He looked back at Rosalina and shot her a weird, twisted smile. Then, Tot walked straight out of the room and locked it from the outside. He'd done everything he could, including using blood to bait the zombies so they wouldn't find Rosalina. As for him, he was ready to play the martyr. On the other side of the door, the kid was freaking out. She was terrified Tot was just going to bail on her. How long are you going to keep leaning on other people, kid? You've been a dead weight for long enough. Tot said the words, even though he didn't mean a damn thing by them. But immediately after, he told Rosalina she had to stay quiet from now on. Don't make a single sound and don't do anything stupid. The zombies were already climbing up. Inside, it looked like Rosalina finally got the message. She clamped her hand over her mouth and Tot let out a heavy breath. Good, this was way better than both of them biting the dust. Rosalina, I'm sorry for being so hard on you all this time. Outside, Tot had already started throwing down with the zombies. Separated by a door, Rosalina was sobbing her heart out, not even daring to make a peep. The sky being stained in unnatural blood red had really set the people of Haston off. They figured it was the fault of that new lord who just took office. She hadn't shown her face once, even after sitting on that throne for a few weeks. And they figured the sky turning like this meant the heavens were throwing a tantrum. Just as the mob of armed locals rushed toward the lord's castle, a blood-curdling scream rang out. They all spun around to see a young man covered in blood limping toward them. It's too dangerous, he panted. Someone from the mob rushed over to catch the kid and check his wounds. He was an intern from the Wind Magic Tower. A quick check showed the kid was hurt, but not actually bleeding. So where the hell was all that blood on him coming from? They found out real quick. Right after he appeared, a whole swarm of zombies came pouring in after him. Hearing the mob, the kid started losing his mind. They had no choice but to pin him down. Hey, pull yourself together. Everyone who could actually fight gripped their weapons, but the grotesque look of those zombies had them second-guessing. Just as things got real tense, a knight in white armor on horseback rode in. He sliced through a few zombies in one go, telling them these freaks weren't half as tough as they looked. Make your choice. Run and wait to die, or stand up and fight. We're going down swinging. The first ones to answer were those interns from the Wind Magic Tower. When the Black Plague hit Haston, they'd been out on a mission, so they'd managed to survive. It was a bit late, but they still wanted to do their part to save the place. I'll fight too. Someone else in the crowd raised their hand, and thanks to the domino effect, the rest of the civilians agreed to join the scrap. The knight nodded, satisfied, then ordered the able-bodied folks to grab weapons and hit the front lines. The others formed a defensive line. They had to protect Haston until their last breath. Get ready, they're coming! The 3 interns charged in first. The magic they unleashed caused a massive explosion, knocking back a whole heap of zombies. That commotion caught the attention of the mob leader inside the city. Damn it, what's going on out there? Where the hell did Tot and Rosalina disappear to? He was getting seriously impatient. They'd planned on slipping out of Haston that night, but now those two were gone. But it didn't take long for him to find Rosalina. The kid was slumped against a wall, completely gassed. As soon as she saw her leader, the waterworks started. Tot had told her to stay put in that room, but she'd been so scared she ran all the way here. At least I found you. Boss Toddy. It's all my fault, Toddy. Rosalina was choking up, but she didn't need to finish the sentence for him to get the picture. Even though he felt hollowed out inside, the leader had to man up and be the rock for the kid in front of him. It's gonna be okay. He kept trying to comfort her. He's not that kind of guy. Look, Rosalina, it's not your fault. You're still breathing because Tot saved your hide. Even so, Rosalina was a wreck. She was beating herself up for being so fanatical, for believing in magus. These weren't just your average zombies, after all. Then she suddenly calmed down and told the leader that instead of running, they needed reinforcements. The leader thought he'd misheard her, but Rosalina was dead serious. She looked him straight in the eye and hammered it home. They needed backup. And the only people who could help them right now were those 2 knights, Devourer and Pick. Those guys were probably chilling in the Lord's castle right now. Rosalina's leader stood up, handed her a potion, and told her to chug it to get her strength back and get moving. He was a leader. Even if he was just the boss of a small crew in Haston, he wasn't about to abandon his people out there. He also couldn't let Rosalina, the one Tot sacrificed everything to protect, get herself killed again. So he told her to down that bottle and make a run for the Lord's castle to find Patricic and Devourer. He'd take responsibility and hold off the zombie horde here with his crew. Patricic and Agria were up high, watching the brawl between the Haston mob and the zombies. Devourer, as usual, was lazing around nearby. There was nothing he hated more than getting dragged into a mess. From what Patricic saw, the humans had a slight edge. They weren't fighting half bad, but that line would break sooner or later. Human stamina only goes so far. They'd get wiped out by the thousands of zombies soon enough. Besides, according to there was an elder mixed in with the zombies, and there was no way the humans could handle that creep. Seems like Eovos is really gearing up for something, huh? Should we return the favor, boss? Devourer let out a sinister grin. Obviously, you're looking to get back at Evos, but they've got another task to handle first. With that thought, Devourer hopped off his perch and headed straight for the trembling lord. Name? I'm La 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 Sinevi. She couldn't stop shaking. Her words were barely coming out. La La La, seriously? All right, I'm Devourer. Devourer crouched down to get on her level. Then he used his index finger to lift her chin up. You want to live, right? Patrick looked baffled. He thought this lord was useless and originally didn't plan on letting her live. But Devourer had a change of heart. The reason they can't control Haston anymore is because of those undead. But if all those zombies vanished and Haston's lord was under their thumb, this land wouldn't necessarily have to be abandoned. Then again, Patrick didn't really think highly of working with humans. He and Agrea both figured humans were shifty and would never keep their mouths shut once they knew a secret. I don't think they're all like that. Devourer stood up nonchalantly. I think this human has a reason to stay alive. Devourer noticed that even though she was terrified, she wasn't avoiding his gaze. Plus, he'd just shown her his true form. Yet La seemed pretty steady. She didn't seem as useless as she looked. Every hero Devourer had met had something special about them. It's the kind of thing you can't just get through hard work. And this woman had a spirit strong enough to stand up to Lord Devourer himself. He decided to trust his gut and spare her. Patrick sighed heavily. If the boss was dead set on it, there was no point in him arguing. If everything goes sideways, you're dealing with the fallout yourself. Patrick turned away, annoyed. Devourer turned back to La. Well, now you get to choose. Just say, please save us, and everything gets sorted. Sounds like a sweet deal. But the Lord had already been duped by that jerk once, so she was clearly on guard. If I beg you, what happens after? Simple. The undead get kicked out, and until Haston finds peace again, Patrick will do his best to help. Patrick jumped like a cat that just got splashed with boiling water. He immediately barked, Boss, are you exploiting me? That's too much! Clearly the plan was his own, yet he was forcing others to do the work. Devourer quickly changed the subject. He was just lazy. He'd dream up the schemes, but doing the heavy lifting? Not happening. As for Law, she knew that asking this guy for help meant there'd be a price to pay. What Devourer wanted was for her to hand over everything she had, which obviously included her authority. La was incredibly tense. The pressure from the three of them, especially that lord, was immense. She knew for sure she'd die if she dared to refuse. Whether it was at the hands of this monster in human skin or being torn apart by zombies, she was done for. But if she took Devourer's deal, she'd live, even if it meant losing everything. A million questions started racing through her head. If the black disaster hadn't happened, would her brother have killed himself? If he were still alive, would she even be able to be the Lord of Haston? If she weren't the Lord, would she even be facing this? Les struggled with her thoughts, stuttering, unable to spit out an answer. Conversely, Patrick and Devourer weren't exactly feeling patient. Boss, just finish her off already. Where'd I put my sword again? Before Law could even answer, Devourer heard frantic footsteps. Someone was coming? Agrea asked what he wanted to do. If Devourer wanted, the kid could completely seal the door with magic. But Devourer was curious to see who it was, so he told Agrea to open it. As soon as the door swung open, a small figure bolted in like a bullet. Devourer recognized her instantly. It was Rosalina. The kid's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. You're really here! Sir Knight, please, you have to help us! She skidded to a halt in front of Devourer, and even though she was breathless, Rosalina tried to explain everything that just happened in detail, including the zombies flooding the village. Everyone was trying to fight back, but there were just too many of them, and they were vicious. That included the fact that Tot was gone, and the leader had tasked her with coming here to beg for reinforcements from Devourer. Everyone's barely holding on, so please, help us. Didn't you say you'd save Haston? Seeing Devourer stay silent, Rosalina finally looked up at him, and the sight in front of her made her jump out of her skin. Beside Devourer was an actual skeleton. Patrick didn't mind scaring her a little more. That's right, I'm a skeleton, haha. Too bad the current situation depends on that human's choice over there. He pointed at the Lord. She was still weighing the choice between surviving and losing all her power or kicking the bucket. Guessing the humans out there were nearing their breaking point, Patrick asked Agrea for a favor. The kid was sharp. Before Patrick even finished, she understood. Agrea used magic to conjure a giant winged eye. Whoa, what is that? Devourer looked disgusted at the sight of it. The giant eye flapped a few times and flew out of the castle. It headed straight for the battle, and the people in the castle could watch the action in real time. Rosalina became incredibly tense, and the Lord didn't look any better. Only Patrick and Devourer were watching the battle with excitement, like they were watching a cartoon. They didn't even forget to add a few comments now and then. There's a bunch of ghouls. I don't like them. They smell putrid. Oh, looks like they can't hold out much longer, huh? Tears started streaming down Rosalina's small face. The people she was watching were the members of the wandering bandit troupe that had taken her in. Seeing them getting beaten and torn apart without being able to do anything made her heart feel like it was exploding. Rosalina frantically demanded to know why Devourer was just sitting there watching when he had the power to stop it. Then she begged him to save Haston and the innocent people. Before Devourer could even answer, Rosalina turned her sights on the Lord. What the hell are you doing while the people are dying out there? La stammered, having no idea how to answer in this situation. I asked you, what are you doing? Being scolded straight to her face by a kid, La finally had to make a decision. She turned to Devourer and desperately begged him to save the people still alive in Haston. The contractless deal between them was officially made. Just waiting for that, Devourer, along with Patrick and Agrea, turned and headed for the door. What's the big deal? Why overthink it? The sky over Haston was stained a deep blood red, and the battle was tipping hard in favor of the undead. Even the strongest fighters among the resistance were dropping like flies. They'd given everything they had to hold the line, but they never expected to get stomped this fast. This white-haired dude was one of the last ones standing, but staring down that incoming zombie, he was officially tapped out. Just as... The man shut his eyes to accept his fate. A boot rudely stomped right on the zombie's head. Ugh, gross! Agrea face planted into the scene with zero grace. She just crushed a walker and was totally bugged out by the gut stuck to her shoe. The remaining zombies caught sight of her and started losing their minds. Time to show off that demon lord swagger. You're all way too loud. Agrea frowned and flicked her wrist, unleashing a swarm of purple butterflies. Everywhere they touched, the undead just went up in magical flames. She seemed pretty hyped with her own performance. The white-haired guy she just saved couldn't help but express his gratitude. His eyes were sparkling like he'd just seen a miracle. Oh, you angel, that fancy title immediately set Agrea off. She whipped her head around, eyes shooting daggers as she gritted her teeth at him. You useless human, what did you just call me? Not stopping there, she gave him a savage kick. If you value your life, beat it, loser. The guy had no clue what just went down, but he knew keeping his head was priority one, so he booked it. Behind him, Agrea was still ranting about humans being idiots for comparing her to an angel. She never thought she'd be helping humans of all people. Just then, Magus the poison jailer crawled out of the wreckage. He could sense the energy radiating off her and knew for a fact she was a demon. Plus, with mana levels like that, she had to be a demon lord or a dragon. So he really didn't get why she was backing the humans. I do what I want. What right does a bottom feeder like you have to question me, the demon lord? Agrea didn't hold back. Her bluntness ticked Magus off. He thought she was way too full of herself and swore he'd tear her apart to get the answers he wanted. He even wanted to turn Agrea into the most hardcore zombie in history. As for Agrea, she wasn't even listening. She didn't care who he thought he was. She just thought Magus was the most long-winded, annoying zombie she'd ever had the displeasure of meeting. I am the loyal servant under the Lord of all undead. How could I, Simon Magus, ever lose to a brat of a demon lord like you? Nobody asked, but the guy just had to monologue. Still, Agrea wasn't exactly impressed by his little intro. She looked past him, totally bored. Look, I don't know what you're yapping about, but I'm not your opponent. Magus's sharp gut feeling told him something way scarier was coming. Sure enough, Devourer had been waiting behind him this whole time. As soon as Magus turned around, Devourer hit him like a hurricane. Found you, you punk. Told you I wouldn't forget your face. Magus's eyes went wide. His brain barely registered who Devourer was before he ate a fist straight to the face. Devourer's strike was so heavy that the Evos lackey went flying. To make it even more dramatic, he smashed through a wall and left it in pieces. Devourer chuckled. Letting off some steam with that punch felt pretty damn good. He figured if his gut was right, this guy he just sent flying was the gatekeeper for the undead army, which meant he was the gatekeeper for this sevenfold poison jail. A single hit won't kill you. Get up. Devourer barked the order, losing patience. Magus's monster minions were shaking in their boots, while Agrea just hung back to enjoy the show. Seeing someone as tough as that guy get wrecked by one punch was wild, and it looked like Devourer hadn't even broken a sweat. She eagerly zipped over to Devourer. Hey, Devourer, looks like you got some bad blood with him. You know him? Devourer was going to tell the story about last time with Rosalina. The jerk had tried to probe him using mana-infused holy bread, but it was a long story and he couldn't be bothered. So he just kept it short, saying he hated Magus and wanted to smash him a few more times. But it looked like the guy wasn't getting up anytime soon. Devourer didn't think they should hang around here too long. Agrea, you think Evos is hiding in this village? Agrea shook her head and pointed at the red sky. It was basically a barrier meant to trap everyone inside, which meant the one casting it was on the outside, though she wasn't sure what his endgame was. And Agrea didn't have the juice to break that barrier herself. Devourer didn't want to overwork the kid. If it was heavy lifting, he'd handle it. Devourer told Agrea to clear out the remaining trash and keep human casualties to a minimum. Even though it was already a mess, Haston needed a decent population left if it was going to survive. It might not be perfect, but I think I can handle the cleanup. Getting a direct order from Devourer got Agrea all fired up. Devourer didn't mind patting her head and dropping a few compliments that made her beam. You're doing great. Let's tidy this place up before we go deal with Evos directly. You got it, leave it to me. Yes, sir, Devourer. Devourer left Agrea to the chaos and walked straight up to Magus. The jailer had probably figured out who he was by now. With that kind of power, he was sure Devourer was the ancient monster his lord had warned him about. As Devourer closed in, the ground suddenly lit up with a magic circle. Magus let out a twisted laugh. Ancient monster? You really think I'm dumb enough to just wait here without a backup plan? A massive explosion erupted from the circle. Simon Magus got blasted backward, but that was exactly what he calculated. He was a loyal servant, one of the pillars of Evos' army. Never once had he failed his master. Magus thought, same this time, even if I'm beaten to a pulp, I'll use this chance to get back to Evos. But the ancient monster in front of him seemed way tougher than he anticipated. Devourer's form was starting to change, a sure sign his rage was boiling over. You little piece of trash, you really love pushing my buttons, don't you? Magus stood there, looking like a total mess, and let out an angry curse. Damn it, seriously? He glared at the opposite side, where a killing aura was radiating, accompanied by the sight of terrifying golden eyes. A devourer from the poison dungeon. He realized the situation was foobar and thought about bailing. This is bad, Morris is trying to fly off, I need to get to Urbos fast. He was frantic. Hurry, hurry, Morris kept urging himself. Faster, he felt like he was almost there. But suddenly, a grotesque black beast with razor-sharp teeth tried to snap at him. Magus easily dodged it, though, and the beast looked pretty surprised by his reflexes. It watched Magus flying away in another direction. That bastard's pretty fast, it thought. Maris managed to slip into another space. Wallow was standing below, watching the whole thing. He'd planned to swallow him in one bite, but the guy slipped through his fingers. He scratched his head, thinking it'd be a pain to waste time hunting him down, but he couldn't just leave him be. MJ was nearby, cheerful as ever. Hey Dev, how long are you going to be? Swo gave his guy an answer. 15 or 20 minutes, I can definitely hold out for 20. MJ nodded, encouraging him, take care out there, boss. Swo stopped paying attention to Mel and stared at the house. I'm a bit worried about Mel. He held up his hand, which was dripping with black slime, looking sullen. Can't waste any more time here. That sludge quickly formed a huge circle with a long black trail. That scumbag must have run off to find my mom. Yovos was probably outside the village, so Maris must have flown into that space already. Devourer had a hunch. If the guy wanted to leave, he had to stick to the castle walls, right? I have no clue, honestly. Mega suddenly looked behind him, stunned. A massive wave of light was rushing toward him like it wanted to devour him whole. On his end, Devourer wore a sinister smirk. If I just blow everything up in this direction, I'm bound to hit that vermin. He looked around at the cracks in the ground, feeling satisfied. Good enough. The basic structure of the village was still intact. Only then did Devourer start walking, nice and easy. Ugh, I'm already hearing Patrick's annoying complaining. I must be hallucinating. As he walked, Devourer spotted Morris's corpse lying there. He stared at it in silence. Found the corpse. Wait a sec, if you kill something that's already dead, is it still called a corpse? He dragged the body up, complaining, so gross. Whatever. This village being a dump is your fault anyway. How are you going to take responsibility for this? He dragged the body along. Huh? You telling me not to blame others? If you thought it was unfair, you should try harder to stay alive. Go take your complaints to Pitsik if you want. Devourer looked ahead. So this is the barrier. He stared at it, unimpressed. A barrier that even someone with Mel's power couldn't break? Guess so. Swo quickly reached out to touch the barrier. Not bad, I guess. Let's see how strong you really are. He shoved his hand into the barrier and flinched a little. It immediately started to warp Devourer's hand. But it didn't hurt. If anything, Devourer found it kind of interesting. Damn, this thing is tough. He glanced over at the corpse. I can probably get through this as long as this zombie can handle it and doesn't lose Pick's shape if the body gets wrecked. Just thinking about that made Zwallow feel miserable. He knew he'd get an earful for it. He quickly made up his mind. Whatever. If I mess up, I'm blaming you. It's all on you, corpse. Suddenly, Devourer stopped and looked to the side. A crowd of corpses was starting to swarm him. Right, there aren't any humans in this area. Devourer decided not to go through the barrier and dragged the corpse the other way instead. He stopped abruptly, his eyes turning fierce. Scary red and white lights kept flashing. Suddenly, a colorful beast with a long tongue appeared, surrounded by swirling black debris. Devourer lunged forward with rapid-fire speed, then suddenly launched himself high into the air in a display of pure finesse. A massive explosion erupted, spraying gray-black streaks and debris everywhere. The fragments rained down, and the zombies outside watched in awe. Their jaws dropped. Devourer stepped out, exuding pure confidence. The zombies surrounded him. Man, there's a lot of you losers. They looked hideous, baring their teeth and letting out bizarre screeches at Devourer. They reached out with their ghastly arms, trying to grab him. Obviously, Devourer wasn't having any of that. He unleashed a massive blast of light, blowing the nearby zombies clear across the area. The other zombies just stood there watching. Devourer finally spoke up. Is that really how you greet a guest? He didn't finish the thought, just glared at them again. Pathetic. One zombie was pointing at Devourer's face like it wanted something. Suddenly, a sword slammed down into the ground as if triggered. The zombies started moving, all heading in one direction. Devourer got into his battle stance. Oh yeah, I should just done this from the start. The zombies came in all sorts of forms, some wrapped in white rags, some with blue flames flickering on them. Two glowing blue orbs looked down at him. Devourer held his hand out. This is for you. The two blue orbs didn't seem to get what he meant. That's when he added, seems like we've got a lot to talk about. Those two blue orbs were the eyes of the zombie leader from before, Urbos. Images of teeth-gnashing monsters flashed by. Urbos sat regally on his throne, whispering, ancient monster. An image of a shackled mummy appeared as he started to speak. You're saying it's fine to leave those races to be trampled by humans? Devourer didn't want to answer. He just stood there, letting the wind blow past him. But Urbos kept going. Humans are a bunch of arrogant, rude, and selfish parasites. Even when they have a peaceful life, they're always greedy for more, invading everyone else's land. Devourer didn't want to hear it anymore. You're rambling. Get to the point already. Urbos was furious. Humans must be wiped out, and you have the power to easily sweep away the entire empire. His eyes blazed with hateful fire. I once thought beating the empire was impossible, that we could defeat Ross, until I heard about the black disaster that struck them. Urbos stared right at Devourer. If you express the desire to wipe out humanity from this continent, every single demon will die for you to make it happen. Devourer just scratched his head, not caring at all. Why are you blabbing on so much? Can't you just get to the point? Hearing that, Urbos finally laid it out straight. I'm just saying, if you weren't standing there watching, so many nobles wouldn't have had to bite the dust. We could even wiped out those pathetic humans. Urbos kept his eyes locked on Devourer. That's when he finally got what the guy was getting at. So you're saying everything you've done is my fault? Yeah, Urbos agreed with him. Right, you're the root of the problem. Before he could even finish, Devourer seemed to get the gist. He looked at him, calm as can be. I'm gonna wipe out all the humans, so quit getting in my way. Is that what you're trying to say? Urbos's face twisted with pure frustration. What a letdown. He glanced to the side, looking completely fed up. Suddenly, some magic flared up over Devourer's head, catching him off guard. Urbos called it a creation. Devourer was pretty confused. What the hell is that? Urbos filled him in a stinking tapper pig thing. It immediately started blasting lightning at Devourer. He had to keep dodging the strikes. The stone on Devourer's ring suddenly lit up. The beast kept charging at him. All of a sudden, it started speeding up, getting aggressive. Pink light was flashing all over the sky. Mel realized the situation was going south. Damn it, there are too many of them. She quickly used her power, aiming to keep them in check. Mel's power slammed into the undead. Suddenly, a flash of white light exploded. The pink light Mel was casting kept spreading wider and wider. Mel watched them burning in her pink light. If they keep swarming like this, I've got no choice but to keep moving and dodging. She looked up. The barrier covering the sky was high-level divine magic. She remembered what Devourer said, exactly what Lord Devourer expected. She flashed back to Devourer, patting her head. I'm gonna go have a chat with Urbos. It hadn't even been 3 minutes since he said that, yet so much had already gone down. Heavy, ragged breathing behind her made Mel turn around. A tall, bulky guy with pink hair was clutching a wound at his waist, limping toward her. Hey, mage, is everyone else safe? Mel pointed at the barrier she'd created. If you mean the others, they're burning up inside that thing right there. The man stared at her blankly. May, Are you with the knights? Mel was pretty curious when he said that. Knights? He explained a bit so she'd catch on. The guy in the massive armor and the one in black, looking like a wanderer. Mel finally understood who he was talking about. She repeated his words back to him. Teammates, how could I be? I'm just a servant. How could I ever compare to their greatness? His eyes narrowed. Really? The man thought it over. If she knew those knights, she'd probably be with them already. Thank God. Rosalina, you actually did it. At least they didn't have to die for nothing. The guy looked like he was in agony. His legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Haston is going to make it. The guy was drenched in blood. Mage, I'm going to turn into a zombie soon. Mel seemed to realize it too. I know. Hearing that, the guy took a chance one last time. I know I don't deserve it, but can I ask you for one favor? His face looked beyond pathetic. So she isn't human. The man looked at Mel with a terrifying stare. Guess it doesn't really matter anymore. He stopped looking up at Mel. If there's any weapon around here, could you grab it for me? Mel just glanced at him and didn't say a word. He sat there helplessly, but a spear dropped right in front of his face, leaving him stunned. Mel gave him a nod. You're a real warrior, man. He grabbed the spear Mel had tossed him. Meanwhile, Devourer was still dealing with the undead trying to swarm him. Devourer, spikes protruding from his back, was radiating pure killing intent. He bared his teeth with a grim look. Urbis seemed to realize something in his eyes, and finally, he looked straight ahead. I'm going to slay that ancient monster. His thoughts were pure malice. He wanted to drown the whole land in the undead. Urbis, fueled by a deep-seated craving, wanted to become a godlike entity ruling over death itself. He unleashed a barrage of arrows at the ancient monster. Urbis suddenly let out a roar. You should feel lucky you get to die by my hand after roaming aimlessly for thousands of years. Those arrows were screaming toward Devourer's back. A terrifying yellow light pulsed from them. Suddenly, a surge of white light blew everything near it to smithereens. It was so powerful that even the incoming arrows detonated on impact. Urbis just watched it happen. He screamed in desperation, It hurts so much, I can't let you hit me again. Devourer heard him loud and clear, let me hit you instead. Wait, was a massive source of power coming closer? It was so huge even the trees nearby were shaking. The nearby zombies didn't have a clue what was happening to their master. Our boss used his power to send out shockwaves. Devourer was kind of puzzled. Huh? Why is he taking his anger out on the trees? Whatever. Is that the strongest magic you've got? Devourer looked at the giant blocks in the air and taunted him. Nothing stronger than that. Urbis was pretty rattled hearing that. Was he just letting me hit him to test the strength of god-tier magic? Urbis finally realized the situation. I can't beat him. He cursed himself. I was too impatient. Urbis blew everything up, trying to clear a path to escape. But Devourer wasn't about to let him off that easy and stepped forward. I'm talking to you. Urbis stared at him. Don't even think about pulling anything weird. His eyes were filled with hate as he looked at Devourer, but that didn't make Devourer flinch. Use something stronger, man. Getting no reply, Devourer had to push him again. Why so quiet? Devourer was getting even more pissed off. So, you really don't have any stronger spells, huh? Whatever Urbis was feeling right then, all you could see were black tendrils starting to wrap around him. Another massive explosion went off, but since it didn't go as expected, Devourer just let out a long sigh. Explosions kept going off, just sending black shards flying everywhere. Power kept slamming into Devourer. Why do you guys act like you're all reading from the same script? The battle raged on in front of the zombies. A massive wave of energy tore through the undead standing there and redirected back toward Devourer. That energy slammed into Devourer, wrapping around him. A huge chain shackled him, and he looked genuinely surprised he hadn't seen that coming. Urbis quickly transformed into a skeleton. Devourer groaned, Man, I really hate this kind of spell. Suddenly, the light in Urbis's eyes flared up, and he morphed into this massive, slimy monstrosity. Swo watched, totally floored, and blurted out, Is that another one of those god-tier spells? Why's this thing got such a tanky defense? Suddenly, the chains wrapped around Devourer started shifting. Urbis, all goopy and nasty, lunged at Devourer. Ugh, gross, Devourer kept complaining. Man, this is seriously annoying. He glared at the guy who just kept leaking slime everywhere. At this size, I guess I gotta stop messing around. Devourer's gaze turned cold and dangerous. Suddenly, Urbis shot a beam of blue light down from his eye. The light slammed into Devourer, creating a massive white explosion. It was blinding, lighting up the whole area. Devourer was straight up furious now. Urbis stood there, looking at the mess, totally clueless about what just happened. His body was tangled up with the zombies. Suddenly, Devourer started to stand up. Urbis watched the whole thing go down. Swo faced him, cool as a cucumber. Time to replace one of the ancient 7 hells, he muttered. In another ruined building, Rosalina watched from behind, terrified. What are you even thinking, boss? The kid watched him go wild, thinking, Don't forget you're a walking disaster, man. Leo Lu chimed in, or maybe he doesn't even realize it, and that's how he keeps being the boss. Rosalina shot back, but wouldn't it be better if he just chilled out a bit? That guy clearly can't keep up with him anyway. Leo Lu groaned, Bet you $10 I'm gonna be the one cleaning up his mess later. She sounded more annoyed with every word. Should I just write my resignation now? Evos, that damn skeleton is such a pain. Oh wait, I'm a skeleton too, aren't I? After saying that, Leo Lu hugged herself, feeling pretty pathetic. She looked outside. What the hell is going on out there? Rosalina saw it too. Patrick shouted in frustration, Boss is causing a scene again. He meant that he was taking care of the zombie army. Leo Lu finally realized, wait, does this mean Haston is going to be saved? Is that what you mean? Patrick hesitated to answer her. Nah, everything's gonna be fine, so stop stressing out so much. But Leo Lu couldn't shake the nerves, so he had to add, and hey, can you talk like a normal person? You're giving me the creeps. Luckily, there didn't seem to be any zombies left in the village. Looking at the ruined village, all those pink stains made Patrick gasp. Damn, that's Demon King Mel for you. Over there, nobody noticed Mel looking completely drained. So exhausted, Patrick saw her too and told the others, talk about perfect timing. Mel was sprawled out on the ground. Finished everything I had to do. Man, I haven't burned through that much mana in ages. Patrick looked at her, eyes welling up. You worked so hard, Lady Mel. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened. Mel didn't take any credit for it. Didn't Lord Devourer do most of the heavy lifting? Still, he wanted to give her some props. Nah, you did way better. Mel then remembered Devourer. Is he still not done with that guy? Patrick answered her, as you can see, Boss is still trading blows with him. That power, man, it's a sight to behold. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the fight between Devourer and Alvos. Patrick added, it's even more amazing when you think about how much total carnage he's about to cause. He thought about the gloomy village and the cold, hard fact that whenever the boss goes out to solve a problem, he usually ends up creating 10 more. Rosalina looked completely dazed. Patrick, standing behind her, kept rambling. I'm definitely going to be stuck cleaning up this village for weeks. He grabbed his head in pure agony. All he had to do was stomp them into the dirt. Why does he have to drag the fight out like this? It's like he doesn't care about me at all. I'm always stuck following him around mopping up his messes. Rosalina rushed over to calm him down. Rosalina, right? That was what Patrick had said. Rosalina looked back, replying yes. She looked at Patrick as he continued. The Lord is the only one we promised to keep alive, so I should probably tidy up around here to save us some trouble later. Patrick didn't hesitate to draw his blade, resting it on his shoulder as he said casually, besides the Lord, there's no point in keeping anyone else alive. Rosalina heard that and fell to the ground in terror. Etner stood there, frozen stiff. She hurriedly tried to step in. Wait, Sir Patrick, this girl is one of my people. Patrick went silent for a second. His silence made the air feel heavy as lead. Suddenly his expression shifted and he put on a friendly face. Patrick said, all buddy-buddy. Of course, no reason to kill the kid. He looked down at Joselina's pathetic state, thinking to himself, she can't do anything on her own now that the street thugs are all dead. Patrick stared into her empty, lifeless eyes. More importantly, her mind is already shattered, so there's no point in finishing her off. The tension between the three of them hung in the air. Patrick watched every move Joselina made, saying nothing. Killing her would just cause issues with the local lord. He looked over again, thinking, we'd lose more than we'd gain. Let's just call it a day and say this is handled. Patrick turned his head to call for Mel. Hey, Lady Melly. Hearing her name, she glanced over and answered. Patrick tried to choose his words carefully. Can you put someone to sleep? Melly sat up and asked. That's easy enough. But who are you talking about? He didn't answer directly, hinting, I need a private word with the Lord. She clicked, finally understanding. Melly cast a spell on Joselina with a sharp command. Sleep, kid. The girl jumped, startled by the sudden magic. Once Joselina was out cold, Patrick said, all right, let's get started. He knelt on one knee in front of Melly and said, as you can see, we've held up our end of the deal and saved Haston, so you'd better keep your promise. She hesitated and asked, what do I need to do? Patrick used his coldest voice to deliver his request. You aren't allowed to reveal a single thing you've seen here. Though I'm sure you're smart enough to know that already, even without me saying it. Ethener's face went pale, and cold sweat started pouring down. The fear on her face didn't fade a bit as he spoke. Now I'm going to tell you a story, so you'd better listen close. This is the story of a brave lord who took on every bit of humiliation just to protect her territory. The lord realized the zombies were going to take over, so she vowed to defend her land and her people. But as fate would have it, she ended up under the thumb of the zombies. And the territory, it didn't have enough warriors to fight back. Her only play was to beg for help. But before any aid could even show up, the locals started acting up, trashing her, and laying all the blame on her as the lord. While they were waiting for backup, a ton of people got wrecked by the zombies. The lord didn't have any other choice but to keep the hope alive. After waiting forever, reinforcements from the Empire finally rolled in, wiped out the zombies, and saved the territory. Man, what a legendary story. Bach clapped his hands once, snapping a tenor out of her trance. She wasn't some coward lord who just knew how to hide. He stretched out his arms, smooth-talking her, trying to pull her strings. You're a lord who literally sacrificed herself to save her own people. A tenor fired back, skeptical. You're telling me to lie to my own people? Bach didn't even blink, just pointed behind her. Behind a tenor was her own territory, choked in thick, black smoke. He dropped a heavy question on her. Didn't you say you wanted to survive? Etner bit her lip, totally stuck in her head. He started barking orders at her, cool as a cucumber. Go hand out the food in the castle to keep the survivors alive. Help from the other cities will be here before you know it. A tenor looked up, shocked. How can you be so sure help is coming? Bach explained it to her like she was 5. It's not that I know it's coming, it's that I'm going to make it happen. Because we're going to turn this young Lord of Haston into a hero. You could see the straight-up anxiety all over a tenor's face. Bach didn't waste any more breath on her and switched gears fast. If it's this quiet, the boss must have finished taking care of business. He looked over at Melly. We should head to the boss. Hey Melly, if you could warp us over there, that'd be sick. She chirped back, being totally honest. I'm all tapped out of mana, so I can't do any warping. Bach shut up, feeling let down. Suddenly, a tenor chimed in, sounding hesitant. Can I ask you guys something? They both turned to look at her, and when they heard her next question, they were totally floored. Why are you going to all this trouble just to save Haston? A tenor was thinking to herself, these guys are dungeon monsters. There's no way they'd ever save humans without wanting something in return. Bach let out a soft sigh, shot her a side eye, and dropped a cold warning. Didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then learn your place and stop trying to dig into stuff that doesn't concern you. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Qual's voice boomed out. Man, it's about time I replaced one of the 7 deadly dungeons. He looked up and said, I almost feel bad for you. Qual's tentacles had a vice grip on Vought, who was just standing there chilling and talking trash with him. If you just kept your mouth shut, you could have avoided all this, right? Qual sighed, scratching his head, looking totally annoyed. Why is it that everyone just can't let me have a moment of peace? Ugh, I've been stabbed so many times my back is literally itching. Vought stared at him for a second before firing back, Ancient monster, I'm blown away by your power. Qual went back to scratching his back, completely over it. Whatever, I don't care. He turned it back on Vought. Let me ask you one thing, why does it have to be Haston? Vought kept his cool, listening as Qual went on. If you hadn't attacked this place, I wouldn't have had to come here in the first place. He pretended not to catch his drift, replying calmly, Haston is the most strategic spot for invading the Empire. Qual cut him off. No, I'm not talking about that crap. He smirked to himself, thinking, so this guy knew it was my territory and still showed up. Vought poked the bear, asking, what do you think the reason is? Right after he said it, a terrifying wave of power exploded outward. Qual's eyes lit up with a golden killing intent glow as his tentacles pierced right through the guy's body. He squinted upwards and a low, dry laugh started to echo. A string of insane, deranged laughter came pouring out of him. The tentacles piercing him were gathering mana, blowing Vought into smithereens without a shred of mercy. The guy's head rolled out of the explosion and landed right in front of Qual. He was totally blindsided. Wait, what the hell is this? So he wasn't even planning to use teleportation magic? Qual picked up the monster's head, completely losing interest. Whatever. Doesn't matter anyway. He was going to die regardless. He slung the head over his shoulder and turned around to check the scene. Let's see here. Qual stood in the middle of the completely dead dungeon and just let out a few random sounds. He gritted his teeth, looking around, totally lost. The night sky out there was beautiful, but his voice sounded super defeated. What the hell am I supposed to do now? If I don't fix this place up, it's going to be useless. Suddenly, Bach's overly familiar voice rang out behind Qual. Boss! He and Melly were sprinting toward him. Bach kept using that fake sweet tone. Boss! Hey, boss! Qual was so terrified he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Bach's voice was getting closer and closer. Boss, boss! He was sporting a look that was pure murder, but his tone was creepily fake. Just stay right there. Don't move. I'm coming to find you. I missed you so much. You missed me too, right? Qual was so scared he couldn't even budge. The head in his hands slipped, and a voice filled with pure despair slipped out of Qual. I am so screwed. Outside, the sky was a depressing gray and the rain was coming down hard. The whole town felt heavy as hell. Rainwater was flooding the cracks in the street. The reflection of people laughing and acting like they won shimmered in the puddles. One raindrop hit the water, distorting the whole image. Rosalina was huddled in a corner under the storm. She was totally spaced out, muttering, there's nothing left. Rosalina buried her face in her arms, crying out, what kind of help is this? I'm the only one left alive. The poor girl just sat under the eaves trying to dodge the rain. The storm just kept getting worse, and all you could hear was the relentless sound of the downpour. Rosalina's tiny voice blended into the rain. I hate it, she mumbled to herself, totally bitter. I hate it. I hate everyone. Suddenly, Rosalina looked up with a blank stare and asked herself, wait, whose fault was this again? She fixed her eyes ahead, filled with deep-seated hatred. Who was the one who killed everyone? On the clean table, someone set down a fresh, perfectly brewed cup of tea. Gina was bouncing around, excited, her voice super sweet. Welcome back, boss! The vibes between Qual, Melly, and Bach were totally depressing. He sounded wiped out when he muttered, yeah, I'm back. Jean kept jumping around, bragging. Jine was so good I just quietly waited for you. While they weren't paying attention, a sharp piece of rock above their heads started wobbling, ready to drop. When it finally cracked and started falling, Melly and Bach noticed at the same time. Jine immediately sprung into action, kicking the rock to pieces before it could hit the ground. While she was at it, she chirped, while I was waiting, I even cleaned everything up and made it nice. After that smooth move, Jean went back to jumping around and showing off. Qualao walked up and gave her head a pat, praising her. Yeah. He brushed past her, sounding totally disinterested, just saying she did a good job. He wandered over and flopped onto the chair next to the tea table. Melly just straight up collapsed onto the floor, whining, I'm so exhausted. Botrick sat cross-legged on the floor, letting out a heavy sigh. Ugh, I feel like I'm literally dying. Jean looked at everyone, confused. She poked her fingers together, timidly asking, Your Excellency, you must be beat, huh? Qualao let out a weary groan in response. Jean blinked at him, testing the waters. So do you want to have dinner first, or would you rather shower? Qualao didn't quite get what she was driving at and just blankly replied, Huh? I'll just drink the bathwater. Botrick narrowed his eyes, feeling like something was seriously off, thinking, what the hell is this guy on? He turned to glare at Batho D, growling, What on earth did you teach her while we were gone, huh? She jumped, letting out a sharp cough. Bathodai's eyes darted away, sweat starting to bead up on her. Feeling guilty, she awkwardly changed the subject. So, did everything go smoothly? Kualao shot a glance at Batho D and immediately ordered her out. Batho D, you can leave now. Batrich, looking like a total zombie from exhaustion, didn't forget to throw some shade at him. Yeah, sure, right. If you count everyone who died of starvation along with those killed by the undead, that's about 3,000 people. And don't forget the part where that damn boss blew up the whole town. Aside from all that, yeah, things went smoothly. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Batho D wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, frowning at Kualao. Hey, what exactly did you do over there? He answered her, completely unfazed. I just cleaned up the undead. Why? Batho Dai didn't look convinced and asked, Are you sure that's all you did? Just clean up the undead? Kualao started rummaging through his things. I cleaned it up real good, he replied. She patiently pressed him. I'm asking, what exactly did you clean up? Kualao pulled out Voss's head and said, This thing. Stop bothering me. I'm going to sleep. Batho Dai stared at the head in shock, blurting out a name. Just as Kualao was about to get up, he saw Jean had already brought over a full basin of bathwater. Batho Dai just sat there, staring blankly at the head in her hands. She suddenly spoke up. No, wait. Kualao was busy chugging down basin after basin of water. He tried to answer her while drinking. What now? Batho D grimaced and shoved the head toward him. Isn't this just the outer shell? Batrich stared at her in disbelief and Jean gasped in surprise too. What? As for Kualao, he was too bloated from all the water to even answer. The moon shone bright in the dark sky as Devourer's lazy voice echoed. Yeah, he said, lying on his back. Toward the very end, I did use magic. Batrich sat next to him, giving him a serious talking to. No matter how you look at it, this is a bad look, boss. What kind of kleeplai was that? It's a mess. He couldn't help himself and kept going. You didn't even leave that Lady Lord alive to know what happened. That's a huge problem right there. Now that Voss is even still alive, what did we actually accomplish in Haston? Devourer scratched his chin. Batho D said Voss had lost at least 70% of his vitality. Batrich didn't argue, agreeing that was true, but he thought back to the image of him punching Voss and gave a warning. At the end of the day, there's already been infighting between the dungeons. You've got to be more careful now. Devourer threw his hands up in surrender. Yeah, we can't do anything for now, so we'll be fine. Batrich quickly cut in. Don't you go slacking off again. He said it like it was obvious. I already told you, I can handle the aftermath of Haston, but if we want to take in more monsters, you still have to be the one to do it. Getting no response, Batrich turned around. Are you even listening to me? Turns out Devourer had been fast asleep for ages. He watched him sleep without saying another word. Then Batrich muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it all. Rosalina stood under a massive tree, watching the bodies hanging from the branches in silence. Rosalina turned to look at a group of people arguing not far away. We've got enough food for 3 days. What's the point of stuffing our faces now? My wife and kids are all dead. Why thank the Lord? Does being full really make everything okay? The guys were being blunt with each other. I'd rather follow them into hell than keep living like this. But even if we follow them, we should at least eat our fill first. Rosalina quietly walked over to them. One of them saw her and asked, What's wrong? You planning on giving up too? You should fill your belly before you go. The girl fell silent, then said in a cold tone, Where would I even go? Of course I'm hurting. I want to run, but why are we the ones who have to run? What did we do wrong to deserve to die? Rosalina gently tried to convince them. Think about it. Who's really at fault? Who killed everyone? Those guys listened to her words and fell into a trance. Rosalina gritted her teeth, thinking it's just not fair. It's incredibly unfair. The crowd, previously silent, all stood up at once, their eyes burning with hatred as they looked at the girl. Rosalina warned them, Don't take your anger out on the wrong people. Looking at the water bottles scattered on the ground, she said in a calm voice, Dying for nothing won't accomplish anything anyway. Rosalina kept on, unhurried. If we're going to die anyway, let's take revenge on the one who pushed us into this situation. The crowd heard her words and grew even more determined. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their voices filled with deep-seated hatred. What do we need to do? Rosalina replied, You all know. The girl lifted her lifeless eyes, her voice now nothing but cruel. We have to kill every single one of those undead demons down there. Outside the palace doors, 2 guards stood watch. Inside the grand hall, rows of guards stood surrounding a lone figure kneeling on the ground. The emperor sat on his throne and called out to him, Hey, El Bagali Vidin. The man spoke up, I am here, your majesty. I called you because my speech was so long, yet you didn't lose focus for a second. The man answered blandly, How would I dare, your majesty? The emperor stared at him. The lives of the entire squad rest on your shoulders. He dropped his voice, I have high expectations of you. The man kept his head bowed. I will not fail you, your majesty. Outside the sky was clear and a carriage flew through the air. Gazot asked him, So you've been given full authority to lead the dungeon raid squad? The man rested his chin on his hand. Right. You mentioned that arrest warrant was for Pai Mua, right? He thought for a moment before continuing. Even if he is on the run, he was a wealthy noble, so he's bound to have someone helping him. That warrant probably won't do much, but just knowing he's being hunted is enough. Gazot silently watched AC, offering no reply. AC looked down at the city below, thinking to himself that it had already been a month since the black disaster descended upon Ross. This whole mess has stirred up so much drama among the Empire's high-ranking bigwigs. Everyone's busy pointing fingers and throwing accusations around. Those too weak to defend themselves have already been wiped off the map. Things have really changed. The carriage pulled up in front of a massive gold-trimmed building. Gazote followed right on Ak's heels and asked, "You realize there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? What am I supposed to do if you're late?" Ak answered casually, "Just wait until I show up." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "How is she doing?" "She should be inside," Gazote replied. The two stopped in front of a huge black and gold door. I pushed it open and announced, "I'm coming in." A girl with blue hair turned to look, her mouth stuffed with pastry. Ak flashed a bright grin. "Getting some good rest?" The blue-haired girl smiled when she heard him. "Gin Historia," she called back to him. "Axie, inside the cave," someone spoke up. "Listen up, we're pulling out the second we catch the slightest whiff of those monsters." "Don't let your guard down," the leader said. "We're in the deepest part now. We'll hit the first room soon." He broke into a sweat, staring into the bizarre cave, praying the info they got was legit. Looking up at the ceiling, he said so it was true. He recalled the rumors about B and Histons. The word that the monsters hadn't shown their faces in 2 months, ever since the Huo Tan squad hit this place, was dead on. He turned to the guy behind him. "There's definitely something in here worth grabbing. Let's keep moving." The guy nodded. "Hell yeah, we're gonna be rich." They kept pushing further in. The second room was just as empty, so they kept going into the third. The deeper they went, the less they saw. Someone complained, "Nothing here either." The guy with the half-tied hair turned to the leader. "Are you sure this info hasn't leaked? Maybe other squads already raided this place and snatched all the good loot." The leader stammered, "No way, that can't be." The leader stayed silent for a moment, then asked, "Is this place actually an ancient core? If we've come this deep and found nothing, maybe there's nothing here at all." He pointed into the next room, the fifth room, which held a plant-type monster called an anthropoago. He explained it was a rotting-type species covered in sharp, spiky leaves. Legend says if you process its remains with a special method and cast it, it gets hard as metal. Just a tiny shard is worth a fortune. His voice echoed through the cave. "If we get that, we've at least broken even." One of the other two asked, "But what if the fifth room is empty too?" The half-tied hair guy frowned. "What if there is a monster in there? We're just a C-rank squad, man. The weakest monster here could kill us in one hit." The leader spun around. "So what, you want to go home empty-handed?" He stomped off, fuming. "Fine, go back if you want, I won't stop you. But if we find anything worth money from here on out, don't expect a cut." In the dark cave, only the sound of their scrambling remained. "How's it going? See anything?" All three stood there, stunned, staring at the walls covered in vines and spikes. The leader finally walked up to a vine, crouched down, and pulled out his dagger. One of the guys sighed, "Man, glad we didn't turn back." The leader barked, "Grab the stuff and let's bounce, quick!" He stared at his shining blade. Suddenly his eyes went wide, sweat started dripping down his face, and he stuttered, "Run!" The other two, busy hacking at the vines, looked up confused. "Captain, what'd you say?" "I—" Before he could finish, the captain let out a blood-curdling scream and bolted, only for a massive monster to tear through behind him. A moment later, all that was left on the floor were their gloves, daggers, and boots. Patrick kicked the glove aside. Just as expected, nothing worth a cent. Rine said coldly, "They could have lived if they'd just quit while they were ahead." Human greed and selfishness really know no bounds. Line's eyes filled with disgust. Even their eyes changed to yellow and blue. "I hate humans the most." Meanwhile, Patrick was inspecting the boots. These might fetch a decent price. Patrick looked up at Devourer and asked, "What do you think, boss?" Devourer, lying on a pile of vines, replied, "Tastes better than the zombies anyway." Patrick was speechless. That was exactly the answer he expected. These guys don't look like they're from the Empire. Based on the crests on their clothes, they're from the Kingdom of West Grandel. Rine picked up a scrap of fabric with the crest, looking disgusted. Talk about a long commute for nothing. Devourer tapped his foot. Who would have thought local specialties would get delivered right to our door? The world's getting more convenient by the day. Patrick was fuming. How did you even come to that conclusion? He then switched to a serious tone. But it looks like we can't keep putting off reinforcing the dungeon. Patrick thought to himself about how the rumors that this dungeon had no monsters were spreading way too fast. He looked up at Devourer, who was busy yawning. "We're talking about your dungeon. Why do you act like it's got nothing to do with you? Even I'm getting tired of this." Patrick's eye sockets glowed eerily as he spoke to Devourer. "Is that what you think I'm going to say? Are you coming down here, or what?" Before I hand in my resignation. Hearing that, Devourer scrambled down. All right, I'm coming down." As Devourer leaped from above, Patrick turned to the girl standing behind him. "We're lucky to have Lady Melg visiting at a time like this." Mel laughed at Patrick's comment. "We were able to track down the intruders so fast because of her magic." Devourer chimed in, "Yeah, she's super reliable." Rine, standing nearby, puffed out her cheeks, acting pouty. "Rine can use magic too, you know." Devourer patted her head. Yeah, you're great, you're the best." Rine beamed immediately after being praised. Melg scratched her cheek, just glad she could help the honorable ancient core. Patrick turned and showed his gratitude. "Of course, thanks to you we saved so much trouble." Melg clutched her dress, hesitating. "But you know?" Melg looked up and asked, "How much longer do I have to be a guest here?" Back at the palace, a report came in. Preparations are complete. A monster with only a mouth and a mess of tentacles spoke up. "We should start our march on Judecca." He looked at the person with red shoes sitting in front of him and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty Yuba." Late at night, with the moon hanging high, Melg sat on a rock staring at the sky. She hugged her staff tightly. "My future looks pretty bleak. Being a demon king without any money or a place to call home, it's just sad," she muttered miserably. We need to make a move, like yesterday. The Demon King Summit is going down in just a couple of days. Her eyes looked totally bummed out. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the side. The air is super fresh today, right? Melg turned to look at Pick, who just rolled up. You out here catching some air too? Patrick shot back. Nah, undead folks are always joking like that. Mel was speechless. For real? Is that a joke? Patrick asked what she was doing there. MJ looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. You see me, just out here breathing. What about you? Patrick said, I don't need to sleep, so I spend all my time training. She was like, you gotta train too? He just sighed, saying a swordsman's hands get rusty if they aren't gripping a blade. Mel nodded. Makes sense. A heavy silence hung between them. Patrick thought to himself that it was actually the first time he'd had a one-on-one talk with her. He cleared his throat. It's nothing crazy, but... He turned to ask Melg for her take. Lord Tentacle looks like he's almost fully recovered, and even Rine is waiting on it. You want to come with? Inside the cave, the tentacles were twitching. Mel was deep in thought. They didn't look recovered to her at all. Patrick said, I guess this is as good as it gets. Getting back to this point is a total miracle. Rine was standing up high, counting to 68. She hopped down, landing on the ground. Still missing a bit, but the healing speed is hella slow. She checked the stats. I don't think he's going to grow back another 5 tentacles. Mel touched the tentacle wrapped around her arm and asked, You're saying it fought the Histon Trading Company? Patrick spoke up. Oh, Melg, you know there's a Demon King arena near Ras, right? It'd be weird if you didn't know. Melg looked sad, the tentacle stroking her face. MJ said, yeah, I know. She remembered how beastly that army looked. It was the elite strike force of the greatest hero of Vihutan. After a moment of silence, Melgi added, that was also the strike force that killed my dad. Melg stared thoughtfully at the tentacle. Just how strong must Lord Tentacle be to survive a scrap with enemies like that? She stood there alone, ignoring the tentacles around her. If it were her, she would probably followed her dad. Mel hung her head. Maybe the dream of staying at the ancient core was just a dream after all. Back watched her in silence and said, now that Lord Tentacle is getting better, we should convince the master to recruit some new monsters. Ryan immediately jumped in, only guys, okay? Like Gum, the one guarding the 4th room. Remembering how big and goofy he was, she added, Sup, I'm Golem Gum's guy. Patrick frowned, shutting that down. No way, Ryan, that's just a bit much. Melg spoke up, Ryan, Patrick! Patrick and Ryan looked over, confused. Mel pounded her chest. I think I should head to Judeca. Inside the big building, someone asked Gwen, how are your wounds? Gwen Historia replied, I'm fine, totally good. Gazote said, you should probably act like you're still recovering. Showing everyone you heal that fast isn't a good look. Gwen Historia pouted, fine, whatever. While she was wandering around, the master suddenly opened the cupboard and said, I've got a snack. Want some tea? Gwen said, I'm ready when you are. At the meeting, the master stopped what he was doing. Oh, right, there's a meeting. He turned his back to Gwen and asked, did the servants come here today? Gwen thought for a second, replied, I don't know, I was out grabbing snacks. The master's voice dropped and he reached out to shut the cupboard door. Is that so? Gazote asked Gwen, can you two head to the meeting room first? Gwen asked, what about you? The master replied, I've got some files to handle. I'll be there in a bit. Gazote and Gwen agreed and headed out. Gwen Historia waved goodbye. All right, hurry up. Make sure you don't be late. The door clicked shut. The master suddenly asked, you know who's been serving tea around here? The masked figure in the shadows with glowing red eyes said, I'll find out ASAP, sir. The master nodded. No need to update me on the process. He thought to himself, there are thousands of top-secret docs in this office. If they're cleaning the tea table when he's not around, that means they've already peeked at them. The master's eyes turned cold. He glared at the shadow figure and ordered, those servants, find them and take them out within 4 days. Another full moon rose high in the sky. Inside the meeting room, the master spoke up. Thanks for carving out time to be here. I called you all here to talk about the Black Calamity, the destroyer that's threatening the Empire's peace. Kate crossed her arms and asked, the Imperial Council already said the Black Calamity isn't the destroyer. Are you calling the Imperial announcement a lie? The master said flatly, not at all, Captain Kate. That announcement was just to keep the public from freaking out. Kate said, if that's true, you got proof? The master shot a look at Kate. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. He fought the hero Gwen and cost Gazote Anelja an arm. Kate barked, how dare you lie? I haven't heard a single report about that. The master lifted his head, Gazote standing right behind him. He said, the proof is staring you right in the face. Kate glanced over. Gwen stayed silent. Kate muttered, guess it's for real then. He thought to himself, I can't believe even Gwen couldn't handle it. The master kept going. The point is, the destroyer just shows up with 0 warning. We're here to prep a strategy because we don't know when it's going to strike again. The room went dead silent. After a long minute, someone spoke up. So what's the plan? How are you going to stop him? Duke Ronto spoke up. Defending seems like a waste of time, doesn't it? Isn't doing that stuff in front of the destroyer pointless? The master nodded. You're right, Duke Rontos. Then, addressing his question, the master looked at him and said, I want to remind you about the 36th masterpiece. Does everyone think they've found the 36th masterpiece already? The room erupted in whispers. The 36th masterpiece isn't exactly easy to find. Someone said, we've been hunting for a while, but even the brachialic tooth that just popped up fell into the destroyer's hands. The master leaned back in his chair. How many of us can actually even throw down with him? Even if we got all the biggest brains in the Empire together here, it's useless. He glanced at Gwen, except for Gwen. With a weak human body, no matter how hard you train, you aren't going to leave a scratch on the destroyer. The pressure was so heavy he was starting to sweat. To beat that kind of overwhelming existence and close the power gap, we have to find the 36th masterpiece. He stayed quiet for a long time, then suddenly asked, "The Pope's been acting real weird lately, haven't they?" The master propped his chin on his hand. He's out there spreading rumors that the destroyer is God's punishment on the Empire. The person sitting across from him slammed the table and stood up. "That's insane! God's punishment, really?" The master's voice was deadpan. "I'm not surprised they're saying that. The Empire has been keeping religion on a leash for generations." The guy started grinding his teeth, veins popping. "Watch your mouth. Keeping them on a leash? Talk like that makes it sound like you're talking treason." The master smiled. The guy was losing his mind. "Is this a joke?" A massive gust of wind kicked up, and the guy flew across the table to grab the master by the collar, but the master stayed calm. "I'm just stating facts." Besides, a razor-sharp blade was held right against the other guy's neck. It was the masked figure from the shadows, who had appeared out of nowhere. He pressed the sword against the guy's throat and said, "Looks like you've been overestimating your own strength, don't you think?" The moment the other guy let go, the masked figure vanished instantly. "I'm not taking this lightly," he said, waving a hand. Thinking about the clash between the Empire and the Church, someone spat out, "Damn it! Out of the 36 masterpieces, the Pope's faction holds 3, and they call them holy relics." He calculated silently. "To get those, we're going to have to start a war, a massive all-out war." Inside the cave, someone spoke up, "For real? Is that all you've got to say?" Devourer asked the massive beast. "So what?" the guy bellowed back. "I'm telling you, Melg already dipped." His voice echoed through the cave. Boss Melgi left the dungeon. As Devourer stood there speechless, the other guy's eyes lit up, and he started rapid-firing questions. "Boss, are those ears just for decoration? You've got 2 pairs for crying out loud. Do you even hear a word I'm saying?" "Melgi is gone, boss. She left our dungeon." "Is that why Karine and Melg left? Because you can't communicate with them?" Zalo curled up, covering his ears, creating an impenetrable defense. The guy muttered, "No way. Didn't you just say they went to Judaica? So what? Is that a problem?" "The Demon Kings are holding a ball. It's normal for them to be like that." The guy reached out and grabbed Devourer's huge chuckles. He took a deep breath and went into full-on rant mode. "Maybe the problem is they aren't coming back," Devourer yelped in pain. "They never said they wouldn't come back, though." The guy let go and rubbed his chin. "Now that you mention it, you've got a point." Devourer shot him a side-eye. This guy only uses his brawn, never his brain. In the back, Rine was struggling to carry a huge pot, while Patrick remained deep in thought. Honestly, Melg was acting weird even before she mentioned going to Judaica. The guy remembered how Melg looked before she left. Instead of saying she'd be back, she said she had to go. He muttered, "Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Rine chimed in, but Rine thinks it's super weird too. The guy suggested, "Maybe Melg is planning to build her own force or something." Devourer turned to look at the pot Rine was bringing. "Wait, what is that, Rine?" Rine smiled brightly and lifted the lid. "Oh, this," a purple soup bubbled and popped with a weird hiss. "You looked a bit tired, boss, so I made this stew for you." Zalo screamed, "You trying to kill me?" The guy scoffed, "You heard me wrong, but the result's the same, so I guess that works." As soon as he finished, Rine landed a massive punch on him. Zalo broke into a cold sweat, changed the subject, and stealthily hid the pot somewhere else. "Fine, I get that Melg left, but is there any reason for us to all be gathered here like this? Do you guys have something to say?" The guy lay flat on the floor and spoke up. "We can't keep putting off adding more monsters, boss. That's the deal." Rine nodded. "That's exactly it." Zalo squinted. "Why do you guys always try to dump your work on me?" The guy raised an eyebrow. "Who's dumping what on who, exactly?" Wall decided to ignore them and sprawled out, legs in the air. "Whatever. I'm not leaving here again." The guy muttered, thinking back, "Isn't it weird? Aren't you supposed to be a guardian? Shouldn't guardians be doing this stuff for their master?" The guy agreed, "You're not wrong, boss." Devourer turned his head excitedly. "Really?" The guy nodded. "Of course." But the next second, he said, "Actually, no." His eyes widened. "Did you forget? You handed over all the Haston business to me. You gotta realize how much resources that takes, right? I've got a ton of stuff to deal with." Devourer sighed. "I was wondering why you agreed so easily. If you can't go, then who will?" The guy pointed a finger. "Obviously, Karine." Devourer's 4 eyes went wide as saucers. Rine's 2-colored eyes sparkled. "Our lord, don't worry about a thing. Just leave it all to Rine." Devourer thought about Rine's terrifying side. He broke into a cold sweat. Rine hasn't even figured out her own eyes yet. Besides, won't people be suspicious of her? The guy nodded in agreement. "Fair point." The guy's eyes flickered. "You could just dump it all on her and take a break easy." Boss Zalo hesitated. The guy turned his head. "But boss, you know?" Devourer looked miserable. "What now?" The guy said, Maybe elsewhere." An old man with a blade of grass in his mouth spoke, head bowed. "We're here, little lady," the carriage driver said to the small girl in a black cloak standing beside him. "Being so young and traveling everywhere like this must be tough. Take care of yourself." The little girl hesitated. Yeah, I will." Mel looked ahead. Who would have thought she'd actually end up in a place like this? Correction, Melg looked ahead. She looked at the ruined, desolate city gates, the mercenary city, Canihit. Melg observed the people around her, thinking, the reputation is well-deserved, I suppose. Everyone here looks pretty dangerous. Looking at the blade stuck on the flag, Melg thought about how it sat right between the Empire and the Allied Kingdoms. This place doesn't belong to any single power. She saw beastmen coming and going in crowds. 1 out of every 4 people here has a job related to the dungeon. They say this place has the most info on dungeons, so why are there no maps or signs? Melg wondered, looking lost. This is the first time I've been to a place this unfriendly. She pondered. It seems she really had to rely on the stars to get to Judeca. Standing alone in the middle of the street, Melg sighed. This place is huge, it's just like the Demon King's castle. Melg's eyes looked sad as she sensed the atmosphere around her. This place is packed with concentrated mana. There must be at least 10 people here with power similar to the mages I met in Ras. It really is full of information and mission intel. But Melg noticed a building down the street. A guard was blocking someone from entering. But when the other person showed a badge, the guard said, "You're good to go." Melg recognized it. That's proof of dungeon clearance? Looks like you can't get in without one. Gathering info isn't going to be easy. Sniff. Melg caught a scent. She turned to the left where an ominous blue aura was radiating. Melg hesitated, then stepped inside alone. The growls of monsters echoed everywhere inside the iron cages. Melg covered her nose. She saw rows of monsters locked in cages. One even had bleeding claws. These monsters, she stood in the center, facing hundreds of pairs of bloodshot eyes. Melg wondered, were they all captured? Just then, someone appeared right in front of her. Whoa, some dude dressed all extra with long nails is out here talking to Melg. Like, who'd expect a tiny girl to end up in a place like this? What are you doing here? Melg looks up at the guy who just showed up, while behind him, some dog is staring Melg down, looking way too hype. In this massive room full of cages, a guy walks up to greet her. "Oh my, I'm just wondering what you're doing in a spot like this." He realizes something and bows, totally flustered. "My bad, I'm such a fool." "Sup, I'm Pun from the Albert Trading Company. You looking for something specific?" He's eyeing her up, thinking she looks like a kid, but then again she walked in here all by herself. He stares at Melg, no way she's just some random noble brat. The dude with the blue outfit and hair flashes a smile. No point starting beef with her. "Mel, I'm Melg from the Agrea house. Where exactly are we?" He starts explaining. "Well, to keep it simple, this is basically a warehouse for, inventory." The guy gestures to the monsters in the cages. "Usually the stuff here gets turned into parts for gear or decorations, but me, I'm just here to flip these items." Mel thinks she might as well look around. She's gonna need some muscle for when her castle gets rebuilt anyway. The blue-haired guy beams at her. "We got all kinds of things here. Feel free to browse, kid." Mel spots a huge wolf locked in a cage, Beastman. She starts thinking about her old familiar, a total beast that held the line until the very end. Back when she was leading the troops, Mel gets all choked up remembering her massive wolf howling in victory. "We won again, Demon King." She decides right then and there she's got to have it. Mel turns to the dealer. "How much for this monster?" The blue-clad guy is stunned. "Whoa, you actually want to buy this thing? It's straight up dangerous. We had to lose 4 B-rank squads just to snag it." Mel glares at him. "Just give me the price." The guy lets out a breath. "All right, if you say so." He starts flipping through his ledger. He drops the price and it hits Melg like a freight train. 250? Melg winces. Damn, that's steep. She grips her coin pouch tight. It's not like she's broke, but the price. Melg remembers Rine handing her the cash last time. It was just a little thank you for helping out Lord Devourer. Lady Melg does the math. All she's got is the 500 Rine gave her. She can't just blow half her stash before the castle renovations. Melg turns away. "I'll check out some other stuff." The guy nods fast. Yeah, take your time." Suddenly, something else catches Mel's eye. She asks, "What's this?" The guy covers his mouth. "Not really sure, to be honest. I was told they found it while cleaning up after a raid." A gray-white dog with purple eyes shows up on the other side of the big iron cage. The guy says they couldn't find its mom and it didn't even try to attack. They figure it's just a big puppy. Mel finds its mom. "Huh?" The dog looks at Melg, all excited. She sticks her hand in the cage. "You a lost little one too?" The guy freaks out when he sees what she's doing. "Valued customer, that's dangerous. It's still a monster, you know." Turns out the dog is totally chill with Melg touching it. Mel pets the dog while shooting a side eye at the dealer. "I ain't gonna hold you responsible, so quit worrying." The guy is still sweating bullets. "You're gonna get bit." The big dog turns into a total goofball in Mel's hands. Mel laughs, looking at it. "How much for this kid?" Before she knows it, the moon is already high up. Mel looks up and mutters, "Well, guess I ended up buying you." The big gray dog licks her hand. Mel sighs, "But wait, aren't you way bigger than I thought?" She rubs her chin, remembering. "I couldn't really tell because your dark fur was hidden in the shadows of the lights. I could only see your head." Looking at the big dog, Melg decides on a name. "Whatever, it's done. From now on, you're Hans." Melg stares at the moon, thinking. They say the moon reaches the peak 30 minutes early and can hit. Guess they weren't lying, huh? Melg and Hans both look up at the moon and stars. She says the sky here is so beautiful. The ancient soul reflects for a second, then Melg shakes her head. "No time for the feels right now. Gotta hustle to Judica." "All right, let's roll, Hans." The big dog wags its tail and follows. The moon shines down on the ruins. Mel observes the stars. A deer with huge antlers stands in front of her. Seeing that, Melg says, "Looks like we're in the right spot." She steps forward. The Great One has returned. "Lead the way." The deer transforms and bows. "Welcome back, Demon King." It gestures to the distance. "You can reach the monastery past the mountain ranges. The other Demon Kings are already there." Mel nods. "Got it." The big dog follows Melg. She turns around to check on him, reaching out to push his chin up. "Kid, why are you following me? You're supposed to be part of the demon army. You should be chilling and waiting during times like this. I guess you wouldn't get it anyway." Feeling helpless, Melg pets its head. Just sit here and wait for me to get back. If you see humans, go hide. Melg grabs Han's fur. I can't take you to a place as locked down as that one. Melg rubs her chin, staring at Hans. The more she thinks about it, the more Hi Hans sounds kind of lame. A better name for you would be. Suddenly, Melg stops, seeing the big dog looking all hyped. She pouts. Devourer's face keeps popping into her head over Hans. She pats the big dog's head. Yeah, that's it. From now on, your name is Sir Death. As soon as she says it, Melg's wings pop out behind her. Before I fly off, listen up. She gives the dog one last order. I'll be back soon, so sit tight and wait, okay? Melg takes off. She says, Sir Death. Mel thinks to herself, I ain't gonna see him again anyway, so he shouldn't mind me using his name. Back on the other side, a totally exhausted Devourer speaks up. I'm not letting this slide. He keeps nagging. Patrick, I've told you before, you're not gonna have a peaceful death. Bach looks at Devourer. You've been cursing me for 100 years now. Aren't you tired yet? Devourer stuffs his hands in his pockets. I hope you get osteoporosis. Bach laughs. Whoa, that's a new one. Bach rubs his chest. Don't think so low of me, boss. You could just think of it as entertainment instead of a mission. Bach suddenly tosses something at Devourer. He calls out, Hey, boss? Devourer catches it. What's this? He opens his palm to see a ring. Bach, just how many of these things do you have? Bach thinks about it. I've still got plenty. Like 30, Zalo puts the ring on, deep in thought. Bach asks, confused, what's wrong? Zalo asks, didn't you say these things were super expensive? You blew all of Dang Dan's budget on this? Bach said. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you this was a steal? Swo and Pick exchanged a silent, skeptical look. Swo asked, did you lie to us? Patrick replied, I just told you to handle it with care. A mountain of luggage suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Someone called out to Devourer, have you been waiting long? Rine showed up chirping, let's go. Her face flushed red as she added, it feels like we're on our honeymoon. Rine was absolutely buzzing. Even the strands of Rine's hair turned into heart shapes. Just some private time with Master Devourer, just the two of us eating together. Zalo looked on, visibly exhausted. Fine, let's just do it tomorrow. Just as he tried to bolt, Pick grabbed him. Let me go, he yelled. Patrick asked, where exactly do you think you're running off to? Patrick looked down from above. Don't try anything funny, just get moving. And don't either of you forget why you're even setting out in the first place. Finally, Patrick yelled at the two of them as they drifted further away. Just come back in one piece and don't stir up any trouble. Please, I'm begging you, Swo asked. So, Rine, where did you say we were headed again? Rine stared at the map and replied, Canhit. They say there's a ton of intel there because of all the mercenaries. Swo nodded. Got it. Canhit, huh? Bach watched in silence as the two figures of Devourer faded into the distance. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he panicked. Did I make a mistake sending those two? Man, what a headache. Pick muttered. As long as they use their heads, it should be fine, right? In the middle of a field of ruins and debris stood a house that was somehow completely untouched. Melg stepped inside where a red light flickered. Her eyes were filled with memories. It's been so long since I was last here. Mel looked at the chaotic scene, the party of the Demon King Judeka. As soon as she walked in, the other Demon Kings turned to stare. Melg walked in alone, surrounded by people whispering and gossiping about her. She grabbed a glass of wine for herself. She sank into thought, feeling a bit anxious since it had been such a long time. Mel recalled her childhood, remembering how lively and fun this place used to be. Back then, whenever she came here with her father, she was the center of attention. But now, standing there all by herself, tears welled up in her eyes. Melg raised her glass to drink, thinking, I'm not important to anyone anymore. Just then, someone bumped into Melg, sending the glass smashing into her face. MJ turned back, furious, and screamed, What the hell do you think you're doing? When she saw who had bumped into her, Melg froze. Isn't that a Demon King? Mel gathered her spiritual energy in her hand. How dare you touch a Demon King? I'll take your head for that. Seeing this, the guy just smirked, mocking her. Mel was stunned. He was laughing? The guy just brushed her off and walked away. The demons around them burst into laughter like it was the best show in town. They were mocking Mel. That's supposed to be a Demon King? MJ gritted her teeth, listening to the laughter echoing around her. Those bastards, they're all looking down on me. They were doing it on purpose, knowing she didn't have the strength to fight back right now. MJ gripped her wine glass, making a silent vow. Just you wait, I'll endure this humiliation. I will survive this, and I'll build an army so powerful you'll regret it. Just then, a hand landed on Melg's shoulder. She whipped around, furious. Is once not enough for you people? Mel snapped. Who's there? The person standing before her was a Demon King. She asked Melg, You're Melg, aren't you? Mel was stunned. Mamulia? No sooner had she said the name than Mamulia lunged forward, hugging her tight. Mel, you're still alive. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Melg stammered. Wait, Mamulia. Mamulia rubbed her face against Melg's. How long has it been? It feels like it was just yesterday. When we were still kids, playing and learning together. Melg called out, Mamulia, stop it, let me go. Don't be so crude. At this rate, it'll be forever before you ever become a respected Demon King. Mamulia laughed it off. Oh, come on, we've never been like that with each other. Mamulia's gaze turned strange. She glanced around and said seriously, let's go somewhere else first. The scene shifts to the entrance of the mercenary city Canhit. 2 gold coins were placed on the counter. Someone said, give us the best room in the inn. The innkeeper stood in silence, looking at Devourer and Rine. The people around them were already sizing them up. That beggar and his maid? The innkeeper hurriedly spoke up. Right away, I'll show you to your room. Swo looked absolutely exhausted, practically collapsing onto the bed as he groaned, I just want to rest. Rine shot a glance at the innkeeper, who was rubbing his hands together. Right? Have a good night then. If you need anything, just call. Rine watched Devourer lying on the bed, smirking to herself. This feels amazing. Master Devourer, you can't just lie there, though. Swo lifted his head, groaning. But we haven't rested at all on the way here. Rine replied, I heard there's a dungeon shop nearby. Rine cheered loudly, full of energy. We just need to pick out a few monsters from there, so if you come with me, we can get everything done way faster. You can do it! Get up! Swo clutched his head and whined. Rine stroked her chin, thinking, we need to get moving, but he looks so tired. Ugh, I guess I have no other choice. Rine's eyes sparkled as a shady idea popped into her head. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She remembered what Patrick asked her while she was making soup. Hey, Rine, want to spend some quality time with the boss? Rine had immediately gotten all excited. Wait, what, a date? Patrick had paused for a second before saying, instead of calling it a date, just tell the boss you're going alone a few times. Bubbles of pure pink joy floated around Rine, she asked subconsciously. So, can we go on a honeymoon? Patrick was speechless. Didn't you just call it a date a second ago? Whatever, sure, call it whatever you want. Back in the room, Devourer crawled out of bed, still exhausted and whining. I can't even get a decent nap anymore. Behind him, Rine thought to herself, I did exactly what Master Patrick said. I can't believe Master Devourer actually agreed to come. Devourer sat up on the bed, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Let's just get this over with. Rine was pumped. This proves just how important I am to him. Suddenly, Rine's eyes glowed with a cunning smile. This time, I'm definitely going to make him mine. After they quickly took care of what needed to be done, a bell rang. In Rine's head, she was already playing out a happy future with Devourer. She thought to herself, we'll go on the perfect honeymoon and head toward our happy future together. Rine really was a genius, but what she was faced with now was Devourer's bewildered expression and confused look. The scene shifts to a large room where people are talking. I've heard what happened to your castle, little sister. Momolia rested her chin on her hand and said, I sent some monsters to investigate, but your old castle has already become human territory. Mel dropped her head onto the table, looking completely defeated. So in the end, that place really was turned into human territory. Momolia asked, everyone thought you were dead. Where the hell have you been for the past 2 months? Mel hesitated. I've just been around. She thought to herself, no point mentioning she'd been stuck in the ancient world. Momolia reached out and grabbed Mel's hand, smiling. Anyway, it's just good you're still alive. Mel was touched by Momolia's kindness. After a moment, Mel said, honestly, I thought you'd hate me just like the other demon lords. Momolia looked surprised. Why on earth? Mel remembered the past, because our fathers didn't exactly get along, but Momolia just waved it off. That was just between them. That old rivalry is history now. We're all demon lords walking our own paths. Mel replied, I guess you're right. Momolia asked, but you're here looking for help, aren't you? That's why you came to Judecca. Mel fell silent, looking awkward, thinking, damn, she knew everything. High above, a giant spider was closing in on its prey. Momolia continued to offer an olive branch. I can help you. I'm saying this as your friend, not as a demon lord. Mel, as long as you put in the effort, you can do it. Mel looked at Momolia, stunned, and muttered, Momolia. Momolia stood up and reached out. Her figure left Mel lost in thought. You're so mature, not like me at all. Momolia said, let's head back. Mel reached out, thanks for the help. I'll definitely rebuild my castle. Momolia smirked, grabbing Mel's small hand, you'll pull it off. The spider on the ceiling widened its eyes, and in a heartbeat, it finished off the prey caught in its massive web. Young Mel screamed, my father is stronger. He's the true successor of Asmodeus. Young Momolia screamed back, no way, my father's stronger. His horns look way cooler. Remembering their childhood, Mel sighed. We were always bickering even as kids. It wasn't really about personality or beliefs. For some reason, we just never clicked. Maybe it was our dad's influence. As far as I can remember, they were always at each other's throats. Recalling the times they actually slept in the same room as kids, Mel mused, even though we didn't get along, it wouldn't be right to say we weren't friends. Suddenly, something shattered, and Mel realized the truth. It was from that moment on. The day she remembered her father and Momolia's father still being alive, that warmth of a hand petting her head, that everything started to change. Momolia's look back then had changed, filled with pure envy. Mel exhaled, at least that's what I thought. Back to the present, Momolia led Mel forward, saying, go this way. Mel chuckled, looks like I'm still just a kid. Momolia turned back, why'd you say that all of a sudden? Mel shook her head. Nah, nothing. Anyway, where are you taking me? Momolia replied, I can't help you restore your forces all by myself. There are a few other demon lords with the same goal. Mel was shocked. For real? Momolia nodded. Yeah, in here. She pushed the door open. Mel's happy expression froze instantly. A whole crowd of demon lords stood before her. Mel whispered, turning to Momolia. Momolia ignored her and bowed toward the front. I've brought her here. Mel wasn't even that surprised. She thought, just as I figured. Mel mocked herself. I'm still so naive. It's not like she actually changed. She remembered the way Momolia used to press her lips together as a kid. Right now, Momolia's face was twisted into a sneer. That loser. Mel finally realized what kind of person Momolia truly was. Inside the room, lit by candles hanging from a red and gold ceiling, Mel knelt, looking anxious. Suddenly, someone called out, Mel Zelmagrea, direct descendant of the 4th generation Satan. Demon Lord Yuba sat on the throne, flanked by 2 attendants, looking down at her. he said. What a disappointment. Mamolia, standing nearby, chimed in with sarcasm. Our poor, stupid Mel. She leaned in close to Mel's ear and whispered, did you really think a demon lord who lost everything would be welcomed in Judaica? Mel looked panicked. She clenched her fists. She knew they wouldn't welcome her, but she felt the malice radiating from everyone. I didn't expect them to treat me like this. Yuba spoke from the throne, successor of Asmodeus. He said calmly, I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. Mel replied, defend myself. Kneeling below, she said, it was all a misunderstanding. I didn't lose to a human. Mel looked up at Yuba, nervous. Everything I'm saying is the truth. I'm not finished yet. The surrounding demon lords reacted immediately. One shouted, you say you didn't lose to a human? So you think as long as the demon lord survives, it's a win? Another cut in, just kill her already. The demon lord continued, look at yourself. Can you really say you didn't lose? Mel hung her head, stammering, that is. Mel stayed silent, silently accepting she couldn't argue back. It was the demon lord's fault the army was wiped out. So Mel bowed her head and admitted, this is all my fault. The surrounding demon lords started mocking her. You're a disgrace to our race. How thick can your skin be to even show your face in Judaica? We shouldn't let her keep the title of demon lord anymore. She's just dragging it through the mud. The room erupted in noise. That's right, kill her! Mamolia smiled as she listened to the other demon lords condemning Mel. We have to get rid of her. The insults felt like a heavy weight on Mel's shoulders. We can't destroy Judaica because of someone like her. On the final day of Judaica, we'll decide what to do with her. Yuba's red eyes reflected Mel, still kneeling below. Someone asked, so what do we do until then? Just then, Yuba sighed and ordered, throw the prisoner in the dungeon. The scene shifted to the mercenary city of Connaught. A guard blocked the entrance. Hey, you can't come in. He held up his hand to stop Devourer and his companion. This is a restricted area. Show your badge if you want in. Devourer was confused. Beige? The guard looked Devourer and Rine up and down, sizing them up. A beggar and a maid, huh? This guy looks like he's about to collapse. Rine pulled out 2 shimmering cards. Right here. The guard looked shocked. An A-rank raid member, my apologies please, come in. Welcome to our dungeon shop. We hope you'll continue to strive for the safety of humanity. Devourer asked, Rine, when did you even get all this stuff ready? She just smirked and said, I held onto the badges that were still in good shape while I was cleaning up. Devourer realized, right, there's probably tons of stuff like that all over the castle. Rine lit up. Totally, there's a mountain of it. The 2 of them stepped inside, tilting their heads to scan the info plastered on the walls. Rine said, looks like they've got all the intel on the dungeons. Do we even have enough time to read through all this? Glaring at the stack of papers, Devourer asked, wait, what were we supposed to be looking for again? Rine gave him the breakdown. A monster so OP that even humanity couldn't take it down after putting in all that work. Devourer nodded and sat down nearby. Got it. Devourer frowned. I should have just brought a monster from the toxic dungeon. But yeah, I couldn't even if I wanted to. He asked Rine. Anything 1 tier below the toxic dungeon is good, right? What do you think? Rine started sorting through the papers in her hands. Just give me a sec, sir. Devourer glared at the pile she handed over. If it's 1 level down, these monsters should work. Just then, a waiter walked up and crashed their vibe. Hey, I'm about to start cleaning up. You 2 mind coming back tomorrow? Rine looked at him and said, we want to stay a little longer. Can you help us out? The guy just gave a forced smile. Everyone else has already dipped. We can't keep the place open just for you 2. Rine balled her fists, feeling super annoyed, thinking, no way. If this drags on until tomorrow, my date plans are toast. Meanwhile, Devourer felt lightheaded at the thought of having to come back here. He thought, wait, we have to come back tomorrow? Devourer wobbled, trying to stand up. He'd rather die than step foot in here again. Maybe I should just kill this guy? Right then, an idea hit Rine. She pulled out a gold coin, handed it to the guy, and said, you've still got dungeon conquest commissions available, right? The waiter stammered, What kind of commission are you looking for? He thought, you 2 already cleared out all those spots and you still want more? Rine pointed high up. Get me that one. It was late outside and the sky was dripping with stars. A pile of papers lay scattered on the floor. These guys are all pretty weak, Rine muttered, shaking her head. Looks like there aren't many useful monsters this time. Devourer sprawled out on the bed, scanning the info. What about this one, he asked. Rine heard it's an ancient metal slime. I think that monster's solid, but the dungeon's way too far, Rine replied. Devourer let out a breath. Yeah, you're right. He stared at the ceiling and groaned. Damn it. Maybe I should just recruit Mel? Rine thought for a second. I was thinking that too, but you know how it is if we leave her in charge of the place. Devourer finished, too weak. Looking at the papers, Rine said, if we account for the level of the humans challenging the toxic dungeon, Melg's gonna hit her limit in 3 years tops. And I don't know if it's just me. Rine drifted off, picturing Melgi's mesmerizing look. She sighed. I just feel like she looks coolest when she's a demon king. Devourer sighed, feeling drained. Yeah, that's true, but I really should have asked her. She was actually pretty useful for hauling you home, Devourer said. Maybe I let her walk away too easily. Rine blushed, rubbing her burning cheeks. Wait, no, hold on, now that I think about it, didn't I blow up her castle? Suddenly, Devourer bolted upright. How long does Judaica last? Rine replied, I know it's a 2-day event. If you're planning to go, you should head out before it ends. You gonna be okay? Devourer started putting on his shoes. We can give it a shot. If it's too far, then it's out of our hands, Rine said, getting excited. And you need to track the stars to figure out Judaica's location. Word is, that's a special method only demon kings know, but I have no clue how to do it. Devourer scratched his face and stayed silent. After a moment, Devourer spoke up. I know how to read the stars too. Under a sky full of stars? The deer man looked up at the sky, accompanied by the heavy breathing of the big dog Melg had bought. The deer man suddenly said, Man, this is annoying. Someone's coming. He whipped around and barked, Who's there? Freeze, he added. You're not a demon king. The big dog turned its head to stare at the newcomer too. The deer man warned, Only demon kings are allowed near here. You don't want to lose your life, so stay back. The intruder didn't stop, just kept on walking. Seeing that, the deer man's third eye snapped open, his face twisted in rage. I warned you. You're still coming? You clueless human. I am a servant of the great Yuba Mutt. His body started mutating, his voice growing deeper and louder. As long as I'm standing guard here, the deer man transformed into a giant monster. He roared, Don't even think about making it out alive. Devourer stood right in front of him, black energy swirling around his neck, asking flatly, Why you gotta be so loud, huh? Inside the dungeon, voices echoed, Heh, looking good. Mamolia asked with a smug look, Comfy enough. Mel was curled up in the cell, dead silent. Mamolia continued, You're looking better than I thought. She said, Millie, for the sake of our history, let me give you some advice. When they were discussing how to deal with you, everyone wanted to execute you to make an example out of you to the whole clan. Melg didn't say a word. Mamolia kept going, But you're my friend, right? Aren't you? She practically melted into the shadows, staring at Melg. It was tough, but I talked them down. You get me? Mamolia's eyes glowed red. What do you think your punishment is now? She said, her voice turning ice cold. They just want to saw off your horns and break your fangs. She played it up even more, acting for Melg's silence. Oh, poor thing, pitiful MJ losing your horns and fangs like that. The whole demon race is going to look down on you, right? Mamolia leaned against the bars. You probably don't know, but I, Mamolia, have always, she went on, wanted to see you like this. She paused, flashing a nasty, twisted grin at Melg. She laid out her sick, twisted thoughts in this pathetic situation. Melg finally looked up at Mamolia, who was still rambling on about how you can't be a demon king without horns and fangs. Oh, I've got a great idea. Mamolia asked, Hey, why don't you be my servant? I'll spare you. Mamolia stood up. Who knows? Maybe, she said with a depraved, sick look. I'll give you a little status. What if you lip my boots really well? Melg didn't respond. Mamolia asked, Not into it. Why are you so quiet? Just then 2 demons walked up. Lady Mamolia, we have orders to take the prisoner to the tribunal. Mamolia nodded. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. They walked in and called out to Melg, Let's go. Get moving. They complained, What a drag. Mamolia spoke up, Well, the fun's only just begun. Inside the hall, a demon shouted at the top of his lungs, The sentencing trial is now in session. That guy's monotone voice really kills his credibility as a leader. Mamolia stands in the crowd, listening as they sentence Melg for bringing shame to the Demon King title. Melg kneels in the center, hearing the verdict. The court rules that the prisoner must be dehorned and have her fangs pulled. The executioner asks if she has one last chance to object. You got anything to say? Melg is silent for a moment, then speaks. Even though I haven't been locked up long, I've had a lot of time to think. She lifts her head and continues, But honestly, I still don't get it. The surrounding demon kings don't understand what she's getting at, the whole the strong live, the weak die thing. Kneeling in the middle of the hall, Mel says, From the jump, the Demon King army was made to protect me. Those weak soldiers die, and I, the powerful Demon King, survive. What's the problem with that? The Demon Kings around her immediately start screaming, As a Demon King, how dare you treat your own soldiers like disposable trash? Mel glares at them. Quit putting words in my mouth. Mel asks them, Have you ever actually seen how my soldiers and I treat each other? They go silent, then suddenly someone laughs. It's Mamolia. She says, Your whole army got wiped out, and you're sitting here like a total loser, yet you're still running your mouth? You must be losing your mind from the grief. Mel says calmly, Nah, I'm just seeing things clearly for the first time. No matter how I look at it, this trial is total garbage. You guys are pinning crimes on me when I didn't do anything wrong, and your judging process is just as pathetic. Mamolia is left speechless. Mel ignores her and keeps going. And you, the greatest Demon King, you're not just small-minded, your vision is so narrow you couldn't see the truth, even if it hit you in the face. Mel lifts her head and looks straight ahead. Am I wrong? Her voice is flat. Lord Yuba. As soon as she says it, the demon in front of her is shocked. Mamolia covers her mouth in horror. She actually dared to do it. The other demon kings start buzzing. How dare you be so disrespectful to Sovereign Yuba? Someone ripped the tongue out of this lawless convict. But contrary to his subordinate's rage, Yuba just says, Forget it. Why bother with someone who's got nothing left to lose? Her little words aren't going to hurt me. Mel bows her head, thinking that no matter what she says, her fate is already sealed. She chuckles to herself, thinking, Sovereign, huh? These clowns don't even know what a real sovereign looks like. Being a demon king with no vision, what a joke. On the other hand, Mel lets out a sigh of relief. The executioner from earlier speaks up. The punishment for insolence will be carried out immediately after the first sentence. Begin the execution. A small demon walks out holding a saw, cackling, Let's have some fun. He brings the saw up to Mel's head. This is gonna hurt, so enjoy it while it lasts, Demon King. The saw shines in the light. The small demon chuckles, starting with the horns. Just then, the sound of a dog barking echoes through the room, interrupting the execution. They stir, confused. What is that noise? Mamolia clicks her tongue in annoyance. It was just getting to the good part. Yuba doesn't know what's going on either. The executioner yells, Where is that racket coming from? Mel senses something and thinks to herself, stunned. Lord Devourer is actually here. Someone speaks up, dogs barking in a sacred place like Judaica, seriously? Mel's eyes go wide. The other demon kings keep bickering. It's understandable, they tell each other. Hearing people calling from afar is still better than listening to you. Idiots ramble on here. Melg still can't believe it. No way. Mel, it's impossible. Why would he be here? It's gotta be a hallucination. It can't be. Even if I turned around to look, Melg sits motionless. If he really were here. Her eyes well up with tears and she bites her lip to keep from crying. Lord Devourer, suddenly the image of Devourer sitting in a chair behind her calls out to Melg. His eyes light up as he says with a cocky grin, "Looking a bit rough, aren't you?" Outside the ancient castle, the night sky makes the atmosphere feel even gloomier and more ominous. A demon with a broken horn lies sprawled on the ground. Through a blurry haze, someone asks, are they all wiped out? Why are they still resisting? They're just demon kings with a few extra tricks up their sleeves, nothing more. The large silhouette turns to look, his vision slowly clearing. Is there one still alive? The person steps closer, the tentacles beneath his body shifting. If you've got horns, you must be a demon king. The person's feet stop right in front of him, and he asks in a low voice, how old are you? Kinda hard to tell compared to humans. He lifts his head, his pupils glow a bright, piercing yellow. Hey brat, I said look at me, good. His two eyes suddenly split into four. The person says, that's a nice looking horn, what's your name? The demon in front of him trembles in fear. I don't have a name, it's a small boy with red eyes and tiny horns, sweating and shaking as he replies, my name is Memory's End, returning to reality. The imposing silhouette of Devourer sitting on a single chair comes into everyone's view. His voice calls out, Lord Yuba. Yuba sitting on his throne is sweating profusely, trembling. Suddenly a dog's paw appears. Melg's big dog jumps onto her. Melg cries out, oh little one! The dog keeps licking her face. She laughs and says, I told you to be patient, you must have followed Lord Devourer here. Mamolia glares angrily at the demon and the dog. Mamolia, having no death wish, turns and yells at Devourer. You two over there, which demon kings are you? How dare you interrupt this sacred sentencing process? Rine glares and snaps. You don't know your place, how dare you? Zalo says lazily, let it go, Rine, we did interrupt them after all. Devourer continues, my bad, I got sidetracked. Truth is, we don't belong to anyone. We're just travelers passing through who decided to stop and rest. Devourer stands up and walks forward. I'm just a little curious. Mel sits there blankly, hugging her big dog, watching Devourer. He continues, you guys feel that Melg acting like a demon king when she has nothing left is shameful. Devourer looks at the surrounding demon kings. Is that why you're treating her like this? Debating how to punish her, right? Devourer keeps walking forward. So, if I were to wipe out all your armies? He suddenly stops. I'm sure you guys wouldn't have a problem with... Devourer puts on an eerie expression, his golden eyes sparkling as he smiles. Getting your horns cut off and your fangs pulled, would you? That one sentence shocks all the demon kings there. Someone grinds their teeth. This idiot doesn't know his place at all. You insulted the demon kings gathered at Judaica, and now you're threatening Lord Yuba? Zalo glances over. I was just asking. The demon sentencing Melg screams, slamming both his swords into the ground. Shut your mouth! One more word and I'll tear you apart! He flies toward Devourer, unleashing dozens of sword strikes. Die in silence! Meanwhile, Devourer doesn't even flinch. Just as the guy gets close, Devourer opens his mouth. A magic formation instantly appears in front of him. The guy hits the ground flat the moment he charges in. Zalo stands still, asking, what's that? Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't do anything. He looks up and says calmly, he did it. The demon kings froze, turning their heads to see her still caught in the attack. They stuttered, Yuba, how are you? Yuba was sweating bullets. He barked, you dare act against the Supreme One? The demon kings heard Yuba tell Devourer, forgive me. I'll make sure to deal with this brat who dared to raise a sword against you. Mamolia was stunned. Yuba. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, his voice monotone and cold. We welcome the Supreme One, Lord Devourer. The demon kings were left speechless. One of them whispered, Lord Devourer from the primal dungeons? Yuba and the other demons bowed at Sad's feet. The demon who had been judging them crawled up, fuming, Lord Yuba, why? Yuba shot him a glare, thinking, this idiot still doesn't get it, does he? Zalo said, you look familiar. Where have I seen you before? Yuba mentally cursed the judge, thinking, if I hadn't stopped you just now, the maid behind him would have taken your head off. Yuba glanced nervously at Rine. Her golden blue eyes were flickering in the dark. Yuba was terrified. It wasn't just him. This could lead to the massacre of every demon king in the room. He knelt on the floor and stammered, Supreme One, what brings you to this lowly place? Zalo said casually, oh, I remember now. You're Yuba, right? That little punk from back then is this big now? I almost didn't recognize you. Yuba stuttered. It's all thanks to the mercy you showed me 900 years ago. Zalo reached down and patted Yuba's head. Hey, get up. I'm not here for that. Yuba trembled. The memory of that fear was etched into his soul just like that day. He remembered when he first appeared 900 years ago. Back then, Devourer asked Yuba, want to know why I'm here? Devourer added, I'm still curious. Yuba looked up, trembling with fear. Devourer's expression now matched Devourer's back then. He asked, why do you think I'm here? Zalo stood tall. Don't be so jumpy. I know the memories scare you, but I'm here for something else this time. Yuba asked what it was. Zalo replied, I came to see you. Mel looked confused. Huh? Me? Rine walked up and called out, Melg. Melg was lying in the big dog's arms. Lady Rine, Rine said, after discussing it with Lord Devourer, we've decided that the Primal Core dungeon needs your presence. Rine extended the offer. Become one of us stunned. Me? Rine said, you came here to build an army, right? Melg hesitated. But how did you? Rine flashed a harmless smile. If you accept our offer, you'll become a member of the Primal Core dungeon and manage one of our departments. Of course, you'll have demonic followers assigned to you, and those followers will become part of your Demon King army. Melg sat there, the big dog's head pressing down on hers, stunned. She couldn't believe it. I'd become a dungeon manager. Rine nodded. Exactly. And to make sure your army has followers that fit you, all the Primal Core members. Someone interrupted, annoyed. Don't drag me into this. Rine gave a quick thumbs up. Except for Lord Devourer, we'll do our best. Sue stepped forward. That's the gist of why we're here. He walked up to Melg and reached out his hand. So Melg, let's make a deal. With tears in her eyes, Melg said yes, and reached out her hand. Devourer. Just as they were about to shake, Momolia screamed. I don't accept this, she yelled. How can a stupid brat who can't even handle her own castle become a dungeon manager? Devourer looked confused. What's her problem? Momolia was screaming so loud that even Melg's big dog started snarling. This doesn't make sense, Momolia ranted. I've been compared to that brat Melg for so long and told I was lacking, and now that I finally have a chance to put her down. Momolia stepped toward Devourer. Supreme One, I'm sure you've been fooled by Melg. How could you make a deal like that with her? She's not worthy! Why not me? I'm different from Melgi. I'm a demon king with an ancient bloodline, a legitimate demon king. She put on a pathetic, servile face. If you pick me, Momolia, I'll do a great job. I'll give you my heart and soul. Momolia reached for Devourer. The next second, Rine appeared and sliced her hand off. Rine's deep blue eyes locked onto Momolia as she roared, How dare you touch Lord Devourer with those filthy hands? Momolia's shrill scream echoed through the hall. She clutched her hand, howling, My hand! My hand! Melg watched from the floor. Momolia. Yuba stepped up and bowed. Lord Devourer, please forgive this sinful behavior. Devourer nodded. That's fine. Yuba glared at Momolia. Oh no, it's not. If you leave this to me, I'll make sure she's punished properly. The other demon kings immediately grabbed Momolia. She shrieked, What? Let me go! Melg! Melg! Melg's big dog growled. Devourer yawned. Melg hugged her dog. Rine asked, You don't regret it, do you? Seeing Melg's blank expression, Rine said, About what happened earlier. You could just ask him to punish every single demon king here, and he would wipe them all out. Melg felt down. That wouldn't help the Primal Core at all. She remembered the attitude of those demon kings. Of course, she wasn't exactly kind-hearted herself, which was why she didn't make that request. They won't look down on me anymore anyway, so it's better to keep them alive and profit from them later. Melg asked, But come to think of it, how did you find Judica? Rine crossed her arms. Lord Devourer knows how to watch things. Rine pointed at Melg's big dog. The gatekeeper here wouldn't show us the way, which was annoying, but we accidentally ran into a magic beast that smelled like you. The big dog's eyes went wide. Melg hugged it, praising, Good job, you really are my #1 warrior. Devourer, I mean 20 ons. Melg touched 20 on's face. I'll do my best as a member of the Primal Core. But is this really okay for me? Rine asked, What do you mean? Melg shuddered, thinking of the previous managers. Some of them must have been way stronger than me. For someone like me to hold a position like that, of course, I'll give it my all, but I'm still a bit worried. Rine rubbed her hand. To be honest, Rine hit Melg with a heart-piercing truth. You're not even qualified yet. You probably won't even last 3 years. Your dungeon might be destroyed by tomorrow. Melg flopped onto the floor, crying. I knew that already, but hearing you say it so bluntly still hurts a bit. Rine watched the big dog come over to sniff her, then continued. She patted 20 ons on the head. Still, we came all the way here to get you because Lord Devourer wanted it, so don't you dare disappoint him. Melg perked up. She turned back around, her eyes filled with determination. I'll do my very best, Rine nodded. Glad you're thinking straight, and let me be real with you. Rine shot a grin. I've officially got the green light to confess to Lord Devourer. Mel looked totally lost. Rine added, Just keep that locked in your head, all right? Mel nodded along. Yeah, sure, whatever. Then Mel asked, So, where'd Lord Devourer head off to? Hearing the name, 20 just kept staring, thinking they were talking about him. Rine said, Oh, him? Inside the palace hall, Yuba sat silent in the middle of the crowd, while some demon kings started calling out for Lord Yuba. That beanpole of a demon, tall as a clothesline, spoke up. As the representative for the north of Viraman, I've got a few things I need to get off my chest. Yuba gave a nod. Speak your piece, then. The guy spat. Look, I know Devourer is some ancient monster and one of the baddest dudes in the abyssal prison. But, even after weighing all that, how should I put your recent behavior, my lord? The guy looked down at Yuba from way up high. You're the king of demon kings, yet the way you were acting earlier, it was a bit unhinged if you catch my drift. Yuba stood up. My behavior? I've got your little lecture burned into my memory now. I bet you're worried I've gone and dragged the Demon King title through the mud, aren't you? The rest of the Demon Kings started stuttering, terrified. No, Lord Yuba, that's not it at all. But the guy representing Northern Viraman just nodded. Yeah, you could say that, if this kind of crap keeps happening. Before the guy could even finish, Yuba barked, You absolute moron. He instantly summoned a giant hand, crushing the guy in its grip. The dude panicked. Whoa, hold on, Lord Yuba! Yuba glared at him. You think I'm going to mistake your pathetic blathering for bravery and let you slide? Viraman, you figured my little stunt earlier was your big chance to take me down, didn't you? Viraman was getting squeezed for dear life. Yuba pressed on. If you're so damn worried about how I'm running things for all you Demon Kings, why don't you hop into this seat and try it yourself? The Demon Kings all shouted in unison, Lord Yuba, please calm down. The giant hand tightened its grip and they screamed. At this rate, Veerman is actually going to die. Blood started dripping through the giant fingers. Come here. Yuba let go and Veerman hit the floor. Yuba growled, if any of you think I'm too weak to lead and that's why you're bowing down, then step up and say it. The pack of demon kings scrambled to their knees, begging, please, we're begging you, forgive our insolence. Yuba stayed silent for a second before saying, forget it, get out of my sight, all of you. He shot them a glare. That warning should be enough for now. Yuba turned his back. Besides, there's no way that kid from the Agrea family knows that monster. That ancient beast, you think? Just then, Devourer popped his head in through the door. Oh, Yuba, you in here? Yuba scrambled to respond. Lord Devourer, and he hurried out. You need something, sir? Devourer scratched his head. I really don't want to do this, man. But thinking back, Yuba's brow furrowed, cold sweat dripping. I knew he wouldn't let this slide that easy. But Devourer just went, feels like I forgot something back there. Yuba thought to himself, I already bowed my head once. What else have I got to lose? If this is for the survival of the demon lords under my command. Zalo pulled something from his coat and asked, you guys are the demon lords, right? Zalo stared, stunned at Yuba kneeling before him. What are you so scared for? Yuba looked at the thing in front of him, confused. Is this outside? The sky is filled with stars, Rine asked. I was wondering why they suddenly called a meeting, but I never expected something like this to go down. Zalo said, they're actually pretty friendly, huh? I didn't think they'd put in this much effort. Rine let out a big laugh. I didn't expect you to take the lead like that either, Lord Devourer. I'm just so happy. Zalo tilted his head. If you're already this happy, I guess I don't need to worry about your happiness later, right? He thought to himself, instead of racking my own brain, it's better to just let the demon lord handle it. I'm such a genius. Suddenly a call came from inside the house. Lord Devourer, Miss Rine. Melg and 20 ran out. Rine asked, Miss Melg, you all finished with your work? Melg nodded. Since I'm a member of the Ancient Corps now, I can help you carry your luggage. You really don't need me to help with anything else? Rine smiled. I'm good, really. Miss Melg, you seriously don't need anything else from this place? Behind Melg, there was a staircase leading down. MJ beamed, I've already taken everything I wanted from this place. I don't need a thing anymore. Once we get back to the Ancient Corps, I'm going to pour everything into becoming a powerful demon lord. Melly, so are we heading back to Canny? Rine replied, we just need to swing by one last place. Devourer chimed in lazily, can I just get some sleep now? Inside the dungeon, someone asked, are you feeling any better, sir? Someone hesitated. My hand. The wolf turned to look at the person next to him. It looks like someone used something to reattach your arm, sir. Someone muttered, my horn. The guy in the vest hesitated. Mammolia reached up and touched the horn that had been sawed off. There's no way this is a dream. The guy with the black hair said, you've been asleep for over a day, sir. Are you okay? Never mind that. What happened to that cat? The man said, she left with that ancient beast. Mammolia clenched his fist tight. The man continued, please don't worry about your broken horns, sir. The other demon lords said they'd come up with a decent excuse. Even if it's not much, there are still factions willing to support you. We're all going to follow you, Mammolia, so please, just put those messy past relationships behind you. Mammolia snapped, shut your mouth. Messy past relationships? You think that thing is my friend? You dare say that to my face? Mammolia bit his nails. I have to kill that cat. She kept grinding her teeth. I can't rely on the other demon lords. I need someone with more power, someone who could become an enemy to the Ancient Corps. That's it? There is someone like that, isn't there? Mammolia wore a twisted expression. Someone who can stand against the Ancient Corps and maybe even take it down. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone asked, why did you come here? I've got something I want to ask the Third Eye, Ak replied. His cold, malicious gaze turned toward Homunculus. At the Connaught Inn, Rine and Melg were focused on what was in front of them. A mountain of paperwork lay scattered everywhere. It was clearly something the Demon Lord had poured a lot of heart into. It was super detailed, looking exactly like a raid request made by humans. Rine explained with a smile. From what Lord Devourer heard, they filtered out monsters that are on their level. Mel marveled, that's his aura for you. Melg asked. But Rine, monsters this strong, and you're still not satisfied? Rine pondered that, looking at the paper in front of her. Queen of Blades, Kilb Elizabeth. Species and profile only. Isn't she just a slutty thrill-seeker? Rine ripped the paper to shreds. Melg was speechless. Is that so? How about this one? Melg pointed to another paper. Giant under the Lamia Mountains. Rine rejected that one too. No, the note says she's very beautiful. Rine shredded that paper too. She leaned back and let out a sigh. Seriously, they're all useless. Rine said none of them meet the standards. Melg's eyes widened. She said that, could it be that Melg is self-absorbed and thinks she's intimidated by her looks? No, while Devourer was snoring away, Rine said, let's keep looking. Melg nodded. I'll help too. Inside the Imperial Palace, in an office, people were talking. Not here either, Ak muttered. He recalled that arrogant look on Devourer's face when he asked, how do you plan on cleaning up this mess? He thought angrily, I have to take down that bastard Devourer for the safety of the Empire. Ak rested his chin on his hand, thinking, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Captain, it's Gazote. Ak said, come in. Gazote walked in and asked, Captain, did you find anything? Ak replied, bring me a cup of tea first. Gazote pointed, using magic to make the teapot float and pour tea. Clink. The teacup was placed in front of Ak. This should be fine, right? Ak picked up the tea and said, the only thing in the book that sounds even remotely reliable is the info on the Ancient Corps. He set the cup down. I knew that much already, but the more I read, the more confused I get. Gazote asked, what do you mean? Aksh tapped the book. The identity of the gatekeeper and the dungeon's true goal. His voice was flat. We can ignore the tentacles, since most of the creatures there are of unknown origin. But no matter how much I search, I can't find any records of the other two. Ak thought to himself, even taking all the variables into account, there are way too many weird points. While most other dungeons focus on expanding their forces, the ancient core doesn't show a single sign of it, not even the smallest one. He finished thinking and continued, more importantly, Devourer's goal is still a total mystery. Gazote nodded. First, you really should hear what I have to say. That's when Ash looked up, startled. Right, what are you doing here anyway? Gazote was speechless. Is it too late to ask that? She reported that the Third Eye had sent an urgent message. The demon lord Mamulia had requested a meeting with him. At the captain's office in Chanyi Heat, silence hung in the air. The Third Eye said, thanks for accepting such a sudden meeting. Captain Ak asked, I heard the demon lord faction wanted to request a parley. The Third Eye nodded. Right, they picked this place, and they seem to be in a rush. Still, I didn't expect you to accept since it sounds dangerous. Right then, someone appeared. I heard you were coming and just expected some old geezers, since you're the leader of humanity. Ach ordered Gazote, don't provoke them. Memoria led her giant wolf and her subordinates inside. She said, but you look pretty young and handsome, don't you? The villain introduces himself. I'm the commander. Oh, he wears the ZL Vitten cloak. I'm pretty sure the message already said. The villain's eyes suddenly went cold. He continued, you said you wouldn't bring any bodyguards, right? Memoria replied, but you didn't exactly come alone either. Tamnon quickly stepped in to smooth things over. How about we just sit down first? The villain said, can we just cut to the chase? Memolia said, you're more impatient than I expected. Fine, whatever. She started talking. Beyond my castle, there's this little village of 400 people called Rosoid. If you try to pull any fast ones, or if this convo ends, that place is getting wiped off the map immediately. The villain questioned, pulling fast ones? You're the one acting suspicious. At the same time, Gazote raised his hand to cast a spell. With a pop, the teacup shattered right on cue. The villain said, I'll let this teacup slide, but don't try any more cat-and-mouse games. Memolia said, you're pretty careful. I was just checking, since you weren't giving off any weird vibes or magical pressure. Not bad, though. The villain cut her rambling short. Enough. Let's get straight to the point. Memolia said, a demon king is leaving Chihit soon. She ordered kill her. The villain calmly asked, are you asking me to go up against a demon king's entire army? You trying to use me as cannon fodder or a sacrificial lamb? Memolia shrugged. Now you just have to take out a demon king named Mel. If you can pull off the assassination before she leaves Kanhi, I'll pay you handsomely. Memolia glanced at Tamnon. That beast the guy in the cloak needs for his living experiment, right? That'll be the price. The villain coolly replied, I'm gonna have to pass. Memolia didn't expect that. She started panicking. You're refusing? Why? Why? Isn't that enough for you? The villain let out a breath. That's not it. Memolia suddenly got tense. Then why? As the commander of humanity, you went through all the trouble of coming here. You must want something, right? The villain calmly asked her, I was just wondering. Looks like you're the one in a rush, aren't you? The villain smirked, sizing her up. She had no nails and it looked like her bedding had been slashed. Her behavior was like someone running for their life from something. A demon king suddenly asking for a private meeting? It's either a trap or something serious. Memolia, furious, tried to flex her power. Human, how dare you look down on me? The villain stayed chill. He asked, look down on you. Me? You're the one hiding stuff from us. The villain continued, you're asking us to kill a demon king named Mel. The villain's eyes turned ice cold. Doesn't that demon king have someone backing her up? Memolia's empty hand on the table started shaking, proof that the villain was right. He thought to himself, just as I figured. The villain stood up and turned to leave. No point in getting tangled up in internal demon king drama. He told Gazote they were heading out. Gazote replied, understood, Captain. Memolia scrambled to call out, wait, she stammered. Yeah, someone is backing her up, just like you said. The villain didn't even look back. He nodded. Right, then let's just act like we never met. But Memolia's next words made him stop mid-reach for the door. She said, the ancient monster in the core. The ancient one. Memolia emphasized the name. When Devourer heard it, the villain's eyes instantly glowed in the dark. It looked terrifying. Memolia hung her head and kept talking. However, there's definitely a way to dodge him and kill that beach. This time, the villain said, I'm in. Memolia looked up, confused. Huh? What? The villain turned around and said, I accept the offer. His face, hidden in shadow, looked sinister. Demon King Malim Agrea will kill her. On the ceiling, a red spider sat waiting for its prey. A sudden, huh, rang out. Below, a voice spoke up. I haven't even told you Melly's last name yet. Memolia questioned. Don't tell me you? She was shocked he knew Melly. The villain replied, why wouldn't I know the name of the Demon King living right next to Ras? He continued. Anyway, word is that Demon King is leaving through the Nay Gate soon. We need to hurry. Memolia thought to herself, that's weird. She felt something was off. This human definitely had a huge grin when he heard the name Devourer. There's something going on. Ignoring those thoughts, Memolia said, I don't know what you're planning. But whatever. Don't forget, she threatened. We've still got those 400 villagers from Rosoid as hostages. Let me be clear. The villain calmly said, if you want, just go ahead and kill them all. Memolia was stunned. What? The villain continued. They'd be honored to be sacrificed for the revival of the great empire. He gave a chilling smile. they'll see it as an honor. The spider on the ceiling started moving like it had spotted prey. Momolia couldn't believe her ears. Human, how dare you? The villain cut her off. Oh, since the deal is set, just send the payment as promised. You said you'd provide me with a demon corpse for experiments, right? He added. Lucky for me, there's one right here. On the ceiling, the spider approached something green that looked like a tail. The villain's voice turned icy. A demon perfectly suited for the job. A demon king up above that green tail turned out to be a reptile waiting for its prey. Hearing that, Momolia's 2 guards jumped in front. My lord, get behind me. How dare a lowlife like you? Momolia, hearing that, clenched her fists in rage. Why is everyone trying to piss me off today? How dare a measly human like you look down on me? Momolia screamed, kill them! The villain was still calmly lost in thought. Suddenly he smiled. Inside a room, the curtains were swaying as light poured in. A soft call came, Jean calling out, Lord Devourer, good morning. Devourer, still sleepy, glanced over from the bed. Jean stood by the window, the sunlight highlighting the smile on her face. Time to get up, Lord Devourer. He buried his face in the pillow and lazily said, 5 more minutes. Jean replied, you said that 3 hours ago, sir. He raised a hand. Since when do we care if it's day or night? Gina gave up, exasperated. Oh my god. Jean looked toward Melly and said, Mealy, it's time to use that thing. Melly asked, you mean that wide-range destruction magic? Jean asked back. What do you mean? Melly raised her scepter. The staff started glowing. The scene around the building suddenly filled with blinding light everywhere. Faced with the light blinding his eyes, Devourer yelled, I'm up! I'm up! Stop that magic! What the hell is that? He froze in place. I thought demons couldn't use holy magic. Melly waved her scepter and replied, this is genocide magic, and it's not holy magic, it's just magic. He was speechless. Is that so? Suddenly a stench hit him, making every feature on his face cave in. Jean brought over a bowl of soup, giving off a pungent odor. Lord Devourer, if you're up, please eat the breakfast Jean made for you. A thick, bubbling green liquid sat in the bowl. Grilled lamb with steamed veggies. Devourer stared at the meal, not sure if you could even call it food. He picked up the chaotic mess, wondering, where are the original ingredients? It's just a pile of slop. Jean smiled, trying to play it cool. My bad. Music Play's eye, on the other hand, was stuttering like an idiot, totally lost on how to even eat this thing. Rine was curious if Bakich ever replied to the pigeon Jean sent after we got back from Judecca. I asked, so, what'd he say? Jean held out her hand. It was this glass-like shard with a message attached. I was confused. A piece of glass? A mirror? What is this? Is he telling us to fix our footage or something? Mel chimed in. Looks like some kind of magic communication device. Magic comms? Jean wondered while Devourer was busy shoving that nasty-looking food under the bed to hide it. Melly answered, yeah, if you pump some mana into it like this. A skull-faced Bakich popped up on the mirror. She yelled, it's working. A voice crackled through the device. Can you hear me? The 3 of us stared at the glass, and Devourer spoke up. Yo, Bachik, your nostrils look gnarly, man. Bachik sighed. Do you really have to start beef every time we talk? Boss, Bachik continued. Anyway, I'm assuming everyone can hear me loud and clear. First off, I heard Melly's been grinding hard thanks to June's pigeons, so I reached out to help you guys scout some more monsters. Devourer shot back. By the way, where'd you even get that thing? Bachik replied, I borrowed it. You know that mirror in the 3rd princess's room? Yeah, it's a piece of that. I recalled there actually was a mirror like that. Wait, for real? I didn't think she'd just lend that out for free. Bachik laughed, not a chance. She wanted blood in exchange, you know how she is. As an undead knight, I ain't exactly got blood, so she was dying to test some demi-human blood instead. So I cut a deal to trade Jean's blood. Suddenly realizing what he'd said, he panicked. Wait, Jean's not there, is she? Jeanne shoved her face right up to the mirror, wearing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I'm right here, Bachich. The 2 behind her were speechless. On the glass, Bachich vanished. He bailed. Bachich, where'd you go? Suddenly, he popped back up on the screen, pretending nothing happened. Can everyone hear me? Connection's back up. Yo, everyone, it's really me, Bachich. First, I heard Melia. Jean cut him off, fuming. Too late. Hey, Bachich, my claws are already ready to rip your head off. Melly chimed in. Yeah, I think you're past the point of no return, pal. Bachich, busy checking some files, said, whatever, let's get back to the point. I went through the rejection list Jeanne sent, and honestly, none of those monsters make the cut, so I put together a new list for you guys. Jeanne started digging through the documents. Wait, info on monsters? Where? Mel pointed at the file. Look, there's something attached to the back of the letter. Jeanne stared at the paper. These are the monsters that weren't on the rejection list. Addressing Devourer, Bachik said, it took me a few days, all right? He kept going. Individually, they aren't anything special, but when they roll in a pack, they're straight up lethal. Some can even use the terrain to their advantage. I've been keeping an eye on them for a while now. He let out a smug laugh. Devourer caught on to that. A while? For real? He said music plays. You mean you were scouting them even before Gina and I decided to recruit more monsters? Bachik stiffened up at that question. Then he just vanished from the mirror. Devourer was fuming. Melly poked at the glass. Looks like we really got disconnected this time. Jeannie agreed. She thought so too. Devourer was livid. I ain't letting that jerk slide this time. Cut to the negotiation between Mamolia and Art. Someone said, you can't trust demons for nothing, as the ground was littered with demon corpses. That same guy said, can't believe they brought this many troops. Hey, Art, this monster's still alive. Can I take it? Art replied, then said, all right, now it's time for me to collect my pay. Demon King Mamolia, who was pinned to the ground, was being held down by 2 guards with swords pointed at his throat. Mamolia looked up, his face covered in blood, and spat. Human, you think you're gonna walk away from this? If you touch me, the other demon kings will. Before he could finish, Art cut him off. Save it, I don't give a damn. He told Mamolia, but don't get it twisted. I'm actually grateful to you for this. Thanks to you, we got the perfect chance to take out Devourer. Mamolia's eyes went wide. He started laughing his head off. Take him out? Him, Art was confused. What's so funny? What's funny? I mean, what you just said is straight up hilarious. Take him out. Who the hell do you think you are? With a look of pure contempt, he said, that's straight up impossible. You clearly don't understand the true terror of that ancient monster. A mage spoke up. He's not even worth your time anymore. Hey Art, I'm genuinely grateful for these materials. Art asked, are you sure this is even doable? The mage paused, turned his head and said, I'll make it happen. Count on it. I'm going to create the ultimate artificial being. Up on the ceiling, a lizard was busy snacking on a spider. The one who thinks they're the hunter ends up being the prey. The mage continued using a demon king. In the middle of a desolate desert, wings spread wide. It was a flying creature that looked like a manta ray. Sitting on its back were 3 people and a wolf, Devourer, Jean, and Melly. Looks like we found an enemy on our own level. Devourer looked annoyed as he remembered what Bakik said. Between a lord and his vassals, trust is the most important thing. To build loyalty, you gotta do the recruiting yourself as the boss, right? Melly spoke up. Devourer, I think we're here, he said, right on time. Remembering Bakik's words, the top priority is recruiting the Golem Guard of Knight. Those rock piles heal up fast as long as they're busted. That's the kind of monster that's perfect for a dungeon. That's probably where the Golem Guard Bachich was talking about lives. Down on the ground, a massive golem was just lying there. Devourer wondered. That thing? The golem started shifting. It kicked into gear and its eyes lit up. Devourer, he said, it's got infinite regeneration. If it's a magic golem, it'll keep coming back as long as the core. The magic stone is intact, Melly said. Devourer replied, is that so? Then we just gotta find that stone and rip it out, right? Genie said, looking uneasy. Devourer, that thing ain't gonna be easy to take down. The golem stood up. It was huge, practically the size of a mountain. Once it locked onto its target, it charged at them. I mean, I'm kinda weak, but that thing? Mel, that looks tough. She raised her staff. I'll restrict its movement, so grab that magic stone before it heals up. Devourer patted Melly's head. It's all good, Melly. Thanks for getting me here. Let's get this done. Just then, the golem's fist came crashing toward them. He dove through the air, heading straight for the golem's fist. The fist smashed him down with insane speed. Melly screamed, worried. Devourer! Its fist slammed him into the mountain, shaking everything around them. So, Batrich, looks like you finally stumbled onto something juicy, huh? Devourer's voice boomed from under the golem's fist, leaving the beast totally confused. Bam! The top half of the golem just straight up exploded into pieces. Devourer was lying underneath, and with just one punch, he'd already taken the golem out. Wild, right? The rest of the golem's body just crumbled to the ground. Melly, hovering in the air, was shocked at what just went down. Stop standing around and go find the mana stone, Mel. Melly snapped back to reality. You got it. Devourer, still on the dirt, started whining. Man, you're getting my clothes all dusty. So who's next? Out on a peninsula in the fading sunset, a one-eyed demon piped up. You guys hear the news? That golem up by the rocks just vanished after that quake yesterday. I heard White Wolf, the one who leveled the whole highlands, got taken out too. A bunch of one-eyed demons were huddled together, whispering, you think humans did this? Keep this up and we're next on the menu. One of the demons with blue hair spoke up. Stow it, the leader cut in. No point sweating over stuff that hasn't happened yet. Besides, nobody knows where our dungeon is hidden. Did you hear what he said, Jean? Because they were all one-eyed demons, they were massive. Gina replied, I don't think they'd be hanging out in a spot like this. But hey, Batrich's intel is usually rock solid. A voice from behind them made the demons spin around in shock. Who are you guys? How the hell did you? Devourer cut them off. We're here to talk business. We're scouting for monsters to work for the dungeon. Before he could even finish, the one-eyed demons started losing their cool. I get it now. You're the ones out here snatching up monsters, aren't you? Damn it, how'd they even find this place? The lead one-eyed demon stood up, hoisting his mace, and glared down at Melly with pure malice. We're not going down that easy. Jean looked confused. Wait, what? She sighed. Looks like the talk business plan is a bust. Millie, let's go. Melly nodded. The one-eyed demons were left totally stunned, not knowing what just hit them. Over in the forest, the team kept hunting for monsters. Jean sounded bummed out. I didn't think they'd be that weak. She thought back to how it only took a few slashes to wipe them out. I honestly didn't think they'd drop that fast. Devourer asked, so who's the next target? Somewhere way off, a monster named Retsuga watched them from high up in a tree. He called out, Yo, didn't think you guys were out here, but I finally found you. Jean and Melly looked up, and the guy dangling upside down from a branch said, I heard the one-eyed demon crew over there got wiped out. Jean was shocked. Whoa, word travels fast. Hearing that, he dropped to the ground. That's why we've survived this long without humans finding us. We gather info lightning fast. Realizing what was up, Devourer asked, so I guess you know why we're here then? The guy replied, obviously, you want me to work for the dungeon. Turns out the guy they'd been talking to was Retsuga, the one they were hunting. Retsuga signaled his terms. I'm down, but on one condition. He said it so calmly. You, the guy over there, you're Devourer, right? Jean glared at him. How dare this guy call him by his name without even flinching? Devourer just answered, that's me. Retsuga rubbed his knuckles, hyped to find an opponent his level, and said, let's throw down. I've been dying to see how strong these ancient monsters really are. Jine snapped. How dare you speak so rudely to Master Devourer? You meathead! Master Devourer, you don't have to listen to this guy. Jean, I've got this. Devourer replied, I mean, he's asking for it, so I might as well oblige. Devourer stood up with a bored expression. All right, let's see what you've got. Retsuga clapped his hands together, shouting, Awesome! He got into his stance, ready to strike, and told Devourer, Give it everything you've got, Devourer. Devourer looked at Retsuga with pure contempt. Everything? Yeah. That night, they headed back to their inn. Devourer was lazing around on the bed. Damn, I'm wiped. Seriously exhausted. We've been roaming around for 2 days straight without a break. Devourer kept whining. They say doing stuff you're not used to can kill you. Doesn't matter if you're a human or a monster. Jean walked over with a bowl of food. Master Devourer, you want to try some of this first? Devourer freaked out. He was terrified of eating whatever gnarly dish she'd cooked up. Jeannie added, I didn't have enough time to cook for you, so I just grabbed these in the city. Devourer was so relieved he immediately shoved the food into his mouth. Right next to them, Jine was checking a stack of documents. Melly was just staring at Devourer with a look of pure surprise. Suddenly, Jean spoke up. Let's see, so far we've recruited the golem, the one-eyed demons, and Retsuga just went through the roof. Devourer said between bites, that bastard Retsuga. I didn't think he'd just evaporate the second I flicked him. Jine gave Devourer a thumbs up, looking all impressed, and he even apologized for turning down our offer at first. But look at all this loot we got, though. Master Devourer, Jean said, turning to look at the ground. On the floor sat a pile of treasure chests filled with weapons and emeralds. She added, This was a conquest to remember. We wiped them out and grabbed all their riches. Someone else chimed in, Are you two for real? I'm curious what's in those chests. I bet the monster snatched all this stuff while hunting humans, right? Another person added, I'm curious too. I was in such a rush to pack it up I didn't even check. Just as I thought, a ton of magic tools. Devourer was digging through the loot. Let's see, wonder which one of these could punch a hole in Botrix's bones. Devourer spotted something and picked up a vibrant red flower, wondering, What the hell is this? Down in a basement, filled with machinery, a mage was hunched over. Thank you so much for providing such a top-tier test subject, replied coolly, anything for the Empire. The mage said, It's perfect. I never expected you to hand over a test subject in such pristine condition. Look at it, isn't it beautiful? Inside a glass tank filled with liquid, Mamolia was hooked up to a bunch of tubes. At questioned, Beautiful, you say? He cracked a twisted smile and put his hands behind his back. I suppose you're right. At continued. But looks don't really matter. We're just running this to see how the experiment turns out. The mage answered, Yes, sir, we're doing our absolute best, but if we pull that body out right now... Mamolia was unconscious. Did she even know they were experimenting on her? The mage continued, It'll definitely break down in less than 2 days. At replied, That's enough. I'm not even sure I can keep its mind under control reliably, Devourer muttered. The mage didn't care about the details. He just did as he was told. Understood. I trust your judgment. I'm sure whatever you're planning to use it for, you'll see results from your experiment soon enough. He thought to himself, So it can really do anything. What have I decided to use it for? Devourer was holding a red flower in his hand. Is this thing a magic tool too, Mel? Melly replied, Yeah, but it looks like someone already used it up. It's useless now. Only the preservation spell is still hanging on. Jine gushed. That flower is so pretty. Devourer seemed lost in thought. Mr. Devourer? Jean's voice snapped him back to reality. Suddenly, Devourer reached out and grabbed Jean's head. Stay still. Jean was confused. Hey, Mr. Devourer, he complained. I told you to stay still, didn't I? Jean was still clueless about what he was doing, but he just smiled. There, that should do it. Melly's eyes sparkled. It looks great! Devourer had pinned the red flower into Jean's hair. It suited her perfectly. Devourer thought she's always working so hard. And she seems a bit different ever since we got to height. I get the feeling she wants something from me, but I have no clue what it is. And I've never even gotten her a gift before. Mary complimented her. You look beautiful. Jean's face lit up. Do you really think so? Devourer nodded. It looks great. You don't like it? I'll get you something even better later. Jean nodded, genuinely happy. She smiled brightly. I get it. He smiled. I think we're done here, right? We can take a break now. As he said that, he leaned back, looking totally lazy. No way, Devourer. We've still got 2 more places to, he groaned. Ugh, I really don't want to. Inside a mansion, Quinn was sprawled out on the sofa. Sue bored. She stretched out on the lounge chair. Quinn groaned. This is so boring, it's killing me. She started flailing around on the couch. She went limp again, feeling drained with absolutely nothing to do. She remembered what Az had told her. Quinn, even if you're recovered, you should still keep resting. Don't let anyone see you're back on your feet, especially not the nobles. Quinn figured he was just worried she'd get dragged back to the front lines again. She got up, but just sitting around was even worse. Right now, people out there are probably in danger. She started walking. At least I want to make sure Rias is still safe. Quinn stood on the balcony, lost in thought. It looked high, but she felt confident. All right, just a quick trip out and back. It'll be fine. Let's go. Az appeared behind her out of nowhere. Going somewhere? Quinn jumped, acting like someone had just stepped on her tail, as replied, Can we talk for a minute? Quinn looked annoyed, like a ticked-off cat. You could at least knock before waltzing into my room. Az answered, I had a feeling you'd try to sneak out, so I figured I'd save us the trouble of a surprise. Quinn denied it. Sneak out? As he asked, Is that so? Quinn looked flustered and finally caved. Fine, I'm sorry, I was lying. She continued, You know, I've been meaning to ask you something for a while now. As asked, what is it? Quinn replied, how's Garrot doing? Quinn looked worried. Ever since that incident with his arm, I haven't been able to talk to him. She clenched her fists. It's my fault he lost his arm. As tried to console her. You don't have to carry the weight of the entire empire on your shoulders, he went on. Of course, for a hero, that kind of mindset is admirable. But you have to remember, he said firmly, everyone in the Black Wolf Cavalry is ready to give their life for the empire, Garrot included. He only gave up his arm for the sake of the empire. Quinn looked sad, so he continued, besides, Garrot himself doesn't hold it against you. I think he's actually more worried about you, so stop beating yourself up. Quinn nodded. As said, oh right, can I ask you for a favor? She asked. What is it? He replied, it's about the artificial life forms the empire was researching. We just got a report about some unusual activity at one of the research labs. Quinn asked, unusual activity? He continued. Seems like the artificial creatures in that lab managed to break out. Luckily, the place is pretty far from town, so there haven't been any casualties yet. Quinn panicked. Then we have to tell everyone. Quinn suddenly realized something. I see. She watched as sipping his tea. As needed to handle this mess on the down low. As glanced at Quinn. I need to deal with this quietly and keep the mission on a need-to-know basis. Besides, you can't show your face on the front lines right now, can you? If you do, the royals and their lackeys are going to get suspicious. Quinn asked nervously, then what do you want me to do? As replied, I've already tipped off the guards at the West Palace's teleportation gate. I've given them the coordinates. You just need to get there in 3 hours. Quinn scrambled. All right, I'll get ready right now. As called out, Quinn! She turned back. Huh? As held up 3 fingers. Be there in exactly 3 hours. She held up her hand. Got it. After finishing his tea, he stood up and started to leave. 3 hours. Gotta hurry. He reached to open the door. Oh, a shout from the other side and a burst of energy appeared. Thank you for opening the door for me. As squinted at the figure. It's been a while, hasn't it? Lord Az. The person speaking was Pope Duanisi III. Inside a lavish, magnificent mansion, Duanisi spoke up. It's been a long time, Lord Az. Or should I call you Commander now? Az replied. You don't serve the king, you serve someone else. What are you doing here? Duanisi gave a cryptic smile. Your tongue is as sharp as ever, Commander. Duanisi's cold eyes locked onto Az. I just wanted to pay a visit to the Empire's hero, our pillar of strength. We are, as cut him off. As far as I know, the Empire's hero, Win Astoria, has never met Duanisi before. As walked forward, saying, and yet you came all this way just to check on her? Duanisi whined, I'm a busy man. If I said I came to see you, would you even believe me? In the dim room, Duanisi spoke cryptically, let's have a little chat. Atop a tower that looked like it was pieced together from scrap iron, as stood on the balcony pondering what the old man was up to. Thinking back on what he'd whispered to him, he realized it was a pretty sketchy offer. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the sky lit up with fireworks. Below, the people were celebrating the return of the mercenary squad, the Diana Strike Force. As thought to himself, Sid is a mercenary city where 1/3 of the population belongs to a strike team, and Devourer is hiding somewhere in this city. Had thought to himself, to take down that ancient monster, I need more intel, and that means I gotta take some risks. Suddenly, someone started walking toward him. An old guard wearing armor approached, followed by several knights. The guard spoke up. The prep work is done, sir. We're waiting for your orders. At thanked him. Maman the mage standing behind also spoke up. We're ready too. Mind if we ask how you plan on finding the Demon King hiding in this city? A knight in the back heard this and started getting uneasy. At said, for a mediocre human like me, I don't have any fancy tricks. The mage asked, then how are you planning to do it? At replied, there's someone out there hunting that Demon King way harder than we are, so I'm going to use her. After saying that, he asked the old knight, Tom, how much time do we have left? Tom replied, 78 minutes until the hero arrives, sir. At said mysteriously, a bit early, but whatever. Let's get this party started while it's hot. Tom and Mammon followed orders. At thought, summoning the Demon King is a power only other Demon Kings possess, so we'll find Meaty in no time, and then we'll track him down naturally. This is going to be fun. The scene shifts to a tavern where mugs are clinking together and someone yells, bottoms up. In the back, people are chatting about how the dungeon was dangerous today, but luckily no one died. Truly a miracle. A muscular guy with scars on his head muttered, where are you going? A bald guy asked his buddy. The other guy replied, just taking a leak. He walked out of the tavern, leaned against a corner of the wall, and thought, I'm about to hurl. I shouldn't have been drinking with everyone. Suddenly, a noise behind him made Bertus turn around. He saw a silhouette and said, oh, looks like someone else had too much to drink. Bert walked over, still fixing his pants, and asked, hey, you all right, buddy? The person was writhing around. Suddenly, a foul smell hit him, making him cover his nose. What the hell is that stench? Something was biting the back of the guy's neck. Seeing that, he panicked and drew his sword. Damn it, how did a monster get inside the city? He blocked the monster's surprise attack with his blade, gritting his teeth. What the hell is this thing? The sword he was using to block the monster suddenly cracked. He panicked. This thing is way too strong. Suddenly, he saw terrifying silhouettes behind the monster, a swarm of pale, distorted creatures closing in. The knight trembled and shouted, what the hell is this? What's going on? Just a few minutes ago, the city was filled with cheers. Now it was a sea of flames. The knight worried, even if it's an order from the Empire, this is just... The other knight stared at him in silence. The knight yelled, no, even if the Emperor ordered it, this is completely wrong. The mage snapped, shut your mouth. Watch what you're saying. The knight thought he knew the Third Eye's experiments were inhumane, but he never expected them to cause this kind of disaster right in the heart of the city. At sat in his chair, calm and collected, and said, "No need to worry, the city isn't going to be leveled." The knight shot him a look. "What do you mean by that?" Down in the city, buildings started collapsing. The knight was stunned. "What?" Ed stood up from his chair and said, "It's finally here." A giant monster's foot emerged from the rubble of the fallen buildings. The knight stared at it, looking uneasy, and spoke up. "Is that thing also a bio-creature?" Far off in the fire, a swarm of bizarre monsters crawled out of the smoke and dust of the collapsed buildings. Looking at the debris flying from the demolished buildings, the knight shouted, "Didn't you just say the city wouldn't be leveled? If you let that thing rampage, the whole city is going to be in even more danger." As the people in the city were about to, he looked at At's cold, calculating eyes, and the knight instinctively, "Don't tell me." He looked at At in pure disbelief. Was this all part of the plan from the start? At smiled. He reassured the knight, "Stay calm, it's just a small sacrifice." At thought to himself, "From what I see, Devourer doesn't want the city leveled. Since he hasn't caused any total destruction, it means he's got an agenda other than a massacre. Given the situation, he's probably fighting the bio-creatures." After thinking that, he suddenly started laughing, catching the knight's attention. He continued, "Look at that. Doesn't it look beautiful? The citizens of the Empire sacrificing themselves for the nation's progress." The knight glared at him, terrified, thinking, "This guy, no, this monster." At's presence now felt like a demon. He'd completely lost his mind. Far away in the forest, Dewey asked, "Isn't that our inn?" Melly replied, "Probably." "No, no," Devourer said from behind, looking totally panicked. "Not the inn." The two turned to look at Devourer. This time he yelled in pure despair, "My bed." In the middle of the forest, a surprised voice rang out. "This tree is as big as the ones in the Gafania forest. This woods is pretty ancient." Devourer, just waking up, let out a yawn and said, "Now that we've finished recruiting the monster, I get to sleep, right?" Dewey laughed. "Yeah, get some rest before we head back. Go ahead." Suddenly, Melly's pet seemed to notice something. She rubbed its head and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew toward them. Melly held her hand up to block it, and she suddenly realized something. A massive fire was raging in the distance. Melly wondered, "Isn't that city where the guests are staying?" Devourer looked toward it and said no. Melly and Jean turned to look at him, asking, "Sir Devourer?" He covered his face with both hands and screamed, my bed, my bed." Jean smiled. "You can sleep on my lap, Sir Devourer." Millie, standing nearby, was speechless. Suddenly, she noticed something. This demonic energy. She instinctively looked toward the burning city. "Could it be Mammolia?" Devourer said. "Looks like some bastard is unleashing way too much mana or something." Melly wondered, "You feel it too, Sir Devourer?" Devourer hesitated. "What's wrong, Melly?" Melly narrowed her eyes. She clenched her fists, having made a decision. You two? I'm going," she said, looking up confidently. "Do you mind if I go check out what's happening?" In the city, it was basically hell on earth. Flames were raging and monsters were eating people everywhere. A monster was chasing down a citizen. Bertus appeared, sword in hand, and slashed the monster's head clean off. Bert yelled, "Run, hurry!" The citizen said, "Thank you." Bertus felt exhausted. God, so many disgusting creatures. Behind him, more monsters were gnawing on corpses. A swordsman appeared out of nowhere and thanked Bertus. "Thanks for the help." "Are you part of a guild?" "We're from the Red Lion Guild." Bert thought, "The Red Lion Guild? Isn't that a top-tier A-rank guild famous for having a bunch of high-level members?" "They're a huge help in this mess." The swordsman said, "We've cleared out the ones around here. Do you know anything about these freaks?" Bertus replied, "Not really. I'm Bertus from the White Guild." He looked at the creature he'd just sliced up and added, "Other than the fact that they're clearly artificial, they look nothing like a homunculus." "A what now?" "Whatever, that thing in the middle seems to be the main event." The swordsman answered, "Yeah, you're right. In the middle of all this fire and rubble, there's something that looks like a cocoon. We've pegged that as our main target," he said. "We need to get closer." Bert jumped in. "I'll go with you. I don't look like much, but I'm an A-ranker too." The swordsman cut him off. "No, if you go out there, you're gonna die." He put a hand on Bert's shoulder. "Obviously, me too. Try to listen to your surroundings. I can hear someone looking for you." Bert thought, "Is his hand shaking?" He looked back and realized it wasn't the guy shaking. It was his own body trembling. The swordsman said, "I know you want to protect the citizens, but you need to worry about yourself and the people around you first. Leave this to the Red Lion Guild." Bert glanced over. "I'll leave it to you then." The swordsman grinned. "You got it." With that, he charged in. Bert rested his sword on the ground and dropped to one knee, shouting, "I'm right here! Over here!" There were two people standing near the cocoon-like monster. "Damn, my ears are ringing. How annoying." The person next to him replied. That screeching sound was tearing through their eardrums. "Is that magic?" A bunch of guards were standing behind them. "What the hell is that?" A group of guards prepped for a fight against the cocoon creature. "I've never seen a monster like that in my life." "So that's the thing causing all this chaos. The mana output on that thing is no joke. We can't let its appearance fool us." Magic circles started popping up all around the cocoon. Two frontliners yelled, "Fall back! Damn it!" And just as they mentioned it, a mage chimed in. "It's just a simple mana tracking reaction, not a defense mechanism." Someone asked, "Did you say mana tracking? Is it looking for something?" "If we're gonna kill it, we have to hit it all at once." Magic circles of different colors surrounded the cocoon. Turns out the mages were setting up a coordinated strike. Use chain fire, the cocoon monster roared as it was scorched. The mage shouted, all right, it's working, don't let up. The monster just kept roaring, not even fighting back. The guy with the shield felt like something was off. Wait, something's wrong. The attacks aren't actually doing anything. He tried to call out, wait, but it was too late. The swordsman lunged forward, his blade glowing as he swung it toward the cocoon. Die! As the sword connected, the monster just growled. The impact triggered a massive shockwave. The beast shrieked and the sword snapped in two. The scream sent a shockwave slamming into the shield bearer and the mages behind him, while an explosion erupted from the monster itself. Everyone nearby was blown away by the blast. The shield bearer struggled to get back up, gasping, this isn't something humans can take down. The cocoon monster stood perfectly still, completely unharmed. Suddenly a voice called out to the monster. Are you looking for me, Memoria? He looked toward the voice and saw gorgeous wings. An angel? No, that's Melly with the purple wings. The cocoon monster rasped. Millie. Millie continued, you've become truly pathetic. Are you really that angry at me? Memoria roared in fury. Millie! Melly raised her staff. Let's end this once and for all. She summoned a black orb engulfed in purple mana, a high-level spell, Black Destruction. A moment earlier, high above the burning buildings, Melly thought about how Chutika had supposedly been finished off days ago. She flew through the burning city. After everything that happened with Memoria, she had no reason to stick around the city. The demonic energy was calling to her, and she flew faster. As she flew, she thought about how Memoria belonged to her, weaving between the burning ruins. Melly sped up toward the source of the mana. Back to the present, Melly looked down from the sky at the monster that used to be Memoria. You hate me enough to turn yourself into this, and yet you still can't let it go? I don't know what happened to you. She raised her staff, mana gathering at the tip, her eyes cold. But I'm not going to pity you. She cast her high-level Dark Destruction spell. Memoria braced for the impact and roared. The guards lying nearby watched Melly confused. Is that the Demon King? What are you saying? Did the Demon King just beat that monster? Why would she do that? They felt a glimmer of hope. Good thing she doesn't seem interested in us. Either way, we can't do anything in this situation. Let's get out of here. Melly thought. Something's not right. She had used a spell of pure destructive power. She narrowed her eyes at the burning Memoria. Could a monster really die that easily? Down below, as the soldiers retreated, Melly wondered, those people struggling and retreating, aren't they A-rank raiders? Memoria moved. Something seemed to be pushing its way out from inside the giant body. A mage suddenly turned back to look as the mana around the monster shifted. Its mana affinity, it's changing. Melly also noticed something coming out of the monster's body, a hand. Melly was disgusted by what she saw. Memoria had transformed into a grotesque body covered in white armor, with a tail like a scorpion's. A group of guards screamed, what the hell is that? Is someone crawling out of that thing? It's not dead yet? Don't just stand there. Suddenly, a spell manifested. Mid-level magic. Invisible daggers. Instantly, one of the guards lost his head. Memoria appeared right in the middle of the group, and everyone scrambled back in fear. She cast an explosive spell, and as soon as she finished the chant, an explosion swallowed everything. Where Memoria stood, the guards were vaporized, leaving nothing but ash. Melly called out her name. Memoria! She looked back at Melly. Melly's eyes filled with sadness. Memoria whined, Melly, my body is melting. It hurts. It's so hot. It feels like I'm on the verge of death. But I think I can still take you down with me before I die. She let out a twisted, ear-to-ear grin and shrieked. Piercing the earth with her intent, Melly countered with her own staff. On the ground, a pile of jagged spikes erupted, hurtling toward Melly. But her barrier deflected them all, sending the spikes flying back at Memoria and creating a massive shockwave. The tremors shook the area, but Memoria was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rushed toward Melly. They clashed, the impact creating a sonic boom in the sky. It was Memoria gripping her staff, pushing Melly back. She screeched, finally, you're actually looking like a demon lord. She kept pushing forward, but Melly just bit her lip, glaring daggers at her. They clashed, and a shockwave of mana blasted out from both of them. From a distance, the mage asked in a rush, are you satisfied yet, my lord? Ace replied, yeah, now I get why you're so damn confident. He smirked at the outcome. The mage continued, if you just wait a little longer, you're going to see something even wilder. Ace exclaimed, I'm hyped for it. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Back in the fight, Melly was firing off spell after spell, but Memoria just kept charging through until she suddenly froze up. Her feet had been iced to the ground. Melly pointed her staff at Memoria, thinking to herself that she was running dangerously low on mana. But she knew that body of hers couldn't hold out much longer either. Melly steeled herself. If she just held her ground, she'd win. This had to end here. Memoria stopped dead in her tracks. Melly looked down and realized, out of nowhere, she'd been impaled by 4 blades. Memoria let out a manic laugh. Melly groaned, you! Memoria yanked her in close and grabbed her by the throat. Memoria smirked. My precious Melly, this is going to hurt a little. Melly, fuming, pointed her staff at Memoria and chanted, Sifit's rejection. It sent Memoria flying back, and Melly collapsed, completely drained. She whispered weakly, damn it, Memoria, I've got 0 mana left. She flashed back to the moment she met Devourer. It felt just like when he assigned her to guard that teleport gate. Devourer had shown up to save her then, but this time she was falling. Shaking off the memory, Melly told herself, why am I having these useless thoughts now? Blood from her wounds was pooling on the ground. She looked up at the sky. So this is what death feels like, huh? I'm sorry, Devourer. Her body started shrinking as her mana ran dry. I didn't even get to finish the job you gave me. She collapsed, whispering, Father. Nearby, Jean asked, will Melly be okay? Devourer replied calmly, she'll be fine. Don't let looks deceive you, Melly's tough as nails. Jean said that demonic aura earlier was. Devourer cut him off. Don't sweat it. She probably hasn't even realized it herself, but Melly is one hell of a demon lord. He looked at John and asked, am I right? John gave a slight nod. Melly suddenly opened her eyes, looked at the mana swirling around her feet and gasped, Devourer? Standing up high, looking down at the hellish sea of fire, she thought, finally, I've got the demon lord. Seeing Mel, he grew curious. Changing up the magic and using high damage combos really did the trick. What technique did you switch that worked so well? The cloaked figure asked. The mysterious person replied, I'm still researching ways to siphon an enemy's power without the user suffering major side effects. Like in that previous experiment. Suddenly he hesitated. But that thing? It didn't care about side effects. It just went straight for the kill and drained all their power. Looking at Mamolia's grotesque new form, the mystery man continued, it's unstable, but the raw power it's packing is insane. Ace thought to himself, I need all of this for the conquest coming up. This is the perfect way to measure Devourer's strength. Just then, the Red City looked like a living hell. Ace finally spoke up, though he seemed pretty chill about the whole thing. The mystery man looked confused. Why? Watching the scene unfold, he thought, does the Demon Lord Mel really have nothing better to do with Devourer? If this keeps up, everything's going to be over before Gwyn even gets here. I need to scoop up as much intel on Devourer as I can before the real war starts. Where'd you go? While he was deep in his own head, someone's voice rang out. Storm bowed respectfully and said, my lord, look over there. Ace glanced over and his eyes went wide with pure shock. A massive amount of deep purple mana was erupting all around Mel. She was just as stunned. Lord Devourer's mana? Mamolia was still standing there, growling like a wild animal. A look of pure terror flickered in her eyes. Devourer's massive, intimidating gaze was locked right onto her. Mamolia let out a crazed, panicked scream, then lunged at Mel regardless. She morphed her arm into a razor-sharp blade and swung. Just as the blow was about to land, Mel pointed her staff straight forward and shouted, Ice Spear! A massive burst of blue energy exploded outward. The staff clattered to the ground. Mel stared at Mamolia, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, completely stunned. What? How? She looked at the aftermath, breathless and shocked. There's no way this spell could have that kind of killing power with just my own energy. She looked at her hands, confused. I know I burned through every drop of my mana to shove Mamolia back. I should be dead from mana exhaustion and blood loss by now. But she could still feel this strange power pulsing through her palms. She didn't get it. Why is Lord Devourer's mana still in my body? All her wounds had vanished too. Did Lord Devourer do something to me? Even while frozen, Mamolia was still trying to growl, completely losing her mind. Mel spoke up. First, I need to be sure. She grabbed her staff, aimed it at her opponent, and shouted, Life detection. She was stammering now. Melly? Dead? She finally realized the battle was actually over. Suddenly, Melly felt sick and covered her mouth, thinking, just like I thought, if I use up all of Lord Devourer's dark mana, I can deal massive damage before the enemy even touches me. Mel prepared to leave, thinking she was lucky to have won. I need to get back to Lord Devourer as fast as I can. I have to ask him about this magic inside me. But suddenly there was a noise behind her. She jumped, spinning around, but tried to calm herself down. I'm probably just pushing myself too hard. Now I'm even hearing things. Out of nowhere, some gross, slimy creature started crawling out of Mamolia's mouth. Mel wrinkled her nose in disgust. What the hell is that? It's wrapping around her body? Is it devouring her corpse? No, it's absorbing her mana. Before the thought even finished, Mamolia was reduced to nothing but white bones. Mel immediately sprouted wings and bolted. Whatever that curse is, I have no idea what's going on, but it's not my job to deal with it. Mamolia's dead and my mission's done. I don't know a thing about this monster. I'll just hit it with a simple attack to distract it and warp out of here. But before she could even fly far, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. My whole body is tapped out, like I don't even have the juice to stand up. Damn it, I'm totally spent. This is the price I pay for using some weird-ass mana source. Move, damn it, I gotta get up. While she was trying to hype herself up, that monster was already breathing down her neck. Its tentacles lashed out in a flash, and Mel just squeezed her eyes shut, losing all hope. But just as it was about to smash her into the ground, something yanked her up into the air, dodging the death blow. She cracked one eye open. Turns out the one who saved her was Rine, though it didn't really feel like a rescue when she tossed Mel aside without a shred of mercy. Luckily, Z rushed over to catch her. That's when Mel realized who Rine was. She looked over at her pup and gave a happy smile. Then Z and Rine spoke up. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Had no clue you were out here fighting that thing. MJ stumbled over her words, I'm sorry. Then she realized that if Joe and Karine were here, that meant, yep, Devourer was here too. He let out a lazy, drawn-out yawn instead of making some grand entrance. Then he started griping. You're way too slow. I was about to fall asleep over here. As soon as she saw him, she shouted, Lord Dev! He kept talking. Rine, what you just did to that beast was all right, I guess, but it didn't have enough kick. Rine replied, I'm not so sure, sir. If someone with no skills like me tries to pull off your moves, it's never going to be that effective. But I know someone with your power can definitely do it. Devourer cut in. All right, leave it to me. But the second he turned, he hesitated. Wait, why does it feel like that thing keeps getting bigger? That slimy blob had become this massive, hideous monstrosity out of nowhere. Devourer whined, "What a pain." Rine was determined to step up. "I'll finish it off real quick, sir," he told her not to bother. As that slimy mess lunged at them, he said flatly, "Let me handle it." That gloopy monster attacked, but Devourer just lazily raised his hand to his chest and easily caught one of the tentacles swinging at him. The force of the strike was so insane it created a huge gust of wind behind them. While the thing was still hyped up, he just wondered, "What's this? Trying to shake hands with me?" Right after he said that, his eyes flared with the terrifying, bloodthirsty aura of an ancient monster. Meanwhile, Rine was just chilling, drinking tea and asking her, "Want some tea?" MJ asked, totally helpless, "Where do you even keep all that stuff?" Rine just said, "A maid like me has to be prepared for anything, right?" Mel stuttered, "Is that so?" Devourer was holding the beast back, his muscles popping. He yanked on its tentacle with all his strength. That humongous bloated body actually tipped over, following his lead. Devourer got some leverage and slammed it down hard. The monster flinched under the crushing pressure. Its body hit the ground and shattered into pieces. The earth-shaking impact sent clouds of dust and debris everywhere. It lay there flopping around before he grabbed a tentacle and yanked it back into the air. He slammed it down and it crashed into the dirt again. Mel asked doubtfully, "Are you sure this is okay?" Rine looked at the fight, gave a little smile, and insisted, "Don't sweat it," she said, super confident. "Lord Devourer is actually taking it easy." Meanwhile, he'd already chopped off the monster's tentacles. Its mangled body parts were scattered everywhere. He walked over and grumbled, "You're pretty tough, aren't you?" Devourer held his hand out. "How about this?" Then he touched the creature's main body. Instantly, the whole thing shriveled up into a weird, shrunken mass. He finally noticed something. Oh, hold up. Just as expected, the monster blew up like a bomb, spraying blue blood and guts everywhere. Devourer stood there, helpless and soaked in goop, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Must have poured too much mana into that one. Rine whipped out an umbrella from nowhere to shield herself. "Good grief, what?" MJ asked. "Where did that umbrella even come from?" The scene went dead quiet, just total wreckage left behind. Mel knelt on the ground, thinking, that thing was clearly a beast of an opponent. I'm positive it was stronger than any dragon or most demon lords. Or at least that's what I thought. Devourer finished the job and let out a long yawn, lazily complaining about how sleepy he was. Rine stopped him. "You can't, Lord Devourer. What if that gross stuff gets in your mouth?" Seeing Z trotting over with a tentacle in its mouth, he curled his lip. "Ugh, gross. Why are you bringing that filthy thing back here?" MJ said, "That piece of filth used to be Mamulia." He looked confused. "Mahu now?" Rine realized, oh, so that shifty woman turned into this? He finally clicked. "Oh yeah, I think I remember now." MJ explained, "When I first ran into Mamulia, her body was already starting to look all twisted. Then that thing crawled out and devoured her. I'm not sure if there's some kind of parasite, but this stuff is common enough, so it's a high chance that's exactly what it is." Seeing Z chewing on that thing made Devourer gag. "Ew, nasty." She hurried over. "Don't do that!" Rine looked at the creature's remains and realized something, then called out, "Lord Dev, I know what that is now." She said it was a bioweapon, then they headed back into the city. Those guys in the hoods were freaking out after seeing the monster go down. This can't be happening. The Peak of Alchemy, our latest masterpiece. Normally it should have been able to hold out for at least 3 minutes. The villain shut them down cold. Don't bother making excuses, leaving them speechless. He thought to himself, just as I figured. No matter how strong a monster I cook up with alchemy, it's never going to be a match for that guy, Dev. Then the villain turned to leave, thinking he finished it off way too fast. Guess we don't need to call in Gwyn. Let's head back to Ras. He called out to someone in the distance. "You all right?" The Tower Master stuttered. I'm fine." The villain declared coldly, "Our deal ends here." The old man jumped. "What do you mean?" Then he started screaming, "Wait a second," and started barking at him. "You said this sacrifice was for the future of the Empire. How can you just say you're leaving like that?" Looking at the sea of flames down below, he got even more agitated. "If you do this, all those sacrifices were for nothing." The villain walked up and asked softly, "For nothing, you say?" He said, "Take a good look. That's the city your brave, can-you-hit soldiers died trying to protect." He gave a creepy smile and added, "And this is only half the casualties I projected." The Tower Master was left speechless. He was so helpless and desperate he just crumpled to his knees while the villain kept walking away like it was nothing. Meaningless sacrifice, he thought? We actually harvested plenty of data. Now I know for sure that normal power isn't going to cut it against Devourer, and there's someone he cares about enough to jump into the fight himself. He figured it must be Mel. The villain kept talking to himself. Plus, with this disaster, a war is going to break out, which is perfect. That's when people will really need the power of our masterpieces. The casualties in Can You Hit will just be written off as a clash between humanity and a monster. This place was now just a desolate hellscape, drowned in a sea of fire. He kept thinking outsiders would never catch on that this disaster was tied to those artificial freaks. Storm scanned the area before speaking up. "There's a warp gate right over there that goes straight to Ras. I just got in touch with the subordinate I planted earlier." But suddenly, he noticed something off, stopping him in his tracks, and it had the guy wondering what was up. "Sir Storm," he said quietly. "My bad, sir. I just got word that some intruders popped up at the warp gate." Just then, a massive explosion rocked the place, sending debris flying everywhere. Storm kept talking. "There's only one of them, a monster disguised as a maid." The guy suddenly remembered the maid who wielded a blade. "She's trying to cut off our escape route. That means she knows humans are involved in this mess." Looks like those artificial things can actually sniff out their own kind. The guy turned around and barked out orders. We need to hit the magic tower right now and set up a temporary warp gate. The mana flowing through the tower should be enough to launch us a decent distance. Right as he said that, a razor-sharp blade came flying at them. Nightwind jumped in to block it, shouting, "Captain!" But the blade's handle, it's flexible, it's coiling around his sword. It yanked him hard, and he had a tough time holding his ground. Wind screamed, "Sir Storm, leave this spot to me. Please, get the captain out of here, fast." "I know how strong and brave you are," the guy replied, "but how can I just leave you here alone?" Wind just shouted even louder, "We're running out of time. Please, move it." "Go, hurry up!" Wind urged. Storm said, "Captain, let's roll." The guy hesitated for a second. Nightwind then made a promise. "If you die before I give you the word, I'm not going to forgive you." Wind fired back, "Yes, sir," and they all bolted out of there. Left all alone, the kid didn't look scared one bit. He spoke up. "I heard you've taken out a ton of our raid team, right?" Someone was approaching from the distance, and he kept talking. "I've heard plenty about you, too." "Show yourself." Small feet stepped closer and closer. Wind frowned, his determination dead set. He called out, "The Sword-Wielding Maid, so it's Rine." Amidst the path littered with rubble and the bodies of monsters and humans alike, the group was moving toward the magic tower. Storm asked, "Captain, maybe it's just because I'm getting old, but I don't get the plan. Why'd you leave Nightwind to handle this solo?" The guy hit him with a cryptic question. "You really think he looks like he's all by himself?" Nightstorm replied. "Well, I mean, I know he's not entirely on his own," he continued. "I'm sure you know exactly what Nightwind is capable of, Sir Storm." The guy turned dead serious and said, "Yeah, that's exactly why I don't get it. We should left another knight to back him up." The guy shot back, "No, that'd just throw him off his game." Storm looked totally confused. "What?" he explained. "Nightwind, he's got the spirit's blessing." Back at the scene, Wind was tearing through the area with Rine hot on his heels. Every slash from her weapon shattered everything in sight. He landed, stumbling and struggling to stay steady. Rine's silhouette in the distance looked like a predator stalking its prey. "Lord Devourer told me to wipe out the warp gate hubs and kill all the suspicious humans." "Get it," he replied. "So, since I'm the last human left here, you're gonna play cat and mouse with me?" "Quit the jokes," she said. "Human, the only reason you've been running this long is to buy time for the others to get away." She suddenly zipped in front of Green and snapped, "You think Rine wouldn't know that?" He was shook, but luckily managed to block her attack just in time. In a split second, his sword was sliced clean in two. She said, "Even if you're flying solo, you put up a good fight." From the wreckage of his broken blade, a crazy, excited grin was plastered on his face. Wind let out a massive yell, "All spirit, bust!" A blinding green light flashed right in front of her. Rine landed carefully, thinking, he's no average swordsman. Was he storing up mana this whole time? On top of that, a massive hand made of earth erupted from the ground, accompanied by flowing blue hair and rushing water. Standing in front of her were two huge mana-charged entities. She questioned, "Spirits?" The rock beast with the donkey head charged in, throwing a massive punch straight at her. Rine jumped high into the air to dodge. The water spirit started moving too. Its attack combined with the flying chunks of rock from the previous move came crashing down on her. But to Rine, those were just minor nuisances, not even worth mentioning. She brushed them off in seconds. Just as she blocked one, another hit. Rine didn't let up, just kept tanking the hits and pushing back. Even those giant boulders had to crumble under her freakish strength. Wind started chanting again. "Ludica!" Rine sat on the debris, staying silent. She looked up as a sudden flash of light appeared. Right before her eyes, a terrifying storm of stone was rushing toward her, hungry to tear its target apart. Wind called it the Stone Storm. Seeing that, Rine thought, this storm is being fueled by an insane amount of mana. He basically locked this whole area down with a high-level spell. Wind flashed a confident, "I've already won" smile. "This is your payback for looking down on humanity." "Stay in there, you monster," but Rine just stood in the middle of the storm, totally calm. He can actually control two high-level spirits at once. She smirked with genuine interest and complimented him, "Pretty fun human." Her hand was now gripping a curved blade. The scene switched to the temporary hideout. Someone's voice rang out, "Wait, I already told you, Bus. The raid team is." Another voice cut in, "So you're telling me I should just sit here and do nothing?" "We've got to at least try to do something." The girl said, "What are you going to do out there by yourself?" Bus replied, "I don't know, but I can't just stay here. I need to head into the city and check." He suddenly froze when he saw three guys in the tent. The girl saw them and yelled, "Captain, stop Bus. He's not fully healed yet." But Bus insisted, "Damn it, I'm actually feeling fine." Right then, the captain stepped in. "I can't let you do that," he continued. "Listen up, there might still be survivors, so we're heading to the raid site and the magic tower. We're going there to clear a path." Then he roared with pure adrenaline. "Raid team, move out!" He shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Let's chase down the monsters that ruined our beloved city." The girl looked stunned and started stuttering. "Captain, something just popped up out of nowhere and it's got everyone's attention. Look over there, that guardian. It's a gum guardian from the Kanhi range. It must have shown up with a raid team to save our skins." In front of them stood a massive earth monster. The girl finally calmed down a bit and said, "Perfect. A gum guardian will be a super valuable asset for our squad." But Bus wasn't having it. "No way," he countered, looking confused. "Why are you so hyped?" He looked terrified, eyes wide, and shouted, "You guys, no way!" The gum suddenly raised both its arms to the sky like it was about to smash everything to pieces. Bus knew things were going south, so he screamed, "Run!" A terrifying, earth-shaking tremor slammed into the ground, shattering everything in sight. A few minutes ago, the city was still drowning in a sea of flames. Patrick's voice echoed from inside the mirror, basically summing it up. "We thought it went out of control while you were busy with something else, so you just decided to make up a story, right?" Devourer was seriously annoyed and snapped, "Damn it, who the hell do you think I am?" Then Bach started a long-winded explanation. "I thought the only place capable of cooking up artificial life was the Empire's Alchemy Association. And with a scale like that, the Empire is definitely mixed up in this. Most likely, the Demon King ran into some humans, they got into a scrap, and the humans took the Demon King down. You know what happens when humanity bags a Demon King? They chop off its head, then ship it to the Demon King's army, or hang it up in the middle of the public square." Devourer heard his lecture and yawned, totally exhausted. "This story is getting way too long, man." Bach let out a breath and kept going. "They said it boosts soldier morale, but I just think it's straight up cruel," he replied, sounding fed up. "Why even go through the trouble? If they stopped doing that and started making artificial life forms to unleash on the town, something else is definitely going down." "You're wondering about it, right?" Devourer recalled some old memories and spoke up. "Sounds pretty shady. While I was looking for Rine, I ran into a flying artificial life form, but it wasn't just any flyer. It was something else. All the research data was supposed to be wiped. I trashed all their materials, man." Bach suddenly got worked up, looking suspicious. "You seriously only think it's just that? For real? At this rate, they'll be able to pump out artificial humans on Rine's level in just a few years." Devourer heard that and turned pale. "Now that's actually kind of terrifying, isn't it?" He flopped onto the floor, throwing a tantrum. "I'm so tired. Can't we just let it slide? Where am I supposed to find clues anyway? Can I just wipe out the whole village and call it a day?" Bach replied, "Go ahead." Devourer blinked, surprised. "Wait, for real?" He said, "Yeah. You think those humans experimented on a Demon King and then just stopped? They're definitely watching it from somewhere." He sat bolt upright, wondering. "So that means they can see me too?" He replied, "They already messed with Mel and saw you. Plus, they even tried to dump the whole possessing of the experiment thing on you. Aren't they taking it a bit too far?" Devourer said, "Fine then, I'll do it. They're the ones pushing me into this, so don't blame me if they regret it later." Bach laughed, full of schemes. "Exactly. If the situation is beyond saving, let's just flatten that town." That was exactly why Gum showed up and started attacking the people, turning the place into a living hell. Mel and Z were listening to Devourer intently. My beloved Bach gave us the green light to wreck it all. As soon as he finished, they all let out a happy laugh. When he looked over at that little town, he was honestly impressed. Right there, the golem was tearing through everything, and massive flames were devouring the region. He sighed, "Absolutely beautiful. Looks like the humans have gathered, which actually makes tracking them way easier." Meanwhile, Mel was grumbling, "Z, get off my back!" Suddenly, a surge of energy caught Devourer's attention. It was the storm Win had whipped up. He spoke up, "Is that the core over there? I can feel 2 ancient spirits in that magic. Looks like Rine is squaring off against a tough opponent." The corner of his mouth curled up with interest. If a powerhouse is there, then the big shots of the Empire are definitely hiding in that area. "Interesting bunch." MJ said, "You don't need to worry about the main gate. I'm using shared vision to keep an eye on that spot." Turns out she'd summoned magical butterflies to go scout things out. Then she puffed out her chest, looking proud. "My body's recovered. Just leave it to me." Devourer thought, defeated. "But the main gate is on the complete opposite side." Then he spoke up. Seeing how well everyone was doing, he suddenly pulled something out. When he held it in his hand, it was a massive golden bell. He said, "I should get started too. Let's see what catches my attention first." Once he finished, he fiddled around for a while before picking his target, a tall tower. Devourer sealed the deal. "Let's kick things off with that place, shall we?" He hurled the bell straight at it. The thing smashed into the side of the tower, making it crumble. Rubble from the structure started raining down. Storm looked terrified. "Captain, the others are panicking. Where did that come from? Was that an ancient monster?" They cried out in fear. "Wait, the tower is falling this way. Don't let it hit." As soon as he said that, they all cast magic together to form a protective shield. The whole tower came crashing down, slamming into the barrier. A mage panicked and shouted, "Officer, it's the same as the way the central hub gathers magic from the mana stones. We need to pool our mana into this temporary core." He kept going, but because the tower was already busted, it looked like it would take another 10 minutes to finish. I questioned him. "Sir Storm, how much longer until Gwen gets here?" He replied, "About 5 minutes." A thought to herself, the core that Maid smashed only damaged the coordinate equipment. The link to Connie hit is still active. If Gwyn runs into Dev, will he even be able to? Without the complete Book of Revelation, Gwyn couldn't take down Devourer. He was full of despair. This time, we're actually toast. Suddenly, Storm spoke up. "Captain, can you send me back to the teleport point?" He promised, "I swear, I'll bring Gwyn Astoria back." Over by Wynn, he was standing still, pondering how the power of spirits wasn't exactly absolute. He looked at his hands and thought to himself, even summoning them eats up a ton of mana and takes time to prep. Not to mention the massive mana drain just to keep them in the fight. The longer this drags out, the more I'm at a disadvantage. Looking at his storm formation, he still felt confident, figuring, but I still have the upper hand as long as this mana cyclone is still spinning. Even if she breaks through, I can just block her with earth spirits. Wynn was dead serious. "I won't lose sight of why I came here. I'm not looking for some quick win. You stood your ground, eyes locked, never backing down. Wait until my mana was tapped out before you'd even think about surrendering. 3 minutes, but in a blink your upper body hit the dirt, while your legs were still standing tall like a statue. Wynn's eyes were bloodshot by now, and he had no clue what the hell just went down. What the actual hell? A crescent-shaped blade just flying through the air? It's straight out of those old stories I used to read when I was a kid obsessed with heroes. The name comes from how the blade looks tiny high up in the sky then gets massive as it drops. It's basically a damn guillotine. The kid's eyes were swimming in blood, mouth still sputtering questions. Why the hell is this thing a monster? Too late. He'd already been sliced in two by the Death Fang, one of the 3/6 masterpieces. Jin was laying there breathing his last, blood soaking the ground. The 2 spirits he summoned started fading away too. He tried to push himself up, begging to know how. Rine explained, the blade in the wire can zoom out up to 10 meters. Easy, slicing right through magical cyclones like they're nothing. She leaned in, whispering, human, you got the spirit's blessing and protection, right? Since you're split down the middle, even if a priestess tried to patch you up, you're toast. With that, she yanked the sword out of the dirt, held it with a killer glint in her eye, and spoke up. But why not just finish you off here? Suddenly a voice cut in, Butcher Maid. Rine spun around, eyes blazing. It was Stormin. He was thinking, good, she stopped. Since Lord Wind had the goddess blessing, he just had to buy some time. But before he could even finish that thought, he froze, face pale as a sheet, eyes wide. Turns out Rine had already dealt the fatal blow to Win. Storm, furious, charged in, yelling his lungs out. She said, looks like I can get more out of you than this corpse. Then she whipped the Death Fang forward. He took one look at how small it was and scoffed. What's a tiny blade gonna do? But he got played by his own head again when a massive crescent blade appeared right in front of him. It got bigger, Storm froze. That weapon was flying in, no brakes. It smashed into the ground, causing a sick tremor. He dodged it, feeling cocky. You just throwing your weapon away? Stupid move. Is that all the Butcher Maid's got? But he didn't see that sword snapping right back at his own throat. It came down from above and Storm barely held it off. Rine spoke up, Mammolia and homunculus. She barked, you better start spilling everything now. Otherwise, she tightened the wire. The Death Fang acted like it got the signal and started bearing down harder. Storm was struggling, wondering, how much bigger can this thing get? His eyes were literally bleeding from the strain. Then he suddenly barked, Butcher Maid, you win. But you've been way too focused on this old man. As soon as he said that, someone rushed up behind Rine. A voice called out, making her whip her head around. Hey, you monster! It was Gwyn. She threw a massive punch. The armor on Gwyn's arm cracked in a few spots. She stood her ground, but her breathing was getting heavy. Storm, barely holding it together on the ground, thought, damn it, she really is the hero Gwyn Astoria. She pushed that maid back with just one hit. Damn, Rine got knocked back a long way, tearing a massive trench into the road. The other guy was clutching his face, his head spinning with a million complex thoughts. Safety first, he thought. The temporary portal is still running smooth. He plopped down on the ground, talking to himself, so Storm can link up with Gwyn's crew easily enough. This plan cannot fail. Even if they spot that homunculus, the Empire's people won't know for a good while. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. That feeling of being threatened by Devourer came creeping back. How the hell are you going to clean up this mess? The mages panicked, yelling, Commander, you all right? Turns out the guy was so scared he'd tumbled backward. He scrambled up, asking, I'm fine. How much longer on that portal? The mage answered, about 3 more minutes, sir. He grunted, good. Leave me be and get back to work. He bowed his head, thinking, am I having hallucinations? Damn it, my fear is turning into a real obsession. Suddenly, someone popped up. Look at that. Why is our commander sitting on the floor? Unbelievable. He looked shocked. She was Gazot, explaining the situation at the magic tower. Lord Polaris said there's a royal member begging for backup. Good thing I was just passing by. What a coincidence. Ace started to piece it together. Magic Tower Chief. So you being here means, she replied. Exactly. The whole Black Wolf Knight Legion is moving in, steady as a rock. Gazot kept talking. Everyone's gathered here. Don't know if it's part of your plan, but Wynn's dead. Stormin's badly hurt, so Gwyn's having to fight that Mirror Maid. Ace cut her off, demanding, wait, you heard all that from Storm? Gazot sounded chill. Huh? Don't get you. We just got the word and headed straight here. That made him freeze up cold. Pure terror flashed in his eyes. He started panicking, hurrying everyone. Damn it, we gotta get out of here now. Gazot looked confused. Commander, why? Ace was pale as a ghost, just keeping on repeating the same desperate plea. We all gotta get out of here. The camera cut to a view from above. It was Mel's recon magic. She reported, found him. Then she turned to call out to Lord Devourer. He stayed silent, just flashed a creepy killer grin and replied, is that so? Thick smoke was still covering the town. Rine stood up after eating Gwyn's attack. She had a few light scratches on her face. Storm stuttered, don't fight her. Someone nearby piped up, what do you mean? We got Gwyn and the whole Legion here. What's so hard about beating one monster? He frowned and hissed, that's a direct order from the commander. Don't hesitate. So they obeyed, calling out, Gwyn, fall back. She wouldn't have it, yelling, the hell, why? Then she got back into her stance. She was super confident in her skills. I'm just about to take this monster down. Right then, more people showed up. A familiar voice echoed, no, it was Wyn. She froze at the sound of that voice, looking over to check, and realized it was Ace. He stepped up, demanding, we gotta get out of here right now. She wasn't having it, screaming, why? This is the perfect time to crush that ancient core guardian. He shot back. There'll be a time, but it ain't now. Then he pleaded hard, we're doing this another day. Hearing that, Gwyn finally backed down. If you say so, fine. Ace let out a sigh of relief, then shouted, everyone, move to the portal right now. But before he could even finish, an arched blade flew in and blocked their path. Rine, fuming, stepped forward and demanded, who gave you permission to leave? Her entire aura radiated a terrifying bloodlust. Lord Devourer sent me here because he trusts me. She glared at them menacingly. None of you are allowed to leave this place. Rine thought to herself, that black-haired guy must be the commander. Killing him won't be easy. Right then, Gwyn charged forward, fired up, and shouted, Gazote, get Ace out of here. I'll hold her off. Rine had to admit that blue-haired girl was actually pretty strong. I've faced so many ranka teams in this dungeon, but I've never met anyone who could go toe-to-toe with me like this. Rine sneered, blue hair, you're the first one I'm gonna kill. Gwyn didn't back down, shouting back, you want to kill me? Try it! Ace panicked and screamed. Rine, so pissed off that her eyes looked terrifying, roared, if you won't take the easy way, you're gonna learn the hard way. Suddenly, countless black butterflies appeared all around them. Gazote wondered, where the hell are these butterflies coming from? When she realized what was happening, she shrieked. Commander, it's magic! Just then, a familiar voice echoed. What's all this? It was none other than Devourer. He spoke up, I came here to find Rine. They were frozen in terror, completely stunned. Devourer, on the other hand, was looking around calmly, muttering, it's pretty crowded here, isn't it? He didn't even notice they were scared out of their minds. He radiated an overwhelming, bone-chilling bloodlust, with his true form looming behind him like a shadow. Hey! He looked at the crowd and said, you guys look familiar. Then he snapped his fingers. Oh, I remember now. Devourer spoke up then, sounding like it was a fun reunion. I actually thought I'd never see you losers again. Blue hair is here. And is that a redhead and you? The brave guy, just hearing that much, had Ace gasping for air, bringing back the memory of, how are you going to deal with the consequences? Devourer continued. The Empire is huge, yet here we are meeting again. Isn't that interesting? Ace thought to himself, there has to be a reason this monster isn't wrecking the city and came here looking for us instead. Gwyn suddenly yelled, Ace! He was already on his knees, speaking with total submission and caution. It's a true honor that you still remember us, my lord. How have you been lately? Devourer replied casually, yeah, no need for the formalities. He bowed his head low, trying to make excuses. I wanted to say that this incident has absolutely nothing to do with us. Hearing that, he countered, listen, you live in the central stronghold, so there's no way you came all the way out here for nothing, right? Ace still tried to come up with an excuse. We came here to handle that trouble. If you want to find the real culprit behind this, we'll do everything we can to cooperate. Devourer fell silent, deep in thought. Ace kept his cool waiting for the verdict, while Devourer just scrutinized him with his gaze. Then he turned to leave. Whatever. Devourer let out a long yawn and said, Rine, let's go. I'm tired, she replied. Yes, my lord. He then asked in a panic, wait, Rine, are you bleeding? But nobody noticed Ace flashing a sly grin. He was drenched in sweat, wondering, did it work? Sweat dripped onto the ground as he watched Devourer's back moving further away. His grin grew wider, thinking he had succeeded. But in a split second, Devourer appeared right beside him, his voice sounding demonic as he asked, what are you laughing at? Ace was so startled he fell backwards, stammering, since when did you? Gwyn rushed over in a panic, shouting, Ace! Devourer looked down at them like they were bugs. You guys actually thought. He saw Ace sweating bullets. With that same threatening tone and terrifying aura, he declared, did you really think I'd let you off that easily? Everyone stood frozen as if they'd been paralyzed. Gwyn couldn't take it anymore and charged in, screaming Ace's name. Seeing him in danger, Devourer said, maybe Rhea Star owes you, but looking at the red blood dripping from Rine's head, he grew even more determined. There's no way I'm letting this slide. He slowly raised his hand and pointed straight ahead like he was making a vow. Especially not you. Ace looked as if he could see his own death, his eyes wide with fear. Suddenly an arrow flew in, but it was shattered by Devourer's magic. The blue-haired person holding the bow screamed, now! Gwyn was startled and spun around. Just then she managed to pull him away from the danger. Devourer looked over and asked wearily, hey, where are you going? Gazote roared out orders. Everyone, listen up! Protect those two with everything you've got. Seeing them attacking, Devourer just curled his lip and clicked his tongue. A massive explosion followed. He stepped out of the smoke, saying, Fan Nan, you guys are such a pain. Instantly, he unleashed his magic, firing off wave after wave of enchanted arrows. Ace was panicking, unable to dodge. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The blue-haired guy dove in to take all the hits. He was coughing up blood like a fountain, but he was still smiling. I was faster than you this time, huh? Then he collapsed to the ground. Before he died, he still remembered to tell her to look after the captain. Gwyn stood there as if turned to stone, unable to even make a sound. Arrows were still scattered on the ground. Her screams sounded like it was tearing the sky apart. Gwyn gritted her teeth in rage, preparing to charge in. A hand grabbed her back. It was Ace. He told her, Gwyn, don't! But she was already out of her mind with fury, instantly snapping back. Why are you stopping me? He tried to stop her again. Don't! But she was too enraged by the sight of her comrade falling. Why not? Gazote tried to find a way to keep everyone alive. If we want to end this fight, we have to use the portal. But she could feel a dark, oppressive mana flooding the area. It felt like poison gas, making it hard to breathe. Looking at the people around her made her feel even more helpless. Everyone else's consciousness was already affected, making it nearly impossible to set the portal coordinates. Damn it, there's no other way. Someone has to sacrifice themselves. Gazote tried to shout as loud as she could. Who? The man carrying the shield on his back turned his head to look. Realizing what the others were thinking, he said, I understand. Devourer sounded bored. Here we go again. Ina ran straight forward, secretly hatching a plan. I have to push back this mana and buy them time to set up the portal. To do that, I have to go head-to-head with him. Finishing the thought, he entered the stance for the third form of the 36 arts, Wall of the Heart. Gin called out in alarm, Ina! He lunged forward with all his might, throwing a punch, but in a split second, his arm was gone. Gazote, Gwyn, and Ace were all stunned and terrified. Ina's agonizing scream echoed, leaving everyone who heard it feeling sick and panicked. Rine's voice cut through the air. Humans, I don't know what you think you're doing, she declared cold as ice, but I ain't gonna let you get your way. Ina, refusing to quit, tried to get back up for the fight, but a million sharp spikes erupted from the ground and impaled her. She died right in front of Jin, her tears heavy with pure hate and despair. Gwyn looked like she'd completely snapped, letting out a wild, primal scream. Beside her, Ark was calling out, paralyzed with shock. Gwyn was blinded by rage, completely losing it. I'm gonna kill all of you. She charged forward again, but Ark blocked her path. Gin, stop! She thrashed around, desperate. Let me go! He squeezed his eyes shut and said, You gotta survive this, please. Devourer looked on, confused. What are they doing? Suddenly, someone grabbed the shield and stepped up to protect them both. Ark jumped, shouting, Storm! The old man poured every ounce of his power into activating the barrier of the heart. Devourer tilted his head. What the hell is that? Without skipping a beat, he blasted his magic straight at their defensive circle. Seeing it didn't crack, Storm felt a shred of relief, but he stayed on high alert. Did I block it? Outside, Ark muttered. Damn, that's tough. Hearing that, the monster's face darkened. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Storm's blood ran cold when he saw the monster before him. A massive, twisted beast stood there, and even he was left stunned, totally shook. What is that thing? Magic sigils were swirling inside Devourer's mouth. They shouted, Magic! So much damn magic! Gazote was freaking out, thinking, just a little longer. The portal's almost done. Please, just hold on a bit longer, Mr. Storm. She looked at him, praying in her heart. Please. Devourer's attack slammed into the barrier, growing stronger by the second. She thought the 36, rumored to be crafted by a god, even it struggling against an ancient monster's serious hit. The magical blast shook the earth and sky, but Storm kept pushing back with everything he had. Still, the barrier eventually shattered into a million pieces. Rubble rained down onto that golden shield. His eyes went wide with pure terror, but then he charged forward like a madman, his feet digging into the ground for one last push. In a blink, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending dust and debris everywhere. Ark and Gwyn had to shield their eyes. Then, a weak voice made him freeze. Run, Captain! They both screamed at the same time. Mr. Storm, there was a massive hole in his chest, a lethal wound, yet he still forced out his final words. Forget this, old man. Gin, I'm leaving the captain and the future of the Empire to you. They both wailed, No, don't! But Storm's vision was already fading. It's been an honor to give my life for you. Then he slowly closed his eyes, ending his life's journey. Devourer spoke up. You guys still breathing? Gin geared up to fight again, but Ark held her back. No, Gwyn, you can't win against him. But she didn't care anymore. She just marched forward. None of it mattered anymore. Bright blue energy crackled from her hands. She told herself, because I'm a hero. Devourer prepared to drop another killer blow. Gwyn clenched her fists, thinking, a hero is someone who always protects everyone. She charged headlong into the fight with Devourer. Nearby, a cart full of magic stones was being pushed away. Rine grinned. They're so pretty and sparkly. Lord Devourer, he muttered, just going through the motions. Behind them, a massive fire lit up the sky. She said, we didn't come here for this, but we still scored a lot, right? Ain't that right? He sprawled out lazily. Yeah, I guess, not bad. Devourer picked up a magic stone and said, I did let that gum thing into the village just to see how crazy it would go. It did its job well before it ran out of mana. Recharge it when we get back. He tossed the stone away. Rine looked at him. Took you long enough to show your real form. He kept crushing those blue stones in his hand. Damn it, I can't just keep stomping on them. He suddenly smiled, but when I think of all the trouble he caused me, his eyes filled with bloodlust. How should I put it? Just killing them feels like a total waste. The scene cut to a spot near a dense forest. A blue flower petal drifted down onto a dark coffin. A small silhouette stood on the ground, staring down at the deep pits where their comrades lay. It was Gwyn, dressed in white, clutching a flower. Her face was etched with unbearable grief. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Remember how the raiding party faced the ancient core? Gwyn, we only lost 4 members and 1 artifact this time. It was Bazzi, a member of the Blackridge Knights. He continued, because of you, we avoided total annihilation. Hearing that, Gwyn's eyes just felt heavier. She shut her eyes, stuttering, I know that, but... Someone else stepped up. That's a beautiful flower. It was Toot. She stepped closer and said, Gwyn, I'm sure everyone is grateful. Gwyn stayed silent, her face painted with self-reproach. No way, her eyes welled up. Everyone must blame me. She thought of her fallen comrades. If I'd only been a little faster, Barriskill couldn't even speak. Gwyn kept tormenting herself. If I were just a little stronger, I could beaten that maid. She slumped over in agony. And if I were even stronger, she bit her lip in frustration. Thinking of Storm made her spiral until she finally screamed with every bit of strength she had. I could have killed Devourer and saved everyone, Gin sobbed as she screamed. If Gazo suddenly cut in, you will beat him. I believe that one day you'll be able to defeat Devourer, and it's because of that hope that everyone fought so hard. Gazote gently sat down and pulled Gwyn into a hug. She offered comfort, so you have to let the past go. Gwyn sobbed, clutching Gazote tight. She kept a tight grip on that blue flower. A single petal fell. The scene cut to Ark's room. He sat quietly in his chair, asking himself, how the hell am I still alive? Why? He was totally stumped. Why didn't Devourer kill me? He remembered the scene from before. That was definitely the perfect chance to end him. Back to the moment Devourer was about to strike that day. Gwyn was lunging forward with her fists. Suddenly, tons of blue light flashed. He looked down and clicked his tongue, sighing. How annoying teleportation magic. Turns out they actually pulled it off. Gwyn screamed, Gazote. Just then Devourer spoke up. Hey, you, blonde kid. He turned back into his human form, looking down from above like he was staring at some pathetic bug, then laughed. Ark thought, it's like that ancient monster was trying to tell me something back then. He let out a weary sigh, thinking, I need to investigate further, but there are too many eyes on me. I can't make a move. I can't even attend my own subordinate's funeral. I'll take over the reporting from now on. Right as he tried to stand up, his vision blurred. His right eye went pitch black and he panicked. It felt like his eye was about to explode. He stumbled toward the mirror, clutching his eye and cursed, damn it, what the hell? He tried shining a light into it, desperate to reassure himself. Is it just exhaustion? Why? Suddenly, Devourer's cold, murderous eyes appeared behind him. He jolted in terror, fell backward, and his vision faded into total darkness. The next morning, Gazote found him on the floor and called out, panicked, Captain, are you okay? He stammered. Gazote then wondered to himself, did I just pass out? How long was I gone? Suddenly, a glob of blood dripped onto the floor, shocking her. Captain, are you all right? She yelled, then urgently ordered, you there, get the apothecary now. He finally realized it wasn't that he couldn't kill him. He clutched his eye and cursed, damn you, Devourer. He remembered Devourer saying, you have about 6 months. With a strange, twisted look in his eye, he let out a cryptic laugh. Gazote stared down at thousands of tiny, shattered fragments on the floor and let out a long sigh. She knelt by the hovering shards, questioning, are the hallucinations getting worse? Devourer sat in his chair, leaning his chin on his hand, exhausted. I'm used to it by now, it's fine. I should just be grateful I can still see people at all. Dark energy began to seep out from Gazote, surrounding her. She flicked her wrist, sending the debris flying. 4 days had already passed. It was only a matter of time now. The treatments weren't working, his symptoms weren't improving, and they still hadn't found the root cause. Devourer covered his face with a cloth and tilted his head back, his voice strained and tired. I guess modern medicine just can't handle this. He pulled the cloth back slightly, revealing the dark, creeping veins on his face. He seethed with hatred. This was Devourer's doing. There was no way to patch this up. At this point, there was only one choice left, he told her, using his authority as commander to issue an order. From this moment on, no one is allowed to know about my condition. Obviously, that includes Gwyn. The apocalypse must be completed before I die. To that end, we'll prioritize restoring the masterpiece that was destroyed and rebuilding the Night Legion's forces. Gazote looked at Devourer and said, I'll handle the Night Legion situation myself. I'll gather the elites you had your eye on. They left a few weeks ago, so some teams have probably already reached their targets. But a flicker of doubt rose in Devourer's chest. He wondered where Gwyn and a few others had gone. Since when did they? He asked, suspicious. Don't you think you should have reported to me before taking action? She waved her hand, sparks of purple light dancing as she said coolly, I figured reporting to a superior in such a pathetic state would be a waste of time. It would just complicate things. I'll write a detailed report once this is all over. I might have to leave this place for a while. Devourer was suspicious of her motives. Then she turned to him, adding, on my way here, I saw the person you hate most heading this way. His eyes widened in shock. What, you mean? Before he could finish, she vanished into thin air. He had to scold her about wasting mana on teleportation. And stop using magic in this room, will you? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He cleared his throat. Come in. An old priest stepped inside. The priest bowed. Greetings, Captain. I heard the news and came to pay a visit. I hope this old man's words can ease your troubles. Devourer glared at him with pure contempt. You know something? Maybe you've been a priest so long you've forgotten how to lie properly. The air grew thick and stifling. Devourer continued, you're only here to get an answer out of me, aren't you? Caught in his tracks, the priest's voice dropped into a gravelly old tone. Indeed, that is so. Devourer turned his back on him. Why us? Why does it have to be us? The priest stated his desires. I want the Black Wolf Knight Legion, Devourer's unit, the strongest in the Empire, to stand with us. It's that simple. Devourer sank into his chair. The priest went on. In this empire, religion is just a tool to maintain ties with the Holy Empire, but in reality, we're being suppressed in the shadows. The priest stared out the window, lost in thought. Sometimes our lives aren't worth more than some low-level nobles. Devourer retorted, you talk as if we're the ones suppressing your little religious dogmas. Even if your god actually existed in this empire, the emperor is our only god. The priest suddenly broke into laughter. Of course, that's how it is for now. He turned back, his face twisting into something truly terrifying. But soon the blessings will reach every corner of this land. We will finally be free from this suppression and spread our teachings far and wide. He spoke with such pride, reaching out toward the light streaming in from behind him. Every word made Devourer's blood boil. He shot him a razor-sharp glare. You sound like you're about to start a holy war. You're jumping to conclusions, Captain. You can barely hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword. The priest chuckled again, dropping a hint. Just like you right now, Captain. Devourer's gaze was no longer gentle. The priest turned to leave. It seems your condition isn't great today, so I'll be taking my leave. Let's just pretend I never heard your answer. He spoke with a veiled threat. I hope you come to see the god's will. He slammed the door behind him. Devourer stewed on the answer. An answer? Sure. Darker thoughts began to cloud his mind. Next time I'll give you a different kind of answer. He headed toward the chambers. This was the fourth room. Batrick was already there, watching them. This room, she said. Suddenly the ground shook and trees began to sprout up everywhere. Batrick told her, from now on, this is the room you and your demon hound will be in charge of. She asked, confused. Really? She and the demon hound were so thrilled they jumped for joy. She let out a scream. I love this. Turning to her hellhound, she was so stoked she started squishing its face. This is the legendary ancient core, man. Feels like a total dream, doesn't it? She started daydreaming about all the possibilities inside this room. We could totally rebuild the whole castle in here. Think about how we should decorate it. Batrick was stoked too. Glad she likes it, Swoi asked. Seems like you're into it too, huh? He replied. Obviously. Taking out Kanye was worth it. Boss, you found yourself a stellar gatekeeper. Swoi added. You're talking about 2 John, right? Exactly. Honestly, just having 2 John, that hellhound in this room is enough. I didn't even name the mutt, so stop looking at me like that. Batrick thought back. If I recall, it was Mel who brought it here. Swoi chimed in, yeah, and she's the one who named it too. Batrick couldn't help but give her props. Mel's got a great eye for picking lackeys, but man, her naming skills? Total trash. Devourer agreed, but added, true, though it seems like she has no clue what that dog actually is. Looking behind her, he saw the girl prying the hellhound's jaws open, chatting away happily, then scolding it. What are you chomping on again? Spit it out! I said, drop it! He analyzed the situation. Maybe it's not the right time yet. She'll figure it out eventually. Suddenly, Rine walked in. Master Devourer, I've got the golem set up in the 3rd room. The magic stone for the energy source is fully charged and hidden in the walls, so no normie is going to find it. She reported back with enthusiasm. Devourer patted her head. Good work. But, he reminded her, Rine, you've put in a lot of effort this time and handled everything perfectly. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master Devourer. Just then, Patrick watched them quietly and spoke up with a pout. Hate to be a buzzkill, but I've seen this scene way too many times. You two haven't changed a bit, have you? Rine could only offer an awkward laugh. He groaned. Even the headache I get every time I see this is exactly the same. I can't take it anymore, so I'm cutting to the chase. He and Rine glared at each other like mortal enemies, while the guy in the middle stood there clueless, asking, wait, what's the chase? Batrick said, boss, this time. But he cut him off. Don't even start. If you're going to tell me to go outside, I ain't doing it. He totally got where Batrick was coming from, so he didn't say anything else. That's exactly it, sir. Wait, it actually is that? He asked, surprised. Batrick told him, this time, please don't step foot out of the dungeon. A lot of stuff has gone down lately, hasn't it? And this time you even leveled a whole castle. His words were like a total guilt trip, and Devourer couldn't even argue. Seems like the other dungeon masters have heard about it too. They think your behavior is like way out of line. He slumped over. So what? They want to come here and complain to my face? Batrick replied, yup, exactly. Both Devourer and Rine were shocked. They thought he was just joking. Turns out it was for real. Batrick gave the update. We've been in contact with Bader Tori. The other masters have a lot to say to you, sir. Boss Devourer felt totally drained. What a pain in the ass. So when are they showing up? Batrick simply replied, today. The whole group froze, totally shook, not moving an inch. Swoi screamed, for real? Devourer laughed it off. Enjoying the downtime, man, home really is the best. Just then, someone called for the master. Ebe asked him, annoyed, you have any idea what's going on? Devourer took a wild guess, end-of-year cleanup? Spet went ballistic, kicked him, and shouted, it's not even the end of the year yet. M watched from afar, trembling. Do the great dungeon masters hang out together that often? Patrick leaned against the wall, not really. He turned to her, if you're talking about a meetup like Judecca, that doesn't exist. Judecca had the goal of uniting the demon lord races, but the great dungeons are way too different in species and nature from one place to another. M asked, excited, so this is unprecedented then? I'm gonna witness a historical moment right now, Patrick thought. A historical moment, huh? Then he agreed, you're not wrong. I've never heard of a gathering of the owners of the great dungeons before. Batrick thought to himself, that also means our boss has been causing way too much trouble lately. We shouldn't get too hyped. He pulled out a piece of paper. Looking at the letter we got this time says it all. It was written on it, advancing to the ancient core. Patrick explained. They didn't even ask for permission or reveal the purpose of their visit. MJ saw it and got a bit salty, zero respect. Patrick replied, right? He was ticked off, crumpling the letter in his hand. Those people are so rude. Patrick tossed the letter aside, total lack of manners. MJ was stunned by Patrick's outburst. She looked at the crumpled letter on the floor. MJ stayed quiet, just pulling her gaze back. Suddenly, she went silent and called out, Master Patrick! Mel looked up at the big screen. Looks like we've got an intruder. Patrick rushed to give orders. MJ, let everyone know, she quickly responded, mounting the giant DV. Understood. After Mel disappeared, Patrick muttered to himself, I'll go check what's going on. He hesitated for a second, thought about it, and finally went totally quiet. A moment later, Batrick whispered, the reason these guests are coming here, Out in a vast desert, the center of the Kingdom Alliance, the Great Desert was the biggest trade route, spanning across 5 kingdoms. As the trade caravan was tearing through the desert, someone noticed something weird. The ground was shaking, and a monster erupted from beneath their feet. They panicked and screamed, "What the hell is that?" The guy stammered, trying to explain. Before he could finish, Jezebel stretched out. Someone yelled in terror, "What the hell is that thing?" Scene change. It was night now. A small army gathered, and the leader shouted, "Conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemy is just a bunch of oversized bugs. With the elite force picked from the 5 kingdoms, we're going to kick those filthy creatures out." From behind them, mutant insects emerged, tearing the group apart. One guy got snatched and screamed, "No, help me!" Cries rang out from everywhere. "I don't want to die like this." The leader watched the carnage in horror. "No way! Where did they get an army that's dozens of times bigger than ours?" He stuttered, witnessing it all. He gasped, "This is a nightmare." Jezebel appeared again. She was the mother of all insects, the ruler of the desert, casting absolute despair over the 5 kingdoms. Elsewhere, Patrick bolted toward Jezebel like a lightning strike. He had the whole movement pattern locked down. I saw it clearly in the video. Patrick gripped his sword, ready to go to war. He watched Jezebel roaring, guessing that clearly not all the monsters had fully recovered. Patrick heard some strange voices. He realized one was mimicking a human. Word is, some insect monsters can mimic the voices of the people they've swallowed. Patrick's instincts went into high alert. No, what's more important is the intent behind its words. Is it trying to gauge the power of the ancient core? Seeing him standing still, it lunged, trying to swallow Patrick whole, but he dodged the attack instantly. As I thought, I need to act before the boss shows up. Devourer stood far off, watching them struggle, feeling annoyed. "What are you two doing? Making out or something?" Rine and Mel hurriedly ran up behind them. "Lord Devourer, wait for us!" Patrick saw the two of them and called out, "Rine, Mel!" Patrick nervously pushed Devourer back. "Boss, please get back. I'll handle this," he asked emotionlessly. "Why?" When Jezebel saw Devourer, she dropped her scary vibe and called out in a high-pitched, bubbly voice, "Oh my god, master!" She bowed respectfully, matching Devourer's height, and asked happily, "Long time no see. I'm so glad you're still healthy, master." He stood there nonchalantly. "Jezebel, have you gotten bigger?" Jezebel replied shyly, "Master, you shouldn't say that to a lady. You're such a clumsy teacher." Devourer continued to catch up. "I've heard some rumors that you've been getting pretty famous lately. How have you been?" Jezebel kept using that high-pitched voice. "I've been doing great. All thanks to your teachings, master." Patrick was sidelined, totally lost on what was happening. Devourer's voice remained flat. "Looks like you're doing well, huh? Can tell just by looking at your face." Rine and Mel stared bewildered. "A lady?" Devourer turned to the 3 of them. "Hey, go ahead and greet her. This is the former gatekeeper of the ancient core, Jezebel." Introduced by him, she acted all cute. "Hi there. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm Jezebel of the Sand Hell." Ebet listened to them chatting away. In short, Patrick was about to explode from pure embarrassment. Mrs. Jezebel was the gatekeeper guarding the blue path before I arrived. And about your question regarding the monster recovery. Was that just out of concern for the safety of our dungeon? That's funny. The reason you stayed quiet during our standoff, was it just because you were shy? Devourer looked up at Jezebel, who was acting bashful. Is that really it? She retracted her tentacles and replied, "I just didn't know what to say during our first meeting." Patrick, finally understanding everything, got furious. "Why didn't you tell me, sir?" Devourer played dumb to brush it off. "Well, I was too lazy, so I forgot to tell you." Patrick hardened his face. Even if she's the former gatekeeper and closed with our boss, she's the master of another great poison dungeon now. We can't afford to let our guard down. Suddenly, Jezebel lunged, getting right in Patrick's face, excited. "I'm your biggest fan, Sir Patrick." He was stunned. "Oh, really?" Jezebel instantly turned into a total fangirl. "People say that when you wield your sword, you're unrivaled, which is why you earned the title of strongest swordsman in Death Knight, even as a skeleton, right? It's such an honor to meet you." Patrick flipped from tense to super friendly in a heartbeat. "Consider this your home. Make yourself comfortable, my lady." Jezebel bounced around, bragging. "Did everyone hear that? The master of another great poison dungeon is my fan." Rine looked mortified. "You're embarrassing me." Jezebel looked over at the other 2, and who are you 2? Rine quickly shot back. "The current gatekeeper, Rine." Mel hid behind Rine, stuttering, "My name is Demon King Mel. I'm still growing, so I don't taste good." Rine was puzzled. "Sorry, but Miss Jezebel, you're the mother of all insects, right? You introduced yourself as a lady just now, so is your gender?" Jezebel replied, "I am a woman." Rine nodded. "I see." Suddenly, her whole body started radiating killing intent. "So, Miss Jezebel, you're a woman who's very close to Lord Devourer, is that correct?" Mel poured oil on the fire. "Lady Rine, from my past dating experience, they've definitely had an inappropriate relationship." Patrick jumped in to cover her mouth. "Mel, you've never even dated anyone." Renee's eyes went red. "Sir Patrick, that's just a bug." Patrick hurriedly tried to intervene. "Wait, Rine! Mel, knock it off!" "Sir Patrick, are you kidding me? Of course I have no dating experience." But in the end, Patrick had to drag them both away. He apologized sheepishly. "Please, excuse this chaotic situation. Everyone's just a bit tense because a creature from another great poison dungeon showed up without permission." Jezebel was confused too. "I really just came to see Master after such a long time." She continued, "Of course, I don't know much about Jezebel yet." Meanwhile, in another location, specifically a hollowed-out tree, a D was observing from the outside. "So this is the famous ancient core." she said huffily. This time, I'm definitely going to warn that ancient monster not to cause any more trouble. In the sandhill of Maga, a place covered in white snow year-round, a white dragon asked someone, "So you're leaving?" It looked up at the platform, regretful, Adahaka, our lord. She didn't answer it, only mentioning when Eovos and Body Devourer, two great poison dungeons, clashed for no reason. The incident at Ni was the same. Then AD slowly walked down the stairs, determined, we can't just let Devourer keep doing this. Back to reality, AD stood at the entrance, ready to step inside. AD made up her mind. I am AD Dahaka, master of the White Mountains and the strongest dragon. I won't let anyone look down on me. Fapnia had been waiting. When she saw AD, she shouted, "Sister, look at me." Fapnia jumped up happily. I can turn into a human now. She still couldn't contain her excitement, wagging her tail and asking, Adai, look at my tail, isn't it cool? She just laughed it off. Yeah, I guess it's cool. She was at a loss for words. I was planning to go alone. Fapnia rolled around, whining, I want to go too, please, pretty please. AD felt a headache coming on and corrected her. Fapnia, can you call me boss or master in public? Fapnia was obedient. Yes, sister. I mean, master. The kid happily asked again, Master, do you think my tail is smaller now? It's cool, right? Adai said reluctantly. Yeah, sure, cool. Suddenly a voice spoke up, bringing a kid along to a meeting with the bug dungeon bosses. AD didn't hold back, snapping back, and you dare give me that threatening attitude at a meeting of the bosses. She turned around surprised. It's this guy. Standing there towering over them was the one mocking AD and Fapnia. She recognized him. This guy is Nakumbo's bug. He looks like an idiot, but he's strong enough to become a boss just on raw power alone. I can't believe he's the first one we ran into. Adi thought carefully. Even though she looks like that, Fapnia is way stronger than ordinary dragons. She spoke up boldly. I'm not listening to a word you say. Fapnia growled along with her. Me neither. Kirk didn't force the issue, just reminded her. Fine by me, however, remember this, Dragon King. He warned slowly, your teammates could die at any moment. Adi felt a chill of fear at those words. That guy, his expression just now. She felt a bit worried and instructed the kid. Fapnia, sniffle no matter what happens. Stay right next to me, understand? Fapnia didn't catch the vibe, so she called out to her master. Remembering what she was told, Fapnia quickly corrected herself. Yes, master. Adai felt a bit more at ease and stepped into the territory. All right, let's roll. She glanced at Fapnia crawling around and told her, walk on 2 legs, would ya? The girl pouted, but admitted it was easier that way. All 3 of them headed into the pitch-black territory. AD scanned the area, keeping her guard up, and reported, ain't nothing here. She flipped through her dusty old book, looking confused. The book definitely said this demon lair was packed with hundreds of ice pillars. But there's nada. Weird, Kirk muttered. First time I've ever seen that book wrong. He took a wild guess. Maybe something already swept the place clean? AD wasn't buying it. She slammed the book shut and snapped, this place is an ancient core. It ain't some third-rate dungeon where monsters get cleared out and forgotten for ages. This is a total trap. She marched off fuming. They're trying to test me. Adida Haka the Great? I ain't gonna let this disrespect slide. They headed deeper into the cavern. Kirk looked around again and said, nothing here, my lord. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a strange creature dozing off. Kirk asked, looking baffled. Is this golem sleeping? Fapnia asked innocently. Maybe it's part of the test? The more Adai looked, the more pissed off she got. How dare they? She couldn't handle the humiliation and roared, waking everything up. You guys still trying to play games with me? Adida Haka yelled. How much longer are you going to keep this up? Adai growled. If that's how you want to play, I'll hit back. I'll burn this place to the ground. Pick appeared from behind and asked, what are you doing? He looked at her, clearly annoyed, and added, I came here after Master Mel told me to. Patrick asked politely, you must be Ida Haka, right? And you're Kurak, I assume? You two came together? Kirk replied, we just met at the entrance. Patrick acted like he just found out. Oh, really? That's great. The others are already waiting for you two. Shall we head over and get started? AD asked, confused. Get started with what? Fapnia saw Patrick and started drooling. Tasty. Patrick didn't even acknowledge the kid and asked the others, what's on your minds? With Hezebel joining in, he clearly explained that this was the first ever meeting of the Hell Lords. Adai and her crew followed Patrick. Kirk couldn't stop wondering, Master, what do we do now? Adai guessed if I'm thinking straight, most of them gathered here after feeling Devourer's wrath. If that's the case, there's only one thing left to do. Her eyes hardened with resolve. Even if it meant facing Devourer, they had to stand together to weather his fury. Adi smirked, feeling confident. She looked at B, just as she suspected. Adi realized everyone had a bone to pick with him. She glanced at Kirk, then at Hezebel. She wasn't sure what that guy was thinking. Meanwhile, Patrick led all 3 to the spot. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Adi thought to herself, finally, he's here. She was dying to see what he was like, but suddenly she blanked out. Jarlo walked up without saying a word. Adai felt a little jittery and awkwardly thought, so this is the Black Calamity? Truly the strongest Hell Lord. She sat down nearby. Adai stared at him, totally intimidated. Devourer, Patrick walked over and bowed respectfully to his boss. Devourer looked tired and slumped over, muttering a quick, yeah. Every Hell Lord was finally at the table. AD couldn't stop her wild thoughts. Is he okay? What if he reaches out and rips my eyes out? She was scaring herself but forced herself to man up. Adida Haka, you're the representative of the dragon race. She finished psyching herself up, then thought, everyone else probably feels the same, but they're staying quiet because of the pressure. So I have to step up. Suddenly someone spoke. I've got nothing to say. Bed held her glass, looking bored. I just came to hang out since I heard everyone was gathering. But why is everyone being so quiet? AD nervously watched her. Abet turned to scold Patrick. You're the problem here. How long are you going to sit there faking it? Start acting like the master of this place. He snapped back. I just took a nap, Bet exploded. You stayed quiet just because you were tired? Oh man, get a hold of yourself, please. AD felt like a sheep being led to slaughter. This was ridiculous. The master of the CH8 castle is a friend of Devourer, and on top of that, they're super close. Hezebel spoke up timidly. I've got nothing to say either. I just came here to see my master. Uddy was stunned. Hezebel, the master of Sandhell, is the student of that monster? Bed got up, looking annoyed and bored. Why did I even waste my time coming here? Adi was about to turn to stone when they all looked at her. Right, that girl looks like she's got a lot to say. Let her go first. Sure, speak up. Adai was stressed to the max, thinking, I gotta say something. Even Fapnia was watching, looking scared, and whispered, Master. Finally, she declared, I am going to declare war on the Empire. The whole table went dead silent. No one made a sound. Adi nearly burst into tears and quickly backtracked. That wasn't me. Kirk jumped in to take the heat for AD. It was me. He started explaining, I'm the one who sent word to everyone to meet at the ancient core. I gathered you all here to ask for your support. He got straight to the point. I'll make this quick. When winter ends. Kirk's eyes darkened and he said firmly, We're going to destroy the Empire. Patrick sat there, not saying a word. Rine stayed silent, like she didn't want any part of it. Hezebel looked like she'd been turned to stone by Kirk's words. After a moment, B asked, So what do you want? Reinforcements? Kirk denied it. He looked at her and said, It's simple. Kirk stared at Devourer like a warning, Don't interfere in my war. The two locked eyes, making the tension in the room skyrocket. Hezebel suddenly asked, Sorry to interrupt, but do you know how much time is left until winter? Kirk answered her. Nobody seemed to care, so he kept going. I'll repeat myself, Kirk said solemnly. We, the people of New... He emphasized every word, will annihilate the Empire. Kirk's voice echoed. Within 1 month, the declaration of war rang through the air. We have finished all our preparations. He laid it all out, every single warrior of Newcomb. He talked about his army, saying they were just waiting for his signal to attack. That's when Hezebel chimed in with a deep voice. You can't take down the Empire with just that measly army. How many fighters do you even have? 200,000? 300,000? The Empire has millions of soldiers ready for combat. Kirk didn't fight back. He just said it was his only chance. Taking advantage of the chaos after the fall of Ross and the incident at Knee, he added, Furthermore, Kirk announced to the group, I've already formed an alliance with an empire that shares the same goal as mine. AD had never heard of this and stared at him with wide eyes. Patrick even woke up when Kirk mentioned that. Hezebel waited in silence, breathing out bloodlust. You! She got angry at the idea of an alliance with humans. The other three stayed quiet. Patrick's energy started to fill the cavern. The killing intent from Hezebel and B created an aura of pure fear. Suddenly, Devourer spoke up. Hey, he warned them, if you guys want to fight, go outside and do it. Devourer didn't say much else. Don't trash my house. Devourer's hackles were officially up and he wasn't playing. You want to throw hands with me? He growled, voice low and dangerous. Bet blew him off, acting all high and mighty. I don't have anything to say to someone who tossed their honor as a demi-human in the trash. The rest of the crew chimed in, Kobatori. They did a quick goodbye and peeled off. See you later. Patrick was left feeling uneasy. I've got a bad feeling about this. Standing behind Devourer, he said, trying to keep it chill. Things shouldn't have ended like that. Devourer just slumped in his chair, looking annoyed. Patrick noticed and asked, You wanted them to leave? They're already gone, aren't they? Devourer snapped. You're acting like I kicked him out. Patrick kept his cool and steered the convo. Kirk's super confident. He's probably got an alliance with a pretty beefy empire. Devourer didn't get it and just sighed, exhausted. Taking down an empire is everyone's goal, so why are you guys making such a big deal out of it? Patrick was totally helpless with him. You're literally the only person on the planet who could say that. He added, It's not the right time yet. Devourer agreed, at least on that much. Fapnia was flying through the sky. She called out, Master. Fapnia asked, all innocent, what did he mean by destroying the Empire? Am I really going to take that Empire down? AD didn't sugarcoat it. I want to wipe those humans out too. But she hesitated. Still, destroying an entire empire isn't exactly a walk in the park. AD remembered what Kurak said. Aim high but never forget the Dragon King. His voice echoed in her head. She could lose all her comrades in a single moment of slip-up. That kept gnawing at AD. Did it have something to do with what he said back then? Suddenly, she spotted something. What's that? Both Hellords were standing in front of her, Hezebel and Korak. AD thought it was weird and just stared at them silently. I thought they split up? She kept watching, wondering why the hell they were hanging out together now. Out in the southeastern part of the Yab Empire, snow was piled high and the cold was biting. Two voices drifted out from a diner. Aren't you going to eat? The other replied, I'm not hungry. Barris scanned the place and said, We're the only customers here, probably because it's way too early. He asked Gwyn, How long you going to keep this up? Paris stabbed his fork right into the meat on his plate. He shoved it into his mouth, chewing loudly. Starving yourself isn't going to bring your buddies back from the dead. I know why Garot told you to come here. Barris tried to calm her down. The others are already out tracking down Shen. Gin's eyes darted toward Paris. He sneered. What? You interested now that I mentioned another hero? Paris guessed. They're probably hiding out somewhere, playing it low-key. Gwyn quickly asked, Can we even summon them? He shot back, If we can find them, maybe. They could have at least left us some way to get in touch, right? Paris added, by the way, don't even think about leaving before you finish your meal. I gotta get to work. Paris stood up and hollered, hey, shopkeep! Rasmer scrambled out from the kitchen. He asked Barris, what's the problem? Look at this guy. He went straight for it. We're looking for someone. We got intel he's hiding in this area. You seen anyone who looks like this? Rasmer hesitated. Don't think I have. I can't remember the face of every single customer who walks through that door. Oh, really? From behind him, Rasmer already had a knife ready. Barris didn't hesitate to draw his sword either. Rasmer replied, really? Paris put on an act. He lunged at Rasmer with his sword, no mercy, but the old guy wasn't scared. He grabbed him in a flash. Only then did Paris say, because you look exactly like the guy we're hunting. He compared the sketch to the guy's face. He sneered. Should I call you chef or former hero? Rasmer denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Paris wouldn't let it go. You're saying that after blocking my blade with a kitchen knife? He tried one more time. We need your help with something. Before he could even finish, the old guy blocked his sword again with that knife. I refuse. Paris was quickly overpowered by the guy's strength. I didn't even say what it was yet. Rasmer didn't mince words. The royal palace has enough chefs already. I need some downtime to rest these old bones. He wanted them out fast. Just get lost while we're still all in a good mood. Barris flashed a nasty grin. Garot told me you might try to slice me into 100 pieces. He wasn't playing nice. They told me what to do if you said no. This is way easier. Barris unsheathed his long, sharp blade. Rasmer was still trying to bluff, but I'm not that guy. Barris stood tall and pulled out his massive, heavy sword. A terrifying aura of bloodlust completely enveloped him. Barris looked him dead in the eye and introduced himself with total confidence. I'm Paris. I'm from the Black Wolf Night Corps. Rasmer didn't even flinch. I'm Rasmer the chef. What's with all this clanking of metal? But when he looked at Paris, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Whatever. Being full of himself, he lunged forward and socked the guy, not even caring. That one hit made the whole place shake. After finishing, Rasmer rubbed his elbow and grumbled, been a while since I used that much power, got my control back at least. Good thing he didn't put a hole in the wall, but he realized something was off. Out of nowhere, Gwyn had moved in, grabbed him, and asked, are you okay? Paris looked annoyed. Hey, could you not have been a little gentler with me? Rasmer watched the whole thing and was actually impressed. That girl, she was pretty far away. How'd she move that fast? Not bad. Meanwhile, Paris turned to her and warned, watch yourself. She didn't care at all, just bowed her head slightly. It's a real honor to meet a hero from the previous generation. My name is Gwyn Historia. Rasmer heard that and started baiting her. A great hero of the Empire is lowering herself to visit a washed-up guy like me? She didn't let it get to her and declared, we have our reasons. The Empire is in crisis right now. Gin's next words made Rasmer jump. You've heard that the king passed away, right? Finally, he let out a long, heavy sigh. So the rumors were true, huh? Then he heard her ask, will you come with us, Mr. Rasmer? He spoke up, leaving Gwyn stunned. Do you know why I'm swinging a kitchen knife instead of a sword? Rasmer gripped his knife tight and said, because we're living in an era of peace now. Rias is wealthier and more prosperous than any other nation, because more than anyone, he knew the cold, hard truth. But the Empire's greed knows no bounds. They just keep sending kids to their deaths. In the name of raiding the prison, Gin heard that and shouted right back. Are you spitting on the Empire's noble mission to raid the prison? But she only got a cold, sharp look in response. So what? You gonna arrest me for treason now? Her coat whipped around as she said, since you turned down our polite offer, yeah. Right then, two weird-looking weapons popped up in Gin's hands. She didn't hesitate for a second, just straight up declared, looks like I'll have to take you down and drag you back to the Empire. Rasmer didn't even blink, keeping his cool like he always does. She swung a punch his way, but he just brushed it off, muttering, kids these days sure got a lot of energy. She missed, so she spun around to go for another hit. Her next strike literally smashed the floor where Rasmer had been standing. Still, she kept charging in, that burning question stuck in her head. Why? But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't land a single hit on him. It was driving her absolutely insane. Why couldn't she land a blow on this guy? While the two of them were going at it, a figure appeared in the distance. Turns out, Barisic had finally started to pull himself together. Rasmer was dealing with Gwyn like she was just a brat throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, the brawl was still heating up. Rasmer was still effortlessly dodging and weaving like it was nothing. Then a massive hand slammed down near his face. Gwyn didn't even notice when her eyes started watering, tears of pure frustration because she couldn't get what she wanted. Seeing that, Rasmer just said, looks like you're having a real hard time figuring this out, huh? Then, he whipped out a blade he'd been hiding the whole time. Just like that, one strike sent her flying. On top of that, he gave her a piece of his mind. Her attacks were way too straightforward. Just by watching her fight, Rasmer had already pegged her as someone with a painfully honest personality. But that simple-minded attack style is only going to be a wall when you run into someone on your level or stronger. Hearing him call her out like that, she turned bright red with embarrassment. Just thinking about it made Gwyn even more determined. She lunged forward with everything she had, but suddenly her entire body just froze up. A voice crackled from the shirt beside her, making her jump. Ah, she yelped. It was a familiar voice coming from the device. Lord Razum, you there? He just replied, who is this now? The person on the other end started getting to the point of the call. Greetings, I am the acting commander of the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters. Rasmer cut him off right there. So, you're the one who sent these guys? Are you planning to try and talk me into it too? The guy didn't care and just gave an order. Win, mind leaving us to talk? I have some private business to discuss with Lord Rasmer. Only her response echoed back, fine. Only then did he start speaking with a bit more respect. First off, I apologize for reaching out like this, but the situation left me no choice. I'd honestly prefer to discuss this with you in person. Even after all that, the old man wasn't buying it. Sorry, but I've got nothing to say to the Emperor's lackeys. But the guy stayed calm, saying, as expected, you still hold a grudge against the upper echelons of the Empire. Then he dropped a major keyword. Because of that incident, the moment he said it, Rasmer knew this guy wasn't just some random suit. Looks like you did your homework on me. He brushed it off, saying, I'd be grateful if you saw it as the bare minimum prep needed to have a smooth conversation with you. Still, he wasn't about to go down that road. If that's the case, then you already know why I can't go back to the Empire. I'm hanging up. But then a bombshell dropped. There's not just 6. Those few words sent a chill straight down Rasmer's spine. What did you say? Then the guy started rattling off a list of names. Jacob, Brenda, Anad, Kenneth, Renhard. It left him completely stunned. How do you know those names? He closed out the call with one final line. It wasn't just 6, there were 8 in total. Through that device, everyone realized there were 2 people he hadn't even noticed. Hearing that, he was shaking with rage. Is that true? The guy just fired back. It is, and I know the names of those 2. The scene shifted to a large rock. Devourer finished his meal and just flopped down, not doing a thing. Patrick could only let out a sigh. I guess doing the bare minimum is the best way to go right now. So he doubled down on his point. Look, you think about it. You gotta put in the work either way, whether you do it early or late, right? He just got a one-word reply. Right. Then Devourer started painting a bright picture of the future. But if you handle the work after something happens, you'll get rewarded way better. The guy just stared blankly. I honestly didn't think you were this efficient-minded, boss. Being buttered up like that, he got cocky and let his guard down. I'd rather enjoy the comfort of the present than chase after some vague future. Patrick heard that and jumped in. So you're saying I'm right? Just those words put him in a good mood. So to stay happy in the present, I'd like to request some time off. But he got shot down cold. Fine, whatever, I'll do it. Once he said that, he started mapping out a plan, starting with fixing up the dungeon. Let's call it self-maintenance. Since the first and second rooms were empty anyway, Devourer tried to talk his way out of it. Self-maintenance? I'm already perfect. Patrick snapped at him. You want me to go check the rooms or what? He finally had to get off his rear and go inspect them. Devourer kept muttering about that damn resignation letter the whole way there. Wait until he's not looking. I'll shred that thing. Suddenly, he felt something familiar. Isn't this the food storage area? Still, Devourer cautiously stepped inside. Better check this place too. His feet stopped dead and he shouted, Patrick! The guy spun around at the sound of his name. Boss, you're back earlier than I thought. He still seemed a little skeptical about the whole thing. You aren't just doing this for show, are you? Devourer insisted. No way, I just found the problem sooner than expected. Patrick turned to question him. What kind of problem? Your vibe is totally different. He recalled everything as he carefully explained. The food storage. But what he said next left the whole room dead silent. It's cleaned out. Meanwhile, Scorvina was busy beating herself up. I'm so sorry. He knelt down on the ground, reporting. My apologies, Lord Devourer. Mel, sitting off to the side, chimed in. The monster trading company came all this way just because of the food supply issues? Patrick replied immediately. Yeah. While other dungeons are out there hunting for trading companies just to stock up on food, the poison dungeon is a whole different story. For us, it's a symbiotic relationship that goes way beyond just being a VIP customer. We're the ones taking care of the goblins. She gasped in shock. Goblins? You mean the top-tier monster trading company? Meanwhile, Devourer started questioning things on the other side. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Where is it? MJ looked surprised the second he heard that. Lord Devourer actually remembers the name of a member of the trading company. Patrick explained that because N has some serious talent among the elves, the boss is actually pretty fond of him. Scorvina carefully spoke up then. Let me explain. A few days ago, there was a raid on supply shipments targeting tons of merchant guilds, but that just pissed him off even more. Not just you guys, but other guilds too. Who the hell was it? In his panic, he finally dared to spill the beans. It was the orcs. The guy on the other side heard that and said, probably the Niambo tribe. Scorvina didn't hold back at all when retelling the feat. You guys can't just take everything. This is Devourer's supply. He tried to stop them, but those assholes didn't listen. Suddenly, Devourer cut him off and asked, they killed him? Just thinking about that, the rage started clouding his mind. Seeing that, he immediately knelt down to report. No, sir, he was taken along with the supplies. Hearing that, Devourer fired back. For real? Under his murderous glare, Scorvina kept bowing his head, saying sincerely, yes, how would I dare lie to you? I'm so damn sorry, please just take my life and spare the others. But Devourer only wanted to know one thing. Where the hell did they go? Scorvina looked shocked. Excuse me? Devourer just let out a heavy sigh. Things are way more complicated than I thought. Who would have guessed the Niambo would actually have the balls to raid a monster guild supply shipment for their war effort? Patrick tried to calm things down. We can just get the food back. But before he could finish, Devourer shut him down. Devourer then barked an order at him. Take me to those orcs. The guy immediately asked, should I come with you? He got a cold as ice response. They need a lesson for touching our food. The scene shifts to a frozen wasteland. The orc leader was eating when he turned to ask that idiot. If he had just handed over the food from the start, another one chimed in. But that guy claimed the stash belonged to the Venom prison. Right then, a furious roar thundered from behind. "Shut your mouth." He glared at them and asked, "You actually believe his bullshit? A bunch of cowards? Just a pack of cowards?" Another orc tried to explain. "He means we shouldn't be out raiding supplies, that we should try to cooperate to avoid drama with other Venom prisons." Another orc kept chewing on his meat. "Give it a rest, boss. Now's not the time to play nice. We gotta win this war." As the bone hit the ground, it was a declaration. "As long as we win, who cares about a little beef with the Venom prison?" Doc retorted, "Stay here, it's fine. If you want to play with me, bring out that ancient monster living in the ancient core." Just then, Scovina spoke up. "You're gonna regret this, aren't you?" But the orc mocked him. "Who the hell are you?" He looked up and spotted the human. "Wait, the little guy." They started howling with laughter. "It's that elf that ran away," but he insisted, "I'm here to take not back." That had them laughing like crazy. "You only brought one human mercenary?" But Scovina just kept screaming, "Where is he?" They heard him and asked, "That guy with the stubble? Bring him out." As he said that, the orc leader pulled out an object. "Gotta give you credit for having guts. Here's your reward." Seeing that, he screamed, "Not, are you okay? Can you hear me? You bastards, what did you do to him?" But not just weakly called out to Scovina, while the orc remained unbothered. He was annoying as hell, so he taught him a lesson. He tossed Knot forward. "Here, take him." Scovina lunged to catch Knot, but Knot yelled, "Run." As he screamed Knot's name in a panic, a spear came flying from a distance. It pierced right through Knot's body in front of Scovina. In total despair, he just kept screaming, "No," but the orc still calmly mocked him. "He's dying anyway. You should be grateful I'm putting him out of his misery," which just made Scovina panic even more. "Please, just open your eyes." The orc also warned him, "This is the price for daring to challenge me and talking about the ancient core." But a second later, the orcs around him were headless. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. Then he was hoisted into the air by a massive force. In his rage, Devourer stepped up. "You shouldn't have done that." Now the orc finally started to feel real fear. "I was just going to give you a warning for stealing our food and disrespecting the ancient core, but seriously?" Devourer couldn't hold back his fury anymore. He transformed, spitting a threat. "You shouldn't have done that to Not in front of me." The orc finally realized what was happening, but it was too damn late. "Don't tell me. You're that ancient monster, you son of a bitch. You were telling the truth?" In a full-blown panic, the leader just kept shrieking, "Meg, teleport me out of here fast. I can't die yet. I have to survive for the big picture." But Devourer wasn't about to let that happen. Teleporting? Not bad. The orc still thought he had a shot. "See ya!" Right then, a foot slammed hard onto the ground. He looked over and shrieked in terror. "Boss!" He had accidentally seen the mangled remains of his own crew. At this point, all he could do was keep screaming, "Mage, I told you to teleport me, not bring the boss here." The words weren't even out of his mouth before he was sliced in two. "Boss, I can explain everything." In a flash, the blade swung high again. Just as his head hit the ground, he managed to choke out his final words. "This is my fault." The orc leader witnessed the whole thing and surrendered. "Because of my own stupidity, my subordinates got reckless. I'll take the responsibility." But saying that at this point wasn't going to put out the fire inside Devourer. "Responsibility, huh?" He stepped right up to the guy. "Yeah, I like the sound of that. I just got an idea. You said you could take down the whole empire in a month, right?" Then he didn't hesitate. 20 times. Bring me 20 times the amount of food you stole." But things got even crazier when the leader heard the deadline. "Actually, scratch that. 3 weeks is enough." More than anyone, he knew one thing. This is a joke. Where the hell am I supposed to find that much food? He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, so the orc leader took a gamble. If he refused, not only would the Niambo be wiped out, but every orc across the continent would face extinction. Thinking that, his eyes lit up. The only way out was to attack the empire as soon as possible. The orc leader finally spoke slowly. "I understand. I swear it on the name of Karax." At the same time, in a luxurious building somewhere else, Rasmer looked forward and asked, "You didn't just call for me, right?" The guy saw that and replied, "That's right, I've got something to discuss with both of you." Opposite him was Mr. Razum, and the scene panned to the figure sitting across from them. The guy was none other than Dom Xian. Seeing that, the villain just smirked and shot back. "Yeah, I got some business to handle with you two." The camera panned over to show Razum standing right in front of him, and as the scene shifted, we finally saw who else was there, none other than Dam Xian. Everything goes back to what happened on a summer afternoon in the past. "It's already noon, man. How much longer are you planning to sleep?" "Damn it, just get up already." She flips the blanket off and yells toward the bed. "Wake up, you promised you'd go hunting with me." She keeps nagging him. Lord Land finally forces him to crawl out of bed. "Fine," Devourer says in a low voice. "That's right, 3 weeks. I'm giving you exactly 3 weeks. Kirk and his brainless goons have been beaten to a pulp. They're nothing like the formidable army they were at the start." He hesitates and asks, "So, what if I don't finish in time?" You replied, "You know damn well I don't like moving around too much, and it doesn't necessarily have to be me who does the dirty work." Kirk falls into a deep silence, not saying a word. Suddenly you raise your voice. "Oh yeah, I've got an idea. How about I unleash the black tentacles on Nakumbo? Be careful, kid. That's the child of the creator." Devourer keeps warning him. "It'll devour everything in sight. Don't you dare take your eyes off it. The end of prosperity is total decay. Never forget that the battlefield is already live." Welcome back. Your return is the opening note of a victory anthem, or was it a tragedy? You keep repeating the word welcome like you're trying to bait him. Beneath the glowing red embers, he retorts in anger. This was never my story to begin with. Devourer asks him back, haven't you figured it out yet? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Kirk grinds his teeth in rage, remembering the conversation between you two. Suddenly, his subordinate steps forward. With all due respect, my general, I bow before you. Kirk immediately asks, cut the formalities. What's the status of the research? The guy replies, no errors, everything is accurate. It's an ancient miracle, something everyone in this region knows by heart. Specifically, the black tentacles were the core of the ancient era, the things that nearly wiped out everything on this planet. Kirk's hand tightens around his sword. His subordinate adds, if you really plan to drop that on Nakumbo, it'll wipe out the entire orc tribe. Not just the orcs, but probably all life itself. Kirk suddenly cuts him off. Enough, say no more. He slowly stands up. The subordinate calls out, General, all the orc clans in Neum are waiting for your command. Looking out over his land, he thinks to himself, we orcs don't like listening to your chatter. Devourer suddenly screams, war, followed by the word kill, dragged out long and loud. His soldiers are fired up immediately. He reminisces, it's been a long time since my heart raced like this. It feels incredible. He tells himself, I, Kirk, will get this job done. He turns to the crowd below and bellows, humans, listen up. At his command, his followers quickly start moving. They spring into action, and spurred on by the intense roar of his soldiers, Kirk asserts that this battle will definitely be his victory. We're going to level your empire and build our new Nakumbo on top of the rubble. Back at the empire, the voice sounds calm. There's a war coming. Rasmer raises his voice. What? Why so sudden? You remain calm and explain, making it clear it's a world war and it's not going to be easy to win. Rasmer is shocked. A world war? He angrily questions you. You summon 2 heroes here, and then out of nowhere you announce a war? This isn't some sick joke. Tell me the truth. You got any proof? You reply, I do. Or at least something pretty close to it. Rasmer snaps, trying to pick a fight with me? You explain that the Pope keeps insisting. Maybe he didn't use the word war, but he's confirmed it to me twice, just me, with no guards around. He still doesn't buy it. What? There's got to be some misunderstanding here. Since you find it hard to believe, you tell him he can go verify it himself. You can confirm what I said, right? She, who had been standing silently in the corner, finally speaks up. I used magic to verify it. Rasmer, he's telling the truth. The girl is surprised, her eyes shifting to where the voice came from. She thinks to herself, when did he even get in here? I didn't feel a thing, didn't even see him use any magic. Rasmer is still fuming, unbelievable. So you want us to be peacekeepers and stop this war or something? You say, of course not. I didn't bring you guys here for that kind of trivial busy work. You state, I love this kingdom dearly. Before you can say another word, Rasmer loses his cool, lunging at you while yelling, you bastard. He swings his hand, screaming in your face, I didn't come here to listen to your stupid jokes. Suddenly, Rasmer freezes, unable to speak. The cloth covering your face has shifted, revealing half of your face with a long, horrifying, jagged scar. He stutters, that scar? Rasmer realizes in shock. Devourer says, Sir Rasmer, please calm down. You continue, naturally, I haven't forgotten what I promised you. You pull out a letter and say, these are the 2 names you could never find. Rasmer opens it and you add, the details of the incident are all in there, so I'll let you judge for yourself. Rasmer finally realizes his mistake. He bows his head and says softly, I was hasty, my apologies. You reply, it's fine. I know the whole story, so I completely understand your anger. She, who's been listening, gets impatient. Can we get to the main point now? What exactly do you want us to do? You reply, as I said before, a war is about to break out. I think it's too late to stop it now, so I hope everyone can stand with the Empire in this world war. She responds, the Pope's faction doesn't seem strong enough to pull off a coup. You agree, I agree. Rasmer silently observes he won't even look me in the eye while you keep rattling off your deductions. It's possible he has allies. Based on the current situation, the Holy Kingdom is the most suspicious, but we still lack enough solid evidence. Rasmer hears this and says, if it's truly treason, why not just kill the Pope and be done with it? You argue, since we don't know who else is in the Pope's alliance, that's not the best plan. You continue, besides, if foreign forces are involved, killing the Pope won't stop the war. She understands everything, casts his teleportation magic and says, so, all you need is more firepower, right? Got it, I'm heading out. Rasmer replies, I definitely can't side with the Pope. Watching she vanish, he can't help but ask, wait, is that guy just gonna leave like that? I don't get it. You ask, you 2 don't know each other? He answers, not at all. The guy loves working solo, and we've never actually teamed up on a mission. Ever since things got back to normal, I've been busy as hell babysitting that kid. Bowen. Hearing that name, he hesitated before talking about Bowen. Rasmer replied calmly, it's fine, didn't he die during the Devourer subjugation mission already? Right, his fate was set in stone. I hesitated to bring up Devourer, but there's something I need to ask of you. Rasmer caught on quick to what he was getting at. He hurriedly replied, hold on, don't tell me you're not denying it was Devourer. He replied, yeah, it was Devourer. To serve that conquest and the future of humanity, I want you to train the hero, Historia. Rasmer crossed his arms and retorted, look, even if I train her, she'll never. He cut himself off. You're right, she'll never surpass him. I know that full well. He looked stunned, totally confused. He explained, but Historia has to grow. It's an inevitable natural process. Rasmer muttered the words natural process to himself. He added, even if it seems impossible, she has to try. Rasmer was taken aback by what he said. He laughed and said, because I love this kingdom that much. Garlic slowly spoke up. Finally, you've managed to get everyone on board just like you wanted. He replied, at the end of the day, war is still going to break out. She asked again, is there really no way to stop this battle? He firmly stated, no, the only way is to win. Garlic added, by the way, I'm kind of curious how Rasmer got that list so easily. What if he gets it and then decides not to help us anymore? He said softly. Right now, we need to build trust with him instead of playing games behind his back. He continued. Besides, if we don't give it to him, he'll go looking for the truth about being in Ras on his own. We absolutely cannot let him do that. Finally arriving, he waved Garlic off, saying that was far enough. He put his hands together, praying non-stop, please, I pray for luck in the coming battle for the future and for, he emphasized the peace of this kingdom. Garlic, standing to the side, exclaimed, oh, nice one. Elsewhere, Pitch was deep in thought, looking like he was plotting something. Saul noticed the mood getting heavy and asked, something wrong? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? He quickly reassured her, nah, nothing's wrong. Pitch continued, it's just that my ears are itching like crazy. He looked at him, confused, and asked, but you don't even have ears? Beachich laughed and replied, true, but they still itch sometimes, like I get the feeling someone's calling me. Could this be a sign that the mana in me is finally waking up? Haven't you already learned to use basic magic? The more he talked, the more excited he got, his eyes lighting up. But being able to cast complex spells like me would be way more convenient. At this rate, I might end up being the second boss. Devourer replied, completely deadpan. Should I crush your skull before that happens? In a laboratory, a weak voice rang out. I'm jealous of the freedom you have. A doctor looked puzzled. What the hell? What is it saying? The other one replied, probably hallucinating. Forget it. Keep the experiment going. The person chained to the bed continued, do you want to be free? Who said that? The doctor snapped, annoyed. Damn it, if it passes out, we can't observe its reactions. Another voice spoke from within his mind. Freedom sure is beautiful, but it's dangerous. Having said that, are you still thirsty for it? The chained person replied, I am, so let's make a trade, he added, for your freedom. In a room, NFM was leaning against the wall, struggling. He was gasping for air, whispering to himself, I'm gonna be sick. Name spiraled into panic, constantly beating himself up for abandoning his comrades and running away. He remembered the moment he went insane, charging forward without even looking back, thinking, however, that was only after he devoured them. The more he thought about it, the more deranged his face looked in his mind, blood pouring from his mouth and eye sockets. Name cried, telling himself this wasn't what he wanted. The blood kept flowing. He told himself anything was better than eating his own kind. He justified it, saying he devoured them just to survive. That skeleton had tortured him. The thoughts kept racing through his brain. Just wanting to live, there was no other way. While running, he tripped and fell flat. That's when Neem looked back. A light appeared in the distance. His face was filled with such terror he couldn't even think about standing up. His eyes widened. That speck of light was getting bigger, looking like it was about to reach New Freem. He whispered, no, this is something I never should have done. NFM fought through the pain and stood up. He thought it was all just an excuse, but he told himself he needed to survive. His logic told him to stop. Bachik watched him, his eyes glowing as he said, I wonder how much you can recover. Can you recover as long as you eat, even if your limbs are chopped off? NFM had lost his mind by now, stripping away his human instincts. His voice rang out non-stop, urging you, what are you waiting for? Devour them, there's still those two left. Come on, eat up, there's no other way. Back in the present, it was morning. Nim was panicking, hiding in a dark corner. He knelt, burying his face in his hands, crying and screaming like a madman. I'm sorry, he said over and over, I'm sorry, everyone. A bowl of steaming hot porridge was placed at the door. The grandma gently coaxed, try to eat a little, even if you throw it back up. Just try to eat something. All right. He'd calmed down by now and replied, you don't need to worry about me, Grandma. Nai hesitated, thanking her for the meal. She said she was heading out to the field so to take his time eating. Suddenly, there was a thundering sound of footsteps and the door was kicked open. He stared blankly as, along with a shout, Lampi stood there with her hands on her hips, shouting loudly, it's already afternoon and you haven't even finished breakfast. I told you we have to go pick herbs before it gets dark. That was when she finally saw the grandma, her voice softening. She asked, wait, Grandma, where are you going? She replied, don't make such a racket, I'm not deaf yet. I'm heading to the field. The grandma told the kid not to bother the boy anymore. He was trying to eat and to come over and help her. The girl asked, what about the wild herbs? What herbs? You just need to come pull some weeds. I know you just want to go into the mountains to mess around. Peso hurriedly denied it. When do I ever mess around? This time I'm definitely bringing back medicinal herbs. The grandma quickly reminded her, hey, where do you think you're going? I told you to come help me. Peso didn't give in. She tried to look back and say, eat faster. Landseller struggled to reply, wait for me a sec. In the forest, the girl asked him hesitantly, you still don't remember anything? The girl continued to ask for his real name and what he used to do. You know, when Grandma brought you back, you looked terrifying. Plus, you were wearing armor. You're a mercenary, aren't you? Nefam replied, I'm not sure. But maybe something like that. The girl walking in front said softly, it's okay, your memories will come back soon. Suddenly, there was a call. Po, Landseller, what are you two doing here? The girl greeted the man respectfully. Peso asked, did you just go hunting, uncle? He laughed and replied, thanks to the guardian spirit, hunting has been way easier lately. The girl asked, the guardian spirit? He replied, Yeah, thanks to the guardian spirit, the monsters have vanished, and now there are plenty of animals in the mountains. The man added, remember that troll wandering around the wall last time? I saw its carcass. I don't know what killed it, but I bet it was the guardian spirit. Pero looked amazed and excited. As he said this, his face suddenly turned serious. He warned, and remember, don't tell your grandma that I talked about this, okay? The girl replied, sure, uncle, we'll keep it a secret. Before leaving, he gave a reminder, remember to head back before sunset. I'm heading out now. Peso remembered his words and said to him, we should probably head down too. Lan slowly asked, Pero, did monsters used to come near the village? She replied, no, because people don't camp near dangerous spots. Although they've appeared way less lately. Like the uncle said, we haven't seen any monsters around lately. Names said with relief. All right, that's good. Peso noticed he seemed a bit strange and asked, what's up, is your mercenary memory kicking in? He said, I'm not sure if I'm even a mercenary. The girl comforted him. It's fine, let's go down the mountain, the freeloader. On the way down the mountain, they ran into some villagers burning the forest to clear land for farming. Name looked blankly, and a villager saw that and asked, you look surprised, huh? Is this your first time seeing slash and burn farming land? He hummed in response. He asked the man, do people always do this and then leave when the soil gets dry and barren? The man replied, that's right. It's not the most efficient way, but for folks like us, it's the only way to make a living. The villager laughed and said to him, have you thought about staying with us after your memory comes back? Name asked back, how come? The man explained, I mean, you're one of us now, and it seems like P likes you too. She's got quite the personality. You must have had a hard time taking care of her, right? He shyly denied it. Not at all, actually. She's always the one helping me. Looking at the other villagers working hard even though it was almost dark, he said, being energetic is one of her strong points, though sometimes she talks a little too much. Just as he mentioned her, the girl appeared. The man said, there she is, I think she's calling you. He also said goodbye, I'm off. Name thought to himself, Landseller, my name here is Landseller. After escaping from the ancient core, they accepted him as one of the villagers. He felt grateful and whispered to himself, everyone here is a good person. They don't pry into my situation, even though I can't reveal who I am. When Pell was in front of him, furious and clenching her fists, he told himself, but they're weak. They have no way to protect themselves against the monsters. A single troll would leave the whole village in ruins. So every night, I have to sneak out and hunt the monsters near the village. His silhouette showed his loneliness. Nimam continued to think, the guardian spirit, huh? Once they're safe and sound, I can finally leave. He silently decided his own fate. After that, I can finally just die. In a corner of the forest, there was the sound of a branch snapping. Kentum whispered, found you. The sky gradually changed colors, signaling that darkness was about to cover the entire forest. Kentum and his goons were gathering in one spot. Hey chief, what's the move? We keep pushing or what? He didn't answer right away, checking the vibe of the crew. What do you guys think? Just a pile of bodies. One guy spat back. But I've never heard of this many bodies in one spot around here. Not like this. Just one person did all this. No way, the lackey muttered. They're small, Cantung continued. Looks like they use dual blades. They stun the target first, then open them up with deep, messy wounds. Always a clean finish, he added, mimicking the kill. Cantung grabbed a guy by the hair and said, always one strike dead on the weak point. Whoever did this is a straight-up killer. Every single body here was hunted the exact same way. He bowed his head and warned the guy, the High Commander already gave the order to march. No delays. Cantung shot back, march? Yeah, sure. His voice turned dark, dropping low. We're just taking a slight detour. Deep in the woods, somewhere he could keep an eye on the rising smoke, Cantung sat there and whispered, found you. Night had already fallen, music. The moonlight made the forest feel weirder than ever. Nephraim pulled his cloak tight and headed in alone. After poking around for a while, he thought, I figured more monsters would swarm toward the smoke by now, but there's nothing. Maybe I should check the other side. Done checking, he marked the stone with another blade. Patrol over, he thought. Nephraim mumbled to himself, monsters have been acting way different lately. There's too many of them to just be scavenging for winter food. Suddenly, he noticed thick smoke billowing in the distance. What's that smoke all about? Spotting something wrong, Nephraim rushed back to report to the village. A village guy asked him, smoke? You sure? He couldn't say for sure. Maybe from the big village down under the Moon Mountain? There's a village down there? Nephraim asked. Yeah, it's 3 times bigger than ours, the guy said. With that much smoke? Probably throwing a party. Just as they were about to keep talking, someone in the group slapped a hand over his mouth. The guy jumped in to cover. Nah, it's nothing. Everyone's always burning stuff, right? Oh, for real? Thanks for the heads up, Nephraim said. He didn't forget his manners. Good luck with the hunt today. They chirped back, thanks. We're just going back to collect the kills we already made. One of them turned back to warn him. I left the blood to dry out a bit yesterday. Get ready, Landseller. I'm going to treat you to a serious feast today. He added, oh, and Poe's been looking for you. Go find her. Nephraim flashed a smile. You got it. Nephraim's smile faded fast. His eyes narrowed. Something's off, right? Back at the village, banners and colorful flags were hung up everywhere. Nephraim sat down in the middle of a group of kids. They swarmed him, teasing. Your hair's so soft, Landseller. So pretty, Landseller. Nephraim asked awkwardly, is this for my welcome party? Peso laughed, playing with the kids while answering. We haven't done anything yet. We've been swamped. All the adults are planning a party for you, so don't you dare spill the beans. Got it? That's an order. Suddenly, the kid in her lap looked up and asked, "Hey, are you and Lanceller getting married?" Peso freaked out. She stood up, blushing and annoyed. She hoisted the kid up, half embarrassed, half livid. "Who told you that nonsense?" The kid innocently replied, "Mom and Auntie said you love Lanceller, and if you love someone, you have to marry them." Peso denied it. That's not it at all. But even with her trying to talk her way out of it, they kept laughing. "Lanceller's getting married. Peso must really like him." Peso shouted, "I do not, you little demons." But they still didn't buy it. "You're not being honest." Peso softened up, stammering, "I mean, he's decent, I guess." Then flustered and angry, she pointed at him and snapped, "Lanceller, don't get the wrong idea. I just said you look okay. That's it." Nephraim replied, looking hurt. "I didn't even do anything." Not wanting to deal with the awkwardness, the girl changed the subject. "Why are they taking so long anyway?" "Lanceller, let's go check on them." Peso opened the door, confused. "What is everyone staring at?" Nephraim felt a pit in his stomach. Something was wrong. His eyes darted around. Peso grabbed his arm, looking nervously at the mountain covered in thick, dark smoke. Smoke from the mountain? What the hell is happening? Nephraim's brain raced. It was that smoke from yesterday. Poe was terrified now, shaking and calling out, "Lanner?" He softened his voice to reassure her. "Poe, get inside. Don't scare the other kids." She said, "Okay." Seeing them return, the kids clamored, "Is Dad back? When are they coming home?" She forced a smile and replied, "They're probably just carrying extra food back. They'll be back soon." Nephraim stayed at the door, telling her, "Peso, I'm gonna go find them. You stay inside no matter what." He offered a forced smile. "Don't worry, I'll be back quick." Nephraim headed back into the woods alone. He stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him was a pool of blood and hunting gear scattered everywhere. He looked up, scanning the perimeter. His eyes went wide, locked on every direction, not letting his guard down for a second. Something caught the light reflecting off the trees. Kantung and his massive crew were marching. They were laughing and running their mouths, having no clue Nephraim was right there. Once they realized, they let out a war cry, the start of a brutal fight. He gripped both his blades. Nephraim launched himself in. No fear, just a full-on sprint into the middle of them. His eyes were wild. Time blurred. One by one, soldiers went down, staining the ground red. Before he could even catch his breath, he heard a blood-curdling scream. He realized it instantly. Poe Nephraim cursed under his breath, sprinting back. Damn it, damn it! He didn't stop pushing himself. "I gotta be faster, faster!" His legs churned, ignoring the exhaustion. Every step felt desperate. Suddenly he froze. His face and clothes were soaked in fresh blood. Standing there were the rest of Kantung's men. They blocked his path. The guy grinned, "Welcome, warrior. I'm Kantung of the great Karyam tribe. Don't sweat it. Come closer. I haven't even started with you yet." Nephraim asked, voice cold, "Where are the villagers?" He didn't answer, just sneered, "You're pretty good, just like I heard." "Just heard one of our squads got wiped out." Nephraim shouted, "I asked you, where are the villagers?" The guy still wouldn't answer, trying to bait him into a fight. Seeing that pile of bodies down the cliff really made me want to duel you. Nephraim glared at him, sighing, losing my patience. He growled at him. "Last time I'm asking, where are they?" Kantung signaled his men, "Bring them out." Nephraim tracked every single one of their moves. Kantung ordered again, "Bring the rest of them out. I want to fight you." He made a deal. "If you beat me, I let them all go. But if you lose..." Nephraim saw all the villagers now. He whispered, "Everyone." He gripped his blade so hard his knuckles turned white. He barked at the guy, "What are you waiting for?" Nephraim quickly shifted into his fighting stance, emphasizing every word. "Bring it on. You freak, I'm gonna take you down." The guy got exactly what he wanted, letting out a twisted laugh. "Good." He roared, "This is a fight to the death." Kantum hoisted his massive hammer, jumped up, and slammed it down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Nephraim didn't back down. He gripped his blade and charged right at him. Kantum was stunned to see his attack didn't even faze the guy, and Nephraim had already launched a counterattack. Nephraim slashed across the guy's body, blood spraying everywhere as the monster screamed in pain. Not stopping there, he kept charging, aiming for a kill shot, but Kantum blocked it with his hammer, shattering the blade into pieces. Still, Nephraim's fighting spirit was burning hot. Holding the hilt, he put everything he had into a lunging strike. The remaining blade fragment plunged deep into Kantum. Quick as a flash, Nephraim kept moving. He forced the blade in even deeper. Kantum couldn't fight back. He could only watch in shock. Watching Nephraim spring up, aiming the other blade right at his head, Kantum's pupils dilated to the max. Even so, he couldn't quite take the monster down. Once again, the blade shattered. Kantum taunted him. "Fighting is all about thinking outside the box. You gotta understand your opponent and yourself to actually win." He grinned wickedly. "Hitting rock bottom is what helps me level up." Nephraim let his actions do the talking, kicking him hard in the mouth, thinking furiously, "Damn it, his defense is too damn tough. If only I had a real weapon." The monster grabbed his leg and shouted. Kantum said, "This is a real duel. You trying to run away?" With that, he slammed a fist into Nephraim's chest, blood erupting. Nephraim fell to the ground in agony, lying in a pool of bright red blood. The guy bragged, "This is way more fun than I thought. With this human, I'm one step closer to becoming the strongest warrior all over again." Then, like we promised, Kantum slowly muttered, "I guess I can kill all these humans now." Seeing him in pain, the villagers screamed. Nephraim writhed on the ground, silently calling out to everyone. The villagers cried out, "No, save us!" Kantum barked an order, annoyed, "Too loud. Kill them all quietly, they're just food anyway." The minions quickly obeyed. Looking at his own hands, the monster felt something strange. His wounds wouldn't stop bleeding. He couldn't believe this trash weapon caused this much damage. This guy is actually legit. Damn it, my left arm is going to be useless for a while. Nephrim still couldn't stand, groaning in pain, whispering the girl's name in his head. Poe, the girl was crying out for him. Lancelor, he whispered back to her. Poe, I'm so sorry. The scene shifted. Sivia was sobbing, calling Frenim. Seeing him wake up, she asked, You were sleeping so soundly. How can you sleep that well while being used as a lab rat? Nephrim looked dazed, calling out Slivia. Prisoner number 9 chimed in. What did they test on you today? He stammered. Seeing that, Slivia said, Looking at your face makes me crave chocolate. Number 9 laughed. I want some good booze. Number 30 jumped in too. I want the stew from Waterdrop Dis. The girl in the corner of the cell, spinning a Rubik's Cube, said, I want fresh bread with tons of fruit jam. Number 11 next to her added, I want grilled wild boar. He turned to ask, Nephrim, you want anything to eat? Slivia snapped back. How could anyone have an appetite when they're being experimented on? You idiot, Number 11 shot back, saying she started it. Sivia and Nephrim said, Let's eat everything together. He smiled, promising, I'll try even harder so we can get out of here and sit down and eat until we're stuffed. Back in reality, Nephrim lay on the ground, hands tied tight, deliriously muttering, Together. The guards were shocked. What? He's still alive? Hey, you human? You took a full punch from the boss and you're still kicking? Nephrim wasn't fully conscious, just repeating the word together. Outside, a guard continued. Boss Cantum likes you, so you're going to be a sacrifice. You're seriously tough. Are there humans as strong as you in the capital? Another guard countered. Why do we care? We've got Grand Commander Kerr. He added, Still, he's dangerous. Good thing we chopped his legs off. His legs were gone in the dark forest. Patrick hurried to call his boss. It's about to start. Devourer asked, What is? He said, The war, a real battle. Devourer, the boss version, asked irritably, Do you have to read that while sitting on me? He pulled out a map, staring at it, saying, It's info from a bunch of merchants, but things are getting pretty wild. Rivers, mountains, plains, and even the ocean. They're advancing over every kind of terrain. He continued, They're slaughtering every human village in their path and burning everything down. Nephrim lazily opened his eyes, asking, Why do they do such annoying crap? That's just messed up. Pick shared his theory. I think it's a strategy. After gathering intel, they'll secretly move in a wide formation to ambush the capital. Nephrim heard that and figured they were doing it the hard way. Pick added, and the other interesting thing about this move is, but he cut him off before he could finish. Hey, enough, don't say another word. Why are you so damn excited? Patrick answered gleefully, It's fun, isn't it? War is way more interesting to watch than staring at a fire. Nephrim answered carelessly, Sure, whatever. Suddenly Devourer asked, But there's this nasty smell ruining my sleep. What is that? He answered, Oh, that? He immediately explained with excitement. It's called popcorn. MJ used oil and magic fire to make it. She said eat it while watching something interesting. Nephrim opened his eyes wide and asked, What the hell is popcorn? Patrick held up half-popped corn and said, She made it, let's eat it and watch. Tori's gonna be here soon. Nephrim snapped, Why is she coming here? This is my house, not hers. The sky started to brighten. The night had begun to fade away. The Empire's guards grumbled, Because of those damn freaks, we have to go through all this trouble. Another soldier replied, They'll get tired and retreat soon enough. One asked, That's not even a dungeon. What are they trying to do with our territory? By the way, the Holy Knight is here. Have you seen him? He's legendary. I don't even know if he's human. Inside, Kerr said in a deep voice, They might have numbers, but they're still just monsters. To our royal army, this is child's play. The real problem is the super evil dungeon boss. Kerr continued, But if we hold out a little longer, reinforcements will arrive, and this will be our victory. Kerr cursed, Those brainless bastards. He said with determination, I won't let them have it. He stared off into the distance, declaring firmly that those filthy feet were stepping into his territory. Suddenly, a massive monster with countless glowing red tentacles emerged from the cave. Kurak was already drenched in fresh blood. He looked up and someone asked, Who are you? He replied, Who's next? A fairy. The fairy just laughed. Such an extraordinary aura, the stranger continued. I admire you for standing your ground even when you can feel the difference in our power. I like it. Tell me your name, and I'll remember it. Daru kept calling out, breaking the guy's train of thought. Commander, Commander! Kurak blinked and asked, Where were we? Seeing he looked off, the old man asked, You seem tired, need a break. He answered softly, I'm good. How's Kentum? The old mage replied, Kentum will join us soon. According to this, he's already captured a special human for you. Hearing that, the guy got interested and asked, A special human? Forget it. Any reports on the army? Daru replied, Reports say they've hit a few villages and successfully rounded up humans for food. Kurak growled, When they get here, butcher them all and make sure the shares are even. Daru said, Yes, Commander, then added, And should I call Kadachi? Kadachi showed up instantly and bowed respectfully. You called for me, Commander? Kurak said, I've got something to say to you. Come closer. He did exactly that. Kadachi moved toward him, right on the side of the Empire. Kalai sighed, It's good to have you guys here. When this is over, I'll personally go and express my gratitude to the church. A knight replied, Whatever benefits the Empire also benefits the church. Naturally, we have to contribute, even if it's just a small effort. He added, On behalf of the Pope, thank you for your kindness. At the same time, his subordinate appeared to report, Master, here is the current situation on the battlefield. He continued, The enemy is surrounding us by dozens of times our number. Based on the size, we can be sure this is their main force. However, the engineers believe that with so few siege weapons compared to the size of their army, the enemy will struggle to use their numbers to their advantage. He asked in a low voice, "Good. Do we have enough rations?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, we prepped for winter, so we have enough to feed the troops and the people." Kalai asked further, "How's the recruitment going?" He answered clearly, "The punitive force has fully assembled, completely in silence. The soldiers and the people are losing it over the enemy. Morale is sky high." He said, satisfied, "Good. To keep the momentum, we can't lose. We only need 1 week. They promised to send the Empire's strongest, the Red Blade of Doa. Show those bastards what we're made of." He walked up and asked Kalai, "Do we really have to wait?" "Master, look at those idiots. We don't even need a report." He continued to evaluate. "You think they stand a chance against us with those pathetic tools?" "This is going to be way too easy," Kalai replied. "Maybe they rely heavily on magic. Intelligence says their mages could beat ours." He answered quietly, "But that's not a problem anymore." Looking at the reliable knights in front of him, he said, "Because the church's knights have joined us to shatter their magic." The subordinate still couldn't stop worrying. "To be honest, something feels fishy. Since when have they been helping the Empire? I believe they're more dangerous than the enemies out there." Kalai quickly cut in. "Don't," he explained calmly. "Our enemy is the Niambo horde. Questioning our allies will just cause chaos." He replied, "Understood." Then, just as the enemy began to move, a loud noise echoed from afar. Something was coming. The subordinate shouted, "Something's coming!" The heavy, brutal footsteps of Karak appeared. Kalai kept his cool, whispering to himself, "There he is. So that's the famous one, the master of Niambo, Karak." His subordinate asked, "But as far as I know, he has red hair." He replied, "What does the hair color matter? That aura is clearly from the leader of a cruel dungeon." Then Kalai quickly ordered everyone to focus. "The enemy is moving. Archers, take your positions." He kept shouting, "Mages, get ready to cast." Orders flew out. Shields were raised. Top priority. Protect the master. Kalai's subordinate hesitated. "Master, something's not right." He continued, "Besides Karak, only one guy is walking ahead." "Is that magic?" Karak was walking, breathing out white mist. He started to speak. "Are you scared of me, humans?" Kalai clutched his head in pain and asked, "Is this sound amplification magic?" All the soldiers were stunned, unable to stand steady after his words. Karak said arrogantly, "I appreciate your fighting spirit, but you can't stop our march." He gritted his teeth. "You really hope to hold out against us? You dream of stopping us here?" As he spoke, he raised a hand. "It's because you humans refuse to wake up from your foolish dreams that you must go extinct." The soldiers still hadn't recovered. He kept up the threats. "In half a day, I'll slaughter all of you and wake you from that dream." The Imperial soldiers were dumbfounded. They cursed, "What is that stupid creep talking about?" "What? Half a day? You're the one dreaming, you moron." But only Kalai understood. He wasn't just threatening them. He thought, why is he so confident? That's not something a leader says just for show. He's dead serious. He couldn't stop wondering, what is it? What has he been waiting for? What did I miss? Kalai quickly pulled himself together and shouted his orders. "Stay alert." Those are the words of a dungeon master. He's definitely plotting something. Before he could finish his sentence, a spear pierced right through him. Blood splattered everywhere. The knight standing behind him said, "The Pope was right, Count. You really are too outstanding. Attacking this territory first was the right call." Kalai turned his head, struggling to speak. "You damn traitors! You dare betray the Empire?" He pressed the spear harder, causing him more pain as blood poured from his mouth. Kalai cried out in fear. "No, stop that teleportation spell. They're trying to teleport the enemy into the castle." The knight told him, "It's too late, Count. Now, the holy war begins." Inside the dungeon where Nim was being held, a swarm of ants was carrying food back to the nest. The guard said, "Humans kill each other, but they don't eat each other. Why do you keep resisting?" Covered in blood, he threw a piece of raw meat at him and ordered him to eat. "Human, you have to live. I have to deliver you to the commander." Nim glared at him and the guard barked, "You're glaring at me? In this situation, I lost the bet because you won't eat." He kept forcing him, shouting, "Eat it. I'm not being patient anymore." Human Nim tried to refuse. "Never. I will never eat that." Staring at the bloody chunk of meat on the ground, he whispered to himself, "I'm gonna die. No matter what happens, I'm never eating that." The raw muscle fibers looked absolutely revolting. The guard shoved the door open and grabbed him by the collar, one-handed. "What's the holdup? You not gonna eat?" He barely managed to choke out, "What the hell are you doing? Cut it out." Seeing him still fighting back, the guard picked up the meat and jammed it right against his face. "Let me help you out," Nim pleaded desperately. "Please, just stop." The guard leaned in close, practically chewing the meat for him. He kept begging, "Please, please." Finally, the meat fell into his mouth. Having gotten what he wanted, the guard turned his back and said, "Start eating, or you're dead. Next time, I'll make sure you suffer even more." The guard walked away, leaving Nephraim sprawled out on the floor, looking pathetic. But the guy never saw it coming. The very next second, Nephraim was already on his back. The guard froze, stammering, "How?" Nephraim ended him in a flash, blood spraying everywhere. The doctors were stunned that the experiment actually worked. Nephraim inspected his own body. "Finally, we did it. Is this regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything off?" Nephraim was still reeling from the experiment. "My severed arm, it just grew back instantly." The doctors were ecstatic over their massive breakthrough. "Exactly. With these results, we can mass-produce an army of unstoppable warriors." While they were busy celebrating, he stayed lost in thought, haunted by the brutal memories of the past. "You damn brat, just eat it already. Why do you make us do this?" They forced him through gut-wrenching experiments to jumpstart his power. He has to eat to trigger the ability, right? Damn it all, for him to actually use that power properly, he has to feed on that flesh. Those days were dark and full of pain. Why did it have to be that stuff? Nefrim took down a hulking ogre in a heartbeat, shocking the others and marking him as a target to be wiped out. What? That human just severed his own leg. They were dumbfounded that his body was already healing, especially since they thought they'd already beaten him. But he's got new legs. That makes no sense. I literally crushed him into paste. His body started twitching, showing strange signs. In a blur, Nefrim vanished into the wind. He lunged and grabbed an ogre by the throat before they could even react. Then, Nefrim slammed the guy's head down with massive force and used the momentum to launch himself into the middle of the pack. Die, you damn human! They all swarmed him at once, weapons drawn and looking vicious. Suddenly, strange lights flared from him. He grabbed a blade and sliced through them, cutting them down before they could even blink. The ogre standing back simply stared, completely lost. While the guy was looking around for him, Nefrim dropped from above, plunging his blade straight into the ogre's head, killing him instantly. Nefrim stood atop the pile of corpses like a total monster. The ogre leader watched it all unfold. Nefrim took a calm breath, his face splattered with their blood. He was like a beast. Even with blade wounds on his body, he didn't even flinch. An immortal? That thing has to be immortal. No human could pull that off. The ogre from the Kanum clan, terrified by his sheer savagery, immediately barked at his troops. Use magic. We can't afford to burn out our forces without Kanum here. The magic unit got ready, but as they focused their spells, Nefrim hit a wall. Damn it, the effect is wearing off. His vision started fading to black. I have to avenge my village. The ogres were still chaotic, scrambling around. Where are the rest of the humans? Did you send them all? Yeah, I sent every last one. To the main force. Hearing that, Nefrim's expression shifted instantly. They sent the rest of the humans away? His eyes lit up as a memory clicked into place. Flashback. This was the moment his eyes lost their light. Remember, Nefrim was strapped to a surgery table, about to be injected with something. You cannot eat the flesh of other demi-humans. We have no idea what the side effects will be. Your regenerative abilities seem to react strangely to those of the same origin as you. The researcher's voice grew dark and manipulative. But if you eat something from a different type of demi-human, the result won't be healing. It will be total collapse. You might feel a boost at first, and you won't die immediately. The guy let out a twisted, chilling grin. But you'll definitely be wishing you were dead. Back to the present, the ogres ordered their artillery to fire. The mages unleashed their spells, launching fireballs at Nefrim. The massive blast triggered a huge explosion. They thought they had finally finished him off. Nice, we got him. Don't slow down now. Move the main force out. Suddenly, one of them cried out in shock. How is that even possible? A figure still stood tall amidst the flames. He's still standing. That human's got to be immortal. No way! How is he still standing in that fire? Nefrim stepped slowly out of the flames. Whatever. He clenched his fist. That old man was right about not dying immediately. Nefrim coolly ripped the blade out of his own body like it was nothing. And that is more than enough. The ogres started panicking, scrambling to take him down. Kill him! Don't let him reach the main force. Kill him! Suddenly, one of the underling ogres spoke up, his voice trembling. He's eating. The Kanum clan ogre shook with pure terror as he looked toward Nefrim. He's eating our own kind. He transformed into a monster, ravenously devouring the corpses of the ogres he'd already taken out. All the ogres rushed him in a full-scale assault. Attack him! He's just one human! Nefrim's body began to surge with power. Kill him! His face showed a resolve stronger than anything he'd ever felt. I'm coming for you, Poe. Suddenly, the air around them began to shake violently. The ogres charged like a tidal wave. This isn't right. Something's wrong. We're the Trantin, the strongest of the Kanum clans, but we're being wiped out one by one. The ogre leader started trembling, losing his grip. No one can hold out against his attacks. Just one human. The Kanum clan ogre collapsed to the ground, helpless. He watched the scene, shaking with fear. Just like that, Nefrim wiped out the entire enemy squad in an instant. He can't kill us like this! He picked up his blade and walked toward them, munching on the remaining ogre meat still stuck to his sword. The ogre from the Kanum clan begged for his life, shivering. Wait, let's talk. What do you want? I can tell our clan leader. Nefrim kept walking, listening to him, then stopped. He didn't give a damn what the guy had to say. He coldly raised his blade, ready to finish him off without a second thought. The space around them grew deathly quiet. He dropped to his knees in the freezing, snow-white drifts. Neem sat there, lost in thought. I get it now, he muttered. So that's what they meant by human transit. It finally hit him, the whole ugly truth. Humans were just livestock to them. NFM felt a wave of guilt, heavier and deeper than anything he'd ever known. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't save you. The pain was tearing him apart from the inside. I'm so sorry. I should have been the one to die. It should just been me. I'm so sorry. What else could he even do? Just apologize. Pasol Nefrim kept apologizing. Suddenly, a weak voice drifted over. Sell. It was coming from someone on the transport truck. A girl lay there, barely clinging to life. It was Lan, the 17th descendant of the Demon King Asmodeus, back when she was just a kid playing with her pet. You see that? She was eyeing all the hot guys, watching those good-looking dudes haul cargo. She looked bored out of her mind, totally checked out. I might look like this now, but back in the day, I was a demon king with an army of followers just like them. The crowd scurried about, but me couldn't care less. One day I'll get those glory days back, right? Suddenly, she snapped. Hey, I'm not digging your reaction right now, okay? You've been acting weird lately. What? Do I annoy you that much? She started roughing up her pet. Patrick just stood there, helpless, not even trying to stop her. Bad girl, what the hell do you think you're doing? She sighed, turning to him. Is it really okay having this many outsiders in the dungeon? It feels wrong, he replied. I'm not exactly thrilled either, but they aren't exactly enemies. Besides, even if they're pissed, they aren't going to mouth off to the dungeon master. The days trapped in there were suffocating. They both let out a long, weary sigh. Sometimes I even forget this is supposed to be a dungeon. Patrick shrugged. Don't sweat it. That's not your problem. That's the master's problem. Em sounded totally fed up, and Patrick gave her a flick to the head. I wasn't talking about that. I didn't think you'd be able to score a mythical grade artifact so easily. Is that what you wanted to say? I'm so bored I'd watch that war just to pass the time. Got any gear that lets me watch it? Or maybe some magic. You beat me half to death and then say that? You're a total jerk. Patrick Mel suddenly broke into a cold sweat at the mention of someone. I found a few handy artifacts in Bader Tori's stash. She was thrilled. She just stopped him from snatching and using Obcuritas's magic crystal ball. The second strongest demon king. A voice suddenly rang out. Oh man, the boss of the Tea Castle dungeon had just shown up. You didn't have to bust your ass coming all the way here. My lackeys could handle the heavy lifting. Or maybe you just came to pay your respects? MJ was all smiles, but she really couldn't stand B. Well, hello there, little cutie. Long time no see, right? So good to see you. Ma'am. She gave Mel a creepy look and licked her lips, leaving her totally confused. She had no clue what that expression was about. Then Patrick said something that absolutely rocked Mel. MJ, you know, I'm really proud of you. Mel snapped. Why would you suddenly say that, Patrick? Her face turned darker by the second. Oh man, just look at that beautiful skin of yours. Mel scrambled to save her hide. Patrick, what the hell is going on? Since Batori's here, shouldn't we at least try to act like we give a damn? Mel's patience was wearing thin. I have no idea what you're rambling about. Patrick, look at me. Why won't you look me in the eye? And why would you talk to me like that, huh? Be Chuck, say something. Suddenly he scooped her up. So firm, I bet everything underneath is just as smooth. He looked like a total creep. All right, I'll take this. A deal is a deal. The trade is on. MJ immediately begged Patrick for help, but he just turned his back. Totally useless. Patrick, I just need to hand that mirror to Lord Devourer and leave everything else in the room, right? I'm planning on staying here for at least a few days, so that should be fine. He just replied coldly, guess that's that. Mel felt like her world was falling apart. Smells so good too, and I even made popcorn for you. Spet hauled her away, ignoring her pleas. I want us to spend some quality time together. It's gonna be a blast. My popcorn, Mel screamed. You shameless skull-faced jerk. May the demons take you. Patrick, Patrick. He just watched her back disappear in silence. Oh, and by the way, you need to be near the mirror to trigger it. So after we taste this, I'll be right there. Damn you. I hope your whole life is nothing but misery. Pitch wanted to step in, but he was powerless. Don't look at me like that. I'm depressed about it too, okay? The space morphed into heaps of popcorn, piled up higher than a mountain. What the hell is this? Beechik explained. It's called popcorn. Mimia made a ton, saying they could eat while they watched the show. Whatever, where's that thing of yours? 2 feet stuck out of the popcorn pile. It was Devourer. There you are. I can tell you exactly what you've been through. Pack shot them a cold look. What the hell are you doing here? Patrick called me. That's why. Why aren't you guarding your own dungeon? 2 bats brought a chair over for B. It was ridiculous. The dungeon should be guarding me, not the other way around. Absolute nonsense. Actually, that kind of makes sense. She sat down on the throne. Forget that. Let's talk. So are you really just going to sit back and watch? Devourer laid it out. The people from that empire have been bugging me nonstop with their raids and whatever. And since I don't really like Karak either, I figured it'd be better for me if they just took each other out. B questioned his motives. I heard you set a deadline for them to handle that merchant's guild raid. What the hell were you thinking back then? At this point, you still don't get it? He thought he was doing the right thing. He just realized it was more fun that way. Is that really all there is to it? Mid-sentence, Devourer's body shifted. He transformed back into his human form. Me too. I'm curious to see just how far Karak can go. Bed sat there, lost in thought. Is that so? He asked Patrick. By the way, where's Rine? Going to comfort Melg. Comfort? For what? I have no idea what's going on in his head. She thought to herself, irritated. Was he just making a scene about the food for kicks? Does he really have zero interest? Or Devourer and Patrick changed the subject to the popcorn. How's the popcorn? Good, aside from the smell. The mirror started to glow. Hey, it's lighting up. If this was all some calculated move for a bigger plan, Swo waited to see what would happen. Let's see how well he does. What exactly are you planning anyway? Devourer sat there, not saying a word. Lord Dev. She was spinning with thoughts, but she just let it go. Thinking it was just a headache, her pupils suddenly widened in shock. The mirror seemed to be showing something. Meanwhile, over on the other side, someone is running in a panic. A subordinate rushes in to deliver a report. Emergency report. The situation is dire, so I must report this even if it's disrespectful. Belston, he shouts. We've fallen. The Black Wolf Knight's commander was in that room discussing tactics, and they've already been wiped out. But even so, he replies with such calm, really? But it hasn't even been 5 hours since they reported the battle started. They were just talking strategy. At this rate, those things will reach Ras soon, my lord. What do we do now? In the midst of the crisis, a figure in armor appears, the leader of the Crimson Dragon Assault Squad, Cat. I will take the field. I'll personally lead the assault squad into battle. But Edel disagrees. I cannot allow that. He lays out his reasons. Honestly, the current state of the battle is looking pretty grim. It's not that I don't believe in your skills, but with the current headcount, you can only buy time. Even if they're just mindless beasts, they're still part of a powerful evil dungeon's force. If the Crimson Dragon squad is completely wiped out, suddenly a soldier in Cat's unit angrily speaks up. Officer, you should watch your words. He's furious at the soldier's insolence. Step back, I'm talking. Yes, Cap. Cat approaches Edel and speaks up. Edel break Giston. He stands before him, proudly replying, even if you don't believe in me, I believe in you. Cat's words leave everyone stunned. Everything will surely go exactly as you expect. Yes, that's highly likely. A deep sense of determination and certainty fills his eyes. So I'm going. His words make Edel's body stiffen, knowing the future he has planned. He coldly replies, you're bringing up the past again. A subordinate standing behind notices something off and speaks up. Captain. After Cat's words, Edel firmly responds, fine. Dragon Slayer Cat, I officially authorize the deployment of the Crimson Dragon Assault Squad. Cat's bright smile shows he's satisfied with Edel's words. Now that's the spirit. He leads his troops out to the front lines. Crimson Dragon Squad, it's time to fight. Yes, sir. As soon as Cat leaves, Edel's mood becomes a mess. He grips his cane tight. I pray you come back safe. Over at Edel's manor, Cat seems to have just finished showering, water droplets tapping on the floor. He steps out of the bathroom, body still damp. Edel sits on a chair, sighing in frustration, staring up at the ceiling. He begins to lose himself in deep thought. Pelston isn't a fortress that can be taken in half a day just because of a troop count difference. He must have already started moving. His eyes are deep, empty, and devoid of life. Pope, I was almost worried you wouldn't take the bait. Darkness surrounds the space, not a hint of light. The stage was set so perfectly it actually gave me a sliver of hope I've never had before. It's truly a blessing that you've walked the path of betrayal just for the sake of something called power. Suddenly, Edel's body begins to warp, black veins appear, and his eyes turn a terrifying blood red. Still, I don't know why, and I don't know if anyone else's knows, but why are we still alive? His eyes grow hungrier for blood. Why is he still standing there? Suddenly, someone in a cloak appears outside. Officer, I'm from the Magic Research Association. The door is open. Come in. Edel asks about the progress. Is the preparation ready? The man is from the Magic Research Association. Yes, so I've come to escort you. Shall we go? He brings Edel to a sketchy place. You can take your hood off here, sir. No one in this place will show you any hostility. Look, what do you think? It's a lab filled with containment tanks for experimental subjects. As you requested, we have succeeded in mass production. Edel is very satisfied with the work. Excellent. The mage begins to analyze it for Edel. Thank you, sir. By the way, how should we handle the rat from the Pope's side that we caught earlier? We've squeezed all the necessary info out of him. Do you need anything else? I think you might find a use for him. They are using living people for experiments. The prisoner's original form is long gone, but he used to be known as the Pope's right-hand man. I offer him to you as a gift. Use him well. The mage laughs in a sinister, creepy way, saying, actually, I bet you've already figured out what to do with him, right? I just like it when things get dramatic. You know, this suits Edel perfectly. With this, all our cards are ready to lure out the Pope's hidden trump card. He ponders deeply. All of this is to defeat the 36th masterpiece the Pope possesses. These experiments are the way to beat Devourer. It's the only way to stop him. The materials can only be obtained by melting down the 36th masterpiece to forge the ultimate body that Gwyn will use. Suddenly, Edel's body becomes unstable. Many people in the Empire will have to die, and the one who planned this war is none other than me. He collapses. Officer, I will surely fall to the deepest depths of hell for this. He coughs up blood, his condition dire. I'll get the painkillers right away. Please, hang in there. A monster like me needs to disappear. Edel's face turns desperate. What this world needs isn't a monster. The evil that's necessary, what does all of that even mean? What this world truly needs is... His eyes turn vacant, staring into nothingness. His vision blurs, though small, it still glows bright. In another place, Gwyn seems to feel Edel's voice. Edel's light. She and Rasmer are training. If you summon me in the middle of the night just to train, then at least stay focused, kid. No, wait, I have a feeling like Edel just called me. He questions Gwyn's nonsense. You think he's got enough energy to scream loud enough for the sound to reach all the way here? Focus. She doesn't think much of it and goes back to training. Do you realize you haven't landed a single hit yet? Yes, hero lady. The grueling night training begins. Let's go again. Meanwhile, in Devourer's dungeon. Calm down, you're killing intent. It hurts, you know? Abet is furious, a terrifying aura radiating from her. How can I be calm after seeing that? Patrick gives advice to Devourer. Boss, I think in this situation, you should probably be angry too. Is that so? He tries to mediate with Abet, but it doesn't look like it's going well. Right? He mentioned allying with humans, but I thought that meant a hostile nation or mercenaries. That beast has thrown away the pride of a monster. He lays out his arguments. Exactly. Shaking hands with a religious sect is already crossing the line. I mean, aren't they all just human when it comes down to it? Meanwhile, back at the Great Ice Prison of Maga, AD just got back to his territory. Welcome back, my lord. We've all been waiting for you. How did the meeting go? No biggie. Devourer isn't making a move, but we've got a different headache now. Fanian asked, trembling, what other trouble, my lord? And let me tell you, this ain't no small fry. AD's face turned cold as ice. Hezebel Katmo has sided with Kirk. Over at Cat's camp, Renmei suddenly spoke up. Captain, can I ask you something? Cat replied, "What is it? Spit it out." She fished for some dirt on his personal life. "What's the real deal between you and the commander of Riviston?" Cat answered, totally chill. "Oh, that? Just the usual. The Red Dragon Squad is heading to the front lines. You could say we're basically childhood buds." His answer caught her off guard. "We grew up in the same village. That's all there is to it." A sign appeared ahead. There was a cliff up front. "We'll take the detour, but I'm gonna gun it straight ahead. Meet me there." The squad split up as ordered. Everyone went full throttle, taking the long way around. The Red Dragon Conquest Force pushed forward at full speed, but Cat jumped off his horse and dived straight down the cliff. The enemy had already set up defensive traps, nasty iron spikes everywhere. Marino asked the guard, "Hey, what's with all that rumbling in the back? The Trantin should be at the front, right?" Out of nowhere, someone appeared. Everything happened so fast, and suddenly they showed up right in front of them, blocking the path to Rios. Could it be an envoy from the capital? They look kinda not human. The whole group panicked. "What are you talking about? Humans look like humans. What else would they look like?" If you saw it with your own eyes, you'd get what I mean. But when they finally saw him, everyone was stunned. Cat's massive, imposing figure was standing right in front of them. They definitely didn't look human at all. When Marinos realized it was Cat, he barked an order to his men. "Everyone, back off! He's not the enemy! It's him!" They all recognized that look. It was Cat, the Dragon Slayer. As soon as he saw Cat, Maginot knelt down, relieved. "We're saved! I didn't think you'd actually show up here." Lord Cat from the S-Class Red Dragon Conquest Force. Cat looked through his binoculars at the enemy. "They're packing some serious heat. Is that their main force?" "Yes, sir. They took over Festin in just 5 hours and came straight here." Cat laid out his strategy. "Since there wasn't enough time, a lot of people couldn't even evacuate. We just threw up some barricades in a hurry. To be honest, we did pretty well considering the circumstances. More importantly, watching them from up here like this just makes me even more suspicious." He saw the power gap between both sides. It doesn't matter how many troops they have. You don't just surround someone because you have more numbers, right? A siege is completely different from just crushing someone. Taking a fortress in 5 hours is insane, especially without siege weapons. Besides, Festin is the Empire's defensive bastion. Its end should have played out totally different from this territory, shouldn't it? Cat went deep into thought about the situation. Too fast. There's no way a lord like Kai would just surrender. He was a truly loyal guy, the type who died to protect his land and the Empire. His silence left Maginos confused. "Do you think they used magic to blow the walls down in an instant?" Lord Cat, no. The only real power Nick has is the great chieftain Kurak. I've never heard of him using magic. His thoughts shifted toward AC. Could AC know something he's not telling us? He issued an order. "Doesn't matter. I've already got a defensive plan in mind." "Defensive? Not an escape plan?" Marino's voice sounded more desperate by the second. "Lord Marino, sorry for being blunt, but this is an emergency." Cat's face went dark and ominous. "If you don't intend to fight them, then hand over full command of all the forces in this territory to me." He walked back to the camp and gave his orders. "Tonight we're hitting them first." The soldiers were pumped. "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Waiting around isn't what a conquest force does. So what's the plan?" Cat laid out the steps. "We're forming a special ops unit. We'll torch their camp and bail. Burning their supplies will kill their morale, but it might also provoke them to attack sooner. This mission is critical. We're only targeting the barracks to buy enough time for reinforcements from the capital. We need a vote on who's going. 7 of us, including me. Let's do this with the smallest force possible." "I'll go, I'm in too," Rine piped up. "But they're gonna beef up their security, sir." "Oh, we aren't planning on sneaking in from the back anyway. If they spot us while we're on the job." Cat snapped a piece of firewood in his hand. "We'll just—" His face turned deadly serious. "Kill every damn Trantin that gets in our way, then get out." The sun began to set. "Monsters? They keep all sorts of beasts. They're just a crew, not a country. They've got to have all kinds of weirdos in their ranks." Rine handed Cat a piece of paper. "Here's the rough sketch of their camp." In the middle of the briefing, she suddenly asked something totally off topic, making Cat jump. "We scouted this with the regulars, but those monsters got in our way, so it's not perfect. By the way, what were you like when you were a kid, Captain?" "Captain? Why are you asking that?" She teased him with a smirk, while Cat started sweating bullets. "The guys are all talking about how you and the commander are childhood buds, you know." "We shouldn't even be talking about that," he replied, trying to play it cool. "I'm just average compared to AC. AC, you two must be pretty tight, huh?" Cat looked at Peace for a moment. "Maybe I'm the only one who thinks so." He was always looking at the reality of things, while I was chasing after dreams. He talked about their past. AC had always been focused on reality, and he still was. Talking about his old friend brought a rare, happy look to his rugged face. "So I've got to keep chasing my dreams, right?" His look made Rine feel shy. "I guess so." Then she dropped a line that left him completely frozen. "Is that why you're such a blockhead? Here we go again. Why does she ask these things?" As Cat fumbled to explain, a soldier came to report. "Shouldn't you face reality for once, Captain? You know, like getting married or something? Why would she bring that up out of nowhere? Still here? Oh, you're here, Master Cat. Marino wants to introduce someone, and I've got someone I want to introduce too. Turns out we've got an A-rank scout unit posted right here on our turf." Cat and Rine stopped their chat to listen to the guy. "We thought we could lend a hand even just a little, so we worked up the guts to come find you." A white-haired kid steps up. "I'm the captain of the scout force. I've heard plenty about you, sir." Sir Cat, don't you go hesitating. Give the order. The sun's setting and the scrap is about to kick off. Cat feels like something's off. No matter how much he thinks it over, something just doesn't sit right. It's way too quiet. Even with a war going on, his face goes ice-cold serious. Even in a spot like this, he thinks, if you were here, you would cooked up a way better plan. Compared to you, Cat drifts back into the past. Right now, he's standing there deep in thought. Knowing how to think and just drifting through life are two completely different things. Little Cat, looking like a ragged mess, stares at his buddy. For real? I didn't know that. Isn't just doing the work enough? Do I really gotta sit here and overthink it? His friend turns back, grinning. Yeah, you gotta think. I'll handle the strategy, you just focus on. A voice cuts through the memory like a knife. Sir Cat, you still with us? Who the hell is this? It's the scout captain, but Cat ain't in the mood to entertain him. I'm the scout captain, just introducing myself to you, sir. The hell do you want? I'm trying to chill. The guy ignores him completely. So the rumors are true. You really do just sit around and collect your thoughts before every scout mission. Look, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or nothing. Cat stays silent, ignoring the guy. But I happen to hear you talking with the Lord. Eavesdropping? On what, exactly? The guy wants to talk about tonight's operation, the raid on the enemy base. I've got some things to discuss. Cat snaps back. Only my people are involved in this op. You and me? We got nothing to talk about. The guy smirks. It's not that big of a deal, sir. He's got this nasty look of disrespect on his mug. It's just that if that raid actually works, I'm gonna be in a real tight spot. Suddenly, a shadow assassin lunges at Cat from behind. Sir, do me a favor and just die right here. But Cat just laughs out loud, leaving the captain totally shook. The blade didn't even leave a scratch. The assassin is stunned. I know 5 hours feels like forever, right? I knew you were a traitor from the jump, but you really thought a little blade like that would do the trick? Everything from his past floods back. I'm not like you. I can't just act without thinking. Cat stands tall and stares the captain down. Let me ask you something. The image of his younger self cheers him on. For the future I'm dreaming of, I'm gonna keep on thinking. What about you? That one thought opened up the whole world for little Cat. Now, make your move. His face turns terrifying. Who the hell do you think I am? A massive fire erupts in the night. What's going on? The fire is coming from Cat's tent, and everyone's losing their minds. Why is the captain's tent burning? Cat casually strolls out of the flames. Quit panicking. He towers over them, gripping the captain's throat with one hand. I'm the one who torched it. The captain is already battered to a pulp. Captain, there's still another one of them inside. He's probably burnt to a crisp by now. Cat barks out the orders, shifting the plan on the fly. He tosses the captain to the dirt. There might be more of their rats hiding on our land. They call themselves Holy Knights. We're gonna wipe every last one of them out. The fire's spreading fast. Cat gives orders to his squad. Pavan, Ragna, Hori, Samani, Lesu, go find the Lord right now, flatten anyone who gets in your way, and find that guy at all costs. He tosses something to his men. If anyone asks what's going on, show him this and tell him you found it. The soldiers salute. And what do I do next? Drag him back? It's a badge shaped like a dragon. Those traitors went through the Lord. Interrogate him. Figure out how they're linked and where they're hiding. No need to go easy on him during the questioning. Dig deep and find where those traitors are holed up. Cat is absolutely livid. What do we do after that? We finish him. We wipe every single one of those traitors off the map. They're at the same level as A-rank scouts, so don't you dare let your guard down. The soldiers take the final order and move out. Understood. Any other orders, sir? No. Get going. Yes, sir. The 5 soldiers head out. Ren speaks up. Captain, does this mean the raid is off? The mission isn't off, it's still a go. However, me and Ren will handle it, no sweat. The rest of you tear this land apart and keep your eyes peeled for anyone acting suspicious. The other soldiers are confused, thinking this move is way too reckless. Captain, at least keep the raid team intact, but Cat is dead set on his plan. Those Holy Knights are in cahoots with the enemy. They probably already leaked our raid plans. We gotta move fast if we're gonna stomp them before they can blink. Won't take long. I'll be back in 30 minutes, win or lose. Cat and Ren head out. Stay safe, sir. The desert night is pitch black. Near the enemy base, Cat and Ren are watching. Not too many guards, this is gonna be a breeze. Captain, at this distance, how many can we take out? Cat scopes out the scene, mapping out a strategy. We can use mid-tier magic. The enemy mage is bound to have enough juice to try and counter it. We gotta get closer until we're in range for high-tier magic. She spots something weird on Cat's body. Captain, what's that? Are you hurt? No point trying to hide it. But to him, it's nothing. Just a scratch. I ain't dying today. You might not go down, but that doesn't look like a scratch to me. Ren sighs, defeated. You really are all muscle and no brain. Seriously, fine, let's go! Rine suddenly, a red light flares, grabbing the enemy's attention. Red lightning cracks across the sky. The enemy's got a caster! We're being attacked! Aiming for their mage. Ren starts casting. Found us already. They're quick! As the spell charges and lets loose, the enemy senses the threat and charges in. Cat steps in front, blocking the strike. Kill the human mage! Hey, keep backing up Ren so she can cast from the front. Cat's face shows he's satisfied. Protected, Ren lets out her full power. Same as always, let's make it loud. A blazing red light erupts, blowing the enemy away. It's a powerful spell, putting a massive strain on the local barrier. The space around them is burning a deep, angry red. Looks like they're toast. We did it, let's pull back now. You go ahead, Ren. She stares at him, totally confused by what he just said. What are you talking about? His face turns deadly serious. He orders Ren to head back and take command. I can't go back just yet. Suddenly, this massive freak shows up out of nowhere. The guy looked absolutely warped, some kind of gatekeeper. Cat didn't even blink, drawing his blade to throw down. Taking this guy out was worth more than 1,000 low-level creeps. That move had Rine pissed. He wasn't even at 100%, and that was the gatekeeper of the primal core, for crying out loud. I told him not to, but Cat was hell-bent on taking the enemy down. I'm not gonna fold, he said, and I knew it. But Ren just gripped his cloak, looking helpless, practically begging him to pull the plug. If you bite it, it's game over. Cat just tried to brush her off, cool as ice. Don't sweat it, I'm gonna win. So Ren decided to stick around and back him up. Then let's win this and make it back together. He tried his best to talk her into leaving. If things go south, I'll use that thing. So, you get out of here first. But Ren wasn't about to bail on her squad. I'm never gonna let you use that. We just need to win, right? Fine, whatever. Cat was out of options, so they both jumped into the fray. The creep gatekeeper lunged first, and Cat didn't hold back, going full throttle right from the jump. Meanwhile, Devourer was just chillin', watching the whole fight go down through a mirror. That red human isn't half bad. Patrick chimed in, while Mel was still nursing a grudge. So even in your eyes, he looks like a pro boss? He's gotta be decent. Hey Mel, you watching? Don't talk to me, you traitorous bag of bones. They kept watching, tossing comments back and forth. That human's from the Empire, they call him the Dragon Slayer. And that other human, the girl? She's got some decent magic. No, not that mage, forget it. Rine popped up out of nowhere, laying on the praise. Rine was getting all misty-eyed, convinced that even though they were just lowly humans, he definitely understood the vibe of a good romance. A man and a woman leaning on each other in the heat of battle, love really blossoms in the worst places. She turned to Devourer. What do you think, sir? Devourer didn't say a word, and her face went dark, making him break a cold sweat. I asked you what you think! Whoa, wait, boss! Love on the battlefield. Yeah, real deep, real passionate stuff between a man and a woman. My bad. No, I'm the one who should be sorry. Rine shot him a desperate look, but the other three were useless. Popcorn? Honestly, I'm so over this popcorn. Back at the front lines, the creep soldiers started freaking out. The barracks, they're burning. Music, is this a curse? Is it magic? Amidst all that chaos, the center of the camp was freakishly quiet. Daru sensed the vibe was off and got all jittery. Just like the commander said, they actually showed up here. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, staring out. I never thought it'd go exactly according to plan. Daru turned, looking dead serious. So what's the move now? Kurt kept it cool, barking back. Is everything prepped? The old man bowed, did exactly what you told me. No questions asked, he shouted. All right, let's roll out. Just then, Melvin started venting. My brain can't even wrap around this. Standing right next to him, Patrick looked confused. What's that supposed to mean? She sounded annoyed. Those guys, if a sneak attack works, wouldn't it be smarter to just bail? Sticking around to keep fighting is just straight up stupid. He nodded along. You're not wrong, but that human's definitely got a plan. Patrick broke it down, face stern. He must have seen the real power of the Transcendentals once he hit the battlefield. And if that's the case, he's got to realize there's no way they're stopping this with just the forces they've got. This whole thing was basically just a numbers game from the start. But the Transcendental scum built those fortresses ahead of time so their reinforcements had a place to crash. Since they're resting up, they're probably grouping near the humans to spread some real fear. Just having the numbers is enough to make those pathetic humans fold. That's why he's staying behind to take out the gatekeeper, boost morale, and land a real blow on the Transcendental forces to stall their main attack, even if it's just for a day. Taking in all that sharp analysis, Mel was actually impressed. He looks like all brawn and no brain, but that guy is surprisingly sharp. When he heard the compliment, he fired back. That's not entirely accurate. Patrick gave a cold verdict. As a warrior, staying to fight is a noble move. But as a commander, that's just plain brain dead. She looked confused. What do you mean by that? He grumbled, annoyed. That human's seriously underestimating things. A commander wandering too far from their unit is bad news, right, boss? Devourer was drifting off, making a half-hearted excuse that just left Patrick feeling helpless. I wasn't sleeping. Cut to the burning battlefield. A massive blade, oozing killing intent, was jammed deep into the barren rock. Cat was making short work of a creep soldier trying to get in his way. Watching the chaos unfold, he looked over at her worried. You good? Ren replied, sounding exhausted. As expected, that's a gatekeeper for you. My mana is pretty much tapped out. Sensing the heat coming down, Cat rushed the question, can you still cast heals? Once that fire dies out, they're gonna swarm us. Keep them occupied, then we book it. Ren didn't even hesitate. Yeah, I got it, he commanded, looking grim. All right, get ready. Right then, they both fixed their eyes on the vast space ahead of them. Looking at the weird scene playing out, Rine freaked. What the? Why is there nothing here? I thought they'd go totally insane once their leader bit it. Suddenly, Cat whipped his head around, shocked. No way, he yelled out, stunned, the main base. She looked horrified. It can't be. While we were throwing down here, they hit the main base while it was undefended. Ren cursed under her breath. Damn it, I can't believe they used the gatekeeper as bait. We gotta move. In a heartbeat, they warped to their outpost. Cat and Ren touched down light as a feather. Seeing what was in front of them, his eyes went wide in horror. Innocent people and soldiers were wiped out, just scattered everywhere, painting the wasteland red. Right then, the creep started snarling. There's the human! Looks like he used magic! Kill him! Watching those monsters strutting around, acting all high and mighty, Cat gritted his teeth, his rage hitting the roof, and he went full berserker, hacking them to bits. Damn transcendental scum! Then Cat turned to bark orders, "Don't get left behind." Seeing her superior totally losing his cool, Ren tried to reel him in, looking panicked. "Captain Cat, please calm down!" Renmei looked like she was burning up inside. Oh no, he's lost his mind because of the guilt. Ever since that fight with the gatekeeper, he's been banged up and getting weaker. Ignoring all the warnings, he barked out his orders. "Rem, we're heading to the Lord's place now." As she retreated with the villagers and the knights, she looked back, anxious and pressing him for answers. "But what about you, Captain?" Cat reassured her. "I'll be fine. I'm not who they need right now. You're the one who can save these lives." Vice Captain Rem took that heavy responsibility to heart. She gritted her teeth and shot back, if you die, I will never ever forgive you." Standing alone surrounded by the enemy, he roared, "Listen up, you damn freaks. Since I'm not planning on kicking the bucket, you guys are gonna die in my place." After wiping out the monsters, he rushed to the Lord's castle. Losing his usual cool, Cat stormed inside, desperate and impatient. He stared at the signal tracker in a panic. Damn it. Out of all the squad leaders, there's only one signal left? Did they all get wiped out by the monsters before even making it here? Cat muttered to himself, something is seriously wrong. Was there a flaw in the night raid plan? He nervously replayed the moment in his head, wondering if maybe, but he quickly shook off the unlucky thought. No, it was just that the monsters were well organized. I'll take full responsibility for this mission. In seconds, he reached the spot, and without even knocking, he kicked the door wide open and shouted, "Is there any squad leader still alive in here?" Just then, the Holy Knight greeted him with a smirk. "Oh, you finally made it?" He bragged arrogantly, "You're a bit late. Just a moment ago, there was still one left, but they were kind enough to snap his neck for us. We Holy Knights, we do the same to this one." Seeing his comrade murdered right in front of him, Cat roared in fury, "You bastard!" He glared at him, pure menace in his eyes. "How dare you?" The Holy Knight didn't flinch. Instead, he sounded impressed. "That must be the thing I've only heard rumors about." He asked with twisted curiosity, "Is that the red dragon armor?" "Next, let's see how it holds up." The Holy Knight eagerly shed his gear. "That armor belongs to you, right?" He stepped forward, hyped up. And out of the 36 masterpieces of the Holy Church, the Holy Knight smugly challenged him. "Let's see which one is stronger." Cutting to the town, the Red Dragon squad was ushering the villagers along. "All right, everyone, move! Don't look back! Just keep running!" They stood their ground, forming a solid shield wall and shouting in unison. "The Red Dragon scouts will hold the line until everyone has escaped." The scouts had to protect the escape route for the villagers at any cost. As the monsters closed in, the squad leader gave a sharp command. "Hold them back! Keep the formation!" Seeing the wave of monsters rushing toward them, one soldier shouted in a panic, "There are too many of them, Captain!" The captain gritted his teeth and stood firm, hang in there until the end. Seeing his own troops thinning out, he felt a surge of dread. Damn it, these damn monsters, they're too strong and too many. If this keeps up, they're gonna wipe us all out. He wished from the bottom of his heart, if only the captain were here, they wouldn't be pushing us back like this. Right then, a slender but powerful arm appeared out of nowhere, followed by a flash of destructive magical energy slamming down from above. Rem unleashed the full power of her dragon lightning. Watching a swarm of enemies get incinerated by the electricity, the squad leader looked up in awe. This magic. As soon as he saw who it was, he cheered, "Vice Captain, you're safe!" She didn't waste time. "I'm gonna teleport as many villagers as I can now." The Red Dragon scouts regrouped, preparing to retreat while holding the rear. Following the order, they shouted in unison, "Yes, ma'am." At that same moment, Rem looked into the distance, stunned. An explosion at the Lord's castle. Was there a fight? She frowned, whispering to herself, "Hang in there, Cat, I'll be there soon." Inside the castle, the heat of the battle had shattered all the windows into a million pieces. Cat stepped out, radiating intense heat and flames. Watching his opponent's incredible transformation, the Holy Knight applauded. "Now that's something, isn't it?" He walked closer, casually lamenting, "You really have become a dragon, haven't you?" "Geez, it's so hot, it's making it hard to think," the Holy Knight said with total disdain. "Still, it's nothing compared to our Holy Church's masterpiece, and I haven't even taken a hit yet." He egged him on, "So you aren't even using your full power yet, right? Let's test this strength a little more." Without a word, Cat unleashed his power, cracking the ground and causing streams of hot lava to erupt. He skillfully swung his massive tail to the side. The strike was so fast the opponent couldn't react, allowing Cat to easily wrap his tail around the Holy Knight's body. Caught off guard, the guy looked up in shock. Not letting him get his bearings, Cat swung his fist with pure aggression. The pressure from the punch was so intense that the surrounding stone and air began to melt into liquid. Cat lifted him into the air, bored. Realizing the nature of the attack, the Holy Knight laughed mockingly. The point of that attack was to melt things, not destroy them, huh? He wasn't even fazed, and he provoked him. "You melted all the obstacles in your way. That's not enough. Come on, get wilder!" Without another word, Cat locked his hands together, raised them high, and prepared to strike. In a flash, he slammed a lethal blow straight into the Holy Knight's gut. The sheer force sent the guy flying, crashing deep into the chasm below. Not stopping there, Cat grabbed the guy's ankle with his tail, violently thrashing him from one side to the other. As the fight hit its peak, Cat focused all his power into his palm and slammed him down for good. Instantly, the Holy Knight was submerged in the boiling lava pool. As he sank deeper, Cat saw his chance, lifted his head, and gathered his energy into a single point. In just a few seconds, a massive fireball had taken shape. Without hesitation, Cat fired the dragon's breath straight at him. Seeing the fireball descending, the Holy Knight's eyes went wide with terror, and immediately a violent explosion tore through the area. After burning through all his energy, he lands on the ground, gasping for air. Even though he's spent, he tries to keep his cool. Thank God I wrapped that up before the dragon form wore off. Maintaining it any longer would have been suicide even for me. He mutters to himself, exhausted, thinking he can finally drop the transformation. But in the next heartbeat, Cat notices something at the center of the lava. The Holy Knight isn't dead at all. He's just standing there, chilling and mocking him. That was one hell of a performance. You actually forced me to put in some effort this time, but this little masterpiece didn't even leave a scratch on me. He slowly pulls himself up, stepping out of the molten lava. The Holy Knight gives a cocky gesture. Looks like you're all out of tricks, huh? If you're done, let's wrap this up, Captain Cat. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Rine is freaking out, screaming for her captain. She's sobbing, desperate. Where are you, Captain? Please, just say something, Rine curses under her breath. Damn it, if only my mana wasn't bone dry. Right then, she freezes in terror, eyes darting to the wall behind her. Inside the Grand Hall, Cat's body is suddenly slammed through the stone wall by some insane force, crashing out into the courtyard. Rine stares, stunned, and calls his name. He winces in pain, forcing the words out. Rine, get out of here! She doesn't get it, and immediately shuts the idea down. What are you talking about? Let me heal you right now. Cat waves her off, frantic. Don't waste your mana. I said get out of here, now, move. Rine sobs, pushing back. Why are you saying that? Seeing the tragic scene, the Holy Knight gets a kick out of it. Oh man, you should have died at least 6 times by now. What is that thing called again? What is it? He steps out, sneering. Oh right, unyielding will, right? Truly impressive. Sir Dragon-slaying Nightcat. He grabs her shoulder, sternly ordering her not to fight. That's an order. Get out of here now. Rine hesitates. But what about you, Cat? He firmly points her toward the command center. Go report the current situation. There's no time to waste. Hearing that, the Holy Knight acts all impressed. Oh my god, what a touching display of camaraderie. How did I get so emotional? Cat grinds his teeth, spitting out. Those traitors, they're all just dogs on a leash for the Pope, the whole lot of them. Anyone who calls themselves a Holy Knight is the enemy. You have to get this intel out. Rine, you're the one who's going to lay the foundation for our counterattack. As soon as he finishes, Rine turns to use her recovery magic on him. She stammers, showing her steel resolve. I will keep moving forward. Cat just gives a helpless smile. He already told her to save her mana. At the same time, the Holy Knight chimed in. Hey, mind passing a message for me too? He says casually, looking disappointed. I don't know how to track down a teleporting mage. Must be some divine will or something. So, while I'm still feeling generous, I'd appreciate it if you delivered my message too. Honestly, we were going to reach out to the command center right after Finn fell. Those stupid star dwellers smashed all the comms gear. What a hopeless race. You down with that? Anyway, the Pope has a message for your command center. He says the heavens are going to punish you all real soon. Oh, and one more thing, this one's personal from me. The arrogant Holy Knight declares, I'm really looking forward to seeing what your heroes are actually made of. Without another second wasted, Cat waves her away. Go, Rine! Cat reflects on his life of action. That's what's been driving him all along. Through action, he can push the doubts aside. He tells himself in his heart, all right, I've done what I could until the end. Cat pours every bit of his remaining strength into his palms. From now on, you gotta do the thinking for both of us. As he slams his hand onto the ground, the knight cheers with excitement. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. The Holy Knight grins, taunting him. Show me everything you've got, that unyielding will of yours. Cat grunts the order. Let's go. The Holy Knight laughs. Amidst the chaos swallowing every corner of the city, the mage stands firm and lets out a loud shout. Instantly, countless vines erupt from the earth, binding the enemies tight. Assessing the situation, he bites his lip and vows, there are still citizens trapped in the territory. I'll protect this place at any cost, even if it costs me my life. Suddenly, a tremor hits, startling the mage. He catches the shockwave that just ripped through and he gasps in horror. That's the captain's dragon roar! At the same time, at the mansion, a subordinate frantically reports to Cat. He hears it, his face immediately draining of color, and heads back to the fire-scorched battlefield where smoke and ash fill the air. Right then, the mage rushes over in a panic, asking, Captain, what the hell happened? What's wrong with your arm? He rushes to cast magic. Damn it! Why isn't the healing working? Cat lowers his voice, responding, You're here, huh? Report on the situation. The mage bitterly spills the details. The territory has fallen. 53 civilians haven't been evacuated, and 14 members of the recon team, those people are too terrified to move, and the remaining soldiers are just hiding and trying to protect them. Hearing this, Cat worries and quickly starts calculating an escape route. Is there any way to make sure they get out? The mage hesitates, explaining. The closest path is across the bridge at the north gate, but the star dwellers have already taken it. Cat, ignoring his severe injuries, determines to stand up. There's still a chance. Let's go. The mage frantically tries to stop him. Captain, with your body, you can't. He gives a bitter, self-deprecating smile. All of this is my responsibility, so I have to go. The mage fires back. Why? Maybe it's all of our faults, but why does it have to be just you? Captain. Cat accepts his predetermined end with complete calm ease. You know, right? Who do you need to save? I was already gone before this started. He stands tall and keeps moving with overflowing courage. So let me use my life to serve until the very last second. At a refuge area far from the war zone, a chaotic crowd is pushing their way inside. Seeing Renmei sitting motionless in the corner, the medical team rushes over to call for reinforcements. She bites her lip, tears streaming down her face. Back on the battlefield, the Red Dragon squad gives a bold order. Damn it, charge. You bastards, I'm taking at least 10 of you down with me. One guy steps out, acting aggressive. I'll handle this myself. Seeing the overwhelming power of the enemy, the Red Dragon squad feels nervous but tries to hype each other up. Damn, that guy's huge. Not gonna be an easy kill. So what? What other choice do we even have? Protecting these people till the very end is our duty. No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster lunged at them with lightning speed. But Cat appeared just in time and slammed its head down. In a split second, he drove the beast's face straight into the hard ground. Seeing that insane scene unfold right before their eyes, the Red Dragon unit shouted in shock, "Captain, your hand." Cat didn't say a word, just looked up at the mage hovering in the sky. He didn't hesitate, shouting clearly, "All remaining citizens of the Empire, listen up. I'm Cat, the Dragon Slayer, and I'm going to make sure you all get out of here alive. You guys are citizens of the Empire, full of courage and pride. Please, just one more time, trust me and stand up. I'll carve a path for you. Just follow me." The squad behind the gate heard that familiar voice and got super hyped. Without a second thought, they started opening the gate. Next, Cat straightened up, his face brightening, and addressed the Red Dragon recon unit. He commanded them strongly, "Prioritize the safety of the civilians and follow me. I'm going to blaze a path no matter what." They all yelled back in unison. "Yes, Captain." Not wanting to waste another second, Cat urged them, "Let's move." On the other side of the battlefield, Rine choked back tears while finishing the story, leaving Ark stunned and silent in his helplessness. Meanwhile, the citizens helped each other scramble away. "Let's go, hurry, move as fast as you can." They pointed the way, cheering each other on. "We can do this. Once we cross that bridge, we're safe. Just a little further." But as soon as they saw the monsters, the people screamed in terror. "Oh no, this isn't good." The monsters smirked with total disdain. Pitiful humans, are they all really trying to run away? After seeing the civilians were safe, Cat let out a sigh of relief. The Red Dragon unit reported seriously, "Captain, all the citizens have crossed the bridge. We can go now too." He didn't hesitate to give the order. "Go." They looked confused and Cat muttered, urging them, "I'm going to destroy this bridge. You guys escort the people to safety." Hearing that, they flat out refused. "How can we leave you behind and go on our own?" He ordered them sternly. "That's an order. Go." The next second, he honestly admitted that fighting by their side all this time, he emphasized deeply, was an honor. As soon as he finished, Cat punched the bridge directly. The Red Dragon unit screamed in agony. "Captain!" They gritted their teeth and promised, "Damn it, I'll be the rear guard for the refugees." "Captain, let's make sure we meet again alive." Seeing the path completely destroyed, he growled, "And now, you bastards." He glared, asserting, "Not one of you is getting past me." The monsters mocked him. "Huh? You joking? Just one guy. What's he gonna do? He's strong. Use a curse to knock him out and go after those humans." Realizing what the magic circle was for, he laughed mockingly. "So that's how you want to play it." Just then, Kurak cut in loudly, "Stop!" In an instant, the entire magic circle vanished. Cat was caught off guard. "Huh?" A few seconds later, the guy stepped forward to show himself. He stared coldly at the center of the field. Kurak stood in front of Cat and asked point blank, "Tell me your name." He introduced himself proudly. "Cat. Cat the Dragon Slayer." The guy nodded. "I'll remember that name. Cat." At the same time, Ren stumbled toward Ark. She grabbed his shoulder, sobbing in pain. Ark, though grieving, tried to keep his face calm. Suddenly, a drop of blood splattered out. Cat stayed calm, his eyes more determined than ever. By now, Kurak had driven his axe into his chest. Ren noticed and she crumpled to the ground. The monsters cheered loudly. The Grand Commander took him down. Seeing their chance, they shouted excitedly, "All out charge!" The leader cut in, "We attack the flank." The monsters looked confused and Kurak warned them firmly, "Don't make me repeat myself." He then turned to give an order. Daru replied softly, "Yes, Commander." Kurak told his underlings, "Bury this human carefully. He was a brave warrior." Back at the large room in the mansion, household items were scattered all over the floor. All the furniture was overturned, while Ark just sat motionless in a dark corner, his eyes empty. He hung his head low, and in the terrifying dead silence, Ark gloomily mentioned the name of the place. "A deep cave. That's where I first became aware of myself. I evolved just to maintain a self that shouldn't have existed. Even with that self, a creature raised as food. It's all meaningless. Food. I was just food for a much stronger creature unless I resigned myself to that fate and accepted it." At that moment of despair, a violent earthquake suddenly shook the whole space. A creature made of lava rose from the fine sand and opened a mouth full of jagged teeth. Suddenly, he appeared. Devourer showed up and teased, "If you eat like that, aren't you just eating the sand too?" He frowned, remarking, "They don't look tasty and your mouth is weird." Devourer sighed and said, "Since this is your last dinner, I won't judge you." That person looked weaker than a predator, but even a lowly creature like me could understand. From the moment I saw him, a myth. In front of him, the predator exploded and died without even a hint of resistance. Was it okay for a mere dish, an ordinary piece of food, to have dreams? Before leaving, Devourer said coldly, "I don't know anything about the things you're wondering about. If you're that curious, find out yourself. Besides, I need a few monsters to guard the dungeon gate, so you can come with me if you want." Seeing that great back, the earthworm wished, "I want to be like him." It wouldn't be long now, just a little bit more. Back to reality. Patrick advised seriously, "You should only eat a little, sir." MJ complained on the side, "At this rate, you're going to evolve into a pig boss." Rine said with a smile. Rine still prefers you to be yourself, Lord Devourer. Then he snapped critically. Come on, you're not a pig. Is it really logical to stuff everything you see into your mouth? The popcorn pile just vanished, seriously, that's crazy. He turned pale and puffed out his cheeks, complaining, I feel sick. Petit asked angrily, if you dare eat any more, I'm gonna scoop you up and dump you back in your grave. Just try it. Devourer asked for more, bored out of his mind. I mean, it's still boring. At least eat something decent. Taking that suggestion, she eagerly proposed, Lord Devourer, if you only eat popcorn, your diet will be unbalanced. Should I cook something for you? He quickly shut that down. Nope, hold up. Bet pointed eagerly, thinking maybe things were finally going to get interesting. She smirked, commenting that it looked like they were finally going to start fighting for real. Exactly, now the Annihilation War was kicking off, and things were going to get pretty wild. Spet offered a cold, objective take. After that red dragon kicked the bucket, things were still pretty much the same. That human was looking damn impressive. Devourer nodded in agreement. Right? He's throwing hands pretty well. Pick chimed in, nodding along. Yeah, he's doing good, even if he's still got some rough edges. He asked suspiciously, wait, who are you talking about? He mused, adding, the red dragon. Mel asked quietly, just like you, Patrick, I'm curious about something. He turned to her looking puzzled. What is it? She laid out her theory. There are a lot of orcs, right? Orcs love a total war on a wide open plain. But from what I've seen, the humans are the ones who chose this battlefield. I don't get why they picked the plains. Have they just given up on fighting? MJ pointed at the map, analyzing sharply. This is the Anun Plains, right? Humans usually stick to higher ground, relatively speaking. But fighting on flat land? They're basically at a disadvantage, aren't they? Yeah, the humans really don't have any edge here, Pick said, looking satisfied. You're spot on. They've got zero terrain advantage. He stroked his chin, explaining, but even knowing they're at a disadvantage, it's the only place they've got to defend. There are two paths leading to the heart of the Empire. Patrick mapped out the strategies. The first is the standard route, going straight through. La has 6 layers of walls, but they won't give Karak much trouble. And the other way is, she asked blankly. What other way? Patrick gave the breakdown. There's a teleportation gate currently active near the Anun Plains that leads directly to the third wall. Hearing that, Bed sighed and laid out the scheme. That fat idiot gave Karak a deadline to wrap things up, right? That's why Karak is gunning for that teleportation station. MJ questioned it skeptically. If they're aiming for the station, why don't the humans just smash it? Wouldn't it be safer to fight from behind the walls? She chuckled bitterly and explained. Our little demon king is plenty smart, but they can't do that right now, he said, his voice turning serious. To take out that station, they'd have to go through the Holy Knights first. She marveled at that. Makes sense. Patrick announced clearly. That's why I call it the Annihilation War. The orcs are going to try to end this fight no matter what, within the 3 weeks the boss gave them. The humans, on the other hand, have to win the fight while holding that station. They've got nowhere left to run. One side has to get wiped out in this scrap. MJ wondered, confused. Aren't the humans the weaker side? He mused, then said quietly, maybe it won't be that one's decided. Kobator, can you zoom in on that side? Bed was feeling generous and used their ability. My cute little demon king, I'll zoom in just for you, so watch closely, alright? Pick kept explaining. You know how it is, MJ one person's strength can totally flip the tide of a battle. She winced and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Just then, he blurted out in shock. Wait, isn't that a hero? Patrick was stunned. The humans don't have a backup plan? Wait a sec. He quickly suggested, Kabatori, can you zoom into the middle of the mirror? As soon as they saw the familiar figure, Pick was floored. Why the hell is he there? Flashing back a few days, Gwyn happily reached out. Ace, he asked Han with concern, how's the training going? With Gwyn, she grumbled, frustrated, I'm practically dying here. This old man doesn't go easy on me at all, but I guess that's a good thing. Rasmer answered helplessly. Old man, whatever, no hesitation. Ace suggested gently. Master Rasmer, can we talk for a bit? He agreed immediately, yeah, for sure. Right then, Rasmer somberly announced, Master Ace has fallen on the battlefield. He looked shocked. Really? Because of Kak? Or did the gatekeeper do it? Ace couldn't believe it, denying. He's not the type to get taken out by some low-level gatekeeper. He agreed and shared his view. It looks like his final opponent was Karak. But the finishing blow came from a holy knight. Taking in that key point, he noted in awe, so the Pope's side really did make a move. Now it's for sure. Rasmer explained with a stern look. I heard that Ace couldn't do anything against the Holy Knights when he fought them. Sounds like a real headache. Master Ace's attacks are famous for their sheer power. Ace sighed and nodded. That's true. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be an issue. He gasped. 36. What? He whispered, confirming. I thought so too. Rasmer rubbed his head, headache setting in. You mean it's time for the hero to step into this fight? Ace begged with anticipation. It would be great if Master Rasmer stepped in. However, he flat out refused. I refuse. I've got no intention of getting tangled up in the schemes of an interim commander. He accepted it sadly. Got it. Seeing that look, Rasmer raised an eyebrow. And that face, is that magic? Ace covered up nervously. Yeah, it'd be a huge mess if Gwyn found out about this. He shifted the topic. Anyway, how's Gwyn? He stopped talking. I don't know how to put it. Rasmer thought, comparing them. Byrne is a genius, and so am I. Even it took Byrne a week just to get used to the sword, 2 months to follow what he learned, and half a year to fully master it. It took him about a year to forge his own style from what he'd learned. But that person, what the hell is she? I've only been training her for a few days. On the first day, she couldn't even land a single blow. Now we're at the stage where we're trading hits, though I'm still landing more than her. But the practice gear I'm using can't even release sonic attacks on her anymore. If I used the real stuff, I probably wouldn't have been able to take it. Hearing that, Ace expressed his deepest gratitude. Thank you for teaching her so thoroughly, he said calmly. She still hasn't added her own style to the technique, so the training isn't over yet. Next, Rasmer asked suspiciously, and you're planning on sending her out right now? He declared with determination. It's time to start prepping for the war. Now that they've revealed their scheme, we can bet the Pope's side is going to go all out for this one. As he left, Ace gave a careful heads up. Talk to Gwyn too to get ready. He asked Han thoughtfully, you gonna be okay? He stopped in his tracks and asked back, what do you mean? Rasmer warned him with concern. I'm not planning on helping, so I figured worrying might look like I was interfering. Expanding the war to wipe out the Pope's side, grabbing the artifact and beating Devourer, that's a noble goal, but you know it's going to be tough, right? He warned painfully that 10,000 Imperial citizens had already died because they were dragged into the game he'd set up, and it looked like that number was only going to grow exponentially. Ace stayed silent for a long time after hearing that. Rasmer was pacing, nervous as hell, asking if Gwyn could really handle this once he found out the truth. The guy just gave a cold, dead stare. When the time comes, I'll deal with it myself. Cut to the royal courtroom, and Vago is being his usual arrogant self. I've got a question for you. How exactly do you plan on taking responsibility for this? You're just an acting commander who hasn't won a single damn fight. Doesn't that just scream incompetent? He barked, voice shaking with rage. Do you have any clue how many noble elites have died because of you? How do you plan on fixing this disaster? Haven't we already lost way too many talented people? Vago demanded, making his point clear. Even if His Majesty lets this slide, the Empire will never forgive you. The guy didn't even flinch. Instead, he just let out a quiet, mocking laugh. Vago looked like he was about to pop a blood vessel. You dare laugh at me? The ministers saw the tension spiraling and tried to play peacemaker. Your Highness, Your Majesty, that's enough. As he turned to leave, Vago screamed for him to stop. Ack, where the hell do you think you're going? Vago snarled, threatening him. I can strip you of your rank as acting commander right now. He kept mocking him, voice dripping with venom. Are you really that desperate over such a pathetic title? You're nothing but a gutter-trash scumbag. Ack hit him with a cold, sharp challenge. Go ahead, try it. The whole room went dead silent, absolutely terrified before they started chanting insults in unison. What? Acting commander, how dare you show such disrespect to the prince? He didn't even look back, just kept walking like a boss, knowing full well the prince couldn't handle the fallout. Vago, losing his mind, screamed, You piece of trash! Get back here! Insult! That's an insult to the royal family, you bastard! Back in his private room, the king sighed, exhausted. There's an enemy threatening the Empire, he asked, voice heavy with sadness. I hear the front lines aren't looking so good. The guy knelt down, owning his mistake like a man. I'm not making any excuses, Your Majesty. The king just responded with a hollow, weary tone. That's the nature of war. The process doesn't mean a damn thing. He placed a hand on Ack's shoulder, asking gently, Only how it ends matters. So, I'll ask you. The king looked at him with desperate hope. Can you bring us the win? Ack answered straight up, I'll make it happen, no doubt. The king patted him slowly. Don't let the noise from my second son, someone who only sees what's right in front of his nose, get to you. The guy looked genuinely touched. I'm incredibly grateful that you even care about the feelings of your servants. Your Majesty. The king, satisfied, gave the order. Good, just bring me the results. Back in his own quarters, Ack muttered bitterly. Stealing 10,000 lives? What a twisted, savage thing to do. He sprawled out on his chair and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Ack went blank for a second, thinking about someone important, His Majesty. The second that hand touched his shoulder, Ack realized what was happening. The man looks like he's falling apart. He was so far gone, it was like he couldn't even think straight anymore. Thank God he can still move. He started doing the math in his head. 6 months. It's gotta be less than 6 months. Everything is moving too fast. Once this battle ends, I might... Ack buried his face in his hands, feeling totally helpless. Damn it, I wish I could have seen the symptoms coming. He fought to keep his head in the game. First the collapse, now the hallucinations. What's next? It felt like something was crawling under his skin. Is it erosion? No, maybe it's possession. It was a weird floating feeling, like he was turning into someone else entirely. Suddenly, a terrifying, distorted noise echoed right behind him. He jumped, spinning around in a panic, eyes darting everywhere. What the hell was that just now? Was it just an auditory hallucination? Right then, Garot popped up, whining. Please, just stop making everything so complicated. Do you have any idea how much of a nightmare it is to clean up your messes? He gave a shy, awkward greeting. Welcome, Garot. She got serious, pushing him. Let's get the prep started. Everyone's gathering soon. Ack stayed calm. I know. Noticing something was off, Garot asked, confused, but the church hasn't made a move yet. He broke it down, slow and steady. They probably don't plan on moving yet. The Pope wants to overthrow the royal family and grab absolute power. They aren't about to waste their troops in this fight. But the fact that they're being this predictable, it's rubbing me the wrong way. It's way too easy to counter. Everything that second-in-command Ren M said about the Holy Knight getting baited? Total bull. She sounded confident. Even if they've got some masterpiece weapon, it's going to be tough for them to go up against 2 heroes. Right? Ack thought for a second. Based on my intel, Gwyn alone is enough to steamroll them. Guro hesitated, testing the waters. But leader, What about this list? He answered, cool as a cucumber. The ones who need to pull out of the battlefield at Unknown Plains. She caught on, looking suspicious. So you're actually going to go through with the plan? He confirmed it point blank. Yeah, Ak laid out the order, firm as stone. We have to lose this battle no matter what. Garo nodded, accepting it. Got it. Then she got curious. Are you still digging into the ancient core? He looked tired as he explained. Yeah, still haven't found anything worth a damn. As for the maid, Rine, from what we know, she's got to be a second-gen homunculus. But every scrap of data from that generation is wiped. There's no way to investigate that. And the skeleton Patrick. With a skeleton that powerful, there should be some kind of record. But there are 10,000 dudes named Patrick. We can't even ID him. When he said that, Garot's eyes lit up. Wait, I've heard that name somewhere before. Right, when I was dispelling that curse and studying it, a name popped up. The Empire's founding hero from the legends, Patrio Ranswiper, the guy who built this nation. I've even prayed at his tomb before. It might sound like treason, but could he be that Patrick guy? Axe shot it down, looking shocked. No way. That tomb hasn't been cracked since the day this empire was born. Suddenly, a sharp wave of pain slammed into his body. Garot reached out, offering a potion. Time for me to take over. He stared confused. What? She looked heartbroken, pleading with him. The job. I'm not saying you should quit as acting commander right this second. At least let me take the heavy lifting. You need to rest. Your body can't take much more of this. But Axe shot her down instantly. Thanks, but I can't do that. Garot pouted, frustrated. You don't trust me? He looked deep in thought, explaining, you know that's not why. When it's all said and done, I need to be the one to fix this battle. Axe declared it loud and clear. I have to be the one to end it. He made a quiet, unshakable vow to himself. This, at the very least, is something I have to do. If the enemy is Egan and he has to be taken out to stop the Great Demon, then we'll win. Cut to the gathering area, and Axe stood tall, declaring, thanks for showing up, everyone. Even though everyone's got their hands full, throughout history, humanity has always struggled, building nation after nation just for the hope of total freedom. We've had our fair share of failures, but we finally built this empire. Just as he started his next sentence, he suddenly choked up. The empire, everyone below gasped in a panic. Ack, boss, they asked anxiously, checking on his condition. Boss, you good? Right then, weird, twisted monsters started crawling around deep inside his mind. Sensing something was off, everyone screamed in horror. What are you talking about? Obviously, he was trying to hold it together while half delirious. Now's not the time. A's eyes went wide as he mumbled a desperate plea. Not yet. He was still holding strong until the very last second. I'm not done yet. Seeing AC collapse, everyone freaked out and started yelling. Lost in his delirium, flashback to a convo he had with Gwyn. If a beast that close really existed, stared straight at her, deep in thought. Gwyn held her ground, dead set that he had to be taken out. Hearing that, he gave a faint, satisfied smile. Ack looked stunned, then flicked his eyes upward. Gwyn stared right at her face, and he choked out a final message. You gotta promise me. You'll do it. Vago chimed in with a question. That guy's royalty, right? Someone else looked shocked, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Didn't expect to see some cowardly royal on the battlefield. MJ's eyes went wide, showing a mix of surprise, curiosity, and confusion. Royalty? So is he the human commander? Barak was cautious, keeping his guard up. Skeptical about the intel on the opponent. Maybe he's top-tier human brass, but who knows if he's actually calling the shots. He looked contemplative, doubtful, and a bit uneasy, gazing into the distance while sizing up the situation for real. But something's not adding up. Them showing up in a fight at this level was supposed to be part of the plan. But not right now. Pick checked the map and made a call. The capital hasn't been hit directly, and there's been no order for a total mobilization. It'd be weird if they're just here to boost morale, but I don't see anyone actually leading the royal army. He seemed to realize something and gave a little jump. Patrick turned to grill him. Boss, did you mess with the human command system behind our backs? Devourer fell backward onto the floor, arms sprawled out in a panic, eyes bugged out in total shock. Why you always gotta doubt me? He growled, threatening him. Quit frontin', if you're lin to me, I'm gonna be pissed. You could see the exhaustion, pure confusion, and awkwardness all over him. Are you sure about that? Pick pushed. So you did it? What exactly did you do? Swoo flopped onto the floor, totally over it. Man, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did something, but I can't remember. Gwyn stood in front of some massive double doors looking up at them. Her face went dark as she interrogated her. Garrett, you knew, didn't you? Garrot looked totally blindsided, rattled, and scared, stammering as she tried to defend herself. Gwyn cranked up her magical pressure, radiating raw power, her voice booming with authority. I asked you, did you know or not? Garrot looked tense, sweating bullets, one hand clenched tight in total defeat. She looked down, completely helpless, buckling under the sheer pressure. Yeah, I knew. Gwyn's face twisted into pure anger and rage, her mouth wide open as she snapped. Why was it only you? The others behind Garrett looked away, not one of them daring to meet her eyes. Gin's expression did a total 180. She looked completely shook. No way. She turned to face the other three. I'm the only one who didn't know? Gwyn snapped her head toward Razum. He wouldn't look at her either. Even the old man knew? All of you? Gwyn dropped her head, feeling completely numb, hurt, and beyond betrayed. So that's how it is. You all just cut me out of the loop? Her scream echoed, shaking the whole building. Why? She slammed her fist into the wooden floor, the force so brutal it cracked the wood. The cracks spread across the floorboards. Gwyn yelled through her tears, totally fed up. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you trust me? No. If everyone knew, someone should stop AC from becoming like this in the first place. She gritted her teeth, screaming as giant tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Someone could have at least tried to step in. Rasmer stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and grabbed her tensed-up wrist with his massive hand. "Keep it together, kid. I didn't raise you to go around breaking stuff when you're mad." Gwen's face was a mess of tears, her mouth trembling as she choked out the words, showing just how deep the hurt went. "Why didn't anyone tell me? Why was I the only one kept in the dark until Act got this bad?" He grimaced, stammering, unable to get the words out. "Kid, about that." Xian took the lead, his face stone-cold as he spoke up. "The command didn't want you to know." He kept a calm, serious look on his face while he spelled it out. "Lord Rebiston didn't want that getting out." Gwen completely lost it, head hung low, hiding her helpless tears. "So tell me, what's the reason?" Swen pulled up his white hood, his gaze sharp, icy, and totally rational. "I don't know that part, but remember, we're at war. You think we've got time to be arguing here?" Rasmer jumped at that, turning his head, clearly annoyed by that cold attitude. "You really are." She bit her lip to hold back the pain, her eyes filling up with tears again. Everyone kept glancing over. They were all hiding something. All three of their faces were dark, the air heavy, distant, and suffocating. Garrett's face was blank and cold, her eyes staring straight ahead, dark and tense. AC Edelbrace Grey Biston, commander of the Black Wolf Knights, Edelbrace, second in command under the Emperor himself. He was a master tactician who was always 10 steps ahead. Not a single knight or citizen ever doubted his skills. Even the Emperor trusted him more than anyone else in the royal court. His orders were never questioned. Garrett's eyes turned sharp, full of doubt. But is this really the right path? Why was he hiding his condition from everyone except Gwen? Sure, Gin would blamed herself if she knew, but the commander would have given her a reason, something to help her push through. Why would the commander hide something that was just going to get out anyway? "I know that letting doubt turn into suspicion is dangerous." She reached her hand forward toward the doorknob, but Garrett's white-gloved hand lowered and touched it first. Whatever he was hiding, she stepped into the room. The desk was a mess with a bunch of open files. "I can lay it all out in the open." Two command flags were waving under the starry night sky. Barris stood there with his arms crossed, looking serious but cocky. "Acting high commander while the real deal is gone? That's wild." Soman cut him off. "Quit overthinking this crap." Barris stood there, arms folded, firm and imposing as he made his declaration. "We just gotta follow the orders the commander left behind." He listened, looking serious. "Fine then, little Mr. Soman." Soman's face darkened with thought, showing real resolve as he thought about his older brother. "Don't worry, bro, I'm sticking with the commander to the end." Someone walked up and made an offer to the two of them. Brace's Black Knights. "Can I trust you guys?" He turned, looking puzzled. "Your Highness, what's a guy like you doing all the way out here with zero backup?" Vago tilted his head slightly, shooting Soman a look that was cool and confident. "Obviously you can't trust me. If we're being real, I'm technically your enemy, right?" He showed the mindset of a big-picture player, keeping it straight and honorable. "Even though I hated the idea of him holding all the reins, I gotta respect the guy. One day I'll face him head-on, fair and square. But to do that, we've gotta win this fight first." Soman crossed his arms, brow furrowed, lips pressed tight in serious mode. "I'm just a dumb soldier, man. Your Highness, I don't know what the hell you're talking about." Vago gave a smirk, showing off that natural arrogance. "I need to stack up some major cred from this battle." He raised an eyebrow, eyes hardening at Vago's words. "So, I'm only going to say this once. We might not share the same vision, but since we're both dealing with those damn orcs, let's at least lock in and fight together." Vago threw out a question that sounded like a request but felt like a challenge. "Can you guys watch my back during this?" He was laying it on thick, acting all high and mighty to reel them in. "My plan was to dump all the grunt work on his squad while I soaked up all the glory." Soman turned back, finally looking like he was warming up to the deal. The snowy ground looked freezing, broken up by a few dead tree branches. Vago kept at it. "But look at their numbers. If I go chasing glory right now, the whole damn empire is going to go down. I don't like you guys, but I respect your strength." He dropped that line cold and clear. "Straight talk, nothing else." "Sure, we can go back to trying to kill each other after this, but for now I need you on backup duty." Vago wasn't playing the prince card or treating them like subordinates. He was reaching out citizen to citizen, hitting that patriotic pride. Soman totally saw right through him and knew exactly why he was making this pitch. "You're saying there's no room for politics on the battlefield, huh?" Vago laughed it off, half kidding, half sincere, but clearly impressed. "It's a damn shame I can't command a guy as smart and humble as you." He looked at him, dead serious, waiting for the call. Soman dropped the guard, his face softening as the tension melted away. "How could I say no to that? I'll give my life for this cause." The desk was a total wreck, buried in sealed secret reports. Garou just stood there, spaced out like someone sucked the soul right out of her. Damn it, how could anyone do that? Sweat was pouring down her face and her lips were shaking. Commander, Garou couldn't wrap her head around what she was seeing, the thought looping over and over. How could a person even do this? Giant rough feet moved at a blur. Down there, a skeleton lay exposed along with the massive scaled body of some giant beast. Kadi was using every second of the lull to move fast. He hurried to relay the news from the front lines. "The human forces are making their move. Everyone's waiting for your orders, and the other leaders are already at the front ready to throw down." Daru let out a boss-level growl, keeping his orders short and cold. "Got it. Get back to the front." He glanced up at the mysterious commander with a stony face. "Commander, looks like the war started." Kirk replied with a hint of twisted satisfaction. "Good. About time." He rasped out, "The hero, is he here?" He's entered the fray. Daru let his bloodthirsty nature show. Yeah, he's already taken his spot right in the middle of the sky. Kirk knew exactly who he was talking about, his tone chillingly calm. That's gotta be Xian, the so-called strongest human mage. Daru was locked in. Right, I'm taking him down myself. If he's left unchecked, our losses are gonna be insane. The guy was thinking clearly. He immediately reminded him, wait, don't you have your own job to do? You can't get stuck there, can you? Kirk showed his true colors, cold, calculated, a total strategist. Everything has to go exactly according to plan. A sea of ironclad boots hit the ground in perfect sync. Infantry in gleaming silver armor stood ready. The human vanguard cavalry mounted on heavy armored war horses faced off against the snow-covered wasteland. Two massive armies, thick as a swarm of ants, were moving into position to square off. The hulking green-skinned orcs were armed with crude but devastating weapons. Those massive, clumsy feet stomped hard into the thick snow. The muscle-bound orc warriors with their gray-green skin stood packed tight like a wall of meat. The air was hazy and chaotic, thick with swirling wind currents. The orcs charged, their thundering footsteps shaking the earth. The cavalry went full sprint, orders were shouted, and man and orc smashed into each other in a bloody collision. The white snow was already turning into a gruesome mud pit for hundreds of soldiers on both sides. A human commander raised his weapon high, the signal to bail. Fall back! All frontline forces, pull out now! A massive orc warrior looked on, stunned and frozen, as Xian raised his staff, a giant blinding magic circle glowing in the air. Maximize magic. He cast a grand spell, a swirling vortex of multicolored energy. Holy Strike, Thousand Stakes, Hellfire, Blind Man's Wail, Swamp Walker, Landslide, Witch's Breath, and Death Mist. An orc looked up at the sky, watching it warp into something twisted. Strange cries and total panic. What the hell is that? Xian's expression was cold, focused, and overwhelming, the look of a legend. A massive magical explosion erupted, lighting the sky up in a blinding gold. Vago fought to keep a grip on his reins as his horse freaked out, rearing and screaming. He looked absolutely terrified. My god, is this the power of a hero? In the dark sky, surrounded by fiery red, faint traces of magic sparkled. Humans were everywhere on the battlefield. Cavalry on horses, infantry with long spears, and a giant fireball like a meteor was screaming down from the night sky. He looked completely shook, eyes wide as saucers, shifting from awe to straight-up fear. What else is coming? A giant, scorched rock, pockmarked with deep craters, was plummeting from the heavens. Xian looked tiny standing next to his meteor-summoning staff. His eyes went wide with total shock, all stressed out and bugging out. A little kid looked up at the sky, hyped as hell. Mom, look! A star! Before they could even finish, a massive beam of magic ripped through the sky. Rocks and jagged debris were flying everywhere through the smoke and red-tinted fire. Vago waved his hand, barking orders at the troops. Everybody hit the deck! The hero is fighting with us! Paris looked all serious and skeptical. Sir Soman, if we leave everything to X, wouldn't that just end the whole war right here? He hesitated. Even a leader as seasoned as him was getting shaky. Paris, I don't want to hear that trash. But Sturman was stunned, caught between awe and feeling totally overwhelmed. Looking at it now, I'm starting to think the same thing as you. He was sweating bullets, looking completely speechless. Oh man, the plane is going to turn into a giant crater at this rate. He kept his gaze fixed on the distance, lost in thought. True, but the hero's mana isn't infinite, Sturman explained, trying to make sense of the monster army's persistence. Plus, if they were that easy to wipe out, they wouldn't have earned the reputation of being a cave monster army. He watched them closely. It looked like they got a second wind after losing some soldiers. That casualty count just triggered the bloodthirsty, savage nature of the monster tribe. Soman slung a hammer over his shoulder, showing off the guts of a real commander with a cocky, arrogant announcement. Well then, let's get into the mix, it's hunting time. Massive explosions and constant shaking echoing from far away showed just how terrifyingly huge this battle really was. The noise was so loud the frontline troops caught on immediately. What's that sound? Probably just more of them lining up to die. This commander knew exactly how dangerous that monster wave was. Hold the line, everyone! The frontline units prepped for impact, all the soldiers tensing up their muscles, focusing hard to brace for the direct charge of the monster army headed their way. The thunderous, stomping footsteps of tens of thousands of hyped-up monsters suddenly stopped. Everything went dead quiet. Out from the smoke, a massive twisted foot stepped out. It was dark blood-red with nasty, scaly skin covering sharp, jagged claws. Everyone tilted their heads back, eyes wide with terror as they looked up. Look, check out that monster coming out of the smoke and red fire. What the hell is that thing? Xian looked super serious, brow furrowed tight, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Typical cave monsters. I never thought Kirk would be leading something like that. It had 4 glowing green eyes split on both sides, a big, ugly nose, and a wide-open, blood-red maw full of razor-sharp fangs. It was one of the 9 spirit beasts of the Mantico continent. Devourer was lying there, chin on his hand, tilting his head with a bored look. That thing is seriously ugly. Everyone started whispering, I'm kinda jealous now. One of those could easily guard a few rooms at once. I don't think it's that strong, just ugly. Having 4 eyes is just too much to handle. Pitch looked up at an old, torn painting and explained, there are tons of spirit beasts all over the continent, but that one is easily one of the strongest. He insisted that Mantico was a total disaster, one of the 9 spirit beasts, 4 in the sea, 3 in the sky, and 2 on the ground. Among them, that Mantico once wiped out dozens of A-rank extermination squads. He leaned his chin on his hand, looking totally wiped out, and flat out refused to add it to his dungeon. For real, it's still too ugly. I don't want that thing in my dungeon. MJ reached out and patted his head to comfort him. Hey, you two are cute, don't worry. Bed shot him a nasty look. Hey, fatty! Devourer was still lounging in the foreground, eyes wide, staring back at what was behind him. What? She asked. Someone else showed up outside. He made it clear he didn't want to be bothered on his downtime. Tell them to get lost. Spet was pissed. Get out of here right now, you jerk, he grumbled. Who the hell is it anyway? The dungeon, usually quiet under the dark night, was lit up by the mysterious blue glow of the forest. Her gaze was sharp, her purple eyes glowing, giving off a vibe that was cold, serious, and totally composed. They say Ida Haka has arrived. Adi's face flushed pink, looking super shy, flustered, and a bit timid. She was clearly feeling awkward. She started to ask, Lord Devourer, are you really planning on talking that position? Mel saw Devourer's posture and looked annoyed. This fat guy is unbelievable. Pitch looked helpless and tired, but got serious to set things straight. Boss, please sit up properly. He showed he didn't care, lazy, stubborn, and looking like a total slob. Undignified, who cares? This is my house. I'm most comfortable like this. Devourer stayed sprawled out on the floor. The sight really got on her nerves. He looked annoyed that she showed up, showing clear signs of exhaustion and boredom. What? Why are you even here? If you're here to ask for a favor, the answer is no, but spit it out already. Adai's face was serious and tense, speaking firmly to regain control of the conversation. I didn't come to ask for a favor. I came because I have something to tell you. Last time I was here, I saw something suspicious. I figured I should let you know. Devourer started to pay attention. This question had him hooked. Suspicious? What kind of suspicious? Adi stared straight at him, determined, serious, and a bit cold without a hint of hesitation. Karak had a secret meeting with Hezebel. Devourer rested his chin on his hand, eyes a bit hazy, full of nostalgia. Hezebel is already that old. That kid used to be this small. Instead of freaking out or getting angry, he was pretty chill, even casually eating the intruders. I didn't see that coming. Talk about a unique taste. His random comments left Adai totally caught off guard and confused. Rine suddenly chimed in. Lord Devourer, Rine is at a dating age too, you know? What do you think? Lord Devourer. Even he was startled. What? She was hyped, eyes squeezed shut with a big grin, hands clasped tight in front of her, full of hope. Love is a great thing. Devourer rolled his eyes, panicking, hands up, trying to calm the situation. Wait, Rine, chill. Patrick's jaw dropped as he screamed, his eye sockets burning with menacing blue flames. You're not trying to pull that again, are you? You're right, all right. Even though he seemed tired or bothered by the new drama, he didn't miss a beat. So why is it such a big deal that those two met up? Adi didn't let any details slide, eyes wide, mouth set in a firm line. Isn't it suspicious enough that they met in secret right after Karak declared war? Devourer let one eye glow with a golden light like a predator hunting, making it hard not to think Hezebel was cooking up some scheme of her own. Patrick, deep in thought, clearly got the point. Right. If they met up right after that, it definitely looks like that. His words were sharp. Light flared in Patrick's eyes, showing he was locked in, and he immediately took the order. You got it, boss. Swo crouched down on his knees with his cocky vibe, his eyes blazing, face cold as ice. Looking down on everyone with pure intimidation, he kicked them all out, leaving only him behind. His face was buried in the shadows, those yellow eyes flashing sharp, wild, and straight up dangerous. Don't let anyone else in. Patrick bowed his head, showing total respect and loyalty to his boss. Got it, boss. The whole scene was drowned in gray, gloomy tones and weird, shaky shapes. She sat huddled on the floor, looking sensitive, confused, and totally on edge. Something felt different. The air was just heavy all the time. Is it always going to be like this? Her face stayed low, spiraling into total confusion, questioning herself over and over. Did I mess up? What? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, someone walked up, trying to snap her out of it. Adi's purple eyes went wide, face breaking out in a cold sweat, mouth hanging open in shock. Devourer's face was cold and arrogant, radiating pure, suffocating pressure. So, what about her? She snapped up, standing tall to face him straight on. Adai's purple eyes were locked on him, her face soaked in cold sweat, claws sharpened and ready. I was wrong from the start. I was wrong to think Devourer wasn't involved. Answer me. Just like that, she'd walked right into the enemy's den. His face was cold, emotionless, those dangerous eyes glowing with cruel, oppressive authority. I'm asking you, what did Hezebel do? I have no idea how deep she's in on this. She's actually trying to take me out. The only witness? Her eyes turned bloodshot, glowing with a reptilian menace. Taida Haka of Megara. Adi showed some real grit, pride, and a burning will to fight, making it clear she wasn't some pushover and wouldn't go down easy. Devourer just stood there, staring at the chaotic surge of light, his face totally blank. Go down easy? What are you even talking about? He looked at the wreckage with zero emotion, looking totally done with this. Nah. Adi transformed into a dragon, charging in, wild and ferocious. Devourer stepped up. What are you doing? Massive, dark energy swirled around, a ring of purple light blazing. The sheer panic in her eyes was wild. You could see the terror written all over her. Adi finally caught on to the real nature of the pressure crushing down on her. What is this? Is there something in the shadows? She gasped, teeth bared and sharp, trembling in pure fear. This is Devourer. Devourer said, his presence filling the room with suffocating weight. I told you to answer me. Adi immediately folded, losing all her steam. Can I actually win? Those golden reptilian eyes with the slit pupils were staring her down. Electric sparks of energy were popping off all around them. Adi showed her stubborn pride. No, I'm a master of hang tech too. Even if I can't win, I won't just fold. Waves of light and dark energy erupted from her dragon form, lighting up the gloom, but she wasn't about to die easily. Devourer stood right in the middle of the lightning bolts, not a hint of fear in him, just completely unbothered. His eyes swirled, half-closed, head tilted slightly, his face showing clear exhaustion and annoyance. Her black dragon pupils contracted, surrounded by a violent, trembling purple haze. "It's coming." Her clawed black hand moved, slow as a crawl. It was eerie. Purple thunder energy wrapped around Adi's massive dragon body. But Devourer? He just reached up and scratched his head. His eyes were droopy with heavy bags, one hand scratching his head and neck, complaining with a total overeat vibe. "Yo, can you stop that? It's loud. I know you're a dragon. Alright, just answer my question." It was about what Jezebel was plotting. A total 180 from her fierce display earlier, Adi just froze, eyes wide and staring totally blank. Devourer kept scratching his head, frustrated and helpless. "I've asked you a bunch of times, why won't you answer? Do you not even know?" He opened his mouth in a massive drawn-out yawn, the lazy bored vibe making everything feel like such a drag. And then he added softly, "And hey, quit trashing my place." Hearing that, she finally reined in her energy. Patrick bowed, apologizing in that perfect formal way. "I am truly sorry for this incident." Adi stood there, still in a daze, completely panicked. "Nah, I misunderstood too." He was blunt, brutally so. "No, this is definitely my boss's fault. He's just putting on a show for nothing." Devourer immediately fired back. "Hey, Patrick, why are you pinning all this on me?" Patrick hit him with a sharp reality check. "What are you doing, boss? You should be apologizing too." Devourer slumped into his chair, hands on his knees, bowing his head with sweat dripping down his face. "My bad." Patrick immediately praised him. "There, that's better." His eyes were drooping, dark circles standing out like crazy. "You're trying to save face, but you're just stressed because you're making things so intense." Patrick preached with passion. "You used to act exactly like this whenever you got stressed, remember?" Just thinking about that moment made things serious again. Devourer took the L. "I apologize for everything." Sweat was beading on his face, his mouth open, grumbling to grab back whatever scrap of dignity he had left. "But seriously, do you have to hit my weak spots like that?" He argued back. "Weak spots? Is that what matters right now? Look at this room!" Adi looked completely drained, mentally spent. She was so tired of watching this supreme tyrant get roasted by his own subordinate all day. "Does this guy never let up for even a second? I really don't get this place." Someone spoke up. "Anyway, that's how things are between those two, right? Can we even trust him?" Everyone started whispering. "I already said I was under a lie detection spell, and you call that a coward's excuse? But does it actually work if you use it on yourself?" Devourer offered his take, weighing the pros, cons, and power dynamics. "Let's just trust him for now. If you've got a lot to lose, you usually don't lie." Patrick was thoughtful, showing off that sharp, rational, and keen mind. His intelligence-gathering skills were top tier. However, what Ida Haka said and how Jezebel acted during the meeting were complete opposites. That can only mean she was acting from the start to trick us, right? He tilted his head, thinking, those sharp eyes looking tired but still incredibly keen. He said he didn't know what they discussed in private. If it was a talk with Kirk, it probably had to do with the current war. He looked him straight in the eye, putting the issue out there. "I don't know Jezebel that well, but you know a thing or two about her, right?" Devourer showed some decisiveness, despite looking like he had a headache. "Oh, you think so?" Patrick replied without a single second of hesitation. "Yes, boss." He stood up, giving the order, "Pick up your sword." A green, spiky beast with a mouthful of jagged teeth snapped at a human soldier. The monster plodded forward, crushing everything beneath its feet. Those hulking, brainless brutes with their bulging muscles swinging around wooden clubs, stone axes, and massive blades are crashing down like a damn storm. Vago's grinding his teeth so hard it hurts, sweat's pouring down his face, and his eyes are wide, filled with pure rage and helplessness. Damn it all, he's totally cracking under the pressure. How in the hell could they have churned out this many monsters? A soldier reports the grim reality. "Your Highness, we can't hold this formation any longer. You've got to pull back now." Vago, looking dead serious, screams to get a handle on the situation. "What the hell is the spear hero doing?" the soldier shouts back, sounding frantic. "I think he's still recharging his mana after burning through everything he had with that last spell. It's going to take him a good while to get back in the fight." They all look toward that beast out there. It's a massive lion-like monstrosity with a fiery orange coat and a thick gray mane draped around its neck. Compared to the swarm of lesser beasts, that manticore is the real problem. Vago looks resigned, but he's still seething. Sweat is drenching his face. He's clenching his jaw so tight his muscles are bulging. Just a bunch of meat-headed idiots. "Are we just here to read the Royal Army's battle manuals?" Kirk cuts through the chaos with a tense, curious remark. "What are our losses?" Daru takes the lead, clearly in command as he reports on the battlefield. Just like the commander guessed, he coolly picks up a blue stone from the table, dropping a brutal truth. "Other than the units we tossed out as bait for the spear hero, our losses are practically zero." Kirk breaks down the human's blunder. "I honestly didn't think holding back our beast units until now would make such a massive difference. They must have been so damn cocky about their superior military power that they didn't even bother to prepare for us." He tilts his head, his eyes sharp, showing off his tactical edge. "I'm sure there's a reason for that, too. Time to send them into the fray." "Is it confirmed?" Daru gives a solid nod, his attitude subservient and sneaky but spot on. "Looks like they just hit the battlefield." Kirk slams his hand down on the blue tactical stone on the wooden table. "Get ready for the next move." He barks out the orders. Listen up, all you chiefs. Obey our great commander's orders. Kirk grips the war table tight. He drops another red gem, hinting at a different plan. Kirk gives the order, sharp and cold. Go ahead and wreck the whole damn place. A roar of excitement echoes from the soldiers. It's the Paris scouting unit. It's Paris. Sturman radiates a heavy, imposing aura. The Royal Knights, encased in full plate armor, listen with complete reverence. From here on out, we're operating under the scouting command. Move out and follow their orders to the letter. The soldiers bark back in acknowledgement. Understood. A body lies flattened in the snow. Barris is there, looking calm, arrogant, and totally locked in. Yes, sir, you see that? Sturman acts cautious, skeptical, and dead serious. He needs to be 100% sure it's a manticore. Are you absolutely certain about this? The giant manticore screams like a lunatic. Barris speaks up. You know me, sir. His face is twisted, aggressive, and bordering on insane. Blood runs from fresh scratches, and his mouth is pulled back in a wild grin. I always hunt alone. Sturman watches his maniacal expression intensely, finally making a decision. Looks like you've already started. Fine, I'll pull the others back so you can have your fun. Barris looks livid, fueled by hatred and ready to throw down. Then I won't hold anything back. He swings his massive blade in a powerful arc that tears through the air. The head of a gray-skinned, yellow-eyed beastman is lopped right off his neck, blood spraying out in dark, messy streaks. The beastman's corpse hits the deck, motionless as blood stains the ground deep red. The manticore lets out a brutal, bone-chilling roar. Barry swings his sword right at it. Drain it all and rise up. A piece of debris is sent flying, hovering in midair from the sheer force of the impact. The manticore gapes open and roars, but bright red sword slashes weave together into a giant web, shredding its body and face to ribbons. Sturman watches from a distance as dust and rocks fly everywhere. Rumis steps back into a defensive stance, looking worried. Is this really okay? Even on a day like this, with Barisic out there alone against that manticore, he stays cool, knowing exactly what kind of fighter Paris is. Don't worry, Rumis. Once that masterpiece is activated, if we get involved, we're just going to get in the way. Sturman looks grim and deep, his eyes glowing a sharp, dangerous red. The magic weapon Masterpiece 36, Bloody Mary. Once it's triggered, it'll attack everything in the area, friend or foe. He keeps talking, leaving her completely stunned, sweat starting to bead on her cheek. The fact that it targets the user is a hell of a problem, but Barisic actually loves that kind of thing. That's why he always ends up messed up and half dead afterward, but he never gives a damn. Rumis turns to him, genuinely concerned. By the way, are you doing all right? Sturman answers, calm as ever. Thanks for asking, I'm fine. She stands tall, showing off her own pride. I'm a member of the Red Dragon scouting unit too, you know. Sturman stares off toward the far end of the battlefield, fully trusting them. Good, if my words were unnecessary or annoying, I apologize. If I could, I'd leave the whole thing to them. He admits, but there are just too many of these bastards. Rumis sizes up the enemy, sounding confident. Even so, they're just a bunch of ragtag losers. Back then, we didn't have a chain of command and we were way too thin on the ground, which is why we got pushed back. Sturman nails down their current advantage. But it's different now. Almost all the elites of the Imperial scouting units are here. This time, his gaze is rock solid, carrying heavy pressure, focused straight ahead. Things are going to play out real differently. A beast is flying high speed, a blur of grayish-purple diving down. Don't be reckless and rush in. Our job is to hold the line, not wipe them out. Yes, sir, I understand. A deathly silence hangs over them until a thunderous blast rips through the air. Since the beast had been lying in wait until now, the sudden violent explosion fills the whole frame. In the middle of the chaotic, smoke-filled hell, Rumis looks shocked. What the hell, an ambush? Sturman furrows his brows so hard they wrinkle, his face twisted in pure rage. This ain't the time to be chilling out. Leading this bunch of bastards is a massive burly monster with brown skin, long wild hair, and razor-sharp fangs. So their main force finally decided to show their faces, huh? He bellows out a command, loud and clear. All scouting forces, gear up for battle. Get into formation. Her face freezes when she hears a noise from behind. Vice Captain, are you all right? Rumis's eyes go wide, so stressed you can see the red veins popping. Get your ass back to the rear lines. A massive jacked-up alien warlord stares down at the battlefield. The Red Dragon Mantico armor drips with pure, unhinged bloodlust. The landscape is a total wreck, just rubble and ruin everywhere. Barris looms large through the thick, swirling dust. His face is a mess of fresh blood and gnarly scratches. Damn it, I hate this. What the hell are you planning? Kirk is radiating that cocky, arrogant energy only a boss would have. I've just been waiting for my turn. I want to scrap with you. He says it with a smirk that's pure provocation. I'm genuinely curious. How is some regular human, not even a hero, this damn strong? Don't worry though, as long as you don't run, I won't give you a single second to breathe. Barris grabs his head, grimacing like he's in disbelief. He spits out a threat. Listen, if you die here, this whole war ends right now. You get me? Kirk projects this heavy, ominous pressure. Don't sweat it for me. That ain't gonna happen. Barris grins from ear to ear, flashing a straight white smile. Fine by me. Bring it on, you bastard. A soldier with a nasty gash across his forehead is face down in the snow, eyes wide open, totally bugging out. He tries to push himself up, looking around like he's lost his mind. What the? Did I black out? I definitely took a hit to the dome. He clutches his head, clearly spiraling. The whole world just went black, but I'm still standing. A crowd rushes past him from behind, knocking him back down. Yo, why are you coming back out? Help them carry the wounded and retreat. That's an order. If you don't want to die, keep moving. The castle's drawbridge is slamming down in a panic, trying to swallow the retreating soldiers. Get inside, we need to regroup. Vago, riding high on his horse, screams at the retreating troops. Inside now, we need to get our shit together. Don't sweat it, as long as the prince is here, we're safe. He wipes nervous sweat from his brow, staring into the distance, his voice hardening with resolve. Things didn't go to plan, but we can't lose any more men. It's an open field, so we can't get ambushed. If we pull back to the fort, we've still got a shot. Flashes of lightning and multicolored magic beams tear through the air. Vago is puzzled. Are those the vanguard forces? He's sweating bullets now, genuinely worried. He stares straight ahead, deep in thought. They said they'd act on their own. Stay safe, Sir Sturman. A soldier runs up to report. Your Highness, the troops are inside. Please, get in. Vago snaps out of it and replies, right. Suddenly, a blast of pure destruction rains down from the sky right on the command post. A massive beam of white magic keeps erupting. Vago is covered in cuts, his eyes wide and frozen in pure terror as he stares at the thing that just appeared. The hell is that? A giant hulking beast steps forward. You the human commander? Rine has his eyes half closed, looking totally checked out and bored. Everyone is stunned, feeling like the air just got sucked out of the room. It's over. Done. Finished. That's it? Devourer, hair a mess, looks dead serious, fully aware that this war is far from over. There's still plenty of humans left. You really think killing one commander ends this? B glances over with a sarcastic snicker. Thought that thing was mute. She sounds exhausted, like she's just over it. Talking to that thing is draining the life out of me. I'm hitting the hay. I'm leaving the mirror open. See you guys tomorrow. He keeps that whatever attitude. You should head home. I feel like going out. Rine and B whip their heads around, looking completely shocked. Devourer just stares back, confused by their freakout. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She switches from stunned to worried. Did you eat something bad? What's going on? How long have you been awake today? Have you lost your mind? You definitely had too much popcorn. Go get some sleep. He's just standing there with a blank stare. Damn it. He keeps his gaze fixed in one direction, looking calm and confident, but dangerous. Ain't nothing wrong. I'm just going to pay Liage a visit. Or maybe the Annun Plains. B asks, because of Karak? He replies soft and steady, something like that. Just then, Patrick chimes in. Boss, I'm ready. She glances over, clearly thrown off by the turn of events. Bed blurts out, wait, so this isn't just a casual stroll? He's standing right there, pushing him. Let's go, boss. B insists, that sword is interesting. I think we might actually need it. He leans in close, whispering in his ear. Boss, are you going to bring the darkness with you? Devourer barely glances at him, staying cool. Nah, I'm going there myself, so it's not needed. She looks at the two of them and wonders, what are you waiting for? He scratches his head, stumbling over his words. Nothing, really. Suddenly, Devourer's vibe shifts. The dazed look vanishes, replaced by pure killing intent. Just figured it's about time I had a little chat with Jezebel. BT's face goes cold, eyes full of hidden meaning. How are you going to play this? Need me to send some backup? Don't bother. He answers smooth like he's already got it mapped out. I'll ride that. Looks like it'll fly just fine. Hearing that, 80's jaw practically hits the floor. The night sky is stained red by the bloody war. Daru squints, staring ahead with a heavy look in his eyes. Well, Kirk gives a nod of genuine respect. I gotta give props to this meeting. Humans have more talent than I thought. He agrees. As long as you're happy with it. Then Daru looks over at Barris. What about the body? He's wondering if they should bury him and send his weapon back to their chieftain. That's way too much of a hassle. Just send the body and the weapon back to the humans. Kirk asks, you sure that weapon he used is a damn masterpiece? Kirk turns away. If they find out we snagged it, their morale is gonna crater. Doesn't matter. They already know their masterpiece can't touch me. His face is grim and dead serious. And besides, their morale is already at rock bottom. Weapons keep clashing over and over. White sparks fly, rocks exploding on the dark, bloody ground. Sturman grits his teeth, putting everything into his swing. Even though he's pissed, he's gotta respect that hit. Not bad, you crazy bastard. Kontung crouches low, one hand bracing his axe against the dirt, hyped up and loving every second of it. Nice one, human. It's been ages since I fought someone with strength and skill like mine. Sturman's face is etched with deep wrinkles, but he isn't backing down. He still believes he can win. He's strong as hell, but not unbeatable. But his eyes suddenly widen, freezing up as the battle explodes with wave after wave of energy. Kontung asks with a hint of a taunt, you ain't focused on the fight. The other humans got you distracted or something? Soman clapped back, blunt as hell. Yeah, I am. But a beast like you wouldn't get it anyway. He shot his enemy a warning. Is that so? But you should probably focus on now instead. Kan's eyes turned ice cold, staring him down with pure intent to kill. There's no one left to cover your back, old man. Soman just smirked, cool as a cucumber. That's some weak-ass provocation, but whatever, I ain't bothered. Provocation? Nah, I'm just stating facts. Ken pointed off into the distance and told him, take a look, simple as that, there's your proof. Soman's expression shifted instantly. Up on the castle wall, Vago's head was just hanging there. The prince, right? Caught him red-handed. You've already lost. The shouts echoed out, cutting through the chaos. The soldiers charged at the monsters, screaming for revenge for the prince. The monsters blocked their path, refusing to let them run. What, you planning to turn tail and run while the one who took out your prince is standing right there? Everyone was losing it, totally terrified. There's no way we can beat that thing. Run, damn it! The soldiers were shouting for the count. Daru shot them a look of pure disgust, disgusting little vermin. Just then a soldier collapsed to the ground, shaking in total shock. Daru raised his weapon high, ready to bring it down. No way, just one monster? Out of nowhere, Gwyn stepped in, catching that massive weapon like it was nothing. Soman clenched his fist, looking satisfied as hell. Daru came charging in with a vicious snarl. Muttered to himself, "Been a hot minute since I had a real fight. Wonder how this is gonna go?" His face was set in stone, eyes burning with the will to fight. But first, I guess I should warm up. Rasmer, blood splattered on his face, winced as he heard someone's voice. Thank heavens. Over there, right before the beast swallowed her whole, she looked at him and cried out, "You're still alive? Rasmer, hurry!" Rasmer looked up, his fists clenched tight. He could only stand there and watch as the beast tore her apart, his last words to her just a plea to run. After she was gone, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth, remembering the sound of her begging. "Lord Rasmer, please spare my life." The guy was panicking, hands raised. "I'm begging you. I was just following orders from my superiors." Behind him, bodies were piled up all down the hall. The guy only had time to let out one scream before Rasmer swung his sword down. "I was just following orders." Elsewhere, he kept his head down, face cold, listening to the insults being thrown his way. That bastard Rasmer? They call him a hero? The guy was coughing up blood, face twisted in agony, and screamed, "Out of everyone, how could you do this?" Rasmer's eyes flashed, and he shoved his sword straight down, ignoring the guy's non-stop wailing. Truly disrespectful. He was an old man now, listening calmly to the voices calling out to him. "Master!" A young kid with a huge grin was holding up a training sword, cheering. "Master." Now grown, he held up a hand to block a strike and shouted, "Master." Rasm's mind flashed back to the image of that kid, now in full armor, turning back to say, "Master." The corners of his mouth curled up just a little. He looked ahead, seeing the kid grinning, raising a fist to say goodbye. "All right then, Master, I'm heading out." On the dinner table sat a plate of beef, looking delicious. In the end, Rasmer bowed his head, his hand gripping the edge of the table without thinking, and spoke up. "Go on then, kid." Elsewhere, Gwyn was fired up, fists clenched, demanding answers. Why won't you let me go?" A cold voice cut in, delivering the news. "That is the princess's direct order. She commanded that the hero Gwyn must focus on defending the capital." She heard that and started making a scene immediately. "Yeah, well, shouldn't I be out there killing those monsters to protect the capital?" Someone else chimed in, calm as ever. "I hear you, but your presence at Liadade is all that's needed." "Lord Gwyn, the princess says it'll put the people of the Empire at ease." Gwyn looked up at the three knights in front of him and roared, "What kind of bullshit logic is that? While everyone else is out there actually fighting, aren't the ones on the battlefield the best the Empire's got?" He tried to talk him down, soft-spoken. "You have to trust them." "Lord Hero," she said, raising her fist to argue back. "Who said I don't trust them? That's not the point. I need to be out there right now." Rasmer shoved his hand down on Gin's head. "Enough. You're still." She was being carried by him, thrashing and struggling the whole time. "Let go, you old fart!" Rasmer said. "Well, good luck then." He held Gwyn's head down, keeping him pinned. "Calm down, kid. You're blaming the wrong person." She whipped her head up and screamed, "What? Then who should I blame?" Rasmer answered firmly. "There's a reason for it, obviously." He stood there, face calm, listening to all the shouting going on around him. "Who's that? What's going on here? Back off!" The servants all around were losing their minds. "You've got some nerve, pointing that filthy blade at the princess." Guards, what are you doing?" Rasmer held his sword against Rebecca's neck and said, "Greetings, your highness the princess." She sneered, looking up and barked, "You commoner trash! You dare draw a sword on me, a princess? I'll have your head on the city gates for this insult." The crown prince standing nearby immediately shouted. "Shut your mouth!" Rebecca turned, looking at her brother in shock. His eyebrows were pulled tight and he barked an accusation. "I apologize for my foolish sister's behavior, but tell me, since when did you come back to the capital without giving us a heads up?" The crown prince stared him down, his voice gravelly. "Lord Razum Loner, the hero." He tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Is that you, Crown Prince? It's been a long time since the Demon King pacification war." The crowd behind them started whispering, totally stirred up. Rasmer, the hero from the old days? A hero? How can he look like that? Rasmer didn't care at all, just looking at the prince. "Given the situation, I'm going to skip the pleasantries and get right to the point. I have one demand." The people around them gasped in total shock when he dropped it. "Send Gwyn Historia to the Anun Plains immediately." Rasmer held his head high, staring straight at the people around him. "I get where the nobles are coming from, but this is way too obvious. Using excuses to tie the hero's hands? It's just pathetic, don't you think?" The crown prince scowled, glancing over as he heard the whispers. "The truth is, you're only keeping him here as a bodyguard in case you high-ranking officials need to make a run for it, right?" Rebecca bit her lip, shooting a glare at him, clearly pissed off as he kept going. "In this hopeless situation, when we don't even know how the battle's going to turn out, what kind of idiot comes up with a plan to split up our forces? If this is the kind of thought that comes out of a royal brain, then the Empire is truly in serious trouble." "Ah," he roared, totally agitated. "Why are you all just standing there? Why aren't you saving me already?" The soldiers all around were shouting too. "Hero, get away from the princess right now!" Right after that, a voice barked an order. "Gwyn Historia, take down the former hero right now." She looked totally conflicted, stuttering. "Hey, old man." Rasmer's lips curled into a smirk as she called out to the kid Gwyn. Her eyes went wide, hearing him warn her not to let herself get shackled by the Empire. He shot a glare at the soldiers behind him, demanding, "Listen up. You think I won't touch the royal family just because I'm a retired hero? In this situation? The Crown Prince frowned, snapping, "Guards, all of you stand down." The soldiers glanced at each other and shouted, "Your Highness." He hung his head, his face lost in the shadows. "We'll meet your demands, so let the princess go." Outside on the battlefield, the roar of excitement erupted. "It's Gwyn! The hero Gwyn is actually here. Is that really him? A miracle!" Rasmer turned his head back to her, blocking a massive spiked club with one hand and barking, "That brat Gwyn?" She glared at him, annoyed. "You call that a joke? That's pathetic." The old orc opposite them broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "What the hell is this? What kind of monster is this kid?" He watched Gwyn's casual demeanor, deep in thought. "I gave it everything I had and he didn't even budge. He's just ignoring me to talk?" The orc's eyes bulged with rage as he let out a guttural roar. Hearing the noise, Gwyn just raised his fist and shouted, "God, seriously!" She jumped in, slamming a punch into the monster and sneering, "Shut up, you're way too loud!" Then, Gwyn touched down on the ground, light as a feather. Rasmer looked over and hollered, "That doesn't look like anything I taught him." She seethed with anger, raising both fists. "What?" "Anyway, we're gonna wipe these guys out." Gwyn stomped his foot hard into the dirt and said, "No time to waste, let's bounce." "Move." She launched herself straight toward the fortress, shouting, "Don't fall behind. Keep up." The old man Rasmer looked up and groaned. No respect for his master at all, that fake. He turned his gaze, asking, "Hey, have you seen any of those so-called holy knights around the battlefield?" The soldier beside him hung his head, stuttering. It's just so chaotic, sir. I couldn't really tell." Rasmer marched straight ahead. "Got it. Then just protect the fort." The soldier asked, "Sir, what are you planning to do?" He glanced back over his shoulder, replying, "What do you think? We're gonna win this damn war." The Holy Knight looked up at Rasmer and Gwyn's backs, muttering, "This wasn't in the plan. A hero throwing himself into the fray just to save a few grunts. Maybe a hero is just a hero after all?" He stood tall, watching the scene, and continued, "But even if they show up, the ending is already set in stone. Besides, the Holy Emperor ordered us not to engage those two." The Holy Knight kept walking, whispering, "Guess I'll head back to the Pope then." Suddenly he froze, looking up at the sky and letting out a puzzled shout. The Holy Knight stared intently at the heavens, unsure what he had just seen up there. Elsewhere, B bowed respectfully and reported, "They've arrived." He looked at Devourer standing on the back of Dai in her dragon form, asking, "So what's your play now, boss?" Windsor slammed his fist into the orc's gut, taking him down with ease. Another orc looked over, completely stunned. "What? Just one hit?" Rasmer rushed over, shouting, "Hey, this is the time to be spacing out." The orc jumped, terrified to see him already closing the distance. Rasmer swung his blade with all his might, blood spraying from the orc. He looked up, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. Too shallow. Rasmer noticed a hammer flying his way and wondered, "You throwing your weapon now?" The orc clutched his chest wound, cursed under his breath, and scrambled away. "Damn it!" Gwyn took off after him. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Get back here!" Rasmer caught him. "Enough, don't chase him." He stood tall, looking out over the white-covered ground and warned, "You've still got way too much work to do." Elsewhere, Patrick looked down, laughing. "Things are getting interesting, boss." He looked down from 80's dragon back. "Is that the legendary Ironfish? I've seen plenty of heroes, but I've never met anyone quite like that. With skill like that, isn't he the strongest among humans?" Sue asked from the side. "Careful, don't fall off." "That guy. He's pretty strong. What was his name again?" Byg's jaw dropped, turning to look. "Who is he?" He frowned, unsure, and replied, "That sounds like his name, I think." Adi turned her head to ask the two of them, "So if the human hero has shown up, does that mean Karak lost?" Patrick quickly answered, "Not necessarily. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on the whole army alone, and even in a one-on-one, I'm not sure he could take Karak." From high above, he declared that victory would belong to the orcs, but it was hard to fathom just how deep Karak's hatred for humanity really ran. Even Erebus didn't seem to go all out like this. Hearing that, Devourer's eyes went wide with shock. "What the hell do you mean by that?" Patrick couldn't help but ask, "He took the whole Nico Cambo Legion to slaughter humans, right?" His voice rose in protest. "I don't think that's it." Swoo arched a brow. "Karak doesn't hate humans that much. On the contrary, a pair of black wings flapped hard, lifting off. Karak sat on the back of a giant eagle, clutching his chest, screaming, "Those useless windbag troops, always bragging they'd stop the hero from entering the fray. Look at them now!" Daru immediately asked, "Commander, what's the order? If we ignore the casualties and push, we can still take the city." He glared at the communication device. "Daru, how many troops are left?" The old man's voice rasped back, "About 100,000. Looks like it anyway." Daru thought about Rasmer and his partner, adding that while they had numbers, the absence of the leaders was a death blow. If they faced the heroes now, they'd be wiped out, especially by the one with that sword. He stared intently at the figure of the old man, thinking, "I wanted to face him myself after taking the city." Even though he showed up late, he completely seized control of the situation. A sharp one, that guy. Kurak hollered from atop the eagle. Daru replied instantly, "Yes, Commander." He quickly maneuvered the bird away and issued the order for all forces to retreat. Below, Gwyn stared at the body lying on the ground, struggling to hold back his grief. "Old man Sherman, I'm sorry." She hung her head, blaming herself incessantly. "If only I'd arrived a little sooner." Rasmer surveyed the surrounding corpses, thinking, the losses this time are massive. Everyone underestimated Karak. Taking down an orc leader was a big win, sure, but at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the front line collapsed. Suddenly, someone approached, blood dripping from their wounds. "Hero, is that you?" He immediately spun around. "Who the hell are you?" He walked over, carrying the bright red armor. I'm Kaban. The vice captain of the Red Dragon Extermination Squad. Rasmer gasped in shock. That armor. Kaban knelt on the ground and replied, it's the captain's armor. The bastards took it. But Vice Captain Renmei stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and pressed him. Rennie, where is she? Kaban gritted his teeth, snarling out every word. Vice Captain. Scenes of him screaming in the midst of the fire flashed through his mind. Vice Captain, don't do it. He looked at Renmei as she kept struggling. Fall back, Vice Captain, she shouted, still doing her best to snatch it from those monsters. Give it back, you freak. She lunged toward the Mana Stone, roaring. This doesn't belong to you. Khan chased after her, ignoring everything else. Vice Captain, he screamed as the powerful blue explosion erupted. Back in reality, Rasmer pressed his lips together, brows furrowed, and muttered, so that's how it is, she self-destructed. Khan bowed his head. That's right. He gritted his teeth, clutching the armor to his chest. This armor is the only relic the captain and vice captain left behind. It has to be passed on. Please, take it. Seeing this, he looked Kaban straight in the eyes and said, all right, I give you my word. Suddenly, Rasmer jerked his head over when he heard a loud shout. Holy Knights! Gwyn stood up, emitting a surge of raw energy, and demanded, Sister Renmei once said there were holy knights who were in cahoots with the monsters. Those bastards blocking our path when we got here, they were holy knights, weren't they? They've got to be somewhere on this battlefield. Rasmer furrowed his brow, unsure. Maybe, but with this much chaos, who knows where they are? Right after that, she stomped hard on the ground, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outwards. No. Gin looked to the side and said, I found them. High in the sky, Patrick fell into deep thought before calling out. Looks like the humans are pulling back too. Su asked quietly from where he stood, heading for the center. They're starting to move, huh? He watched the situation below through a magic mirror. Since the monsters were also retreating, they must have decided that there was no point in keeping up the fight here. Are they going to wreck the center once they all pull back to the capital? He yawned, then asked, so from here on out, this war isn't just between the monsters and humans anymore, right? Patrick's voice rang out. Exactly. Swo stood on A's back, looking down, and declared, the war between the Imperial Army and the Religious Order is about to kick off. So Patrick, what do you think is going to happen? Patrick looked straight down and stated firmly, I can't say for sure, but looking at the big picture, I know one thing. He listened to what he added and remained silent for a long time. The Empire is going to get wiped out. Devourer propped his hands behind his head and let out a sigh. What a pain. Unless there's something to replace the Empire, that is. Patrick yelled, Boss! He stood still, unable to help but ask, I still don't get what Lady Jezebel is plotting. I can only guess that you've probably figured out a part of it, boss. Am I right? Devourer tipped his head back to look at the sky. Something like that. Patrick immediately shouted, all fired up. I knew it! That's why you're stepping in personally. In the quiet space, only his shout remained. Boss. Patrick's expression darkened as he reminded him, biting out every word. You've got to keep your promise to me. Devourer glanced back and said, that's exactly why I'm heading out, so stop scowling and getting all worked up. You look scary. Patrick looked down from up high and probed. All right, so what's the move now? He pondered for a moment before replying, I don't even know where Jezebel is. Devourer's voice echoed, maybe I'll head to Liada first? Adi broke into a cold sweat, whispering, that gives me the creeps. A voice declared into the night air of the city, I've been waiting. That person looked toward the one opposite them and added, Vice Commander, Lady Garot Anelia. He spread his arms and asked excitedly, the entire artificial unit is ready to deploy. Please give the order. Should we roll out? Daru held the communication device in both hands, listening to the voice coming through. You're ordering a retreat? Kirk leaned back in his chair and replied as the commander. I'm only ordering my own legion. You got a problem with that? The person on the other end asked, complaining, are we? No, I just wanted to get your intentions clear. Since we're in the same boat, if you kept marching, you could have wiped out the Imperial Army. Can I ask why you didn't? He held up his glass, waiting for a refill, and pointed out carelessly, isn't that what you wanted? The person on the other end stammered. What's that supposed to mean? Kirk tightened his grip on his wine glass and calmly stated, we might have retreated, but the Imperial Army is shattered. They're definitely heading back to Liade. Once those survivors make it back to Liade, he tipped his head back and downed the drink, adding, human nature is easy to predict. At the same time, inside the family, Kurak's voice rang out. So let me ask you this, what have you been doing? Uranacia sat on his throne, bathed in the dawnlight, listening to the challenge from Kirk on the other end. My army did its part and even secured a victory. And in all that time, what have you done? Because you broke your promise and didn't keep the heroes in Liada, a lot of my soldiers died. Those elite leaders who should have been leading their tribes are all dead now. He kept shouting his demands. My grief is so heavy I could dump it all on you, so what did you do? Answer me. Pope Uranacia clicked his tongue and said, I have no defense. He looked up and made his excuse. Those heroes showed power that went beyond anything I expected. Kurak immediately cut him off. That's your problem. You didn't keep a single promise. He lowered his voice and called out, even so, I, Kirk, am still willing to give you one more chance. Euron was so furious that the veins on his face bulged as he asked, what do you mean by a chance? Inside, he thought with contempt, this pathetic animal dares to talk. He jumped in surprise when Kurak explained, when the Imperial Army is defeated and returns to Liade, chaos is inevitable. Now it's your turn to make the Empire collapse from the inside. On the other side, Daru gripped the communication device with both hands. Kirk didn't budge, holding his wine glass, waiting for Uranasia to answer. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a savage laugh. Kirk's laughter quickly echoed through the place. He tipped his head back to take a sip of wine as he heard Uranasia's voice in his ear. Well, my apologies. I didn't expect you to have a plan like that. Curiosity couldn't be hidden in his voice. Can I ask exactly what it is you want? Kirk shot a sharp glance. Wipe out the heroes and tear the Empire apart, just like we agreed. Uranasia laced her fingers together, grinning as she stared at the communication device. Good, your terms are accepted. The corners of his mouth curled up as he added, but shouldn't we keep a solid friendship even after the Empire crumbles? Maybe we should build a little more trust between us. Kirk stared at the blue wine in his glass, staying silent. On the other end, Uranasia narrowed her eyes. We've heard what you want. See you at Lia Day next time. That's all. Back in the throne room, Daru reported that the connection had been cut. Commander? Kirk gripped his wine glass so hard it could shatter, demanding, how are the leaders' funerals coming along? Daru replied, every tribe is performing the rites with the utmost reverence. He bowed his head low, listening intently to the commander's orders. Tell the families of the fallen I'll compensate them personally, and let them know I'm reorganizing the forces of the tribes whose leaders were killed. Kirk called out. Daru looked up, yes, Commander. He shut his eyes and bowed his head, taking the blame for his own incompetence. So many tribes had lost their leaders. Daru quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. It's not your fault, sir. Inside the hall, Kirk stared straight ahead, dead serious. This is the final step. Head to Le. He and the others shouted in unison. We await your orders. Commander! Someone in the hall gasped. A true hero indeed. Gin launched herself toward the source of the sound. The Saint Knight leaped back, dodging the strike. Incredible. Even though he hadn't taken a scratch, he acted like he was in agony. His eyes glowed blood red. Is that all? You're no threat to me. Razum stood nearby, watching with a questioning gaze. Is this your so-called resolve? The Saint Knight sneered. Masterpiece, that word sickens me. This is a holy relic, a supreme holy relic. He threw his arms wide. Even if you had two great heroes here, neither of you could land a single scratch on me. As long as I'm standing here, neither of you is getting past this point. Gwyn stomped her foot, launching herself forward and slamming a fist into him, knocking the knight down. We'll see about that. The knight stumbled back, unable to keep his footing. Gwyn surged forward, sweeping the knight's legs out from under him. As she watched him tumble, she thought, man, I feel so dizzy. Gwyn chased him down, fist raised. Everything that's happening right now. She prepared to strike, wondering why nobody told her anything. A blast of blue energy erupted, shattering the ground beneath them. Gin's eyes widened, wondering, is it because they don't trust me, or is it because of me? She hammered her fist against that golden shield, thinking she wasn't even worth calling a hero. Gwyn was blown back a huge distance. I want to know too, she thought, staring at the knight raising his shield. Why is everyone keeping secrets from me? Gwyn watched him raise his sword to strike, a bitter feeling swelling in her chest. I just wanted to be someone no one had to hide things from. She jumped to dodge the attack, muttering to herself, I want to be a hero everyone can rely on. Gwyn landed lightly, her hand clenching into a fist, then she blurred toward the Saint Knight, leaving nothing but an after image. This is it. I'm going to be a real hero. Gwyn slammed her fist right into his shield. The Saint Knight smirked, but suddenly his eyes went wide, pure disbelief. The next moment, the Saint Knight was pummeled repeatedly by Gwyn's blows. He desperately tried to guard, but he kept getting hit. What is this? This is impossible. He raised a hand to block, confused. I can feel the impact. He felt both of Gwyn's fists slamming into his face. She's punching right through the holy relic? How? The Saint Knight's eyes bulged. Is this what they call a hero? Gwyn gathered her energy, fist winding up for another hit. His face twisted in pain as she slammed a fist into his gut. Rasmer, who had been watching from the side, spoke softly. As he watched her take down the Saint Knight, he whispered, I'm starting to wonder if a guy like me even deserves to be called a former hero. Garriott stood still, staring at the sea of fire, and shouted, This is, as he watched the city being swallowed by flames in the dead of night. Is this the plan the commander prepared? The masked man behind him replied calmly. Didn't you already know and agree to it? Garriott couldn't help but yell. Knowing it and actually feeling it are two different things. He looked toward the blaze. Necessary sacrifices. That's what the acting commander would say. She listened to the agonizing screams rising from the fire, questioning him. Are these dying Imperial citizens really just necessary sacrifices? Garriott stood frozen, wondering what would Gwyn think if she saw this. Suddenly, another masked figure appeared. It seems the Hawk Legion has broken through the second wall. He looked over. Faster than expected? Are they heading straight for the palace? The masked figure nodded. Yes. Kurok has been confirmed on the front lines, personally commanding the entire force. The masked man urged, Vice Commander, it's time to make a decision. She looked up at the sound of a voice calling her. Garriott, Xian is coming from afar, everything is ready. Garriott couldn't help but shout, Lord Xian! She immediately pressed him. Is the equipment ready too? He bowed. I got it from Gin and Rasmer. They'll be here soon. Suddenly, he was stunned by Garriott's remark. Lord Xian really is powerful. Xian squinted in the other direction, listening to her keep muttering. I don't know. I was prepared to follow any order from him, no matter what it was. No matter what he did, I still believed. No, I wanted to believe that it was all for the sake of the Empire. She bowed.